A guten Erev Yom Tif. My name is Ruvain Tarragon. I am the Dean of Overseas Students at Yeshivat Hakotel in Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh, and I welcome you to the Vayichan Mishmar program presented by Yeshivat Hakotel. From the center of the world, opposite the place where the Beis HaMikdash once stood, and will Emirtz Hashem stand once again soon, the place towards which we all daven, the city that unifies us all. Tonight's program is the second of two this week. Earlier this week, senior Roshei Yeshiva, chief rabbis, and leading rabbanim and mechanchim from around the world and of different hashkafot joined forces for the first time since we went into Galut to teach Torah to all of Klal Yisrael at once. Baruch Hashem, tens of thousands of Jews from 43 countries and almost 900 cities around the globe learned together in an unprecedented show of Achdut. The uniqueness of the event was not the Limud HaTorah. Baruch Hashem, there are millions of shiurim online. The Achdut alone was also not the full story. The true uniqueness was the combination of the two, the Achdut in Limud HaTorah. All of us value Torah, its learning and its honor. Most of the year, we value it separately, and sometimes sadly divided. The Vayichan programs give us the opportunity to learn together. We learn and show our love for Torah as one unified group of B'nai Torah, Ki'ish Echad, B'lev Echad. Hashem's hashgacha has created the unique circumstances that have made these very special events possible. Sadly, we are unable to gather locally in our yeshivot and shuls tomorrow night. Instead, we gather virtually from around the world, unified. The uniqueness of tonight's program is that it is a unification of yeshivot. We all know how important each of our yeshivot are to each of us. It is where we forge our religious persona, the one that directs the course of the rest of our lives. Each yeshiva has its own unique derech halimud and emphasizes different aspects of religious and spiritual development and avodat hamidot. That is, of course, how it should be. And Baruch Hashem, the more yeshivot there are, the more people can find the one that best helps them maximize their own unique derech in avodat Hashem. That having been said, it is critical that we realize that yeshivot and b'nai yeshiva are more similar than different. It is crucial for us to appreciate that. Within Am Yisrael, we are similar in that we are all the ones zoche to carry the Torah torch. This is the special zchut, one which we carry together with all b'nai yeshiva and b'nai Torah. We will and should remain different than one another. It is how we are supposed to be. But let's make sure that we see ourselves as different shades of b'nai yeshiva and b'nai Torah, as opposed to inherently different than one another. We will in Mirz Hashem hear tonight from 60 Roshei Yeshiva, Ramim and Rabbonim, from 6 countries across 4 continents. Our learning will in Mirz Hashem be greater than in past Shavuot years, because we in Mirz Hashem have access to 60 of the world's leading Roshei Yeshiva and Ramim, and because we will in Mirz Hashem be learning together, not just with hundreds of Bachrim from our own single yeshiva, but with thousands from tens of yeshivas around the world. Let's take advantage of tonight's program and use it to come together more as Lomdei Torah and Yerei Shamayim. This unified view will in Mirz Hashem best prepare us for a unified Kabbalat Torah, and it will in Mirz Hashem help us connect the rest of Klal Yisrael to our beloved Torah and mitzvot, and facilitate a renewed Kabbalat Torah by all of our people. Before introducing the Roshei Yeshiva, I would like to thank those who deserve thanks. A special thank you to Rav Jesse Horn, who worked together with me in putting this program together. Thank you to the Roshei Yeshiva Ramim and Rabbonim, who identified with this Achdut vision and translated this identification into action by making the time to speak despite busy schedules. In the current situation, all of them have been giving shiurim around the clock, and yet they made time for their shir. Thank you also to Rav Hanoch Teller, Rav Michal Green, Rav Ariel Shoshan, Rav Gidon Shoshan, and Rav Gil students for helping develop the program. Thank you to Binyamin Klein for building and maintaining the website, to Leah Rubin for creating the program flyers. Thank you to Jonathan Kazla, who coordinated the tech side, and to Yehuda Ratzlavki, Judah Graber, Jesse Arbisfeld, Josh Appel, Shane Safran, Gabi Katz, and many others for their efforts. Thank you also to those who are managing the Zoom rooms tonight. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Tonight's Mishmar program, like the Rosh Chodesh program, is dedicated in memory of the Novominsker Rebbe, Rav Yaakov Perlau Zatzal. This dedication is fitting because the Novominsker was known to be someone who worked hard to relate to and was loved by all Jews, irrespective of Hashkafa. We lost a unifying Gadol Batorah and leader. May this program inspire us to follow his unifying path of Ahavat Yisrael. We are also dedicating this program to honor and pay respect to all of those recent Niftarim. We ask that Hashem bring the ultimate refuah to the world in the reward of our being Ke'ish Echad B'Lev Echad today, by returning us all to the place behind me, B'mheira B'Yameinu, speedily in our days. I'd like to conclude by saying together with you a Mizmor Tehillim right opposite the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And let's dive in for all those who are sick in Klal Yisrael. Shir HaMa'alot Mima'amakim Karaticha Adonai Adonai Shema V'Koli Tiyano Aznecha Kashuvot L'Kol Tachanunai Im Avonot Tishmar Ya Adonai Mi'amod Ki Mecha Selicha Liman Tivarei Kiviti Adonai Kivita Nafshi V'lidvaro Cholti Nafshi Ladonai Mishomerim Laboker Shomerim Laboker Yachel Yisrael Al Adonai Ki Im Adonai HaChesed V'arbei Mofidot V'hu Yifdet Yisrael Mikol Avonotav. To open the program tonight, I would like to now introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat Hakotel, Rav Baruch Vider Shlita.
The Psikta says that the Kodesh Baruch Hu told Am Yisrael, Banai, Evu korim et הפרשה הזו בכל שנה ושנה, ואני מלא עליכם כאילו אתם עומדים לפניי, לפני הר סיני, ומקבלים את התורה. It means that in Shavuot is זמן מתן תורתנו every year. And every year we receive again the Torah, בעלות השחר, as it was in Har Sinai. That's what Ramchal says, that the lights of Ma'amad Har Sinai are coming back every year. That is the reason why Rav Eliashiv Zecher Tzedek Livracha used to say that at the time of Kriyat Aseret HaDibrot, it's time to ask for Cholim and Yeshuot, like V'chol Am Roim et HaKolot in Ma'amad Har Sinai. This important kinus in Erev Shavuos is a wonderful time of learning Torah. The Gemara in Shabbat, Masechet Shabbat, says that at the time of Matan Torah, it was danger because there was shed, zika, the Gemara says, something not so good that came to Am Yisrael and forced them to get the Torah. And those sakanot are coming back every year. That's why you are not allowed to be mekizim dam, to take blood in Erev Shavuos. So it means that it's a big zchut to learn Torah in that night, in that day of Erev Shavuot. Zchut for us, zchut for all of Am Yisrael. Ribui Torah, and a special Torah from Yerushalayim. כי מציון תצא תורה ודבר השם מירושלים. ישיבת הכותל, ירושלים is אורו של עולם. The light of the world comes from ירושלים. I want to thank all the רבים, ראשי ישיבות, who teaching and lifting up the Torah in that important day. I want to say יישר כוח to all the people, the staff are asking to make this כינוס important and special for Rav Reuven Targin לשנה הבאה בירושלים הבנויה.
I would now like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva and Rosh Kollel of Yeshivas Minchas Asher, Rav Asher Weiss Shlita.
So it's a schus and a privilege in my eyes to take part in this beautiful initiative of Chavrusas, of learning together, Lekras Kabbolas HaTorah. We've been through difficult times and a horrific pandemic which took many lives of wonderful people. Many of them I know very well. Some of them Gedolei Yisrael. And I've been wondering for all these weeks, when it'll all be over, will it have some lasting impact on us? Will we be better people or not? And I very much hope that we will be better people. More caring, more compassionate. And we will realize and appreciate and understand that no Yid, no Jew lives in his own personal bubble, in his own personal show. Kulonu b'nei ish echad nachnu. We are all like organs in the same body. We are all together and one. And whatever we do or don't do will affect others. And this is a brutal realization we came to understand as this pandemic struck, as this illness, this virus spread from one person to the other. So one could never say, I'm okay, shalom alay nafshi, kol yisrael arevim zeh b'zeh. So I hope coming out of this period, we will be more caring, more compassionate, more forgiving. We had time to think and to reflect. The world came to a standstill. And I think, and I hope we have developed a greater connection with each other. It was imposed on us to daven with our neighbors and not go to the shul of our choice. So after all this, approaching Shavuos, bringing people together, B'Talmud Torah, to learn together, is such a beautiful undertaking, such a beautiful endeavor, and such a beautiful idea. And it's a simcha for me to participate. Tiwan Melem B'Torah, Rashi brings, and Rabbeinu Yoina Perik Beis Mishnah Yudan, it says, when you toil in Torah, enjoy, delight, the combination of Simchas HaTorah and Yegias HaTorah, the combination of the two. Only that combination could bring us to greatness, to achieve the heights of Yegias HaTorah and Talmud Torah. So this is my bracha to each and every one of you. Make the most of it. Invest in Omer Torah, Yegias HaTorah, and enjoy every moment. Simchas HaTorah is the greatest privilege. Ve'ein simcha kesimchas HaTorah. So enjoy every moment of this great day. Thank you for letting me join in this most beautiful initiative. To be Zoicha Bekorov, to be as Mashiach Tzidkenu, B'Meheiro B'Yomeinu. Amen.
I would now like to introduce Senior Rebbe at Yeshivat Hakotel and Rav of the Old City, Rabbi Avigdor Nevinsal Shlita.
the Amirim, the holy day of Shavuos. It's a yontif for every Jew. Every Jew is chayiv in Simchas Yontif, and the Korbanos b'meirav yameinu of Yontif. But the Gemara says that it's not for every Jew equal. Rabbi Yosef says, Mole hayim et Gagorim, kama Yosef ika b'shuka. If it was not for this holy day, there was no difference between me and other people who are called Yosef. So Talmid Chacham must feel that for him that is a different day. Every Jew is chayiv in Simchas Yontif, but he must be thankful that he is from those who learned for him it's especially Yontif. But this is not enough. The Gemara says, Chazal say about Avraham Avinu, the Torah says, כי ידעתיו למען אשר יצווה את בונו ואת פסעי החוב ושמרו דרך השם לעשות אותו כל משפט. That the Kashbuch loves Avraham. He doesn't say that he loves him for all his great deeds, which is certainly true, but he loves him because he teaches his children and his family to go on this way of Derech Hashem, of the way of Kashbuch. So teaching Torah is another thing. Learning Torah is very fine, but teaching Torah is much more, much higher level. So we have to be to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this way, on this holy day, that we are not only learning Torah, but if we are teaching Torah, this is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants of us, and this is for Yeshivas, for Talmidei Chacham, but it's also for every Jew. If he teaches his children and whoever hears him, if he teaches to go the way of the Torah, we are not born only to learn Torah, to keep the Torah, but to make others keep the Torah, make our children keep the Torah, our pupils keep the Torah. The Dimur del Kayem is not the way some Torah. This is Yontif is not only of receiving the Torah, but giving the Torah to others. Then it's the full rotten Torah, then we give it to others.
כתוב במדרש, כתוב על הפסוק 7 שבוסויס תמימויס תהיינו. תונה הבחיר, מה כתוב כאן? מתי הם תמימות? אם עושים תמימויס, בשור שישראל או ישראל שמש עמוקים. נדש פליע קצת. בניגלך את זה במראה, בשירים. הבאג דורש מתמימויס שלך על שיר הסמר. אז אם הוא יחסיר יום אחד, כבר לא יכול תמימויס. עבדותם דורש דרשה אחרת, שרק בלילה, ביום כבר אי אפשר. כי צריכים התחלת היום, דרשי בהלוכה. אבל יש באגודה, התורה שלנו זה גם פשט, רש, רמז, סוד. אז באגודה יש דרשה כזאת, שמה זה תמימויס? אישור שישראל לא ישים ריצוי נשמות. סתום. עכשיו השאלה, מה זה נקרא ישראל לא ישים ריצוי נשמות? גם זה צריך לדעת. זה דבר ראשון, אחר כך נמשיך הלאה. אז יש גמרא. אפילו שיומור עם ברוכס. נתר מלאה, מה השאלת קושייה סתירה בפסוקים. בפנים את המראה, את הזיר. את המראה כך. יש פסוק אחד שעומדו זורים וראו צונכם. אתם לא תעבדו כלום. מי יעבוד יהיה רואים לכם גויים, אלץ גויים. מה זה? בזמן שישראל לא ישראל ציון שומעים. אז הם לחתו לעשות אחרים, שנאמר ועומדו זורים וראו צונכם. בזמן שאין ישראל ציון שומעים, שמה לא. אם כתוב שנאמר ואספת את בניך. אתם שומעים? אז מדברים עכשיו על הפרשה של קרישמי. צריכים איך שאומרים כל יום, בוא יום, נשמע תשמעו, ירד, למה זה השם ובעודי, בכל לבבכם, ובכל נפשכם, ודם את הרב צריכים בידוי, ואספת את בניך. אז לפרשה הזאת קוראים, אם לא ישימו את זה לשמעתם. כמו שכמו, זה הצפות שעלי בזה, מה זה? זה לא כל כך. לא כל כך. מה פשט לא כל כך? בעצם זה כתוב במדרש תנחומי. מדרש תנחומי אומר דיוק שתי פרשיות בקרישמי. משנה כתוב ואהבת השם אלוקיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. זה שתי. פרשה שנייה כתוב בכל לבבכם ובכל נפשכם. חסר משהו. שתי שנפס. מה הפשט? זה המדרש שחל את זה בדנחומי. אז זה אומר, הפרשה הראשונה הולכת על תירש בעל פה. אז צריכים יותר. כל לבוא וכל נפשך וכל מאודיך. הפרשה השנייה, על תירש בכתב, אפשר לא להגיד משהו. מהחידוש. אבל למה זה נקרא אין ישראל יוצאים של רוקים? זו השאלה. תגיד פחות, יותר, יש דרגות עם תירש, גם יש רבינו, כולם יש רבינו. כמה מבינים לא. זה פשט פשוט, זה פשוט. יש הבדל גדול בקיום המצוות. יש אדם, זה בדרך כלל כבינוניים עושים מצוות. למה עושים מצוות? כי מה סיני אנחנו יודעים דתיים, יראי שמיים ויראי חץ. כדי ברוך מה לעשות? אם לא לעשות אז זה הגיהנם. מי רוצה ללכת לגיהנם? לא נורא בזה. עושים מצוות בשביל לא ללכת לגיהנם גנאים. וזה דווקא נורמל. זה נקרא עובד מהירה. מה פשוט עושים לשונו של מקום שהוא שחרר? מה זה נקרא אחד עובד מאהבה? זה כתוב פרקי אובס נגויים מאהבה זה נקרא עשה רצונך כרצונו. מה פשוט? וזה הבדל בין בונים לעבודים. עבודים נכתב אלמנט שעבד נאמן, עבד נאמן כרוס עלי. מה עבד? מה שהאדון אומר הוא עושה. למה הוא עושה? כי האדון אמר לו. הוא רוצה את זה. למה שירצה את זה? הוא רוצה כתענו זה בדם מנוח. אבל הוא אחד וחביבי, האדון אמר, ושומר בקולו. זה יראה. מה זה בן? בן כשאבא אומר, אז לא, שאבא אמר לי, מה אני יכול לעשות? לא. אם אבא אמר, אז אתה רוצה ככה. מה אני רוצה? מה שהוא רוצה. עשי רצינך, זה נקרא רישין ריצוי משמוקים. לא שמים מצוותיו. רישין רצין זה נקרא, מה שהוא רוצה, זה אני רוצה. אבא פשטי ננסן. זה המעלה של בן. הגויים אומר, יש עוד יותר, למה יש יותר גדול? עבד, מה שהאדון אומר לו, מה הוא עושה? כי האדון לא אמר לו, אבל אני רואה על האדון שיש לו חשק. תישאר עם החשק, העבד מרגיש שקטע היה רוצה, אבל לא אומר לי, ברוך השם, לא אומר לי. מה עם בן? צריך להגיד לו, רק ברמז, אז הוא רואה שאבא רוצה את זה, אז הוא כבר לבד רץ. למה כי זה אני רוצה? כן? זה הפשט. אז הגויים אומרים שיש תייג מצווס. לא נכון. יש אלפי מצוות. אתם שומעים? איזה מצוות יש? הוא לא ציווה על זה. אבל כשלומדים תורה רואים שהוא רוצה את זה. אבל היה גם הדגות הרבים שזה יהיה רגות. אבל לא רוצה להטריח כל כך הרבה. יש אבינו שהוא רוצה, מי שיעשה יעשה, אבל להטריח מה שהוא רוצה ממש, אז הוא עשה תרי"ג. אבל מי שבן שלו מה זה תרי"ג? יש רמזים בתורה שזה הוא רוצה, זה הוא רוצה. זה נקרא חושית, מסחסי למקוי לו. בן מקיים, יש הרבה מצוות שהם עבד לו. אז זה הבדל בין 10 יציאים לשלמוקים. זה לא פשוט לשלמוקים, זה לא פשוט, זה הבדל פשוט מאוד. זה מיעבור, וזה מילך. הנה, יש לנו כבר הבדל. הנה, פשוט, זה עושה גם מה שהאדון רמז, וזה רק מה שאומרים לו, מה שלא אומרים לו, לא עושה. גם במעשה. וזה נקרא מיעבר. זה כבר, כן צריכים את זה. עכשיו בואו נחשוב, מה זה כל העניין הזה של השבתות האלה, והסידס, פונקטמיתן? זה יודעים כבר כולם. היה פעם קבלת התורה, היו צריכים לקבלת התורה, היו צריכים להתכונן. היה ממתס יוי, באמת ממצרים עלו דרגה, עוד דרגה, עוד דרגה, ידוע כך כבר, אז היו צריכים ממתסים לקבל את התורה. זה גם מובן להלכה. יש הרבה טעמים. למה יש ספירה בכלל? יש ימים. ספירה, מה זה ספירה? אז החינוך אומר, זה מראה שאנחנו מחכים ליום. המצווה לגלות שאני מחכה. תהיה דוגמה, הוא אומר, כמו שחתן סופר את הימים. יודעים הרי מי שיתארס, החתונה תהיה בעוד חודש. אז אחרי שבוע, לא דרייב אוכן דחסנה. אחרי זה, עוד שבוע, עוד שבועיים, ככה סופרים. שבאתם פעם שנתן סופר, כבר עבר שבוע מהתנועים. זה לא מעניין בכלל. ככה מחכים לחתונה. יש ככה אדונים, תראו מתי היה התנועים, זה מעניין אותי. מעניין אותי כמה זמן יש עוד לחתונה. מה פשט ויסיר? לא סתם, חייתי כמו ילד, חכה לחתונה. מחכים לחתונה צריכים להתכונן. יש מה לעשות. אז למשל, זה שצריך לבוא לחתונה עם כסף מסוים, אז זה לא כמה יש לי כבר. לא, כמה יש לזמן. לא, יש כבר, לא חביסנו. שהוא כמה לסתיר, זה לא סתם מחכים. צריכים להתכונן. אז מה, 49 יום, צריכים לדוק מה יש לך כבר. עבר שבוע, יש לי כבר נפלחת, יש לי כבר כך וכך אחוז. וזה הספירה, כך אומר החינוך. רבי בירוחם כתוב דבר אחר. הוא אומר, יש כבר כזה דוגמה בתורה בשמיטה. גם לפרשת ביער, שם יש ממש 7 שבתות. כל שנה השביעית זה שמיטה. אחרי 49 שנים עובר 7 שמיטות. מה עושים? יבוא. מה אם לא ספרו? טוב, רב חיים מסיב את זה בעיכובה. אם לא ספרו, לא יגיבו. הרי צריכים לקדש את זה, קידשתם, לא יכולים לקדש. שם זה בעיכובה ממש. למה? אז היא לא בריא בשטרת, שבשביל שיגיבו, אז צריכים 7 ימים לספור, אחרי שאומרים, לא, זה בעיכובה, כך זה רב חיים. אני פעם ראיתי בלי שמות את התרזגונטיב הזאת, בבאה כתוב, בספירה זהימר, מני יומים וקדש הצרס. הוא כתב ספירה זהימר, נלכי שבויס. למה נלכי שבויס שהיה בנלכס פסח? ואם פסח ושבויס, יוחס יהיה. נלכס הצרס זה כתוב. למה? כי כתוב אמרה, מני יומים וקדש הצרס. זאת אומרת שבשביל הצרס צריכים את הימים האלה. אז ראיתי אחד, אז אם אחד לא סיפר ספירה זהימר, לא יהיה לצרס שבויס, לא יהיה לשבויס. אתה לא כזה דבר, רחמנא ליצלן. תגיבו כתוב ככה, אבל למצווה זה ככה, זה הפשט. הדרמון, מה שבניח אומר, שרק למצווה זה ככה. זאת אומרת, אז אם אחד רוצה שיהיה לו שבועס מושלם, הוא צריך קודם ספירה. ואם לא, אז באמת אין לו, לא שהוא לא חל, אבל נית, פשוט, מהו העניין הזה? מה זה בדיוק דווקא ישועס? כי אנחנו יודעים שבשעת קבלת התורה זה מובן. קבלת התורה אפשר לעבור מן הרפורמה לקבלת התורה, נתקום צריכים את הרבה מעבודה, קבלת התורה. אז הוא חביב, בשביל קבלת התורה צריכים להתכונן. ושם ככה היה, קבלת התורה התכוננו הרבה זמן. טוב, זה היה אז. מה זה היום? חייבים לומר שגם היום זה מתן תורה. איפה זה כתוב? באמת בתורה לא מרומז בכלל ששבועס יהיה מתן תורה. אז הרמב"ן בדרושס כבר מדבר, לא מרומז, אבל יודעים שזה ככה, פרנקי קשס. יש לי תמיד הסביר למה זה לא כתוב. כי כבד אלוקים מאסתר דבר. התורה אוהבת, שתיל לראות, פרסומת, זה לא בשביל תורה. לא כתוב. היה כבר שירה בתורה. זה הרשינה, יש שירה לתורה. כן. שירת הבאר. על מה מדובר שמה? על באר ומים. ואתה אומר, איזה באר, איזה מים, זה הולך על התורה. אז תגיד. ואין שם מבייסטית, זה הכל סגור, בסוד. התורה אוהבת, בביליסטיה, עצמו. אז גם זה לא כתוב. אבל כמו ששם לא כתוב, גם כאן. האמת היא, כתוב בספר, שמת בשבועי שישות עניינים. מי אומר שרק זה? כתוב מפורש בתורה, בימים הביקורים, בהקריבכם שתי לחם, אז הוא אומר למה? כי באותו יום נגמר קציר חיטים, אז עושים חג להודות לקודש ברוך הוא, להודות על הקציר, גם זה שבועס, וזה כתוב מפורש בתורה. כך הוא אומר. אחד אומר שם בביקורים, גם מחג הביקורים זה נקרא, ביקורים זה הזמן של ביקורים, אז מה הפשט? ידוק כמה טעמים. אחד מהטעמים זה תורה. זה לא מפורסם, זה סוד, אבל זה אתה. עכשיו זה פשוט מאוד, שמה שהדין, אפילו 7 שבועות, לכן אני כבר לא יכול להיקורי, כי יש בשבועי סוד עניינים. אבל כל פעמים, מה שכתוב, אבל מה שכתוב 7 שבועות, שזה נתיינו, כיוון שבכל שנה יש גם העניין הזה. ויודעים שזה לא סתם זכר, אבל זה פשוט מתחדש. אנחנו צריכים להרגיש כאילו שאנחנו עומדים היום לפני מעמד הר סיני, ועוד שבוע נקבל את התורה. אז כמו ששם היה 7 שבועות, גם כאן צריכים. איך היה שאמר, אוי ישראל צמי שלמה, עכשיו זה מובן מאוד. אם אני רוצה להתכונן למעמד הר סיני, הרבה פעמים דיברנו, מהו התכלס של אבא סתירה? ולא בזמן דיברנו על זה. אבל גמור. אחד אוהב את התורה, יהיה לו כבוד. התורה לא תבוא אלו בכלל. כן? אז למה אני רוצה אותה? דתיר בגניבר שניזיינו לך. אחד הוא. אז זה אותו דבר. אם אני אוהב את הקדוש ברוך הוא, פשוט אני אוהב אותו. מתי זה אומרים לי רצונו כרצונך? למה זה? אם יראה זה לא כרצונך, אני מפחד, אני עושה את זה. אבל אם זה אני אוהב, זה פשוט ככה. כשאדם אוהב, שאמא אוהבת את הילד, אז מה שהוא רוצה זה רצונה. הוא רוצה דבר אחר, זה החיים שלה. אז כשאוהבים, אז זה מובן מאוד שבשביל קבול הסתיר זה היה שלנו. השנים רוצים להתכונן, באיזה דרגה צריכים להגיע לקבול הסתיר? שבאמת, הוא לא ייתן את התורה, הוא לא ייתן, אז הוא לא עשה חוכמס, אז הוא נתן כמו שצריך, לא חצי. הוא נתן שבשביל לדבק בה, אז צריכים לראות אם אתה רוצה לדבק בי, סתם אתה בא לשמוע, למה לא? תעשי גומית. יצא שבקבול הסתיר היה תנאי. זה האחרון, על מה צריך להיות פרישים לציון שומרו כמעט לגבורים. עוד דבר, שם כתוב וייחן שום ישראל כנגדו, כתוב כולם כאיש אחד ולא ואחד. גם זה תנאי. מה זה גם איש אחד ולא ואחד? התורה לא ניתנה ביחידים, טעות. ביחידים לא. התורה ניתנה לכלל ישראל, מקשה אחת. אז אם דורשים את השלימות, חייבת להיות בכולם. כי זה לא אתה פרטי, לא אני כן אמרו לו, אז אתה תקבל, לא אין כזה דבר. זה דברים נקרא, כן? זה כתוב, מתי זה נקרא ייחוד? ויעשו כולם אגודי האחס, לעשו זריצ'ינך ולב ושולם. שהרבה אנשים יושבים בישיבה ולומדים. זה לומד, זה לומד, זה נקרא אגודי האחס. זה כל אחד זה טעם אחר, אין שום קשר. מתי זה נקרא אחד? ויעשו כולם אגודי האחס, אבל צריך ולב ושולם. כשלומדים תורה ושואלים אותה, אז זה נקרא אחד. כיוון ששם היה תנאי של לקבל את התורה צריכים מערה, וגם לא ניתנה תורה לאחד אלא לכלל, היה חייב להיות וייחן שם ישראל כנגדו. כך היה מצב. אם אחד לא, אז תראו, כולם. ומה כולם? לא כולם רוצים. כולם רוצים בלי ואחד, מאהבה. אם זה לא יהיה מאהבה, אז זה כבר לא יכול, זה פשוט. זה היעץ. יודעים כבר, זה היעץ. אז עכשיו, שמגיעים היום, והיום הרי זה יהיה מתן תורה, לא נשתדלו התנאים. למה שישתדלו התנאים? אז אם שם היה בשביל לזכות המתן תורה של שבועס, אז היה תנאי כזה, אז גם היום אנשים שכל אחד מקבל את התורה, לא יפקע, מה פתאום? לפעמים זה היה דייפון כלל, זה כבר לא, יש הרבה פרשים מישראל, אבל היום מה שאז כלל, אז כאן זה כל אחד. אני חשבתי, אבל בישיבה זה כן כלל, בישיבה הזאת זה כלל, אבל קולפונים, אבל זה ברור שהיום זה שחזור של קבלת התורה. אם שחזור, אז צריכים לקיים את כל התנאים, איך שהיה קודם. אז מה חשבון 7 שבועות תמימו יסתיינו בזמן שאויסים יצאו משם משמים, זה הכלל. אז זה נקרא, מה זה נקרא גם היום? אתה רוצה לקבל את התורה, תבחון את עצמך. למה אתה לומד? כי לא רב ללמוד, זה כדאי. בבקשה, זה יכול להיות, אבל לשבוע זה לא בשלך. מה יש שניות? זה קצת מביא לו. מה אפשר לעשות? מביא לו. סל תחשבו, זה לא הפקע. אז אם אחד רוצה באמת לזכות בשבועס, צריך לשנות ולבוא, אני לומד, כי אני אוהב את הקודש ברוך הוא. זה מה אני רוצה, זה מה שאני רוצה. והתורה הרי רוצה את עצמה, אני רוצה את זה. זה תנאי גדול להיקורא. החלק הזה הוא להיקורא. חג השבועס יהיה בכל מקום. אמרתי, שבועס זה עצמן תתאים. אבל החלק הזה של לזכות בשבועס למתן תורה, זה תנאי להיקורא. אז זה מה שהוא אומר. מה הוא אומר? איפה זה מרומז בתורה? אז מה הוא אומר זה מרומז בתורה? איפה? בפרש שני לא כתוב בכל מיליאך. פרש ראשונו כתוב כן בכל מיליאך. מה ההבדל? כאן לא עושים רצונו של מקום. פחד. התורה מדברת למי שמוסר את נפשו, נכון? בכל לבוא, מה זה בכל נפשו? זה משחק. הוא מוסר את נפשו, למות. לא, אתה לא עושה רצינו של מלכים. גם את הכסף. זה כתוב במראה, זה לא פשוט. זה באמת שאלה גדולה. אני רוצה להגיד לכם, נזכרתי, יהיה סיפורים. מהשמיים היה לי מה לענות. היה לפני הרבה שנים, לא זוכרים את זה, היה רבים תפסו נער צעיר חייל דתי, עינו אותו, בסוף הרגו אותו, סגבי זה כל העולם, כל הארץ, זה היה נחשון קראו לו, נחשון. היה שם שחיקוי, קיבור, עמוד, אני באותו זמן מקרה יצא לי להיות ביקורות של רופא שיניים, נכנסתי שמה, זה רופא גדול, ישבו שם הרבה אנשים וחדר המתנה, אני נכנס, יושבת שם מזכירה, היא חיילת, כן, אז יצר לגש לרשום, אז היא אומרת לי, כבוד הרב, היא אומרת אלוקים, אנחנו אומרים קוף, היא אומרת בהי, אני יותר קרובה אליו. אז היא אומרת ככה, הוא אכזר. למה רק את נחשון? למה רק את נחשון? הוא אכזר. נו, כולם שומעים. לא נעים, גם יש מצבים כאלה. לא שטפית אמרתי, ואני רוצה להסביר לך. אני אסביר לך. תשמעי, אבל קודם תקבלי לך לשמוע עד הסוף, ואני אסביר לך, אני מקווה שאת תביני. תשמעי, כן, כולי אוזן, יש פרד מילה, זה כולי אוזן אומר, כל האוזן, בסדר. כך היא אמרה. תשמעו סיפור, אמרתי לה, אמרת מי אמר לך שלמות זה לא טוב? מה? אני שואל אותך, את מאמינה באלוקים? כן, היא אמרה, הזכירה את שמו, בעולם הבא גם מכירה, כן, אבא שלי, סבא שלי היו דתיים, מכירה. אז מה קורה אחרי שהולכים מכאן? עולים למעלה. מי עולה למעלה? אני שמע, נכון? מה פשוט מסירות נפש? זה טעות. אני מסרתי את הנפש. הנפש נשארה. בסך הכל מה שמסרתי את הגוף. אז הנפש עלתה למעלה, ושם זה מקומה, יותר טוב מכאן. הגוף זה כמו בגד. אחד מוריד את הבגדים, אז הוא יסתר. כתוב מסירת נפש, לא מסירת בגדים, נכון? מסירת נפש. איפה משלמים את הנפש? אז מי שבאמת מבין, רק צריכים להיות עם קצת שכל. מי שבאמת מבין, אז הוא יודע שאין מסירת נפש בעולם. זה בכלל לא מסירת נפש. שם יותר טוב, רק למה נמצאים כאן לעשות מצוות? אבל השמיים רואים שאנחנו כזה ועשה הרבה מצוות, אפשר לקחת אותו. אז הוא לקח והוא שמח שם מאוד. שמח. מסתכלת עליי, מה ככה זה? אמרת לו שתשמעי, עכשיו תשמעי קצת, אבל אל תשאלי שאלות. שמעת, אני לא מרגיש את זה שהוא אכזר. אני דווקא מרגיש את זה ככה אנחנו דתיים כאלה אנשים, מה אני אעשה? היא שמעה, בשביל לחזור. אז באמת מסירות נפש זה דרגה גדולה, אבל זה דרגה גדולה בהבנה. מי שרק מבין את החיים, אז יש לו מסירות נפש, זה לא מרגיש לבוא, אבל אדרבה. כתוב בבראשית, המור בזה תלמוד לו. בכיס חקלאים אחרים, מה זה גייס הצדיקים? זה טוב לו, מה פתאום? בכל מידך זה כבר בעיה. מי שעולה בדרגה גדולה, אז הוא פרק צריך להבין שמסירות נפש אבל בכל מידך זה כבר נשאר כאן חי, סובל, מצורס, זה קשה, אני במטה, מבין הער, אבל זה כואב כל הזמן, נכון? יש לי איסורים, הוא עייף, רוצה לישון, אז הוא למד, זה כבר לא. אבל למה, מתי זה כן טוב וישיר? כשאדם אוהב, אז אין יגיעה בכלל. זה כתוב בתורה שיינקי ועבד 7 שנים. 7 שנים, לראות עבודה אצל לומון. כתוב שבוע נתן לעשות דירה. השאיר אותו ברחוב. חושבים שאחד בבן סליחה, תן לך לפחות דרך. בלילה, חיר וקר בלילה, שגפר לעבוד על לומון נגבר. 7 שנים ככה, עם פלאסים. לא ירגיש את זה, למה? ויהי ביום כיום מהקודם. למה? בעבור סריס. הנה, זה עובדה. כשאדם אוהב דבר, הוא לא מרגיש שהוא עובד. לא מרגיש. אדם כסף. בשביל צריך את הכסף, אבל בשביל זה. אם אני מרגיש שזה הדוסה בכליב, אז יגיד, אני לא נותן כסף. אבל מה תעשה כסף אם לא זה? נכון. אז לכן, אם רוצים להגיד באב, או רוצים לשבוקים, שרצונו נהפך רצוני, איפה זה מתבטא? כזה, מסירות נפש, אמיר את גם איזה, יכול להיות בכל לבוב חורו, נפשכו, לא רואים שום דבר, רואים שאתה יש לך שכל, זה הכל, אבל בכל מידךו, זה כבר סימן שבעבור זה יריסו, זה לא הכלל, אז זה עמדת, תכיוון שתראה שבכסב לא צריכים כל כך דרגה, אז לא כתוב, אבל פרשת השני הולך לתראה שבעופה, שם צריכים, אמר לתראה ידים ובלי זה לא זכים, מוזעים בכל לבוב חור, נפשכו וכל מידך, זה הפשט. אז אם ככה, וזה נקרא רציני של מוקר. אז כשעוזים בשבועס, לפני שבועס, ששם הרי זה אחרון לקבל הסתירה בשלימוס, שם מקבלים את הכל, תראה שבכסף, תראה שבערפה, סלץ מקבלים. אבל זה הלוי אומר, יש עוד הבדל בתורה שבכתב ותורה שבעל פה. תורה שבכתב אני לומד שני דברים, אני והתורה. תורה שבעל פה אני נהפך. זאת אומרת, זה נקרא כוסבים הרוח לבכו. אני נכנס, אני נמצא בלב שלך. תורה שבכתב לא ככה. הלב שלך צריך להיכנס, להידבק, מה יש להידבק? להידבק אני חייב להיות בלי אהבה וארדית. זה עדיין דבק באיש תבואר לו בו שריך. אם אין דבק באיש תבואר בו, חייב להיות, חי מי ששורפת זה תראה, אז זה הכלל, בשבילו לקבל את התורה בשלימות, חייב להיות כך. מה אפשר לעשות? זה אמת, מה זה קצת מפחיד, ודרך אבל מה העובדה? זה יידוש, אין מה לעשות איתו לכם. אז אם רוצים לזכות בשבועס, אז רק מי שעושה רציני של מלכים ישפוט את עצמו. אתה במדרגה כזאת יהיה לך מתפרת, לא יהיה. יבוא השבועס או לא יהיה. יהיה חג הביקורים, יהיה הרבה, יש הרבה חגים, אבל כשמתכוננים לשבועס זה עוד מעט יהיה מתפרת, תהיה השם. תדע לך שזה תלוי בך הרבה. אם אתה תעבוד על עצמך ותרגיש שאתה באמת 10 רציני של מלכים, אז מקבל את התורה. ההפכי יבוא השיף. בואו נעשה את זה ביום האחרון. אני כבר מדבר סושפטה בישראל, זה השבוע האחרון. ביום האחרון, אדם יכול לדבר. הקפיד התורה לו, אני צריך לזה 7 שבועות. הפשט תמימות, שיהיה אחד דומה לשני. אם אני לומד קודם לא מאהבה, אז היום למדתי ששמעתי שאפשר לקבל משרה טובה, ומחר למדתי דרדק, שידך. אז היום הזה והיום השני אין לו קשר. נכון? מתי זה נקרא תמימות, זה נקרא שלם. הסבא המשגיח אומר שגם הזמן זה מקשה אחת, זה לא עוד יום ועוד יום, זה החפצת. אז זה יהיה תמימות, כיוון שלקבול סתירה נחוץ שיהיה 10 רציני של מלכים, בשביל לקבול את התורה, מי שרוצה באמת לדעת לעבוד על עצמו, שהוא יהיה ממש אוהב את התורה, ממש עלידוס. אבל כתוב תמימס. למה אי אפשר לעשות את זה ביום אחד? לא עושה קשי, אבל זה כתוב, 7 שבועות. גם שמה צריכים. אז אם כתוב בתמימס, אז כולם צריכים להיות, כמו שבקבל ישראל היה, יש שלוש גלי ואחד בלי ואחד, אז גם כאן. נגיד יכוויס, לא רוצה להקשות על הלב, ודרך כלל ידע, יכוויסתי, נגיד הסיגרונית, חוב מאיר היפס. ספר לכם נמרז נלו. אם רוצים להגיע, כי מה הם מדרסים עם ממש, זה התנאי, מה הם מדרסים עם ממש, כתוב במדרש, כתוב, אומר הקדוש ברוך הוא לישראל, תקראו את הפרשה, ואני מעלה אתכם כאילו קיבלתם לא עושה. מה זה מעלה אתכם? קיבלנו לא קיבלנו. אז אם קוראים את הפרשה, אז יגיח ורדוס. לא מתכוון לקרוא את הפרשה, מתכוון להרדו את הפרשה, גוד, בשתי דורתן. נעשה ונשמע, תלמד טוב את הפרשה ותראה מה שהיה שם. אם תהיה שמה ותחשוב שאתה מתכונן כמו ששם היה, אז אם תזכה כמו שם, אז יהיה מהמדרשים. אם לא יהיה. אם יהיה גומלית צידי שרמת, אני לא רוצה להתערב, שזאת כגומלית, שיהיה פסק בישראל. אבל שיהיה מים מדרשים כמו שצריך, זה התנאי, יראה שיהיה אם יש תהיינו אוי שריצים בשומות. כך צריכים להתכונן. טוב, זה היו צריכים לדבר בפסח, אפשר יהיה אין תשפט לך בישראל. אבל תשמעו, שזה אמר בי כרמב"ן. זה רמב"ן בפרשת שמואל. מהרמב"ן כך. 7 שבתות תמימות תהיינה, מה זה? הוא אומר, זה 7 שבתות כנגד 7 ימי בראשית. שמה יום, כאן לשבוע. מה זה כנגד? זה לא סתם משחקים, הצגות. זאת אומרת שיש בשבועות האלה, יש משהו, כמו שהיה 7 ימי בראשית, אז יש בשבועות האלה גם כנגד 7 ימי בראשית. מה זה 7 ימי בראשית? היה 6 ימים שבת, היום השביעי לשבת. אבל זה מתוך 7 ימים. אז ככה נדמה לי לפי זה נאמר, אמרתי את זה קצת מאוחר, אבל עכשיו אני בשבוע האחרון. בשבוע האחרון, אם זה כנגד, אז מה שהיה היה. אבל עכשיו יש לנו עוד שבוע עד עושי שבת. יש רמז לזה. בספירה, זה השבוע האחרון של מלכוס. בספירה, שבוע האחרון של מלכוס. לא זה שבס? מלכוס. מלך מלכוס. היום זה מתאים, אל תמרומס. על כל פנים עד השבוע של שבס. בשבס יש הרבה דרגות, כנראה שבאב הזיר לו דרגס, נגיד שאני אוהב כמו את הדרגס. שבס זה שפיץ שונה. הוא נתן לנו את השבת ביעבה, כי גם לא כתוב ראש של שבס זה יסייגו שם הקודש ברוך הוא. בשבס זה הרבה יותר. טוב, שם ספר, כן? אז הוא אומר, לנו יש היום הולך שניאס, אין רשיינס. בשבת יש לנו רשיינס. אז ככה ספלנטי, כתוב לא שדרובי גם יהיה רשיינס, לא שישברו את זה אבי אחרים. זה לא רשיינס, זה לא רשיינס. אז בשבת לא זה יותר, למה? כי שבת זה דרגה שם בכל משהו. יש ספר על זה מסתבר. למה זה כתוב בספורים, שבשבת, אז הדרגה של התרא בשבת, זה לא רשיינס. כתוב בבן איש חי, כתוב שאם אחד לומד תורה בשבת, אז יש שוקל כמו 1,000 שעות. פשוט 1,000. תראה, אנחנו מבזבזים את השבת, אבל כל שעה אחת בשבת, אז זה שווה כמו 1,000 שעות לימוד גם את השבת. אני לא מתאמר. לא, אז אם ככה, צריכים להבין שגם שבת זה ככה. אנחנו כבנים, צריכים להרגיש שאנחנו כבנים, אבל גם בנים יש דרגות. בנים, יש עוד בנים, לא בנים. לכן יש שאלה. מה היה מישר רבינו בן או עבד? בן? אברום, גם כבן, איך כתוב? על מישר? עבד. רגע, אתה מוריד לי את הקרוא, בסך הכל זה אני. איך כתוב על אברום? אברום מרדי. הוא צריך לפחות, זה מה שיש לי, זה אמרת, אני יודע שיש קיבולים, יש כמובן, שאלה. זה לא שאלה. אנחנו אמרנו שבונו זה מעלה גדולה. בן אוהב. זה איננו, אבל ידע איננו זה מעלה. יש מעלה בעבד שאין בבן. מה מעלה? העבד אין לו בחירה, הוא מוכרח. יש לו בחירה, יפתחו אותו. אז כשהוא עושה את זה, אונוס, הוא עושה, מה אפשר לעשות? בן אוהב מאוד, אבל זה בחירה. זאת בירוחם, התכלס של אדם להגיע למצב של אונוס. זה היה רק מישר רבינו, רק אבל לא מבינו. אמנם הוא היה בן, הוא אהב, הוא רצה לבד, אבל לרוב זה גם כן מעלה גדולה. אבל בצד שלי, כן או לא, עבד גם לבחירה. אז אדם צריך להגיע למעלה כזאת שהוא ירגיש, אין לי כבר בחירה. אבל חוץ זה אני גם אוהב, יש לי את המעלה של עבד, יש לי שאין לי בחירה. זה גם כן. אנחנו צריכים להגיד, אין לי בחירה, אין לי, זה חוץ. אני עבד, מה השאלה? יש לי בחירה. אבל יש לי גם מעלה של בן, עבד לא אוהב, אני כן אוהב, אני גם אוהב, זה גם מוכרח, בית יודח. אז כל אחד לא ישמח אני כבן, תהיה גם עבד. מה זה עבד פחות? בצד אחד פחות, בצד שני יותר. המעלה של מישר רבינו, מה היה? עבד השם. מה אומר לקדוש ברוך הוא? אברום עבדי. זה הכל. כתוב אברום אויבי. אויבי זה איזך. אבל אל תחשוב שרק אויבי. יש לה גם את המעלה של עבד. מזיז גיבן בקבול הזה תראה. מניח השם אלוקיך אשר הוציא אתכם מהמצרים. בי סבודים, לי יש לכם זין פמיר. בשעה שגיבלו את התורה, אז כולם היו בנים. עבדי היה שפיץ של רצון, אבל היו גם עבדים. עבדים זה נקרא כופר למר כגיגיס. אז ביום בשחוכמה, לא עשה ערים כגיגית. לא היה ברירה. למה? זה להגת עבד. הוא כבר מבין שאין צייך העם בזה. אין לי בכלל ברירה, חוץ מזאת. וכאן הוא הדרך לקבול הסתיר. אז אמנם 6 שבועות עברו, אבל השבוע הזה עוד ישנו. והשבוע הזאת יש דברים שלא היה קודם. אז כדאי להשקיע דלס תבוך. צריכים להרגיש שאנחנו כעת בשבת שלפני קבול הסתיר. אין דבוך. מלכוש, שבת המלכו. צריכים לנהוג לא כמו בשבת. כמו בשבת, משתנה גם הלימוד הזה שווה לרק מלאכיסטית, מה אני יודע, אבל לא סיבוס. מי יכול לזכות בזה? רק בני תורה, תדבר ברחוב, כל העולם רואים שהם תדבר בכלל. אבל אתם יודעים, לא רואים שאתם רואים את התורה, רואים את זה בחוש, אבל אפשר עוד ועוד ועוד, זה אשרינו, יש לנו כזה זכות שזכינו להבין את התורה ולאהוב אותה ולמי להבין גם את השם, בסגנון התפושט. המקום היחיד שאפשר לומר, אז כן אפשר להתכונן ליומי בית הר סיני, זה היה בעזרת השם כאן, שיבה ספוניבס. שכל עוד יתחזק, הקדוש ברוך הוא יעזור שגם אנחנו באמת נזכה בדרגה גדולה של קבול הספר וברוך מתצלחים.
Okay, it's a tremendous zechus and wonderful opportunity to introduce Rav Yonason Sachs, Rosh Yeshiva of Beis Medrash Talmud. 2-second introduction because his time is precious. There's no one I know who combines the amount of Yediyas HaTorah with the sensitivity and sweetness more than Rav Yonason Sachs. With that, no further ado, Rav Yonason Sachs.
Thank you very much. It's only natural that we associate Parshas Yisro, that of the Aseres HaDibros, with the Yontif of Shavuos, the very Kriyas HaTorah of Shavuos morning. But yet there is something surprising that Mamed Har Sinai is not limited to Parshas Yisro. When you look toward the end of Parshas Mishpatim, in Perech Chav Daled of Sefer Shmos, there the Torah tells us, Ve'el Moshe Amar Alei Al Hashem. The Torah Hashem revisits Mamed Har Sinai. And a very simple question that, why are two parshios devoted to Mamed Har Sinai? Why couldn't the Torah seamlessly be able to present Yisro and Mishpatim? Furthermore, a machlokes between Rashi and the Ramban, what exactly is the appropriate sequence? Rashi, based on Mechilta, the Sugya Shabbos Daf Peches, comments we should apply the principle of Ein Muktar Umuchar B'Torah. And therefore, really Parshas Mishpatim first. That was Dalet Sivan, followed by Parshas Yisro. And the Ramban Kedarka B'Kodesh disagrees and maintains that is not the case. The sequence, chronologically as we have it, first Yisro, followed by Mishpatim. Regardless of that machlokes, Rashi Ramban, but very simply first, why is it that Mamed Har Sinai is interrupted? And perhaps the answer is as follows. If I were to ask you, how would you describe the Torah Hashem? The Torah Hashem is a sefer. I think there are two answers. That one is no doubt that the Torah Hashem is a sefer hamitzvos. The Gemara in Makos and Chav Gimel, the Taryag mitzvos, Nemer Moshe Misinai, the drasha of Rabbi Simlai. And that is critical, that a person has to be aware of the mitzvos HaTorah. Why do I suggest that Parshas Yisro indicates that indeed the Torah Hashem is a sefer hamitzvos? What exactly is the significance of the Aseres HaDibros? The Medrash tells us if you count up all the letters from Anochi until Asher L'Riecha, there are Taryag Osios, 613 letters, each one corresponding to one of the mitzvos HaTorah. That correspondence is clear. Rashi tells us the contribution of Rav Sadia, dividing the mitzvos HaTorah not into mitzvos aseh, mitzvos lo aseh, not merely ben adam l'makom, ben am l'chavero, but the Azaros of Rav Sadia 10 different headings. All of the mitzvos HaTorah can be subsumed under one of the Aseres HaDibros. In a word, Aseres HaDibros is a representation of the totality of the Torah Hashem. And here I'll tell you an outstanding comment of the Rashbam. This Rashbam is found in his Pirush on the Haggadah Shel Pesach. And here the Rashbam asks the question that I'm sure all of you asked when you were younger, but I will venture to say his answer is different from what you were told then. We recite on the Leil Seder in Dayenu that Ilu Kirvan Lifnei Har Sinai, V'lo Nasan Lano Es HaTorah. And that sounds striking. That it would have been enough to be there and really to leave Ma'amad Har Sinai without the Torah Hashem, it sounds inconceivable. How could that possibly be? It would have been enough to be present, but yet somehow we wouldn't have received the Torah. How indeed could that possibly be? I would tell you the following, that when you look in Parshas Yisro, in Perek Yates, Pasuk Tes, then in Pasuk Yud, you can't help but notice an unbelievable shift. The Torah tells us the following, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu, that, I am going to communicate to you the Torah Hashem, Bavur Yishma Ha'am B'dabri Imach, and Knesset Yisrael will overhear that conversation. The Torah Hashem is going to be transmitted from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Moshe Rabbeinu, and we, Knesset Yisrael, will be bystanders in the process of Ma'amad Har Sinai. And all of a sudden, the Torah continues that Vayagid Moshe's Divrei Al Hashem, that Moshe Rabbeinu conveyed to HaKadosh Baruch Hu the response of Knesset Yisrael. The Torah doesn't tell us what the response was. The very next pasuk, Pasuk Yid, tells us the following, that Hashem says to Moshe, go and tell Bnei Yisrael, V'kidashtem hayom u'machar, you have to sanctify yourselves, V'chivlu simosam, tahara is necessary, Hiyu nachonim l'shloshes hayamim al tikshu elisha. What exactly changed between Pasuk Tes and Pasuk Yud? The answer is what Rashi tells us, the name of Chazal, that Knesset Yisrael was not fully satisfied with that first approach. The first approach was the Torah Hashem is going to be given to Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu would convey the substance of the Torah to Klal Yisrael, and we would be bystanders. We would be spectators in Ma'amad Har Sinai. And Bnei Yisrael spoke of that Eino Dome HaShomeh Mipi HaShliach, the Shomeh Mipi HaMelech, Ritzonenu Liros Es Malkeinu. Ma'amad Har Sinai, we're spectators, we're bystanders. We want to hear the Torah Hashem. We want to be players in Ma'amad Har Sinai. And now Pasuk Yud, if you want to be a player in Ma'amad Har Sinai, the Kidashtim, Chipsu Simlosem, Yunechonim, Al Tigshu, the requirements, the responsibilities for that privilege of being a player, not a spectator, in Ma'amad Har Sinai. I'll tell you an amazing comment to Tosfos. The Tosfos is found in Brachos and the Chaf Beis. I think this is a stunning example, how the Rishonim in 2 words can speak volumes. There's a principle, the Gemara Sukkah Daf Lamed Ches, of Shomei Ka'ona. All of us are obligated to hear Kriyas HaMegillah, but the Baal Koreh will do so on our behalf. All of us are obligated to make Kiddush. One person recites the Kiddush, and all of us are Yotzei, the Rambam, Ochos Brachos, Barak Aleph, Yochid Aleph. The concept of Shomei Ka'ona. Where do you see the concept of Shomei Ka'ona? Tosfos writes stunning. Ma'amad Har Sinai. Ma'amad Har Sinai. If the Torah Hashem was given from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Moshe Rabbeinu, and we were just spectators, you don't have to come on to Shomei Ka'ona. But if we're players, Risonenu Liros Es Malkeinu, so when the Torah was given, Moshe Rabbeinu, Klal Yisrael, I can apply that principle of Shomei Ka'ona. That was transformative. That was absolutely impactful. We heard the Torah Hashem. Is it really true that Rashbam writes that we heard the Torah Hashem? We didn't hear the totality of the Torah Hashem. But the Rashbam writes, we heard the Aseres HaDibros. And the Aseres HaDibros represents the totality of the Torah Hashem. Rashi, Rav Sadia, the Yerushalmi. That is the essence of the Aseres HaDibros. And that, the Rashbam writes brilliantly, is the meaning of that Ayenu. Kirvana Ifnei Har Sinai means it would have been enough for us to be there, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu would have given the Torah Hashem to Moshe Rabbeinu, who would have communicated it to us. We would have received the Torah Hashem, albeit indirectly, as a spectator, as a bystander. But Nasan Lano es Torah. We received the Torah Hashem. In what sense? Shomei Ka'ona, because we heard the Aseres HaDibros. And the Aseres HaDibros is the embodiment. It represents the totality of the Torah Hashem. There's a stunning comment, the Dasa Kenim Abaliatosis and Vram Yud Zayin, that the Melech is obligated always to have a Kesef Torah with him. Tosfos writes, did the Melech really always carry the Sefer Torah with him? You know what Tosfos writes? The Melech carried the Aseres HaDibros with him, because the Aseres HaDibros represents the totality of the Torah Hashem. And therefore, in a word, if I were to ask you that, what is the significance of Aseres HaDibros? That demonstrates the Torah Hashem is a Sefer HaMitzvos. Taryag Mitzvos Ner Moshe Sinai. But if I ask you, is that all Ma'amad Har Sinai is? It's a time that we became obligated mitzvos? You know what the answer is? It's that and more. There must be another dimension to Ma'amad Har Sinai, because a Sefer Torah is not only a Sefer HaMitzvos. A Sefer Torah is also a Sefer HaBris. Krisus Daftes. A person wants to become a ger. What exactly is the formula of gerus? How do you enter into a covenant with Kadosh Baruch Hu? The answer is simple. Kachem v'amosechem. Whatever we did at Ma'amad Har Sinai, this individual has to do. Because Ma'amad Har Sinai was not merely obligation mitzvahs, but it was a knisa l'bris. So there are two dimensions, two dinim, two elements to a Sefer Torah. A Sefer Torah is at once a Sefer HaMitzvos, but it's also a Sefer HaBris. And if you'll ask me, I understand a Sefer HaMitzvos. Taryag Mitzvos Moshe Sinai. But where do you see that a Sefer Torah is a Sefer HaBris? You know what I'll answer you? This isn't my description. Look in Parshas Mishpatim, in Shmos Chav Daled Pasuk Zayin. Vayikach Sefer HaBris. The Torah describes itself as being a Sefer HaBris. And here I would tell you these two dimensions of Ma'amad Har Sinai are the two parshias of Yisro and Mishpatim. The Torah could not present it seamlessly as one, because Kadosh Baruch Hu wants to emphasize there are two elements, two dinim, two aspects, two dimensions to Kabbalah Torah, because the Torah Hashem is a Sefer HaMitzvos, but it's also a Sefer HaBris. Parshas Yisro, a Sefer HaMitzvos. Parshas Mishpatim, Vayikach Sefer HaBris. And if I ask you the following, I turn to you and say, are you willing to perform the mitzvahs Hashem? I would tell you the right answer is a single word, nasa. You will do, absolutely yes. But if I ask you the following, are you willing to enter into the bris with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Nasa is not enough. There, nasa, v'nishma, targum, na v'dum nakabel. I accept. Where is the pasuk of nasa found? In Parshas Yisro. And where's the pasuk of nasa v'nishma? In Parshas Mishpatim. Well, of course, two dinim, two elements to Kabbalah Torah. Ma'amad Har Sinai is transformative not only in chiyuv and mitzvos, but also as an opportunity of knisa l'bris, and therefore two parshias. And something I want you to think about. What would you say the proper sequence is? Oh, machlokas, Rashi and the Ramban. Do you begin with a bris, Parshas Mishpatim, Rashi, ein muktamucha b'Torah, and as a consequence you're obligated in mitzvos? Or no, is the Ramban? You begin with an affirmation of nasa. And once that's true, the next step, of course, is a knisa l'bris. I would use this to suggest an answer to Tosfos' kasha. Tosfos' bother, Shabbos Tapeches. On the one hand, nasa v'nishma. We accepted the Torah Hashem on our own volition. On the other hand, vayisyatzvu, kafale and harkigigis, that there was an element of coercion. Tosfos says, how do you resolve that glaring contradiction? Tosfos writes that initially, nasa v'nishma. Oh, that's like Rashi Shita, first Parshas Mishpatim. And in order to see to it that we wouldn't retract, we wouldn't rescind that affirmation, kafle and harkigigis. That's the sheet of Tosfos. Medrash Tanchuma, Parshas Noah. Maybe a difference between Torah Shebichsav as opposed to Torah Shebal Peh. Torah Shebichsav nasa v'nishma. Torah Shebal Peh, kafle and harkigigis. But perhaps one could suggest the following. If there are two dimensions to Kabbalah Torah, one is a Sefer HaMitzvos, and the other is a Sefer HaBris. If there are two dimensions to the Torah Hashem, One, after all, I understand, is the mitzvah Torah, but the other is recognizing that this is a bris. Nase v'nishma. So perhaps the following. When it comes to the performance of the mitzvahs Hashem, mandatory, discretionary, the mitzvahs Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is a mitzvah. When it comes to the mitzvahs Hashem, kafalein harkigigis, that is not discretionary. That is binding, that is mandated, that is absolutely obligatory. Entry into a bris, that is something that we do on our own accord. And therefore I would argue that the Nase v'nishma is Parshas Mishpatim, that's the Sefer HaBris. And Kafan HaKigigis is the mandated mitzvah Torah of Taryag mitzvahs Namar Sinai. And therefore, Kafan HaKigigis, the pasuk of Vayitzyatzvu, where exactly is that found? In Parshas Yisro. And Nase v'nishma, Navid u'Nakabel, in Parshas Mishpatim. And therefore, the convergence of these two elements, that's Avodas Hashem. Of course, we're obligated to, undeniably. But if a person is going to tell you that the only reason they're an Eved Hashem is because they have no choice, because of Schar and Onesh, because it's demanded, it's dictated, it's mandated, it's obligatory, they're missing an inherent part of Kabbalah Sator. And that is that element of Navru Nakabel that we're not really going to do because we're obligated to, but we're going to affirm, we're going to accept. In fact, I'll tell you the following. There are two dimensions to Nase v'nishma. Under normal conditions, a person doesn't respond Nase v'nishma. When a person is asked to, you want to make an informed decision. And therefore, you inquire, and as a result, you will say yes, you will say no. What type of person says Nase v'nishma? The answer is yes, even without fully comprehending that which you're asked to do. If you look in the Sforno and you look in Rashi, they give two different answers. Two different answers. The Sforno, on that posuk of Nase v'nishma, writes an Eved. An Eved. An Eved will say Nase v'nishma. An Eved doesn't have a right of refusal. An Eved does not have the right to exercise discretion. The Eved is obligated to whatever the Adon will ask you to do. The answer is yes. So Nase v'nishma is the response of an Eved. The Sforno. Look in Rashi. This Rashi is Shabbos, the top of Peichesim Adays. You know, many people on Shavuos learn Peichesim Ad Aleph. Sometimes in life, you have to turn the daf. No, you have to get to the top line of Adays because Rashi writes something incredible. You know who says Nase v'nishma? Rashi writes an Ohev. An Ohev. Kederech ha'osim me'ava. You want to express a midas ha'ava. You know what the answer is? Yes. I'll do it. I'll do it. How exactly is that going to work? How are you going to figure out all the detail? The answer is, I'll give it whatever it takes. But the answer is absolutely yes. It's pretty incredible that there are two individuals that will say, Nase v'nishma, an Eved and an Ohev. It's a midah of Avdus, and it's a midah of Ava. And here I will tell you that's indicative of these two elements of Kabbalah Satorah. After all, that part of our Avodas Hashem is that we're an Eved. But if I ask you, why are you an Eved Hashem? Are you an Eved Hashem out of desperation? Because you're distraught? Because you're depressed? Because your back is against the wall? Absolutely not. After all, Yismach Moshe b'matnas chelko ki Eved neman karasalo. The greatest simcha is to be an Eved Hashem. Our unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is that we're an Eved Hashem, but kederech ha'osim me'ava. It is avdus machmas ava. That I think is striking. You know, the Sfas Emes once turned to his Kehillah and said, right before Halal and Sukkot, on Zman Simchaseinu, when you get to Ana Hashem, You have to express incredible, incredible simcha. They got to Ana Hashem Hoshiana, half the tzibur responded. Ana Hashem Matzlichana, the other half of the tzibur responded. And you can imagine the debate after who was right. They were both wrong. The intent of the Sfas Emes was the earlier pasuk of Ana Hashem Ki Ani Avdecha, the simcha of being an Eved Hashem. And I'll tell you something incredible. I don't know if you noticed, but on Shavuos, when you say Hallel, take a look at the spelling of the word Ana. The Kesem Ramtzova writes, it's not Ana Hashem, it's Ana Hashem. How do you spell it? How do you spell it? Do you ever notice there's a difference? Hoshiana Hatzlichana is Aleph, Nun, Aleph. And Ana Hashem Keni Avdecha is Aleph, Nun, Hey. The difference in Aleph and a Hey is striking. The Radak writes, Tildim, Kufteh Zayin. The Radak writes, Aleph, Nun, Aleph is please. Hoshiana Hatzlichana. But Aleph, Nun, Hey is Hodah. It's thank you. Ana Hashem K'ni Avdecha. We thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the privilege of being an Eved, Eved Hashem. When it comes to Basar V'Dam, Avdus and Ava don't go hand in hand. But when it comes to Kadosh Baruch Hu, Lo Kein Avdei Moshe B'chol Beisi Menanu, the simcha of being an Eved, the simcha of being an Eved Hashem. And how do you demonstrate that that's true? The simcha of Avdus. I'll tell you both definitions of Nasa v'Nishma. The Nasa v'Nishma of an Eved, but the Nasa v'Nishma of an Ohev. You have to have the Sefer HaMitzvahs, but you also have to have the Sefer HaBris. And if your Avodas Hashem is only one without the other, without the rigor of the Mitzvahs Hashem, or without a Knisa L'Bris, that is incomplete Avodas Hashem. The Shleimus Avodas Hashem requires both parshias of Yisro and Mishpatim to embrace a Sefer HaMitzvahs, but also to cherish a Sefer HaBris. There's an amazing comment that Tosfos has in Menachos and Daf Mem Gimel, where Tosfos explains the following. You know, Tefillin, a Sugya Brachos Daf Yud Aleph, is called a pe'er. It's an adornment. It's a jewel. It's a crown. Rachmana litzlan and Avel b'Yom Rishon does not wear tefillin. The pasuk in Yechezkel, Perecha chavo shalecha. Tefillin represents a keser, a jewel. You wear tefillin because you are a ben melech. If that's what tefillin represents, what exactly is tzitzis? What is the representation, the significance of a talis? You know what Tosfos writes? V'nachos mem gimel med beis chosam shaltit. That a talis is a beged of avdus. When a person is an eved, you wear garb that indicates that you're an eved of this master. And that's what a talis is. That's what tzitzis are. It's a beged of avdus. And imagine the confluence of talis and tefillin. At once to be an eved and also to be a ben, to relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Avinu Malkeinu, to be a ben to the Av and an Eved to the Melech. And here I would tell you that both elements, of course, correspond to the two different locations of that aspect of Nasa v'Nishma, an Eved and an Ohev. But I'll tell you something that superficially sounds difficult. If that really is true, that tefillin is the pe'er, and the talis is a beged of avdus, isn't there an inherent contradiction? Because if I ask you, are you obligated to wear tefillin? You know, the answer is, well, absolutely yes. Tefillin is mandated. And if I ask you, do you have to wear the talis? Do you have to wear the tzitzis? You know, you're going to respond with a lengthy sheer that, no, not necessarily. If you decide to don a beged al kanfos, then yes. And if not, then not. And I'll tell you, at first glance, that sounds a little unusual because the tefillin is the pe'er. Maybe that should be discretionary. And the talis is avdus. which is absolutely mandatory. And la halacha, absolutely not. There is built-in discretion to the talis that is not true when it comes to tefillin. Why exactly is that the case? And I'll tell you, I think the answer is incredibly profound. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu demands that you see yourself as a ben melech. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kavyachol requests that you be in heaven Hashem. Because if someone asks you, why is it that you're in heaven Hashem? The answer cannot be because I have no choice, because of schar and onage. That's not kederech ha'osim me'av. Avdus machmasava means that you opt in to become an incredible Eved Hashem. This is something that I choose, not merely the obligation of mitzvahs, but the opportunity of mitzvahs, the privilege of being an Eved. Yismach Moshe matnas chelko keved neman karasam. Avdus, which is machmas av. And therefore, of course, there's an element of discretion. HaKadosh Baruch Hu demands that you be a ben melech. You see yourself as a prince. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiyavacher requests that you don the beged of Avdus, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not interested in Avodas Hashem, which is machmas hadocha of Yaki Yomu Chachicha, Mocheres Atzmo, a case of Avdus, which is machmas Av. And that I will tell you is the two parshias of Yisra and that of Mishpah. The opportunity of a comprehensive act of Kabbalah Sator. Just as we see HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Avinu Malkeinu, we see ourselves as a ben and as an Eved. And simply in closing, if you were to ask me, what exactly is the difference between an Av and a Melech? Avinu Malkeinu? I would suggest the following, that an Av is a model of an individual who is absolutely willing. A parent would do anything for their child, but a parent is not always able. A parent is not always empowered. And a Melech is the opposite model. A Melech who is empowered, a Melech who is enabled, but a Melech is not always willing. But we relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Avinu Malkeinu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is absolutely empowered. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Kol Yachol. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is omnipotent, omniscient. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu is also omnibenevolent. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Kol Tov. And we relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Avinu Malkeinu. But that means that we have to see ourselves in Avodas Hashem as a ben and also as an Eved. And not surprising that the climax of Ma'amad Har Sinai, Avdus of the Sforno, and Rashi Kederech Ha'usim Me'av. Bezras Hashem, that we should be Zoche on the threshold of Kabbalah Satorah, to be able to recognize HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Avinu Malkeinu, and to recognize our privilege, our responsibility as being a ben, as being an Eved, but as Rashi writes, Kederech Ha'osim Me'av.
Thank you very much. I want to just use this opportunity to introduce Rav Yitzi Lichtenstein. I'm going to keep it extremely short because his time is very precious, but it's a tremendous chus to have a Talmid Chacham and a person with such character depth as Rav Yitzi Lichtenstein. With no further ado.
Today's topic is the Kriyas HaTorah on Shavuos. And the Machzor Vitri says as follows. It says as follows. On Kriyas HaTorah on Shavuos, Koidem sheyoymar habracha yoymar Achenu, Achenu, Achenu. Before someone says the bracha and he gets an aliyah on Shavuos, he should say Achenu, Achenu, Achenu. Hachelu loymar aseres hadibris shenosan HaKadosh Baruch Hu liyisrael al yedei Moshe Rabbeinu bar Sinai. There's an introduction. Achenu, Achenu, Achenu. The reason for this introduction is, as we know, Vayichan Sham Yisrael keneged ahar ki'ish echad belev echad. So as a person is getting an Aliyah Shvuos, the Aliyah of Aseres Hadibris, so he says, Achenu, 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 my brothers, V'ki'ish echod b'leiv echod, Hachelu loymar Aseres Hadibris, Shenosan HaKadosh Baruch Hu LiYisrael al dei Moshe Rabbeinu bar Sinai. V'niglo kvoid Hashem, v'rou kol boso yachtov kipi Hashem diber. By Mammon Har Sinai, not only did we get the Torah, but there was also an Indian of seeing the Shechina. Klal Yisrael saw the Shechina. Rabbi Meir Simcha and Meshech Chacham explains that that's the Indian of Kofal of Har Kegigis. It doesn't mean necessarily that there was a mountain that was on top of their heads, but it means that Klal Yisrael saw the Shechina Mimela, they were forced. They had no choice. They had to be Makabel the Torah. Someone sees the truth, he sees the Rebbeinu Shalom. So then Mimela, you are forced, you're Nichpe Kegigis, to Makabel the Torah. So what was V'nigla Kvoid Hashem V'ro Kol Posle Yachter Kipi Hashem Diber, as the Rambam says in Hilchos Yesodei HaTorah, that our Yediyah, that we know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, is not only because we heard it from our father, we heard it from our grandparents, we have a Messiah, which of course we do, which is a very integral, important part of Mesiras HaTorah. But Eineinu Ro V'loi Zor, Zok the Rambam, we saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'chvoid Ba'atzmoi. Z'meila V'nigla Kvoid Hashem V'ro Kol Bos Yachtei K'pi Hashem Diber B'voi Kol Yisrael Lerois, which is a pasuk that refers to Aliyah L'Regel, which also is a time when we saw Kaviyachal HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Shechina was shoyer the Beis Hamikdash, and Klal Yisrael saw the Shechina. Ruach HaKodesh was shoyer on the Oile Rigolim, Yoino HaNovi, so Tosfos and Sukkah came for Aliyah L'Regel, and he was inspired, and he saw Kaviyachal the Shechina, and as a result, he was Zoichet to Ruach HaKodesh. So this is the Hakadama to the Aliyah. Then gave to Machzavitri weiter and sagt, Baruch Hu, Baruch Ato Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam, Asher Bocha B'Torah Hazois, V'Rotza, V'Kidsho, V'Hinchilo Lo Yisei Baruch Ato Hashem Noisan HaTorah. So we see here from the Machzavitri that he had a new bracha, an andere Nusach. Baruch Ato Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam, Asher Bocha B'Torah Hazois, V'Rotza, V'Kidsho, V'Hinchilo Lo Yisei Baruch Ato Hashem Noisan HaTorah. Where does this come in? A new bracha, Shavuos in the morning by Kriyas HaTorah. So you could say that maybe the Machzavitri was Geras like this in the bracha whole year. He had a different Geras in the Nusach HaBracha. And instead of Asher Bocha Abonim Mikol Ha'ami V'Nosa Lonu V'Teirosei, his Nusach was Asher Bocha B'Torah Hazois V'Rotza V'Kidsho V'Hinchilo Lo Yisei. But if you look in the Machzavitri in Hilchos Kriyas HaTorah Siman Tzadi Gimel, you'll see that it's not emes. The Machzavitri in Hilchos Kriyas HaTorah schreibt Azei, V'cheinu mevorech tchila, Baruch Hu es Hashem HaMevorach. When a person gets an Aliyah, he first says Baruch Hu v'oinin, Baruch Hashem HaMevorach lo'olam v'oin. V'choy ze v'oime, Baruch Ato Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam, Asher Bocha Abono Mikol Ha'amim V'Nosan Lonu V'Teirosei, Baruch Ato Hashem Noisan HaTorah. So the Machzavitri brings the regular Nuscha that all of Klal Yisrael has. He didn't have a different Nuscha in Birkas HaTorah the whole year. In Mimela, we have to explain and understand. What's the pshat in the bracha? There's a special bracha, Shavuos in the morning. Asher bocha b'Torah hazois v'rotza v'kidsho v'hinchilo lo yisei baruch ato Hashem noisan HaTorah, which obviously is a form of payut, which the Chachmei Ashkenaz instituted in various places in davening. However, what's the beer? Where does this come in? So in Medrash Rabbah in Parshas V'zois HaBracha steht azei. V'zois HaBracha, haloche odo mi-Yisrael she'olo lichres b'Torah, and muter lo lichres ad shelo yivorech. Person who gets an Aliyah has to make a bracha before. Tchila mevorech v'achar kach choyrei. Zok the Medrash, u'meishe, b'shor shezocha lekabel ha'Torah tchila, when Moshe Rabbeinu was makabel the Torah, berech v'achar kach kara. He said a bracha, and then he read the Torah. When Moshe Rabbeinu was makabel the Torah, he made a birkas HaTorah. Omer Rabbi Lozer, ezei bracha sheberech Moshe b'Torah tchila. What's the nusach habracha that Moshe Rabbeinu said? when he was mevorich after Kabbalah Torah. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, asher bocha b'Torah hazois, v'kidsho b'rotza boiser. So the Medrash brings down the same nuskha with a slight variation that the Machzor Vitri has on the Birkas HaTorah Shuas in the morning, that it's the same bracha that Moshe Rabbeinu made when he was makabel the Torah. O Moshe b'shor shezocha lekabel HaTorah tchila, beirech v'achar כך kora. The same nusach, asher bocha b'Torah hazois v'rotza v'kidsho. The only addition the Machzor Vitri has been chilo lo yitzeho, which he probably had a nuscha in the Medrash. But al kopanim, the nusach that Moshe Rabbeinu said when he's makabel the Torah is the same nuscha that one says Shavuos in the morning before Kriyas HaTorah, as they state Machzor Vitri. And the Bir HaDover is obvious. It's a state chain in the Chizkuni, in Parshas Yisroi. There's two ways to read Aseret HaDibris. There's Tam Elyoin and there's Tam Tachtoin. Tam Elyoin is divided by each Dibra. Anoichi v'lo yelecha is one that came together. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said them together. And then each Dibra is separate without division to Psukim. Shabbos is one. And then we have the opposite. Loi Tirtzach is read separately. You stop Loi Tirtzach, Loi Tinof, even though it's one pasuk. So it's divided into Dibros. Tam Tachton is divided into Psukim. Zogt the Chizkuni yesh b'roi v'adibres shtei neginis l'lamed shebatzeres shu dugma matan Torah mitargemin on adibres. So we're showing about a minute brought down in Teisvis in Megillah that they said Targum on Kriyas HaTorah Shavuos in the morning. Teisvis says the Farsim Hanes is going on that Haftorah, but the Chizkuni had it in the Kriyas HaTorah also. The Farsim Hanes, that's why we say Akdomus. Akdomus is really an introduction to the Targum. That's why it's in Aramaic, not to the Kriyas HaTorah. But Al Kopanim, Zokt the Chizkuni, Yesh b'roi v'adibrei shtei neginis l'lamed shebatzeres shu dugmo matan Torah mitargemin on adibris koirim kol dibras lo yelecha v'kol dibras zocher b'neginis ha'gedolos la'asus kol achas mehen posuk echad shekol echad mehen dibro achas li'atzmo. אבל בחודש שבט, כשקוראים בפרשת ישרוי, כשאר שבס השונה קורא לילכה וזוכה בנגינס הקטנס, לעשות מכל אחס מן הבא פסוקים. So he says that when we lane Parshas Yisroi, so then we lane by psukim, because that is the division of the Torah, which we read always, fakert, you're not allowed to read differently. Kol posuk de loy paski meisha and loy paskina. However, Shavuos, when we read Kriyas HaTorah, it says the Baal, it's dugma matan Torah zok the Chizkuni. So therefore we lane the Torah every dibra separately, because it's the same way we got the Torah. We got the Torah when we got the Torah by each dibra, and Mimela we lane it by each dibra. And therefore we see from the Chizkuni that the Kriyas HaTorah Shavuos in the morning is dugmas matan Torah. And since it's dugmas matan Torah, so the bracha we say is also dugmas matan Torah. The bracha that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "B'shor shezocha lekabel HaTorah tchila be'er v'achar כך kora," that's the same bracha that we make Shavuos in the morning, because we read it b'tam elyon. We're reading it dugmas matan Torah. It's dugmas matan Torah, so the bracha that we make has to also be the bracha which is dugmas matan Torah. And if you think about the nusach habracha, you'll see that the nusach that we say every day by Birkas HaTorah, Asher bocha abono mikol ha'amim v'nosan lanos terosoi, is a bracha mainly on Bechiras Yisrael. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is boiche klal Yisrael. We make a bracha la'achreho on the Torah, Asher nosan lanu teras emes v'chayil v'notan v'sechenu. But the bracha before is on Bechiras Yisrael. The bracha that Moshe Rabbeinu made when he was makabel the Torah, the bracha we say Shavuos in the morning according to the Machzor Vitri is Asher bocha ba'Torah azois v'kidsho. It's a bracha not only on Klal Yisrael, v'rotzu bo yiseho v'inchilo lo yiseho, but it's a bracha on the Torah alein, that the Rebbe was boiche ba'Torah. The Torah is the Bechira, it's the Ratzon Hashem the absolute truth. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's word to the world. It's Dvar Hashem Ba'olam. The Mela, that's the beer of the Machzor Vitri, that the Yisoid HaDavar is a Shuas in the morning, it's a Kriyas HaTorah, which is Dugmas Man Torah, and therefore the Nusach HaBracha also changes. By the way, that's also Pshat in the Minig to have flowers in the shul, and Asavim says that it's Dugmas Har Sinai, because in Har Sinai there was vegetation, and Mimela, the same thing has to do with the shul. We're noyig to make the shul a shtickle Har Sinai, and Mimela, that's why we decorate the shul with flowers. Has to be mainly because of the Kriyas HaTorah, because that's the Kriyas HaTorah of Har Sinai. So there's another bracha. This is one Yisoid that's again to the Kriyas HaTorah of Shuas. So don't know Chazach. In the Reikeach in Hilchos Shuas steht azay, Uksiv, Ukrosem be'etzem hayoyim hazeh mikra kodesh. The Torah talks about mikra kodesh in different Yom Tovim. It says it in different ways. In Shavuos it says Ukrosem be'etzem hayoyim hazeh mikra kodesh. What does it mean, Ukrosem mikra kodesh? Sagt the Chizkuni, Ukrosem elolohim alocha, or yi alochem. Why does it say Ukrosem etzem hazeh mikra kodesh yi alochem? Yeser loymar sheyazikir matan Torah seinu shekosu b'vo'eschan al koydem adibros. You should mention Aseret Adibris, v'achar kach yud adibris. Not clear why it says V'eschanan, but al Kaponim it says v'achar kach yud adibris. Uksib b'dibris rishonis, v'yikra leziknei oam v'yosem lifneihem, v'kach koirin adibris. The Bible it says v'yikra leziknei oam v'yosem lifneihem. It's called Advarim Asher Tzivah Hashem. So that's why we read the dibris. Ukrosem mikra, ukrosem be'etzem hayom hazeh mikra kodesh yelochem, vayikra elav Hashem min ha'or, vayikra Hashem l'Moshe. What it says here in the Machzor Vitri is there's a remez, or maybe even a din deraisa, in the Torah to lay in Aseret Adibris on Shuas. It says ukrosem be'etzem hayom hazeh mikra kodesh yelochem. What does it mean ukrosem mikra? You should be koirei in the Torah, the words that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu in Har Sinai. From here we see is a din, a separate halacha to lay in Aseret Adibris, and it sounds like it's a din deraisa. We learned that from the pasuk Krosem Mikra Kodesh. It might be an asmachta, but even if it's an asmachta, it sounds like it's independent from the regular Kriyas HaTorah. And l'chor it's muchach hazoi, because in the Mishnah in Megillah, the Kriyas HaTorah that is brought down for Shuas in the Mishnah is Kol HaBchor. It's Shiva Shavuos. It's the Kriya of the second day of Shuas. As a matter of fact, the Pri Chodosh asks, why is it that in Eretz Yisrael they lane Yisroi and not Kol HaBchor? The Mishnah says that you should lane Kol HaBchor. Zok the Gemara, Amar Abaye Dachtzach Hoyidno. Hoyidno. The Islam Trei Yoimin, so we lane Kol HaBchor and B'chodesh HaShlishi the Ivcha. We switch it around, which means Medina the Mishnah is only one day ontif in Eretz Yisrael, and you lane only Kol HaBchor. However, in Chutz La'aretz there are 2 days, so now the Baal the Matan Torah with Bikin B'Kriyah the Archa we know is on Vav Sivan on the first day, so we lane Yisroi Aseret Adibris the first day, and we moved Kol HaBchor to Zion to the second day. But in Eretz Yisrael, the Pri Chodosh, that there's only 1 day, so why don't they keep the din of the Mishnah? The only reason we added on B'chodesh HaShlishi because we have 2 days, so we have another day of Kriyas HaTorah. So maybe we add on Aseret Adibris once we add it on. So then we switch it around. But in Eretz Yisrael, why don't they leave it? But I'll call upon him, that kasha I'm not coming to answer, but the Rashba writes that various Kriyas HaTorah that are brought out of the Mishmar only minhagim, and the minig changed later on. As a male, it could be that the Baal we find this inyan of Aseret Adibris, it's a special inyan of Aseret Adibris, In the Chutzlarts, they were Kairei, so the minig became like that in Eretz Yisrael also. In Eretz Yisrael, it also changed. The Rashba says you could change it because it's only a minig, it's not a Chiyuv Mikra Adin. But the Shaila is, what did they do according to the Reikeach in Eretz Yisrael before the minig became to lay B'chodesh Hashlishi? In the times of the Mishnah, they lay Kol HaBchar. So apparently they used to lay it as a separate Kriyas HaTorah. They used to lay it as a separate Kriyas HaTorah, not as the regular Kriyas HaTorah. Kriyas HaTorah was Kol HaBchar. And then they used to lay Aseres HaDibros, as I state in the Reikeach, the Din of Kras HaMikra, that you have to lay Aseres HaDibros. So now we're able to be Yoitzi both because we have 2 days, and Ken Zayed and Eretz Yisrael, Mimela, because of this they changed the minig. But Al Kulpanim, in the Chutz La'aretz, we're Noye to lane both, but there's a kiyum of a cross and be'etzem hayom hazeh. Now, it could be that is also the beer of the El Yerabah. The El Yerabah Zokt Azoi, Koser B'Tshuvas Beis Yankim Simen Kuf Chafei. Yesh Mekoimes, Noi Hagin, Shemagia HaChazon LaPosuk Vaydaber Elokim Es Kol HaDvorim Ha'ela V'chulei, Koirin HaKol Aseres HaDibros V'achar Kach HaChazon. There's a minig in certain places that when the Baal Koirei reaches Aseres HaDibros, which is the Posuk Vaydaber Elokim Es Kol HaDvorim Ha'ela, he stops. The whole Kohol lanes Aseres HaDibros, and then the Chazon Zokt, the El Yerabah from the Tshuvas Beis Yankiv, She'ein Levatel Min Hogam. You shouldn't be mevatel the minig. I will be sure Shabbos is shekayin aseres hadibros. They do it in other times. Yesh levatel min hagam ne'at havayim. You're not supposed to do it. What's this minig of everyone reading aseres hadibros? Can't be because it's dugmas mamen Har Sinai, because in Har Sinai HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said aseres hadibros. Moshe Rabbeinu said aseres hadibros from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but not the whole call. So the Baal Koirei should be Koirei. Where does this come in, this Inyan of everyone reading it? Well, if either Reikeach, Ken Zayin, if the beer would be that this Kiyum of Ukrosim Be'etzem Hayom Hazeh, so there's a Kiyum for each person to be Koirei. No din of Shemei HaKoinah. Ukrosim Be'etzem Hayom Hazeh Mikra Koirei should be chal on every person. And even if there is Shemei HaKoinah, but Vibald is a din that every person has to do it, so they were knowing that every person should read it. The regular Kriyas HaTorah, there's no Indian for anyone to stop laying the regular Kriyas HaTorah. We do that in Psukim and Tainis, where there's an Indian of saying the Yud Gimel Midas, there's an Indian of being this Oyer L'Tshuva, but where does it come in over here for the Tzibor to lane? So even if it was possible for the Shach to do it al Shemei HaKoinah, but Vibald is a new Kiyum, of Ukrosim Mikra Kodesh, is the Mela, that's why there's a minig that everyone lanes the Kriyas HaTorah. I want to conclude with a different minig, which is not directly related to the Kriyas HaTorah, but I believe it's a big yisoid in the Inyan of Shavuos. In the Targum Sheni of Megillas Esther, Nahman describes Achashverosh, all his anti-Semitic tinus, why Klal Yisrael need to be destroyed. So he went through every yontif and he told Achashverosh why these Yom Tovim are not good for him, and Klal Yisrael are being moired and they're doing terrible things. Rachmana litzlan. So steht azoi b'yerech Sivon Trei Yomim Tovim on Shavuos. Klal Yisrael keeps 2 days of yontif. Ba'olim lebeik nishtoin. They come into shul, Karyin, Shmi, Matzlan, they daven. The Korin by Raison and Metargim bin V'yehoin, they lane Kriyas HaTorah. And the Metargim bin Navis, even Haman understood there was something special about the Kriyas HaTorah. Lightin the Malkinana, they curse the king. The Tavin l'Shultana, through this, they're being Mekabel Amachu Shamayim, and therefore they're not loyal to the king. They break his Shultan. The Karyin Yosei Yoima Da'atzarta. They call it shulis. The salkin lagar beis elokehoin. They go onto the roof of the shul. The shadin chezuri tapuchim. They throw apples. Umalaktin yosran. And they malakate the apples. they pick up the apples, v'amrin, and they say, Heichma de malaktim chazuri hechdein b'nei nislaktim b'benana. Just like we pick up these apples, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu should be malakeh his children, Klal Yisrael, mi b'benana, in between the Umas Ha'olam. V'amrin deinu yoyma, they say, this is the day, the Shabbos HaRaisel Avatzon al Torah de Sinai, that we got the Torah Har Sinai. It's a very interesting minhag. I haven't seen yet anyone who's knowing this minhag to take apples and go up to the roof and throw them down and pick them up and to say, Heichma de malaktim chezuri achadein, just like we're picking up these apples, b'nei and nislaktim b'benana. But what's the beer of the minhag? What's the pshat of the minhag? So I believe the pshat is as follows. The Gemara Zokt in Shabbos. Klal Yisrael, when they said Nasa l'nishma, they were maktiv Nasa l'nishma. So Klal Yisrael was like a tapuach, like an apple. Ma tapuach is piriyoi koidem la'olav. First the fruit grows, and then afterwards the leaves, as opposed to other trees where the leaves grow before the fruit to protect it. Kach Yisrael ekdimu Nasa l'nishma. Logically, Klal Yisrael should have said first, Nishma, let's hear, and then we'll do. But Klal Yisrael did the opposite, the reverse. Doesn't make a difference. Whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, we're going to keep. Where Avdei Hashem, Nasa, will do, and afterwards Nishma. So Taisus asks, B'chayra, the pasuk says, Ketapuach ba'atzei hayar kein doidi ben abonim. Tapuach is a moshul for HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kaviyachol, not for Klal Yisrael. So why does the Gemara say that Klal Yisrael in Nizmal Tapuach, that Piriya Kaidem La'olav? Dr. Marsha, that the pasuk of Ketapuach Batzei Ayar is going forward, came Doidi ben Abonim, it's also going backwards. The pasuk says, Kishoishana ben Achoichim kein Rayosi ben Abonois. Kishoishana ben Achoichim is Klal Yisrael. Is a rose amongst thorns. The Umas Ha'olam are thorns. They're moirid in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Medrash says they don't want to be makabel the Torah. They cause pain and suffering to Klal Yisrael. So Kishoishana ben Achoichim ken Rayosi ben Abonim Kitapuach Batzei Hayar ken Doidi ben Abonim is going backwards. So Mela Kitapuach Batzei Hayar is going back in Klal Yisrael. So Mela, this that Klal Yisrael said, Naset, koidem l'nishma, the nimshal to a tapuach. What keeps Klal Yisrael in Golus? What keeps Klal Yisrael going? What's the koyach? The koyach of the Torah. The Beis Halevi in Parshas Mishpatim explains that Naset means we're going to do. You need to learn in order to do. But it means lilmoid amenas lasois. Nishma means limud without asiyah. Of course you have to be oiseh. But the limud is the shmo l'shem limud. This was the kiyum of Klal Yisrael and Golus. The kiyum of Klal Yisrael and Golus were the yeshivas. Any community, if you look in America, that did not have a yeshiva, doesn't exist today. And those who did have yeshivas and grew from a yeshiva, they're flourishing. The reason is because the kiyum of Klal Yisrael and Golus is the Abbas Hashem that they show and they portray through Limud HaTorah Lishma Ba'omel Torah Shabal Peh. That was through saying Nasa v'Nishma. Klal Yisrael said Nasa, but also Nishma. We'll learn Lishma, and the Beis Halevi explains it means also a Nishma b'chol dor v'dor, that every generation is able to be Mechadesh Chidush Torah, and through that, Klal Yisrael sustained itself by the Golus. It's Mimela, Kitapuach ba'atzei hayar, Ma tapuach is period koidem la'olav, the pre comes before the Oleh, Kach hikdimu Yisrael nasa l'nishma. That's what sustained us. Kishoishana ben achoichim kein rayosi ben abonis kitapuach ba'atzei hayar. So the tmeil of the minig was to go on top of the roof, take apples, throw them, and through this demonstrate. Ma demalaktin chizuri hechdein b'nei nislaktin v'nana. We're going to be nigal. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will take us out of the choichim. He'll take the sheishana from the choichim, just like a tapuach ba'atzei hayar, because Klal Yisrael were makdim nasa l'nishma. And through being makdim nasa l'nishma was a kiyum in Golus, that everything is limud haTorah lishma, Limud HaTorah on the highest level of Chidush Torah, which the Nefesh HaChaim brings the Zohar that HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes and kisses a person who says Chidush Torah. It's the biggest level of Limud HaTorah, and it's Kashrus to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We should all be Zoiche through our Limud HaTorah and our Kabbalah HaTorah to be able to be Mekayim, the Hikdimu Nasa L'Nishma, and through that, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should take the Tapuchim, the Klal Yisrael, should be Nasa L'Nishma, and should be Malakit Beinona, and we should be Zoiche to the Gula Shlema B'Mehera B'Yameinu. Amen.
Shukriya Tara again for organizing this wonderful limud of so many people learning together, being Osik and Torah and Ba'achtos, and Yerotzen, the schus of these wonderful things. We should be meher b'zeicha to the dissipation of this terrible matzav and this magefa, and we'll be able to sit and learn again like Yom Kadmoinim. I'd like to speak about an inyan that is Nogea to Shavuos, Nogea to Torah, and that is Birchas HaTorah. Birchas HaTorah is the bracha Chazal Mesaken on Torah. It actually comes into practice always the issues Shavuos morning, but I'd like to speak about a different element of it, and that is Kirur and Ksiva and so on. So let's start with halacha in Shulchan Aruch. Two halachas in Shulchan Aruch. These are halachas about when who's supposed to say Birchas HaTorah. The Shulchan Aruch in Sibim Mem Zayin starts off with the fact that you have to be very careful with the Birchas HaTorah. It's very important. You have to make Birchas HaTorah both in Mikra, Mishnah, and Gemara. Fine. Now, Gimel. Hakosev b'divrei Torah. If somebody writes Divrei Torah, then even though he's not reading it out loud, he still has to make a bracha. Now, this actually is quite relevant in a following case. I think it's a scenario that can come up quite often. We have our kids, they're running off to yeshiva, they daven yeshiva, so they're not saying any brachas before. The minig is, we do say some brachas, but fair enough. And he has homework to finish. So he has his sheet to fill in about the Gemara, about Chumash and Navi, and he wants to write, and he's not going to say anything, but he's going to write it out, and then he hasn't said Birchas HaTorah, and said Birchas HaTorah later. This is a reasonably common scenario that this halach would apply. Shulchan Aruch paskins that you have to make the bracha. The Ramah does not dissent. Dalit. Somebody who's just thinking about Divrei Torah, he's not saying it nor writing it, does not have to make the bracha. Now, what's the source for the Shulchan Aruch? So the Beis Yosef, which is the Shulchan Aruch himself, on the tour, brings very, very unique sources for each one of these halachas. For the halacha of Akoise b'divrei Torah, he brings an Avudraham. There's a line in the Avudraham. Avudraham is a Rishon, and there's a line in the Avudraham that says if you're writing it, as long as you're not writing Divrei Rishus, which is not clear what it is, but it means it's interpreted as meaning the person is just doing secretarial type work. Someone tells him copy this to this, person's not engaged in learning at all. He's not learning, he's simply copying. That's how it's interpreted. It's one interpretation, but that's the Avudraham. And then there's two or three others showing, but that's the Makar. It says it brings the Avudraham, and and that's the Makar that the Beragola brings. Obviously, it's the same. It's the same as Yosef, and that's his makar. In other words, there's no makar in a Gemara for this. There's no earlier makar really. This is the makar. If somebody's mahar in Divrei Torah, you don't have to make the bracha. What's the makar for that? So the Beis Yosef simply brings an agor, which is it's an early likud, it's a rishon, And he brings that, and the Beis Yosef as a source for it, and he brings that in Shulchan Aruch, and Beragola brings this also. Now, this is going to be a little more tricky, because there is quite an earlier source for it, and that is a Gemara in Brachos. The Gemara, it's a Mishnah. The Mishnah says about Keri, there was a takana that a Balkari should not say Divrei Torah and Tefillah. So Balkari mahar b'libo, he's going to mahar, ve'ena mevarach lo l'fanev v'l'achreya. But you don't make brachas krishma at all. And a Muslim varach achreim varach lefanov, a Yudai varach lefanev v'achreim. A machlokes about what a Balkari should do, but here is one of the tools that he can use. So the Gemara boils it down to an issue of here kedibodami or not. Halachically, when a person thinks of Divrei Torah, does it have a din of dibur or not? One, it's relevant whether or not you're allowed to be maharher when you are tamei, and once they made that takana as a balkari, shouldn't doubt from that category. On the other hand, if here is kedibur, it means you're also yotzei, you possibly yotzei krishma, etc. with here. So the Gemara brings a machlokas here, is here kedibur or not. Tosfos immediately says, Rach pirsh halachic ref chista, the here is lav kedibur dami. So the Gemara says here lav kedibur dami. So why is the Beis Yosef running to a Igor when you have a Gemara? Gemara says mifurish. Even Tosfos is not good enough for him. In other words, it's almost as if this sugya may or may not be relevant to that discussion. He needs the bridge of the Igor to say this. That's a point that we need to ponder. Secondly, so we have two halachas that deal with Talmud Torah. When Talmud Torah is not it's not said out with the mouth, it is either thought about, contemplated, or written. Contemplated, the Beis Yosef brings a Rishon who says it's not, you're not chayiv on Beres Torah, and the and writing, he brings a Rishon that you are. So as far as the halacha of contemplating alone, here alone is not enough, we're wondering, why does it need some obscure Rishon? It's a sugya, and we paskin at Tosfos. This is a primary posek, says we paskin here lav kedibur dami. So bring the sugya. This is what we're talking about. One, two. As regards the other halacha of ksiva, we seem to have the opposite Gemara. The Gemara says in Megillah. The Gemara says, the Mishnah says in Daf Yud Zayin, that if a person is koisva, dorsha magia, if a person is writing a Megillah, and therefore, and he's going to be yotze with that, he wants to be yotze, he's yotze Megillah with it. The Gemara says that that's only true if he actually says it out. If he doesn't, we're talking not about a case where the person is writing it, but we're talking about a case where the person is actually saying it with his mouth. Writing alone is not enough. So it's just that when you write it, it's the norm for a person. So this person is writing out. He's writing out the Sefer Torah, the Megillah, and now he is kind of reading it as he goes along, because that's the norm when you do it. That's when you could possibly be yotze the Megillah. So you see that writing it itself is not a form of Kriyas Megillah. You must have a type of dibur with it, and therefore the only way you yotze is if you actually say it. So you see clearly from the Gemara that ksiva is not a type of dibur. So how do you understand this? So we have one Gemara. So in the Shulchan Aruch's psak, we're stuck over here between two halachas. One halacha, he brings an obscure makkah we have in First Gemara, and that here is not good. And the second thing is he brings for ksiva, he brings a rishon where the Gemara seems to say the opposite. By Kriyas Megillah, it's not good ksiva unless there's a talking while the ksiva is going on. These are two questions on the Shulchan Aruch. So let's discuss a little bit. The final issue, and this is the issue we're going to see most Achronim deal with, is that ksiva should not be fundamentally better in any way than hirur, because hirur itself is not good. Ksiva does not add much to hirur, and we'll see why. And this is a point that I think this is the main point we're going to deal with, and try to offer some solutions as to why that's the case. Okay, so we have 3 points. The reason why the Shulchan Aruch needed to find a source that here is not kedibur, the Gemara is not enough. The fact that ksiva seems to go against a Gemara that says ksiva is not good where you need dibur. It's something that is it's only good if there's actually dibur there. 3, how do you reconcile these two halachas? So, in terms of reconciling two halachas, the one who asked this question is almost everybody. The Magen Avram asks, he says, I don't stand, it's not better than a hirur. The Taz asks this question. He says, where did he get it from? And then he says, ksiva itself cannot possibly be good, because he said by witnesses, by Adam, it says that so you see that ksiva, the Torah, does not equate to it. That is the Taz's question. The Goyen says, the Goyen points out the contradiction, the internal contradiction. He says he says, I don't understand. The Goyen says that he's contradicting what he said before. How could ksiva work if here doesn't work? So those two are really the same. They're not, one is not better than the other. So what do you gain by having ksiva? Those are the issues that the Goyen himself, he points to the Taz. He says, if here is not good, how in the world could ksiva work? It's not better than here. Those are the issues that are raised by almost all the Achronim. He also, the Goyen raises one more question. He says, the kan v'arach al mitzvah. He's making a bracha on the mitzvah. V'chileka mitzvah behira. Is there no mitzvah in here de Torah? It says v'hagisa b'yom ha'layla. Hagisa means thinking. Hagisa is contemplating. So he asks over here, the Goyen, why in the world would hearer be would it not be chayiv in a bracha? Lamaisa you're mekayim mitzvahs Talmud Torah. So let's think through the inyan a little bit, and let's see if we can figure out some understanding of the issues of hearer and where ksiva might be helpful. Let's start with asking ourselves a question. Where does it say that you need to speak? So Mikra Megillah is Mikra Megillah. The chiyuv is to read the Megillah. No two ways about it. There's a chiyuv of dibur. The Achronim talk about other possible issues like shvua or neder, a vow or promise. Would that also have the same halacha writing as this? And they point out that over there it says dibur is written very clearly, like yachol dvarei. So these are all issues of dibur is what the Torah wants. So mipihem. Al pi shnaim edim. So the Torah specifies certain halachas that are specific to dibur. What about Torah? Does it say any place about whether or not you need to speak out the divrei Torah or not? Now, if anything, there seems to be a little proof not like that. The Gaon brings the Vagisa. I think there's a Gemara. The Gemara says in Eruvin, the Gemara says, Chayim heim lemotzi'ehem, lemotzi'em lemotzi'am. That the Gemara says it's very important to say out the words out loud because it's Chayim lemotzi'em. It's a special school in Torah that it should be like that. So it sounds like it's only a special skula. It doesn't sound like this is the absolute requirement of Torah. It sounds as if it's a wonderful added added advantage to it. So if anything, the Gemara would seem to indicate there is no din of dibur. The Rav Shulchan does say that that's the Ikar Talmud Torah. But it's hard to tell. It's hard to say you're not Yotze if you're not Mehar. I mean, I think, even the Gemara mentions they go Dal Amos without Talmud Torah. People didn't talk all day. They were thinking. Loira Inu, somebody that was talking all day. I mean, lost in thought. So is not Talmud Torah. Very hard to say that. It certainly sounds in the Gemara. It sounds as added mitzvah, and in the Rav Shulchan also it might be the chatchilik mitzvah, the way it should be. It's hard to say that you're not yotze Talmud Torah. It's like bittul Torah if a person wasn't mahar, it was just mahar and divrei Torah. So let's understand a little bit about the chiyuv over here and the mitzvah and so on. So the halacha of divrei Torah that it needs a bracha on it, and here is not good. We could say it's possible because it's not the mitzvah. You're not becoming mitzvah Talmud Torah if you're just mahar. Hard to assume that for the reasons we said. The Gemara seems to say it's just a hidur. Very hard to think the loira inu that even people are learning were talking all the time out loud. And again, there's a muzim about picha and so on, yimusha picha, bizarcha, bizarzacha, other muzim picha, but it doesn't really say anywhere that's really the chiyuv mitzvah. So it's not mistaver that the reason why you don't make a bracha on here is because it's not the mitzvah Talmud Torah. One would assume a different reason, and that is the reason is because in order to be chayev a bracha, in order to make a bracha, you need a maisa. For instance, there are many mitzvahs like Avos Hashem and Yiras Hashem and Emunah and all these mitzvahs that the Achronim ask why there's no mitzvah on it. And one of the answers is that any mitzvah that's belev, there is no bracha on it. It's very hard to quantify it. For all of it's a special reason in not making a bracha, and therefore. It's only as far as the bracha goes, not as far as the key mitzvah goes. So, most probably, the reason why you don't make a bracha on here has nothing to do with the lack of being mekayim Talmud Torah. It has to do with the lack of having a maisa with which to do it. So let's go through the halachas using this approach. The sugya of here kidiba of here kidiba dami or not has absolutely no relevance to us, because all of these sugyas start with an item that requires dibur. So Mikra Megillah requires Mikra Megillah. That's the way Chazal Masakna that it should be read. The word, by the way, the word karo, to read, in Lashon Kodesh means to say out loud. It's like reading the Torah. What we look with our eyes, what we call reading in English, is not what karo means. Karo means to read out loud. So that takana was a takana to read. The takana of Kriya Shema is Kriya Shema. And brachas and tefillah, all of those, the takana were dibur. That's clear that takana was dibur. Now the question is, maybe here counts as dibur as also not. So there we have a question whether here is kedibur or not. Talmud Torah, there is no din of dibur, and that's why the Beis Yosef could not use the Gemara in brachas as a source for it, because the Gemara only tells us here is not like dibur, but that's assuming that you know that you need dibur. Talmud Torah, since we're positing may not need dibur, does not need dibur, so mechatesa. So that's why the Beis Yosef had to find it in the Agar that here is not good enough. The reason it's not good enough is because the reason why it's not good enough to make a bracha. So it is Talmud Torah, but to make a bracha you need to have a maisa, and therefore when you have a maisa you can make the bracha on it. So ksiva, which is a maisa, it's a pa'ula, that's good enough. So since you're doing a pa'ula of Talmud Torah, that's good enough to make a bracha on it. So the Beis Yosef is very consistent. He starts with the premise that you do not need dibur, but here is not even, it's not a pa'ula, it's not something, even though you yotze Talmud Torah with it, but you need to do a ma'aseh to yotze Talmud Torah, to make a bracha. I'm sorry, you yotze Talmud Torah without a ma'aseh, but to make a bracha. And therefore, if you write it, that's called doing a ma'aseh, and it's good enough. It therefore means that this halacha has no relevance. There are tshuvas that try to use this halacha relevance for shvuah, and if a person wrote in a shtar that he made a shvuah, is that called it itself writing or not, a shvuah or not? They want to use this halacha as an analogy to other places. The way we're explaining it bears no analogy to any other place. Every other place, the question is in the etzem halacha whether or not you need to have a dibur, and therefore here would not be dibur, and therefore ksiva would also not work. You need dibur. Ksiva is not dibur, but here it's unique because for the bracha you need to have a ma'isa pa'ula, and therefore if you have a pa'ula, then ksiva is enough as a pa'ula. That would be one way to understand the two halachas together, how they fit well, and so on. A second possibility, and this is one of the Achronim says the following, that he also says that Talmud Torah does not need dibur per se, but he says it does need something unique. How do we know the halach of Talmud Torah? It says Vishinantam levanecha. The Torah, the primary pasuk for Talmud Torah Vishinantam levanecha, that you need to teach it to your children. And the Rambam also, when he starts his halachas of Talmud Torah, Vishinantam levanecha figures promptly. That's like the beginning halacha. It almost seems that that's the main halacha of Talmud Torah. So, one of the shuvas wants to say that anything that is a vishinantam levanecha, any medium that can be used to teach a child, is considered being yotze hilchas Talmud Torah. So, writing, since it's possible to teach through writing, that itself would be called a pool of Talmud Torah. So this is Shus Yaakov actually, and his point is as follows: anytime where you have a mitzvah of hearer, it's not. Anytime you have a mitzvah dibur, hearer is not good, and ksiv would also not be good. So all those cases would also be irrelevant. The only case, the only nafkamina, the only difference by Talmud Torah is because it's not dibur, but it does have a criteria. If you're not doing it b'dibur, you're not yotze Talmud Torah fully. That he does say. But what do you need to be yotze Talmud Torah? You need to learn it in a medium that you can teach it. So here, Ksiva is unique because since the halacha is based on Vishinantam, it's unique, and that can be used as a way to teach Torah. That is a second approach, which again would make this halacha unique. But whereas in the first approach, we wanted to say that the mitzvah itself is yoytze anyway, but it's just a condition in the bracha that the bracha needs to be something that's on a maisa, so we need to have a maisa. Whereas the approach of Yaakov is that no, everything else needs dibur. Here we need a type of learning that allows itself to be a vehicle for teaching. Unique case, the only unique in halacha, and that's that. So we have two approaches of explaining and reconciling the Shacharach, how and why Ksiva would be different than Hira. I want to use a final approach, one more approach, and this is based on a pshat that the Brisker Rav brings from his father. He brings in the Sefer, brings it in Mars Erchin, as follows. Reb Chaim says, he speaks about what type of items does one make a berachas hamitzvah on. He speaks about minhag versus chiyuv and things of that nature. He says that Reb Chaim says, the Rav says it, brings it, that there are certain items that you make a bracha on it, despite the fact that the Maisa HaMitzvah is not a type of Maisa HaMitzvah that requires you to make a bracha. We said before, not every Maisa Mitzvah do you make a bracha on. Tzedakah you don't make a bracha on. Avos Hashem you don't make a bracha on. There are many mitzvahs you don't make a bracha, and Nachronim and Rishonim deal with it. Why? Which? What are the criteria? So one of the obvious criteria would be something that's called a minhag should not require a bracha, and since halal at certain times is a minhag. He speaks of Halal, speaks about Yom Tov Sheni B'Zman Hazeh and other things like that. The act of the mitzvah should not require, in its own right, to do a mitzvah. So the act of the mitzvah itself is not required. However, Chazal were mesaken a mitzvah, a bracha, on the mitzvah itself. I guess the right way to say it is to delineate that this is a mitzvah. For instance, on Mikra Megillah, on the Megillas that we lay in Rus, for instance, there's no mitzvah rabbanan either. It's minhag, halal when it's a minhag. Those are all, the way he says it, the bracha was on the etzem chefza, we'll use his language, as opposed to the maisa. In other words, when I go to eat a kazayis matzah, the purpose of the bracha is to frame my act. I am going to do now a maisa mitzvah, asher kishav mitzvoisa v'tzivanu, alachilas matzah. That is the maisa hamitzvah, and the bracha is on the maisa I'm doing. Al Mikra Megillah, there is no, on all the other Megillas, there is no mitzvah rabbanan. But rather, Chazal wanted that we should have a bracha before, so that the Megillah itself, the Kriyas HaMegillah, we're able to frame it as a davar shebekdusha, so to speak. We're able to give it its chshivas. This is the Megillah in Klal Yisrael. I'm talking about the other Megillah. It's not the Chiv Megillah and Purim is obviously a Chiv Rabbanan. But here we're talking about framing it as a Chefetz of Shal Mitzvah, so to speak. Hallel. Hallel is Psukei Tehillim. So if a person would just say Psukei Tehillim, he's saying Tehillim. Like Akasha, people say Tehillim all day long. So he's saying these Prakim Tehillim. It would be lacking in framing it. Same thing with Rus. People learn always. So there's a takana of making a bracha to give it it's to make it into a chefza of a mitzvah, or better said, it's a bracha on that chefza. We're zeicha to have Megillas Rus in Klal Yisrael. We're zeicha to have Hal in Klal Yisrael. That's more or less his intent. Not easy. I mean, the words he uses the chefza, but trying to explain a little bit what that might mean. He says the same thing is true about Birchas Torah. One of the rights he brings is a woman. She's not chayiv the mitzvahs, and she makes the bracha because she's not doing it on the Maisa mitzvah. She's doing it on Torah. Torah is something that Baruch Hu gave us, and therefore we need to make a bracha designating it as such, recognizing it as such. So just like when they lift up Sefer Torah, we point at it and say Zeis Torah, it's something that it helps us delineate the Torah as it's, recognize the Torah as such. So therefore, I think none of this again is relevant at all. Whether here is kedibur or not kedibur, as no shaykhs did. We're not making the bracha on the mitzvah either. We're making the bracha on Torah. So Torah requires to give it we need to recognize it as such, and Meshabech HaKadosh Baruch Hu that we have Torah. So it's more of a Birchas HaShevach type, I guess, if you want to just borrow a term. It's a bracha to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for Torah. It's not a type of bracha where before I do the mitzvah, I need to precede it by a bracha. So therefore, it needs to be quote unquote a chefza. I need to be able to say here, this is what I'm talking about. Something that's in my head is not really a thing that I can point to. The bracha is not referring to anything. When I speak Divrei Torah, so the bracha is referring to the words I'm going to say now. Divrei Torah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu,Amishabeach, and moeded to you that you gave us Torah. When I write it, I have the same item. I have Divrei Torah, and I refer to it as Divrei Torah. But and this is why I think that Avudrahm's lashon, but Divrei Rishusnat, I don't think it means even copying it as a sofer without knowing what he's doing. That's what many Achronim write. I think it sounds more the person is using psukim to dress up a beautiful letter. So these are not divrei Torah. This is a letter to my friend, and I'm writing psukim that sort of are making it very, very nice. So I don't have a chefetz of Torah over there, where I'm using the psukim as part of an igeris of sorts. Then I don't have divrei Torah over here. I have a beautiful letter. I borrowed some nice psukim. But the point is, the bracha has to be chal on some sort of chayfetz, and therefore only when I write it do I have it here. So let's just sort of sum up all the points. We found here in Birchas Torah, we found two interesting halachas. One, that there's no that by here you do not have a chiyuv of a bracha. Two, by ksiva, you do have a chiyuv of bracha. By the way, as far as halacha l'maisa goes, the goyin has a suffix by here, and well, halacha we try to be machmer. But at any rate, those are two halachas. We were debating about the source of it. Because we have a source that seems to pin it on Hira Kedibur, not Hira Kedibur, and yet that's not where it comes from. On Ksiva, we seem to have a Gemara that says that Ksiva is not it's only a mirror that works. those were the two issues we were wrestling with. And the third issue, what's the difference between two halachas? Like the Achronim point out, the ksivas should be a glorified form of hearer. It doesn't have any other standing. We also want to know, could this halacha of ksiva be applied to any other place in the Torah? Many other shilas, we're not going to say this, whether the Mikra Gilgmar says Shvua, Neder, and so on, many other places where it's sort of brought down. And the answer is, to all these cases, we tried to explain no. We started by saying that we need to ask ourselves, where does it say that Dibur is the base requirement? It certainly is a better form, but where's the base requirement? And we had three ways to approach the issue as to why you can't make a bracha on hearer. All three of them not really relating to the issue of whether the hearer works as dibur or not. We're starting with the premise you do not need dibur. Your yotze Talmud Torah, even with hearer, may not be as good, but your yotze. But the first approach was that you need the difference over here is because to make a bracha you need a maisa. It's not that you're not there as a Talmud Torah, but that doesn't give it a standing to make a bracha. To make a bracha, you need a maisa, and therefore here you have a maisa when you write. Two, the second approach is Talmud Torah is not really dependent on speaking, but it's dependent on a medium that's communicable, because Vishnantam, that's where you learn it from, and therefore Ksiva fits that bill, and therefore you could make a bracha on it. Finally, a third approach, based on the Reb Chaim, the Briskrov, is that Ksiva is something which is Torah. The bracha on Torah is not at all a bracha mitzvah. It's a bracha on the Torah itself. We now have a Torah. When a person learns Torah, we have Torah, and that obligates us to go ahead and be Meshabech HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is true only when we can actually give it some concrete form. What's in my mind doesn't count as having a quote-unquote chefs in front of me. I need to have dibur. Those are or ksiva also could serve that according to that shita. Those are three ways to approach it, and it would make the din of ksiva and Talmud Torah unique to Talmud Torah. It would be something that is only applicable to Talmud Torah, not anything else. And the two halachas would be very consistent. These two halachas, they follow each other. The same reason that here is not good is the reason Aksiv would be good. It either gives you a meiser, or it's communicable, or it is it's a hefzer. Bez Hashem, we should be zeicha to learn B'roivam next year, normal circumstances, and we should have the issue about the Birsa Torah in the morning. If you're up all night, that will be Mitzvah. Okay, Kol Tov, good Yom Tov.
Thank you for the opportunity of being able to address you on this momentous day when we have so many chashuv speakers involved. And I'm coming along as a little guy to say a few words. We're ready now for the Yontiv of Shavuos, Baruch Hashem. Shem Shavuos will be in a couple of days. And the theme of the entire symposium is Vayichan Sham Yisrael Neged, the Har Klal Yisrael. They rested by Har Sinai. Vayachanu, they stopped. Bar Sinai, Klal Yisrael's one. Rashi, the famous Rashi over there. Klal Yisrael came as one person and one heart. I have a very, very close friend, a dear friend of mine who's a Rosh Yeshiva. He's a Rosh Yeshiva in a famous yeshiva. I'll leave his name out. And he told me the very, very following interesting story. His first wife was very, very ill. And he, as a good husband, took care of her. Whenever she went to the hospital, he stayed with her for hours and days on end. He didn't leave her side. Take care of her. Which is the right thing, by the way. There's a tshuva, by the way. I think it's on Reish or Pei in Archaim. Tshuva's Chasam Sefer, which says there, he writes over there to someone, I apologize, I didn't get to answer your tshuva till now, only because my wife has been sick and she's resting in the room with the library is firm on. In order for me to write the tshuva to you, I have to go into that room and I can't do it. I'll wake my wife. I can't do it. Imagine if Chasam Sefer writes, I can't walk into the room where my wife is resting because I might wake her, which is the way it should be. So this friend of mine was in the hospital, and that year, she was nifter around Hanukkah time, I believe. This was Yom Kippur. On Yom Kippur, he was there staying with her, and it was more important to him to stay with her on Yom Kippur. Agav, no line. There were no minyanim. My mother's yard site was Yud Beis Zir, no minyanim, so I didn't daven for the Yom. The Shabbos one only daven Musaf. And Maftir in the yeshiva where I am. That's it. That's my mother would want, to do the right thing. Jedenfalls, he stayed in the room, and then, just around Nila time, his wife fell into a very deep slumber, very deep sleep. And he felt he can go out for a while. They were in Mount Sinai Hospital. He felt he can go out for a while because she's not going to wake him for a while. He knew his wife well by then. And he went to they have a very, very nice chapel there. The rabbis, on Shabbos and Yom Tov can't be there. They're regular people with families. So Shabbos and Yom Tov, they're not there. There were 30-something people in the room. And he walked in before Nila, everybody's sitting there. And like he says to me, my chaber says to me, people were there never because of Shver Matzavim. There were two happy people, he told me, in the room, two of them. Who were the two people? Both had babies that day. Besides for that, it was a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, a son, a daughter, Rahman al-Islam. People had Sabrachin. And they're sitting in a hospital room. They're sitting in a hospital room with them all day long. They went out to daven a little bit. And a little Chassidish Yidl, a very short fellow, gets up right before Nila and he says to everybody who's gathered over there, would you mind if I would speak before Nila? The speech before Nila is normally the rabbi's place to die. I speak every year in yeshiva. It's the rabbi's place to give a drasha before Nila. And he says, would you mind? And everybody said, certainly, go ahead. Our pleasure. And he gets up and he says, something? We've been here in this place together for so many months, many of us. We have such wonderful friends here. We've made such wonderful friends here. We all get along wonderfully. All kinds of people. There's Chassidish like me. There's literature, there's young Israel types, there's modern Jews. And we all get along. We have no problem. Because we're in a tzara. You know what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that after we all leave, for better or for worse, very often, we're going to go right back to being our silly, petty selves, fighting with each other. That shouldn't happen. This is what this Yidla said. Let's make sure when we leave here, make up our minds, we are not going to be the petty fighters and arguers, machlokes and Klal Yisrael. He finished the speech to daven Nila. So my Chaver says to me, what the shot, Yaakov, he says to me, Vayichan Sham Yisrael neged ahar. And when they jumped into the Yam Suf, they wasn't Kish Echad B'Leiv Echad. When they were surrounded by the Mitzrayim, when they were running towards the Yam Suf, it wasn't Kish Echad B'Leiv Echad. That was the first time Klal Yisrael was one heart, one person. As the Zikha they were there, when they were going into Yam Suf, they were scared and holding on to each other. So, my Chava, it's very easy to be Vayichan Yisrael when you're all in trouble. When the matzav is bad, it's very easy, like in the hospital. Then you love each other, you hold on to each other. But when Klal Yisrael already was gone, they were gone from the Yam Suf. They were sitting there almost a year's time by Har Sinai. I think less 10 days, a year, less 10 days. Kish echad, b'leiv echad, not so pashut. People can relax. We don't need each other so much. They could have had a fight, machlokes. Much easier to have machlokes then. The Sogtons, the Heilige Torah, even though they were chilled, they were relaxed, they were fine. It's still Kish echad, b'leiv echad. That's the Mila. Jumping into the Yam Suf, being Mitzrayim is not a raya that you're Vayichan Yisrael neged ahar. It's not a raya. I think this COVID-19 now, this matzav, if we tie it into Vayichan Sham Yisrael Gehor, is a matter that we should all go away with something. How many people are once from a lifter, Gedolei Yisrael, the Shefta Yidden, some people sick in hospitals, and we all were together for a few months' time. We're still together. Little arguments here and there, but Klal Yisrael is together. We're in Eis Sarah. What's going to be? No weddings. There was the other day, Shalom Kamenetsky, Philadelphia Yeshiva, spoke by Zoom, of course, by Zoom or by phone, by conference. I'm not sure how he spoke. About 150 girls he spoke to. He spoke to a conference call. 150 girls who were all callous. They're facing up to the fact that their sisters who got married last year won't have beautiful weddings, and their sisters getting married next year are not going to have beautiful weddings. A girl waits her whole life. She waits her entire life for a chasana. And suddenly there's no wedding, there's no Sheva brachas. The stress is on the couples. And he gave, of course, Rav Shalom, this terrific person, he gave Givaldik a Divrei Chizuk. With all that, it's a problem. People, they sort of wait for Levayas. No one waits for Levaya because they won't be there for Levaya. Maybe the Neshama is there. And suddenly, Rav Mitzker Rebbe, Bez Levaya, imagine Rav Mitzker Rebbe, the Heilige Rav Mitzker Rebbe, the holy person that he was, his chesed, his Torah, his Atava, what he was, had 10, 12 people, 15 people. Agudah Yisrael of America made a hesped for the Rav Mitzker Rebbe. There were over 55,000 separate individual call-ins to hear the hesped. But no Levaya. But you know what? There's one Klal Yisrael. Vayichan Sham Yisrael Neged Ahar. One Klal Yisrael, the Eis Tzara. We have to go away with something. That one day we could say, this year is 2020. 2020, Lemisparam, the Gaisha calendar is 2020. 2020 also is the best vision in the world. The best vision one can have is 2020. Do we have clarity of vision right now? I don't think so. Do we have any clarity what's going on? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. But I said to my Talmidim in the yeshiva, I'm going to them, and I talk to them on Zoom or conference calling, my shmusim that I do on Fridays, conference calling. And I said to the Bachram, let's say I said to the boys who are 15 years old, 50 years from now you'll be 65 years old. Well, they're 20 years old, 45 years old, you'll be 65 years old. And your grandchildren will all be married, Mitzvah Hashem. Your grandchildren are going to ask you, tell us what it was like in the year 2020. Mashiach should come first. Tell us what it was like in the year 2020. Maybe then we'll have clarity of vision. Maybe then we'll have clarity of vision. To look back and say, you know what? Hashem sent us tremendous design. Why, what, when, where, we'll never understand, but there's Rebbe Shalom up there. He sent us a tremendous design. The design was, can you overcome the Satan and the Yetzer Hara? And we did. The Torah being learned all over is incredible. How many Daf Shurim are being given on Zoom or on conference calling? How many yeshivas are learning on Zoom or on conference calling? How much Torah is being learned? So you're going to say to your grandchildren, I tell the Baruch Yeshiva, one day you're going to say to them, we lived through 2020 and we came out shining. We didn't let the sign get in our way. Are we going away with something? We all care so much about our grandmothers and grandfathers who are living all alone. You know how hard it was this year for the thousands of widows or Rahman al-Islam that were sitting by a Seder a whole Pesach without children, without grandchildren. You know how difficult it was? And they did it. They persevered. And we felt bad for them. We have all those videos we saw with kids coming and standing on top of cars and singing and dancing. But when the kids go back home, and Baruch Hu Hashem and Baruch Mara begins, women sat by themselves by a Seder. By a Seder. Imagine a Seder. It's the Yontif of Pesach. The Yontif of Pesach is a family Yontif. So we care about that, right? But when you go back and care about our grandparents the way we should when this COVID-19 finally ends, I asked the Baruch Yeshiva, I begged them for years, write letters to your grandparents. One Baruch says to me, when I make these campaigns to write letters, first of all, the email took away the beauty of letters. Email has robbed us of the beauty of letters. I have letters in my house that are incredible. I'll tell you about one in a minute. It's so beautiful. Did you write it? I said to write letters. One boy says to me, a young kid in 6th grade, he says to me, I have 11 grandparents and great-grandparents. How can I write? I said, this is your problem, Nebuch. I said, I grew up in a third without grandparents. I grew up in a generation without grandparents. In my class in Torah Dynasty, there were 35 boys in the class. Could have been 140 grandparents. There were 10. Mostly from a couple of families. I was Zaycha. My father was an American. He went to learn in Europe. He was an American. So I was Zaycha to one grandfather. My grandmother already passed away. My other grandparents were gone. Hitler Yimach took care of them. We had no grandparents. You have a problem, you have 11 grandparents you have to speak to. That's your problem. And what do we do? What do we do? We forget about them. Do we visit them enough? Some of us? Does guilt send us sometimes, or do we visit them enough? COVID-19 is over. Hey, the problem is over. We're all comfortable now. You can make sure that at least once a week your children call. I want letters. The kids in my yeshiva that write letters, their grandmothers tell me I save them on my night table. When I get down in the dumps, I take out my grandchildren's letters. Can we make sure today that every one of our children or grandchildren are going to write letters to their grandparents? Can we make sure? Can we take something out of here? I was learning in Philadelphia Yeshiva in 1995. I'm sorry, it was in 1965, many years ago. I was there a month and my father was suddenly nifta. I had to go back to New York. Young kid, got to go back to New York. Wasn't easy, but there's one treasure that I have. I was a little bit homesick at the time. A little bit homesick. So my father, phone calls were very, very expensive. I remember my grandfather was nifta. We had to call my grandfather. My grandfather lived in Eretz Yisrael. My Zayda moved to Eretz Yisrael in 1948 with his second wife. And we had to tell my grandfather we couldn't talk to him. It was $20 for 3 minutes. Today it's cheap. Today's not. You sit in the car, you're driving on the way to the mountains, and you can talk to someone next door. In Eretz Yisrael, 5,500 miles away, you're talking next door to them. It's too expensive. My father used to write 4 letters a week to my Zayda. And he'd ask us Kimmelach to write once a week. And we'd say, Tati, what should we write about, Daddy? He'd say, write what you ate for breakfast, lunch, and supper, write who your classmates are, write who your friends are, who's your Rebbe, who's your teacher, what you do, how you play ball. I want Zayda to feel like I'm here. And we used to write letters. And today, kids, letters? What letters? I say, why what's called an envelope and a postage stamp, and you put it on, and you hope it gets there eventually. And you put it on, you write a letter, 10 lines to you. But they live near me. I visit them once in a while, not often enough. They admit that, the boys. I call them, yeah, but the call is gone. Write them a little letter. Are we going to treasure those wonderful grandparents of ours like we treasured them this year when we couldn't see them on the Yantav of Pesach? Are we going to let COVID do something to us? Going back to my father. My father wrote me 12 letters in the 30 days I was in Philadelphia. 12 letters. At night of chizuk to me. I published a book about my parents. I wrote the author, put it together. She insisted on putting in some of the letters. To show, young boy, it doesn't matter, it can be homesick a little bit, nothing wrong. And there's one letter there written on November 9th, 1965. My father was nifta November 16th, 1965. November 9th, those of you who are sitting in the audience right now, or wherever you're listening, those of you who know, those of you who are listening and are watching today's program know there was a big day because of a blackout in New York. For hours and hours on end, there was no electric and no power whatsoever. My father still wrote me a letter. I know for 2 reasons. 2 reasons I know. You know why? Reason number one is because my father wrote me the letter. There's a blackout. And I'm writing you by candlelight. The second reason is because there's some wax on the letter. Some wax dripped down on the letter, and I have those letters. I have those letters from over 50 years ago that my father wrote me by candlelight to give chizuk to his son Yankala. I have that letter. What are we going to take away from COVID-19? What are we going to take away from all this? Of course, remember that people who are nifta, but time goes by, you forget. Are we going to change as people? Are we going to be now a real Vayichan Sham Yisrael Neged Har? Can we really be one nation, one people without talking about Har on each other? Are we going to worry about our grandparents? Can we make sure we go away with something with a tachlis? Vayichan Sham Yisrael Neged Har, that's the theme. Rabbi Taragin, the Zangazon, to put this all together. That's his theme. Are we going to make a real Vayichan now? Can we finally do that? Not and let our petty differences go away and forget about it? The great Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, we celebrate Lag Baimer and Miron. This year was not the same celebration, obviously. What did he do with the 12 years that he's put away in a cave? He was quarantined in a cave. And you know what we have because of that quarantine? You know what we have because of that quarantine? You know what we have? We have the Zohar HaKadosh. He and his son Rabbi Elazar wrote the Zohar HaKadosh with the sun in there. Rabbi Shimon Yochai Sefer, during the quarantine. We've been quarantined. Now Zaydas and Babas are quarantined. Grandparents can't go out anywhere. People are going nowhere. There's no weddings. There's no levites. There's nothing. What are we taking along with us? What are we taking along with us? From the quarantine, are we going to grow as people? Rabbi Shimon Yochai was quarantined, Rabbi Say. He was quarantined. Ladies and gentlemen, he was quarantined. And we have, because of that quarantine, we have a Zayra HaKadosh. Are we going to have Vayichan Yisham Yisrael Neged V'Har? We always take care of grandparents. How lucky we are. We have a Shabbos and a Yontif that grandparents can come and we can go to visit them. Do we feel that? Or we're going to go back being, grandparents. Somebody once told me, I used to go, I had an uncle Moshe and Aunt Lee. They lived not far from here. The senior living center. We used to go, my wife and my kids, many, many years ago, to visit them every Friday. We'd come around 4 o'clock on the long Fridays, and you'd see people standing by the door from 4:39, 5 o'clock for supper. What are they waiting for? The line was forming there to go in and eat supper. And I would sit there, we would sing there, we used to sing and entertain the old people there. And how many Jewish old people would say, I don't see my children twice a year at Thanksgiving. I suppose these weren't I hope they weren't Orthodox people, I hope not. I hope they weren't Jewish, I hope it was no one. I only see them Thanksgiving and Mother's Day. Are we going to remember this Pesach we put our grandparents through? Living alone like that, or are we going to do something with it? Are we going to take along COVID-19 like the Rabbi Shimon Yochai wrote the Zayra HaKadosh? Are we going to do something special? When we have a chance to pay a Yichum Avelim visit, which means so much, are we going to go be Menachem with somebody? When we have a chasana, someone's going to a wedding. Oh, another wedding, I can't go. Or we're going to go be Sameach the Chassan Kala because it'll mean something to them. You know what it means when we go sometimes? The Gemara says the Talmud Chacham has to have a Shmini Shebeshmini, so Gaiva. I always wondered why. Why does the Talmud Chacham need to have a 1/64th of Gaiva? Gaiva 1/64th is a very small amount. But you know what? What do you need it for? Gaiva is terrible. Because Rebbe says, I try to even all the parents now yeshiva. I'm going to take it quickly because I'm running out of time. The fellow taking the video is telling me I have less than 10 minutes left. So there were 2 women sitting in yeshiva in Brooklyn. Normally I fit it in, to the schedule that I have. And I had one free night and 2 women sitting in yeshiva in Brooklyn. The whole day was thinking, should I go? Should I not go? Should I not go? Not because women and men, I just was tired. Should I go home the whole day? I walked out of Yeshiva Beach 17th Street into my car. I could go left home and I go right to Brooklyn. I went right to Brooklyn, Baruch Hashem. And I arrived in the first house 8:30. 8:30 I walked into the first house. And the lady that was sitting Shiva there, she stands up, Malaika Masa. When I walked in there, I bent his hair. No one was in the room. She tells me all about her father who passed away, was a Holocaust survivor. And I left a half hour later. I expected to sit back. Women, I go on Momi Shor, I go and say, it's hard to sit amongst women only, it's very difficult. But there's nobody there. I sat there for a half hour, listened to her, and I left the house at 9 o'clock. Prime time! Nobody came. I went to the second house in Flatbush. At 9:15 I got there. Oto Davar, the same thing, I go there. And I sat down with the lady over there, and nobody. One lady walked in the middle to say, do you need something on the block? I walked out of there. I said, no, Yankel, you blew it. You almost blew it. You almost missed the Nicham Avelims. Imagine. Look what you did. You were the only one there for a half hour in each house. Then it hit me. You know, we have to have a Shmini of Gaiva. All of you out there, we are all important. Not for ourselves. I know what I am. Nothing. I know who I am. But the other guy thinks I'm something. And you mean something. When you think about Nicham, don't think, should I go? It's not, the whole day I was thinking, should I go? Should I not go? I'm tired. I'm this, I'm that. Think about what it means to the other person. No Nicham, and people feel bad. They call on the phone, whatever they do. Could we become better people? Could we take out this quarantine time and say we're going to become better people? And you realize what's important? Try to compliment people, call up and say thank you to people. Not to get depressed, chas v'shalom. It's hard. One, we have to compartmentalize the tsar. We can't forget in the CSL, the tsar for those who passed away, the families that are destroyed. I'm active in an organization called Links and Samchenu, Widows Organization. In Links organization, you know, there are over 220 new Yisomos, girl orphans who got added to the Links rolls. Links, Mrs. Sarif Kikon, a special lady. And especially as they run Samchenu, how many widows were added on this year? The Samchenu? got to be nice to all these people. We're Communal, let's land the CSO, but at the same time, you got to be also. I'm here to be Eved Hashem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're here to do what you want. You have a plan. We're not sure, but there's nothing wrong with compartmentalizing. You got to feel the CSO. I say to all of you one message. I was told I got to stop in a few minutes. One message. Let's take away something. Let's take away something, please, from this COVID-19, a message or something. We have to change to become better people, to care about others. Ish echad b'leiv echad. Then you run to weddings, then you run to levayas, you run to Yicham HaBeilims, and you run to help people, and you run to do. And we worry about our grandparents, our elderly. I hate to say this about the world today. I think when Obama was president, he said like 75-year-olds, nope, you know. That's it. Someone had said something then. By us? Zikna, you know what Zikna means? You know what it means by us? It means an older person. What it means that their hearts we have to have, they save a token, a person turns 70, whatever. You know, we have to stand up for the person. We respect older people. What are you going to do about it? I say to all of you, are taking time out of your day. I'm taking to all of you. Let's take something that we want to improve in. Let's become one nation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Hatzlacha, have a Chag Shavua Sameach, have a happy Yom Tov. You got to try to be happy no matter what. And enjoy your families, enjoy whatever you can do, and help another Jew. Help L'chayit. A good Yom Tov.
A good Erev Yom Tov to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on the Vayichan program, and it is a tremendous kavod for me to be a part of this beautiful program. I thank Rabbi Tarragon for putting it together, and I thank all of you for making time on Erev Chag HaShavuos to learn Torah together, to do exactly what we're supposed to be doing in preparation for the Yom Tov of Shavuos. What we're going to talk about tonight is something that to me is very dear, to me is extremely compelling. It is about the interplay that halacha has between kavod habrios and sometimes a halachic dilemma that comes in its way. And by way of introduction, I bring you to a beautiful mimer, to a beautiful piece of Reb Chaim Shmulevitz in his Sefer Sichas Musar. And there in the Sichas Musar, he draws upon Moshe Rabbeinu's valedictory address. Moshe Rabbeinu, in his very last opportunity to address the Jewish people, goes through a number of the mistakes, a number of the problems that happen throughout their traveling in the Midbar. And there, at the very end of the pasuk, Moshe Rabbeinu says, "V'lavan v'chatzeiros v'di zahav," which is not really clear. It's a cryptic statement, but Rashi there explains what exactly is being referred to by Moshe Rabbeinu. And Rashi says that here, Moshe Rabbeinu was talking about places, shehichisan lefnei hamakom, different locations where they made terrible mistakes, and the Jewish people angered, so to speak, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, where they disappointed him. But Moshe Rabbeinu did not want to say them explicitly. His kiran beremez, says Rashi, he went out of his way not to mention them outright, mipnei kevodan shel Yisrael, because Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned with the honor and the dignity of the Jewish people. Now, Reb Chaim Shmulevitz writes, is it not the obligation of a great Jewish leader before his passing to give tochacha, to give musar? Is that not his mitzvah? Is that not the expectation that we as his followers have? Everybody was probably waiting to hear from Moshe Rabbeinu. And not only that, these were not private mistakes that nobody was aware of. Why would they be embarrassed from these mistakes if he would have mentioned them explicitly? After all, we're talking about mistakes that everybody knew about. Chet ha'egel, chet ha'meraglim. These were mifursamim. These were very well known. These were publicized. These are mistakes that we are still being punished for because they were considered to be so cataclysmic. They were considered to be so tragic in the devastation that was caused because of the mistake that happened. And yet Moshe Rabbeinu was so careful not to say them explicitly, not to mention them outright. And Reb Chaim Shmulevitz writes, you see from here that one has to be so careful. You see from here that when it comes to humiliating another human being, when it comes to potentially crushing another person, one has to be so aware of the consequences of their words or their actions. And you can be the great Moshe Rabbeinu, and it can be your mitzvah of tochacha, and yet you have to do it in a way that is so delicate because of kavodam shel Yisrael. Reb Chaim Shmulevitz then goes further and he says, maybe you'll say Moshe Rabbeinu had to be extra careful and extra sensitive because he was dealing with Klal Yisrael, he was dealing with the Jewish people, and one has to be very careful the way they speak about the Jewish people as a whole. Yet that is not the case. He says you look further in the Torah, where we have the story of Bilam HaRasha. And there, Bilam HaRasha, as we know, goes down as one of the infamous personalities who tried to destroy the Jewish people. And what was his end? As we know, the famous story from Chumash, Bilam HaRasha has this very unusual encounter with his donkey, with his animal. And the donkey speaks with him. What was the aftermath of that donkey? What happened to the donkey in the end of the day? Well, Rashi quotes from the Medrash that the Ribono Shel Olam decided that that donkey needed to be killed. And one can ask, why? Would it not have been a tremendous Kiddush Hashem for that donkey to be brought to every Jewish community all over the world? For everybody to know this is what happens when you start up with the Jewish people. This is what your consequence is going to be. You will end up like Bilam, and yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the life of that donkey. Why? Because he has pity on Bilam. What's going to happen? Imagine somebody later on in history sees that donkey a couple of years later and they say, oh, that's the Bilam that had this encounter with the donkey. Even a donkey is better than Bilam. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that was unfair because of the kavod that we have to human beings, even to a Bilam HaRasha. One has to be mindful, one has to be sensitive, even to this shameful, low-life, disgraceful human being like Bilam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, we still need to be careful. We still need to be thoughtful. Mishum she'ein kavodam hefker. Says Reb Chaim Shmulevitz, no human being is allowed to be taken advantage like that. One always has to be sensitive and aware. One always has to be considerate and concerned about the dignity of another human being. And that is something that we need to be so careful about. Reb Chaim Shmulevitz writes so beautifully, why is that the case? And he says the reason why is because we were all created B'Tselem Elokim. Chaviv Adam Shenivra B'Tselem. We are all considered beloved. Many of the Mefarshim say on Pirkei Avos, Chaviv Adam refers to Jew and non-Jew alike. All of us are created B'Tselem Elokim. And because of that, we all have the opportunity to be a part of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's world. Well, we make mistakes. We may disappoint the Ribono Shel Olam. Maybe we disappoint him terribly. Maybe we make many mistakes, but yet we are still considered to be a part of Tselem Elokim. And therefore we are assumed to be something special, something that needs consideration, and we always need to be careful about the dignity of human beings. Reb Chaim Shmulevitz writes as well in another piece that you have to think about Ben Adam Lachavero as fire. You put your hand into a fire, you have 1,000,001 good reasons to do so. You're trying to save something, you're trying to save a person's life, you're going to get burnt, it doesn't matter what happens. And he says, when it comes to issues of Ben Adam Lachavero, one always needs to understand that Ben Adam Lachavero is fire, and you are playing with fire. If one gets involved in an issue of Ben Adam Lachavero and mistakenly hurts the other human being, you are potentially playing with fire. So with that short introduction in mind, let us now get into the halacha. And just to understand what it is that we're going to discuss, to just give a frame to the conversation a little bit. What exactly is a halachic dilemma? What does it mean in halacha in general when we have a dilemma? Well, many people have a mistaken impression that whenever you have a problem, whenever you're not sure what to do, shave va'al taseh. Be passive, just don't act. Don't be proactively doing something that could potentially be wrong. I'm much safer if I'm shave va'al taseh. And that is a big mistake. That is not true at all. Just because I am active, just because I am asserting myself, does not mean that that is more of an avera or less than if I would just remain passive. When we have a halachic conflict, when we have something that seems to be incompatible, when we have a halachic clash, we need to think not about passive versus active, but rather we need to think about how we can reduce, how we can minimize the level of Avera that is going to be done. How can we bring about the least negative, the least damaging results? And this is a proof from the Gemara Maseches Eruvin, where the Gemara talks in Maseches Eruvin Daf Kuf, what happens if you have two karbanos that get mixed up? And the Gemara tells us, some karbanos need to have 4 sprinklings on the Mizbeach, other karbanos need to have only 1 sprinkle on the Mizbeach. But now you have the blood gets mixed up, we don't know exactly which one it is, and we don't know whether we should sprinkle it 4 times or whether we should sprinkle it once. And the Gemara writes, if I sprinkle it 4 times, I'm potentially violating Bal Tosif. If it was only supposed to be sprinkled once, I'm violating don't add on to the mitzvah Torah. If I sprinkle it once, maybe I'm in violation of Bal Tigra, that I'm supposed to sprinkle it 4 times, and instead I'm changing the mitzvah and I'm doing it less than it is supposed to be. And the Gemara goes through a discussion about what is the right way to do, what is the right way to respond when I have a halachic dilemma. Now, why isn't the answer obvious? The answer should have been Shev Va'al Tasa. The answer should have been just sprinkle it once because you'll be safe. At least you won't be actively violating an Avera in the Torah. And the answer is no. That is not always the right way to go. One always has to think not about passive versus active, but rather one needs to think about minimizing the level of Avera that is going to be violated when I involve myself in this activity. Take, for example, the Ramah in Yerodei. I forgot if it's the Ramah or the Shulchan Aruch. You'll look it up. It's in Reish Pei Beis, where they talk about a person who's going from one place to another, and they have a Sefer Torah with them. And you're not able to bring along a Sefer Torah with an Aron and a Shul. You're going to bring the Sefer Torah because you need it for the travel. So the Gemara says that I'm allowed to bring a Sefer Torah, but I have to treat the Sefer Torah with tremendous respect, and it needs to have a separate covering, it needs to be in a separate compartment. However, the Shulchan Aruch writes, what if a person is in a situation where they are afraid mipnei haganavim? I'm afraid that somebody may take the Sefer Torah and they will desecrate or defile the Sefer Torah once they get it. Well, in such a case, he says, I'm allowed to even ride on top of the Sefer Torah in order to save it. Now you'll ask yourself, which religious Jew would ever be mevazeh a Sefer Torah like that? Biyadayim, I'm going to actively do something that is a bizayon to the Sefer Torah, and the answer is yes. Because it's not about being passive versus being active. This is rather a discussion that one needs to have, a thought process that they need to go through about what is going to bring about the least possible damage, the least consequences from what's going to happen. Well, if the Sefer Torah will be stolen, it will be far worse if it's defiled by those who steal it. It will be far worse if they desecrate a Sefer Torah on an ongoing basis than if I right now sit on the Sefer Torah in order for me to save it. A story that I will never forget, I hope, for my entire life, because it made such an impact, such an impression. Right before Gush Katif was given away to our enemies, about 2 or 3 days before, I was in Eretz Yisrael with my father. Our family was there for the summer, and my father was invited to go and give chizuk to the communities in Gush Katif that were about to lose their homes, they were about to lose their yeshivas, their batei knesios, their communities that they worked so hard to build. All of that was about to go up in smoke. It was all about to be given away to the enemy, to the Arabs. And they asked my father to come and give chizuk and give shiurim to some of the communities there. I remember my father being at a loss of words. What is one supposed to say when an entire community's life is about to be destroyed? It was a very difficult period in our Jewish history in Israel. In the last 70 years since the establishment of the State of Israel, it was a very painful time and a lot of tension, very difficult. And I remember at one point while we were there was a Rav that came over to my father and he was crying, and he asked him the following shaila. This shul, he says, this yeshiva, I built with my own 2 hands. And I nurtured the Talmidim there, and I made sure that they grew, and then they got married, and they moved back here, and they lived with their families, and their families grew, and we davened here every Shabbos, every Yom Tov. And he said, I just cannot imagine what the non-Jews are going to do to this building after we give it over to them. And he asked a very sincere but painful question. Do I have a right to firebomb the building as we are being kicked out of the community? Now again, you'll say, how could a person even imagine firebombing a Beis Medrash, a Beis HaKnesses? How can you do such a thing? But the alternative, he argued, is perhaps worse. Imagine what the enemy is going to do in here, and that is something that was so painful for him to even consider? That was a very serious question, but unfortunately this is something that has come up in so many generations throughout Jewish history. The Shus Yaakov goes into a discussion about whether I have a right to be Sorif Kisvei HaKodesh. Do I have a right if a community is about to be ransacked? And many in the Holocaust had the same shaila. If you look in the tshuvas that were written in the days of the Holocaust and the days of the Shoah, there are many such discussions of similar proportion, of similar magnitude, where a Jew was faced with a terrible dilemma. Should I destroy the Kisvei HaKodesh? Should I burn the Sifrei Torah? Because the alternative is worse. I see that the enemy is coming into my city. I see that they are going to take our Dvarim Shebekdusha and defile them. Is it better that I actively get involved and do something, even though I am going to be the one involved? I remember when I was a rabbi in the White Shul, I was the assistant rabbi there, and there was a Jew every single Shabbos, every week without fail. When they opened up the Sefer Torah, when they opened up the Aron Kodesh on Shabbos afternoon for Mincha, he would begin to cry. Every week he would start to cry. And I never understood it. I never knew why, but I never had the audacity to even inquire why it was that he was crying. One week after a couple of years of my watching this, he comes over to me and he says, I'm sure you're wondering why I always cry when they take the Sefer Torah out on Shabbos afternoon by Mincha. I said, actually, the truth is, I do wonder. And he said, I'll explain to you. I'm a Holocaust survivor. And he said, when I saw that things were getting bad in our neighborhood, I was approached by our rabbi, by our Rav of the Kehillah. And he came over to me and my brother and he said, I'd like you to spend the whole night taking all the silver and gold from the Sifrei Torah, and I want you to melt it into the ground. Because he said, tomorrow the enemy is going to ransack our town, and who knows what they're going to do with that silver and gold. And he said, I'd like you to know, it's now so many years later, 70 plus years later, and he said, I've never forgotten that moment. I feel I've made such a chil Hashem. I feel that I've desecrated HaKadosh Baruch Hu's beautiful gold and silver that was on the Sifrei Torah. And he said, every Shabbos when I look at the Sefer Torah that's being taken out from the Aron and I look at the gold and silver on the side there, I always am reminded. It opens up that whole memory to me. So unfortunately, this is something that has come in so many different iterations over the many, many years of our painful history. But it's a very important question. Reb Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, who, aside from being the Gadol Hador of his generation and of our generation, he was so sensitive and so thoughtful, so caring. If you've never read his biographies, you should really try to take some time to read about him and think about what kind of lessons we can take away from his wife, from his lifetime. I mean, so many stories come to mind. I'll just share one. I remember I once read that Reb Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, his wife, passed away on a Shabbos. And after Shabbos was over, he had to go home to make the funeral arrangements. So he didn't want to take the elevator because he knew he was going to meet people in the elevator, and he really wasn't in a state of mind to be engaging others in conversation. He was in so much pain. He was in so much distress. So he decided to take the staircase down in Shaarei Tzedek to the ground floor, and he would take a taxi home. So that's what he did. He went down the staircase, 2 flights down. There's a Talmud of his whose wife had just had a baby, and he bumps into him in the staircase, and the Talmud says, "Oh, Rebbe, how are you?" So Reb Shlomo Zalman composed himself, looked back at this Talmud, and he said, "And how are you? What brings you to the hospital?" And he said, "My wife just had a baby." And Reb Shlomo Zalman stood there in the hallway, engaging his Talmud in conversation, asking all the details. How big was the baby? And who does the baby look like? And how is your wife feeling? And how was the labor? Was everything okay? And he got into a whole discussion with this young man. Until they finished up, Reb Shlomo Zalman gave him a beautiful bracha, and he wished him nachas on this new child and his family, and then he went home. That night, this Talmud found out that the Rebbitzin had passed away, and he was so humiliated, he was so embarrassed. And he came to the Shiva, and he didn't know what to say. And he turns to Reb Shlomo Zalman and he said, "I am so embarrassed that I held you up. I understand it was probably right after your wife passed away and you just wanted to go home and think for yourself and make the arrangements, and I was making you stay up there and you were talking to me about my new child." And Reb Shlomo Zalman said, "Just because I suffered a personal loss, what does that have to do with your simcha? You are entitled to be misameach. You are entitled to your simcha, and there's no reason why you should suffer just because my wife passed away." It's a remarkable story but it's trademark of who Reb Shlomo Zalman Auerbach was. And in this Tshuvas Minchas Shlomo, he has an amazing tshuva, just so beautiful, where he brings this point home about Kavod Abrios, and he says that when you think about Kavod Abrios, we're not going to say the background of the story now because there's really not enough time, but he says when you think about Kavod Abrios, he says, imagine it like this. He says, sometimes you have to think about it. If a doctor does an amputation because somebody has a terrible illness, and we're afraid that that illness is going to spread, a gangrenous leg, if we don't take care of that leg, the illness could potentially spread to the entire body. Would you call that doctor who did the amputation, is he a mazik or is he a matzil? Is he somebody who has just positively impacted this person's life? Or is he somebody who has just negatively impacted? And Reb Shlomo Zalman writes that it's quite clear that the doctor needs to be thanked, that the doctor who did the amputation, as hard as that was for the patient, it is what was necessary to be done to save his or her life. And therefore, says Reb Shlomo Zalman, when we have a halachic dilemma, we need to think about it in those terms as well. We need to think about whether we are being a matzil or we're being a mazik. It has nothing to do with active versus passive. It has to do with bocher b'miotara. You have to make a choice. What is the least consequence, least negative consequence that could come about from what it is that I am faced with? So now, let us turn to a Gemara in Brachos. I see we only have 11 minutes left, so put on your seatbelts. We're going to make sure that we get through as much as we possibly can. The Gemara Maseches Brachos Yud Tes Amud Beis tells us, Hamotze Kilayim Bebigdo. As we know, there's a prohibition to wear shatnez. Wool and linen that is woven together, you're not allowed to wear it in your clothing. Now, let's say somebody is walking on the street, they just bought a new jacket, and the tag is sticking out, and they notice that it has shatnez in it, and they don't know what to do. Now, we're talking about in the days of the Gemara when they only had one garment. It's not like they had a shirt and a tie and an undershirt and a jacket and a coat on top and a sweater. No, they had one robe, and they find out that that robe is now shatnez. What is one supposed to do? Well, I have a halachic dilemma. On the one hand, it's usher for me to wear shatnez. On the other hand, I am going to be totally humiliated if I take my clothes off in the middle of the street. So what am I meant to do? Well, in that case, the Gemara has a lengthy discussion, and it comes to the following conclusion. When I'm going to violate an Isur D'Oraisa, the Gemara says, Ein chachma ve'ein tvuna ve'ein eitzel leneged Hashem. I must be willing to humiliate myself, not to violate any of the mitzvahs HaTorah. However, when it comes to an Isur D'Rabbanan, the Gemara says that if I'm violating B'shei V'al Taseh, I'm allowed to do so. I'm allowed to overlook the Isur D'Rabbanan when it comes to my own personal dignity. So let us give a practical example. The Shulchan Aruch in Siman Shin Sadi in Yerodea, that's Hilchos Avelis, Rachmana Litzlan, it shouldn't be relevant to anyone, but the Shulchan Aruch there quotes a psak from the Talmud Yerushalmi. What if a person is in the middle of getting a haircut, and while they're halfway through cutting his hair, the barber is in the middle, and somebody runs into the barbershop and says, by the way, you better run home right away because a close relative of yours has just passed away and you are now in onein. Well, in such a case, says the Shulchan Aruch, I don't have to stop in the middle because I look like a total fool. Half of my head is cut and half of my hair is still on my head. And therefore he says, I'm not mechuyev to stop in the middle, I should finish off. And writes the Kesef Mishnah, the reason why I'm allowed to finish is because Kavod Habrios. It would be humiliating for me. Similarly, the Gemara says in Maseches Shabbos, there's an Isur of Muktzah. And Muktzah means many, many different things, many categories of Muktzah, but if something has no purpose on Shabbos, I'm not allowed to touch it. And therefore, Eitzim va'avanim v'yafar, we assume that if you have rocks, which generally have no purpose, you're not allowed to handle them on Shabbos. If I designate the rocks before Shabbos starts, then they do have a purpose and they are not muktzah. My father always likes to joke. If you live in those communities where they throw stones at cars on Shabbos for being Mechal Shabbos, and you've designated those stones before Shabbos, maybe they won't be muktzah. Now, maybe you're doing something wrong for other reasons, but in terms of muktzah itself, once you've designated them, set them aside, it's no longer going to be a problem. So now, says the Gemara, what if a person in the days of the Gemara needs to go use the bathroom? They need to relieve themselves, and they didn't have tissues. The way they used to wash themselves off was they took a rock. The problem is I didn't set something aside before Shabbos. Well, what are my options? Either I violate the Isur of Muktzah by picking up a rock from the ground, Or I'm going to walk around all day being dirty, being soiled, and that is not kavod abrios. Says the Gemara, we overlook the Yisur D'Rabbanan mishum kavod abrios. Well, that's not practical for us, and the Shmir Shabbos K'Halacha extrapolates from there to a modern day example. What if I have a situation where I forgot to cut toilet paper before Shabbos, and now I'm stuck in a situation where I don't have anything that I could use on Shabbos because it will be a potential problem of koreya. In such a place, the Shmir Shabbos K'Halacha writes, I'm allowed to do the Isser of Amira Le'akum, which is an Isser D'Rabbanan. I'm allowed to ask a non-Jew to cut the toilet paper for me in order to save myself from a violation of Kavod Habrios, in order to save myself from terrible embarrassment. I remember a number of years ago, I remember this vividly, there was an amazing story that really caught the attention of many Gedolim in our generation, many great Gedolim. And the story was an amusing story, a sad story, but an interesting one. It was about a couple in Lakewood. And I remember on Sunday morning, a relative of this couple came to YU to talk to my father about the Shaila, and I was fascinated. And I called Rav Asher Weiss and I mentioned it to him. He ultimately wrote a tshuva about it as well. It's a fascinating story. What I found most amazing was both my father and Rav Asher Weiss off the cuff said the exact same lamdas, the exact same svar, and you have to be a tremendous Talmud Chacham to come up with this. So here's the story. There was a couple that got married on a Thursday night. The chassan, I guess, was a little bit of a shlamazel, I'm not sure, but he was concerned that he was going to forget the ring at home, and he was not going to bring it to the chuppah, which is the only job that the chassan has. He just needs to show up, bring the ring, and say Haread Mekudeshesli, but he was afraid. So he gave it to his older sister, and he said, this is your job. When I walk down the aisle, after I get there, I'd like you to take the ring, slip it into my pocket, and then you are going to help me be the one to give the ring to the kala. How are you going to help me? By giving it to me, because I'm afraid that I'm going to forget to bring it to the wedding, to bring it to the chuppah. Well, that's what happened. Chassan marches down the aisle. His sister walks up right behind him, drops it into his pocket. He says, Hareya Mekudeshesli, everything's fine, and they are married. Now it comes Friday night of the Sheva Brachos, and the sister who was married herself then goes to wash for the Shabbat Sheva Brachos. And as she's taking off her rings, as is customary that people take their rings off when they wash, as she's taking off her ring, she says, oh my, I can't believe what just happened. And she realizes that she took her own ring and gave it to her brother to be Mekadesh, his new wife, and she was wearing the ring that her brother had asked her to bring to the chasana. Well, that turns out that the ring that he was Mekadesh with really was not his, it was his sister's. He didn't purchase it, he didn't buy it, it didn't belong to him. She had no das to be makneh to him. And the question then became, here we are Friday night, 100 guests at a Sheva Brachos. Back in the days when we used to make simchas with 100 people, halavai, we should be able to be mesameach all together with each other, but here you are, in the middle of a Sheva Brachos, and the chassan and kala aren't even married. And if you're going to get up and make an announcement to everybody that the reason why we cannot make Sheva Brachos tonight is because they're not really married. Imagine how humiliating that would be for the sister. And not only that, how humiliating for the couple. Now they have to sleep in two different houses, and everybody has to know that they're not even married to each other. This would be a terrible humiliation to her and to the entire family, to the whole situation. So they went to the Rav in the community, who I'm sure was a great Talmud Chacham, but how often does such a shaila come up? How's he supposed to know what to do? And he said, what can you do? They're not married. They have to separate. You got to call off the Sheva Brachos. Everybody can enjoy the time spending together. They can all eat the meal together, but there's nothing more that I can suggest. Well, it's very easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, and after Shabbos, everybody was discussing the Shaila, and all the different poskim said their thoughts, and I thought it was fascinating that both my father and Rav Asher Weiss, when they were discussing this Shiloh, off the cuff said the same thing. And they both pointed to a story in the Tshuvas HaRamah, where the Ramah says there was an unfortunate story in his town in Krakow. There was a Yisoma, there was a girl who lost her parents, and there was a fear that she would never get married. Why? Because there always had to be money that was put up in advance for a girl to get married. Back in those days, in the days of the Ramah, that was the only way to get married. And this girl, who was going to fend for her? Well, she got engaged, and the community promised, we are going to raise the money. We will make sure that a Yisoma is going to get married and have an equal chance like everybody else. So they went around, they collected the money, they tried their best, and the wedding was called for a Friday night. Why Friday night? Because they always used to have the weddings right before Shabbos, And then they would go straight into Kabbalah Shabbos, they would daven Ma'ariv, and they would have the wedding meal was really the Friday night meal. It was a way for people to save money. That was the practice in Europe back in the 1500s and even later. That is what many, many people did. Well, the chassan showed up Friday afternoon to the shul. He's ready to get married, and he asked, well, where's the money? And the Gabayim say, we tried to raise the money, we didn't have enough, we just couldn't come up with the sum of money that we thought we would. And this was a painful story, because here you have a Yisoma ready to get married. The community came together to try to help her, and they just couldn't come up with the money. Well, the chassan says, I love you very much, but we just practically need money to live. So the shidduch was called off. After the Tzibur was Makabel Shabbos, after the Daven Mincha and Ma'ariv, the Gabbai runs in and he says, I got the final pledges. Well, now it was too late, because now it's already Shabbos. And the Gemara says in Maseches Beitza, there's an Isur D'Rabbanan to get married on Shabbos. Well, the Ramah himself got up and said, absolutely not. I will not allow for a Yisoma to be humiliated, to be embarrassed 1 minute longer. And he said, I'd like to be Masada Kedushin right now on Shabbos. Even though it's an Isur D'Rabbanan, he was Masada Kedushin in the shul on Friday night, Mishum Kavod Habrios. And the Ramah used the same logic, and that is what my father told me at the time as well. If he would have been there, and again, it's easy to say after the story, but if he would have been there, he said, this is such a humiliating story, I would have said that they should get married, just pull two Edom aside, do another Kiddushin on Friday night, even though it's an Isur D'Rabbanan Mishum Mekach Memkar. We would be willing to overlook that for the sake of Kavod Habrios. There's a lot more to discuss with regard to this topic of Kavod Habrios. A lot of Rishonim, the Rosh and the Rambam, the Mechaber and the Ramah have a big machlokas about many further permutations of the issue of Kavod Habrios on the case that the Gemara gives about Shatnez, but unfortunately we don't have enough time. With the advent of the Baal Tshuva movement today, there are so many different ramifications that we have of Kavod Habrios where it comes in clash with the halacha. Let me just share one with you, but this is just one example. This also happens every so often. But this is a case where a woman who was not religious had a miscarriage, and then later on she became religious, and later on she has a child. And when that child is born, she then is supposed to do a pidyon haben, but her husband is not even aware that she had some kind of relationship while she was in college before she was religious, and she had an abortion. Again, whether this is good for a marriage, bad for a marriage, you have to talk to a psychologist, but this is something that she never shared with her spouse. She never shared with her husband. It's so much a part of her history. It's part of her past. She doesn't think back to those days at all. And now the question becomes, her husband is sitting there so excited to prepare a pidyon haben, but she knows good and well that she is not supposed to be having a pidyon haben for this son. Now again, here we have an issue of Kavod Habrios to the nth degree. Not only Kavod Habrios, who knows what it could do to the marriage if this husband will find out that his wife has been hiding this from him, that his wife had this previous life that he probably won't be very happy about. What is one supposed to do? Are we allowed to make a bracha levatala, a bracha she'ena tzricha? Are we allowed to do that and perform the mitzvah of pidyon haben when we know with certainty that this really is something that is not supposed to be done? That shaila and so many others are so relevant lahalacha, and you'll say this is just a beautiful sugya, but in practicality, in actuality, this is something that has so many different ramifications lahalacha ulemaisa. It comes up so often in our day-to-day life where we are challenged with situations where Kavod Habrios comes against one of the halachos that the Torah demands of us, and we need to think so carefully, like Reb Chaim Shmulevitz said. Are we making sure that we approach issues of Kavod Habrios like they are fire? Are we being sure that we understand everybody is created b'tselem Elokim? And this is something that we always need to take into account. It's not about active versus passive. Sometimes actively getting involved in a situation, although it feels terrible, although it feels wrong, sometimes actively being involved is the way to save a far worse consequence from resulting. And this is something we need to think about very carefully every time we are faced with a halachic dilemma. I wish all of you a most meaningful, uplifting, and enjoyable Chag HaShavuos up ahead. And Yemale Hashem kol meshalos libchem v'libenu l'tova v'livracha.
Rabbi Kushner, ready for you to start.
Okay. Shalom Aleichem, everybody. We know that the Gemara says that Moshe Rabbeinu was Misakim, that the Yidden should learn Hilchas Chag B'Chag, which means you're supposed to learn the halachas of the Yom Tif before the Yom Tif. Now, Shavuos does not have that many specific halachas that are specific to Shavuos. So we're going to discuss in Yana D'Yoma that is Negea, this specifically, uniquely, this Shavuos. Baruch Hashem, we're at the tail end of a pandemic, but still everyday life is a little different than it always is, usually is. And from a commercial and people are making everyday purchases, a lot of it is not being done in store. It's being done via the phone and via online. And people's front porches are generally covered in boxes from giant online retailers who shall remain nameless. And we're going to discuss a little about Shavuos, because Shavuos is 2 days, and the odds are that there will be some boxes arriving on most people's front porch. And there are many halachas that are relevant to that I don't know if everyone's aware of. Now, I'm assuming most people are aware that a box that comes on Shabbos or Yom Tif, the halacha is you shouldn't touch it on Shabbos and Yom Tif. Boxes that arrive, you don't bring in, you don't touch it. That's a halacha in Siman Shin Zayin, Sif Yud Gimel, that something that's maybe chutzot chum asal liga by, you shouldn't touch it. And that's a whole bear halacha. It's muktzah, and there's a whole sugya. But that's, I believe, well known. What's sometimes not well known is what's the halacha with those packages when Shabbos or Yom Tif is over. Meaning Matzah Yom Tif, you received clothing, you received shoes, you received any household item. When are you allowed to benefit from that? So most people would say, well, Shabbos is over, so I'm allowed to benefit. So it's very much not simple, and the halacha is usually not like that, and it depends sometimes between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, and I'll try to explain it as best as I can. So just as a hakdama to these halachas, before we discuss the specific application of these packages, we know that there's a halacha in Siman Reish Ayin Vav, and it's a Gemara in Shabbos, Kuf Chof Aleph, that a guy that does something for a Yid, you're not allowed to be nene from it. If he does it on Shabbos, you're not allowed to be nene from it. A guy turns on a light for a Yid. This has nothing to do with you asked him to do it. This has nothing to do with Amir al-Akum. A Gentile sees a Yid who's struggling with the light off and whatever it is, he feels that he could turn the light on. He turns it on. It was very dark. He couldn't do what he needed to do. He couldn't read. Now the guy turns on the light. Now you can read. The halacha is you cannot be nene from that light. If a person has domestic help in the house, a cleaning lady, and the cleaning lady sees that there's a light off in a very dark room, she turns on the light for you because she sees you trying to read. You're not allowed to benefit from that light. Also, it's an issa of Maisa Shabbos, and that's brought in Siman Reish Ayin Vav. Right? If a person's in this is very negaya, and a lot of people sometimes don't realize this, you're in a hotel that's either Rav Yidden, they're having a Shabbaton, or it's even Rav Gayim, but there's a separate place with this food, or this water, and this big water urn is set aside for Yidden, and Yidden are making coffees the whole Shabbos. And many times these water urns cannot take that much volume, and it runs out. And there's a guy who goes and fills it for the Yidden. So the halach is you can't use that water, right? And then someone will say, well, the guy's doing it for himself, but that's not correct. The guy's doing it for the Yidden. The guy doesn't need to fill a 20-quart water for himself. So he's doing it primarily for Yidden. The halach is you can't use that hot water. So now, the halacha is if a kablan does it, which means a guy who's paid a set amount, a kablan who does a malacha for a Yid, which means you have, and this is very negated to the packages, you have a guy who is not a regular guy who's doing it for you, and he's not paid per hour. He's paid for the set job. Specifically, FedEx, UPS, those are the quintessential kablanim, because when FedEx has to deliver a package for you, they're not paid for their time. If they run into a traffic jam and they spend an extra 2 hours, they don't charge more. If the weather's very bad, they don't charge more. If they have a very easy time because the roads are empty, like sometimes they are now, they don't charge less. They get paid a set amount, whatever the ktsitsa is. A ktsitsa means a set amount. That whatever the ktsitsa is, when you print that FedEx label, that's a ktsitsa, and they're hired as a kablanim. Okay. What's the halacha when you have a kablan who's paid a set amount? Kablanis is always much more kal, it's much more lenient. because there's an element that he's like an independent contractor. He's doing it for himself. He wants to just make his money. What's the halach when you have a kabbalah who does a job for a yid on Shabbos? And again, we're not talking about when you told him to do it on Shabbos. It's a whole different discussion about when you're allowed to tell a guy to do, when you're not allowed to tell a guy to do. That could be discussed maybe next year, Shavuos. But right now we're discussing what happens when a Gentile does something for you on Shabbos, and now you have a question, when can I be nene? When can I benefit from that job? So it's a halacha incineration and bays, sif daled. K'shekotzatz, when you make a specific amount with a Gentile, the Gentile does it on Shabbos, and he didn't tell him to do it, but he did it. So the Mechaber says, Mutter liyisrael lilbush hakli b'Shabbos atzma. The Gentile cleaned the beged, or he made a beged, he made a garment for a Jew. So the law is, says the Mechaber, that since you are kotza, since it's bekablanis, you're allowed to benefit from that work. There's no Isser Hana because it's kablanis. But the Ramah says, Kol she'yudua she'eni Yehudi gomre b'Shabbos. The Ramah paskins that if he did it on Shabbos, soich lahamtin b'motzei Shabbos b'kdei sheyasa. Now I'm going to explain very quickly what this means. What this means is that the Ramah holds that you have to wait after Shabbos the amount of time that he would have taken it to do it after Shabbos. So, for example, if a Gentile delivers a package for you on Shabbos, and he drove this package for you 1 hour, or let's say 2 hours, I'll make life easier. He drove it 2 hours. So now we have a machlekes, Mechaber, and Ramah. He's a kabbalah, he's paid a specific amount. And this, again, it doesn't matter if you hired FedEx or you ordered it from a giant online retailer, and then the FedEx is delivering it to you. It's all the same because they're delivering it for you. So he delivers it, he drives it 2 hours. You could check the tracking number, and you could see that on Shabbos it was scanned in Massachusetts, which is 2-3 hours away. And now it arrived at your front door sometime during Shabbos. So there was a 2-3 hour journey that was taken, that someone drove this package for you. So the halacha is, the Mechaber says it's not a problem because he's paid a set amount. And the Ramah says you have to wait b'kdei sheyasa. B'kdei sheyasa means you have to start counting after Shabbos 2-3 hours. And then you could use that package that was delivered to you on Shabbos. That's a machlekes Mechaber and Ramah, and it's built on a machlekes Rishonim, a mefurish machlekes Rishonim, the Tosfos in Daf Kuf Chav Beis, and Tosfos Yishanim and Daf Yotes, and there's a Rush, and there's a machlekes Rishonim, and there's a machlekes how he paskin. So halacha l'maisa, if a person receives a package, the halacha should be very simple. It depends on who you follow. If you are from a Sephardic descent and you follow the Mechaber generally, so then you could use it right away after Shabbos. And Ashkenazim, so we go with the Ramah, and the halacha would be you can't use it for the amount of time that it was done on Shabbos. Okay, now we're going to break this down further. Generally speaking, when a package arrives at the Yid's house, there's 2 phases to that. There's what was done specifically for the Yid or for the majority of Yid. And I'm going to give it Lakewood as an example because that's where I am right now. But every community would have its different variables, but usually there's 2 different phases to a package being delivered. There's the truck bringing it for a Yid, meaning me. Let's say he drives down my block and he delivers to me that time, let's say 1 minute. Or he's bringing it from the hub, let's say, which is a half hour, but he's bringing it to Lakewood. And usually there's a rive, a majority of things in that truck are for Yidden. So it's doing it for a Yid, a rive Yidden. And then there's the big 18-wheeler tractor trailers that's coming from sometimes Kentucky on Shabbos or wherever it's coming, but it's driving from Kentucky. And that we can assume is going to the local hub, that we can assume is the majority of Gentiles. So what's the halacha? So there's a halacha in Reish Ayin Vav that and it's built on a Gemara in Shabbos, that if a Gentile does something for a majority of Yidden, it's called a daita de Yehudi asa, daita de Ruba asa. He does it he does things for the majority. So if the majority is Yidden, we consider he did for a Yid, even though there was also doing things for a guy. There's some packages in there that's for a Gentile. The Gemara is talking about a merchitz. A merchitz is like a bathhouse, and a Gentile was heating up water. So on Shabbos, are you allowed to be nena right after Shabbos, or do you have to wait b'kdei sheyasa? So the Gemara says that if the majority of people in the city are Gentiles, he does it for the Gentiles. Then the Yidden don't have to wait right after Shabbos. If the majority of the people in the city are Yidden, he does it for the Yidden, and you have to wait b'kdei sheyasa. That's the halacha. So now we would have a kula. Now we would have a leniency. We'll say, well, if you scan and you look at your package, most of the work that was done, we can assume was the majority of Gentiles, because most of the people in the United States, the laws of would be different, maybe in different countries where it would be different than that. But in the United States, there's a right of Gentiles. So therefore, most of the packages are Gentiles. So just what was done locally, for me, I have to be makbid, but that's a few minutes, not a big deal. But if I see that the package was driven from Massachusetts to Trenton, New Jersey, so I can assume that 3-hour journey that happened on Shabbos was done for mostly Gentiles. Most of the things in that truck is Gentiles. And therefore, I don't have to wait that time, right? And what do I have to time? Okay, I have to wait the little time that it took for them to bring it to Lakewood, or from Lakewood to my house. That takes a half hour, 45 minutes. But anyways, you don't have to wait Ben Hashmosh. So basically after Ma'ariv, you wait 72 or 60. After Ma'ariv and after Havdalah, usually there's no problem. That would have been the halacha. And maybe that's what people... That's how people go about this, and that's why maybe it's not so well known. The problem is, it doesn't work like that. And the reason why it doesn't work like that is because there's a Mishmar who quotes a Ramah and he quotes a Rashba, and this is how he paskin. The halacha is, if a Gentile does something for himself, you're allowed to benefit. That's a Gemara. Says the Mishmar, the only time you're allowed to benefit if he does it for himself is if he's doing it for himself, and then the Yid, the Yid's also there, like if a Gentile turns on a light for himself. So the Yid's allowed to benefit, okay? What happens if the Gentile does it for the Yid, and for himself, okay? Means the Gentile does it for himself, but he also specifically knows that the Yid wants it and he does it for the Yid as well. So the Mishnah Brura in Siman Reishai and Vav, Sivka and Yud Zayin says like this: Im anu yoidim, if we know, she'asa gam b'shli Yisrael, which means even though you have a heter, that a Gentile is doing it for himself, and when a Gentile does something for himself, you're allowed to benefit. But if we know specifically that he's doing it also for Yisrael, it's aser, and there's a long bear halacha that proves this. It's a bear halacha, and the Ramah in Siman Tov Kuv Tezvav. Now this is very important. The Ramah says what happens when you have arrived. This is what we discussed, right? Ir sheruba eni Yehudim. If there's a city of mostly Gentiles. So kol hamevi chavila, if someone's bringing a package, the tzarich haroiv mevi. This is exactly what we just talked about. That if someone's bringing a package, we say he's bringing it for the majority. Majority means the majority of packages, the majority where it's going. But says the Ramah, let's say we know that he's specifically doing it also for the Yid. He's specifically doing it for the Yid. He's not just doing it stam das for the Rav. He's specifically doing it for also the Yid. Then the halacha becomes asa. So now this is the way I believe we should cheshbon, and we should come out from the sugya. When a Yid goes and he buys shipping from FedEx and he wants to ship, he purchased something online and it's going to ship from Kentucky and it's going to ship to his house and it arrives on Shabbos and he knows it traveled 4 hours on Shabbos. Since he purchased that shipping from FedEx, they have to deliver it for him. They're obligated to deliver. It's not just, I'm doing it, who do I think I'm going to do it for? I have a discretion, I'm going to do it for the Rav. There's a commercial obligation, there's a transaction here. The Yid bought a ticket. He bought a label. And imagine there wouldn't be any Gentile packages, any packages owned by Gentiles on this FedEx truck. Guess what? FedEx would do it for the Yid, right? Let's say, for example, there's 1,000 packages in that truck, and 100 are owned, 100 are being sent to Yidden, and 900 are being sent to Gentiles. Let's just say, and it's coming from Kentucky, and it's going to Brooklyn, or it's going to Lakewood, or it's going to any community, Baltimore, whatever it is. Now, imagine 900 of those 900 packages that's being delivered to Gentiles wouldn't be on that truck. Would the FedEx guy stop? The answer is, of course not. He has an obligation to deliver it to the people that paid for shipping. Now, sometimes there is a phenomenon that I've heard this, that a person can book a flight and he comes to the airport and there's no one on the flight and the airline will cancel the flight. They're not going for one person. There is such a thing, I understand that. But we're not talking, but that doesn't work like that in these giant freight companies. When you buy shipping, they're delivering it. There's a system. And they have an obligation to deliver it to you, and they will deliver it to you. And it's irrelevant if there's a Rav of akum or not. They will deliver it. So it comes out that even though there's a majority of Gentiles, they're doing it specifically for every person who paid for the shipping. And it's included in what the Ramah says, we know, how do we know? Because that's what it's happening. You paid for it and they're going to do it for you. We know that you're doing it for both. That would be the halacha. And therefore, it would come out that you have to cheshbon, which means you have to take into account the entire trip that was made. Now, sometimes it's hard to figure out, and I'm not telling you logistically, I'm not going to get into the variables how you figure out. But if you have an easy way to tell, and usually from scanning it, you could see exactly what that journey that the package took. It's irrelevant lahalacha if there was a majority of Gentile packages on the ship, on the truck. The person who's driving that truck, he's doing malachas for you. He's doing havara. He's doing kibui. He's starting up his truck. He's braking, and he's doing malachas, and he's bringing a package for you, and he's doing it for every person on that truck specifically because that's his commercial transactional obligation he has to you. So it would be that we lose the heter of roiv. Roiv means stam, what a person does. He doesn't have specific intentions, which means there's a bunch of people in a room. I see that they're struggling with the light. The Gentile walks in. He knows how to turn on the light. He turns on the light. Says the Gemara, it depends on Rive. But what happens when you have an obligation to each person in that room? And you would do it for each person in the room. It's Mefurish Ramah, Tav Kuf Tezvav. It's Mefurish Mishabur, Reish Shayin Vav, Yud Zayin. That you lose that heter. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, a person gets a package on Yom Tov. The halacha would be that he should wait. And you can count Ben Hashmoshes, it's your talking, because even Ben Hashmoshes is really, what we have Ben Hashmoshes is much more of a chumrah, so you can count a big chunk of that hour that you wait, and for Havdalah, but if you know it was for 3 hours, you really should wait. The Ramah does say, since it's a machlekes, so if you need it l'tzarech Shabbos, you could use it. If it comes, whatever it is, it's a beged, it's clothing that you need for Shabbos, you don't have a tie, and usually you might put on a tie, let's say, for covered Shabbos, and your tie arrives. So the Mishmar says you could put on that tie because you could be saimich on the mechaber because it's a machlekes. But unless you have such a heter, a person should wait. Many people are not familiar with that, and it's something to keep in mind. Now, there's a very interesting Rav Moshe, and I'm just going to bring it up quickly because people know about it, and I've gotten asked about it. There's a Rav Moshe about a situation where there was electricity was down, there was a blackout, and the electric company came and fixed the electric. And the Moshe is not talking about in theory. This is not an academic theory he wrote. This was an actual case where the electric went out, the electric company came on Shabbos and turned on the electric. And now the shaila is that person turned on the electric, he fixed the wire, he did a malacha, and now we have light. Can we use the light? So what would you say? So we would say, well, it depends. If it's Raiv, Yidden, can't use it because it didn't die to the Ruba, right? Didn't die to the Ruba. So the halach is you're not allowed to be nana until after Shabbos. That's what we would say. If it's Raiv Akum in that vicinity that got affected by the electric, so then we would say it would be Mutter because the Gemara says a Gentile does things that die to the Ruba. Now Rav Moshe, and this Rav Moshe is an Igros Moshe Chil Dal Siman Samach Dal in Or Chaim. Rav Moshe says the exact opposite, and this is something that's very hard for me to understand. But this is what he says. He says, since that he has an obligation to all the tenants, to all the residents of that area, and even if it would have been one Gentile, he would have fixed the electric. So therefore, we say he's doing it for the Gentile, and therefore all of the Yehudim, all of the Yidden in that area are allowed to benefit. Which means Rav Moshe just said the exact opposite of what we said. Exact opposite, not almost like symmetrically opposite of what we just said. That we have Shulchan Aruch saying that when it's Roiv Akum, and it should be mutter, but you do it specifically for a Yid. Says the Mishabura that it is Aser, says the Ramah, it's Aser. Dr. Moshe, a new svara, that if you do it specifically for a Gentile, it's mutter. So I don't have a great answer for this. I do, there's Achrayim, and if you look in the Megillah Sefer, he says that this psak is tzarchi and gadol, and a person shouldn't be saimich on it because it's really, even the Gemara says you go basar Rav Yidden. If it's Rav Yidden, it's asur. Maybe he's doing it for one guy in the mikveh who wants to use the mechitz, right? It's not like that. And I have spoken to G'dayli Paiskim, and I'm not going to quote them. Usually I like to quote people because maybe Gula La'ilam, but I don't know if they want to be quoted as going on the record that this Reb Moshe is very hard to be samich. But I have heard that people say this is very hard to be samich because the pashtus is it's keneged the Paiskim. It's keneged the Paiskim. I did recently see someone who suggests that Reb Moshe is talking specifically about electric, where there is a governmental requirement for them to do it. So since they have a legal obligation to do it for the Gentile, that kind of balances out. It doesn't make a difference that the Yidden are here and not here. That kind of trumps everything. It's like a svara. I don't know, it's a svara. I'm not saying if it's a good svara, bad svara, but it is a svara. Maybe. And if that's the case, then that would be specific to electric. This much I can tell you, Moshe doesn't say that. He just says that they're achrayah to do it. He doesn't say because they're going to get in trouble and lose their license. But maybe That's a theory that Moshe is saying that there's a certain chaymer that when the utility companies have a real requirement legally to do it, fix it no matter what. So therefore you lose who they're doing it for. They're just doing it because they have a legal requirement to do it. So they don't do it for anybody maybe. So therefore there's no dinner that's maybe a svara. Not that they're doing it specifically for the Gentile. They're just doing it because the government says do it. And even if no one was living in that specific vicinity right now, they would do it anyway. So it's nothing to do with the residents that are benefiting from it. Maybe that is a svara. It could be. So, but then again, that would limit it. That would limit the Reb Moshe. You wouldn't take the Reb Moshe and transplant it to your shoes that came on Shavuos. It's not going to help you because your shoes. FedEx has no requirement. FedEx is just doing it for whoever hired to do it, and FedEx is doing it for the people who paid for the shipping. On mail, the halacha would be asur. I'm just going to leave you one thought, one ha'ara on the Gemara and Shabbos. Again, the Gemara and Shabbos has this yisoid. I might run out of time, so we might be stuck with a question, and anybody could try to contact me with an answer or just think of an answer. The Gemara says, again, I'm just going to go back to the Gemara. The Gemara says that if there's a Gentile that owns a merchitz, he owns a bathhouse, and he heats up the water on Shabbos, and I'm assuming it takes 5 hours to heat up the water, okay? So if in the city it's a majority of Jews, then the Jews cannot benefit on that hot water, Matzah Shabbos. They have to wait 5 hours after Shabbos. That's what we call P'tei Shias. That's the Gemara says. If the majority of the people in that city, the residents of that city are Gentiles, then the Jews right after Shabbos are allowed to use that bathhouse. Why are they allowed to use that bathhouse? The answer is because you do it adaita deruba. A person does things based on the majority of people, and the majority of people in that city are Gentiles, and he's not doing it for a Yid, so he is allowed to be nanas. And I'm going to ask you a very simple question. What do Jews and Gentiles have to do with this? This guy is running a business. I'm assuming he has margins. He's paying rent. He has hitzoyes. Hitzoyes means expenses. He has to pay for the wood or for the gas, whoever updated his merchitzes, right? He has workers, right? I don't know what his margins are. His margins, he might be making 20%, which means that if he only had 60% Gentiles coming to his merchitz, he'd be losing money. He definitely needs the Jews. What does the Jews and the Gentiles have to do with his business? L'chayra, if you ask him, what type of customers do you have? He'll say, there's two types of customers, ones that pay and ones that don't pay. And all he cares about is if you pay. Because if you pay, he runs a business. If you don't pay, he doesn't run a business, right? This is almost like identity politics to the extreme. It depends. Gentiles, Jews, he puts them in categories. I'll ask you a question. Let's say the majority of people who come to his merchitz have black hair. So then it would seem that the redheads, which is the minority, they're allowed to benefit Matzah Shabbos because he does things that die to the Ruba. Now, I'll tell you the truth. The difference between redheads and black hair people have the exact amount of ramifications on his business between Jews and Gentiles. And what about if we say 6 feet and above is the majority? This is a very tall city. People are taller. The 6-footers, they're the majority. Okay, so all the shorties, they could come right after Shabbos because it doesn't do it a die to the shorties, does that to tall, right? So that would be ludicrous because there's nothing to do with this. He only cheshbons who's paying. And it's talking that his margins require Yidden to pay. And if Yidden wouldn't come, means if he only had 60% goyim, he does it at die to the goyim, he'd be out of business, he'd be bankrupt because the 40% Yidden, he lost his margins. He's on 20% margins, and now he lost 40%. So he wouldn't go too long unless you get government bailouts, right? So the question is, what exactly does the Gemara mean that a Gentile does things that daita deruba and he's not cheshbon the Yidden? He's cheshbon the Yidden. If he's not cheshbon the Yidden, he's out of business. He's cheshbon all the customers he needs. Bishleim, if the Yidden are 10%, his margins are 20%, he doesn't need the Yidden. But what does the Yidden have to do with this? Again, it depends who pays. Whoever pays, he's happy with, right? So, l'chayra, I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to say very quickly, l'chayra, what's before in the Gemara is that since there's an afkamina lahalacha between Jews and Gentiles, the roiv is kiveya who he's doing it. Not that this is an active, conscious thing, he's doing it for roiv. The din is that since there's a different halacha, the halacha splits between Jews and Gentiles, the roiv is kiveya, the halacha of what he's doing it for, not a conscious thing, an unconscious thing. That's just the way it is. And you find these halachas that daita deruba and things that have nothing to do with das. Like if there's the Gemara in Beya about if you have a city of roiv yidden or roiv goyim, so the main shar of the city, so that would, if it's roiv yidden, you need a mezuzah. But again, halachas mezuzah you find it's nothing to do with daita deruba. So it would seem l'chara misvara that since the din roiv has nothing to do with your active das, so therefore just the fact that you're actually thinking about the meal shouldn't be yinisser. In other words, if there's roiv akum, thinking about the yidden shouldn't be a problem, because I would assume every merchant is thinking about the yidden because you want to stay in business, and you'll be out of business if you don't think about the yidden. But the Gemara is saying that since the halacha splits between goyim and yidden, right? So therefore, how do we kaveya the halacha? We kaveya al pi roiv. That's kaveya what you're doing it for. But not that actively you're thinking of goyim and you're not thinking of yidden, because there's no rational pshat why it should be like that. That's what I would think. And Amela would come out that if you have a roiv akum, would be mutter, and roiv yisrael would be aser, roiv akum mutter, and it doesn't make a difference what you think. That's what I would think misvar. That's how to understand the Gemara. The Maisa, the Ramah is not like that. The Ramah is a pella to me. I just don't understand how he actually breaks down the Gemara. Halacha l'maisa, I believe you should go with the Ramah and not my little ha'ara ba'alma. So halacha l'maisa, a person should wait the time that the package was in transit until it received them. However much it was transit on Shabbos, you should wait. And I thank you all for listening. You should all speak benched and have a simchas Yom Tov and a shvuas that everyone should be mekabel the oitzvus, the treasures that your Rebbeinu Shalom gives on shvuas. Thank you.
Okay, Yeshikach, thank you very much. I guess I take over from here. So have a wonderful Yontif, Yeshikach, for the beautiful shir. Okay, so this evening, well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to join me to learn together this evening for a little bit, for the next half hour or so. And this evening, what we're going to discuss is the inyan of Talmud Torah as it relates to Shabbos. We very often think of Talmud Torah as its own standalone value, which it certainly is, and it's always worthwhile to learn Torah, whatever day of the week it may be. It's always worthwhile to learn Torah, but we're going to see that there's something special, something unique about Talmud Torah on Shabbos. And I thought that might be an appropriate thing to talk about specifically this year when Shavuos, or at least the second day of Shavuos, for those of us in Chutz La'aretz, the second day of Shavuos actually falls out on Shabbos. I have the great zechus of participating in a program called Smichas Chaver, and in the Smichas Chaver program, we're learning about Shabbos now, and almost every single week we talk about, in our Divrei Hashkafa at the beginning, we talk about the great connection between Shabbos and Torah, and how learning Torah on Shabbos is particularly the Shabbos is a particularly opportune time for learning Torah. But let's get into some of the nitty-gritty of that. Why is Shabbos a more special time to learn Torah? And is that necessarily true? Do the sources bear that out? Maybe we'll find that the opposite is in fact true. And when it comes to details, is there any way in which Torah learning on Shabbos is supposed to look different than Torah learning during the week? The Gemara tells us in Masechah Shabbos, Daf Yulam Beis Beitza Daf Tezayin Amar Aleph, Matana Tova Nasna HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael Beis Gnazav Shabbos Shema. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us this beautiful matana, and it's called Shabbos. And part of what we're supposed to do to demonstrate that we appreciate that matana is a mitzvah that the Navi Yeshayahu tells us about in Communal called Oneg Shabbos. V'karasel Shabbos Oneg. In fact,
Oneg Shabbos seems to me, enjoy Shabbos. Whatever you enjoy doing, do it on Shabbos, and that way you'll have a greater enjoyment for the day of Shabbos. But the Gemara does get into some specifics about how one is supposed to enjoy Shabbos. The Gemara in Shabbos Kuf Yud Chesam Beis tells us, I'm Rabbi Damarav, Kol ha'ma'aneg es haShabbos, nosam b'shalos libo. First of all, the Gemara says, if you enjoy Shabbos, Hashem will answer your prayers, but not the prayers that you actually say. Mishalos libo, the requests you have in your heart. It sounds like things that you've never even enunciated, things you've never verbalized. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to answer those prayers. That the pasuk in Tehillim says that when you're misaneg al Hashem, when you have tanug, then Hashem will fulfill your requests. So Gemara says that doesn't say anything about Shabbos. Oneg zeini yodei mahu. How do I know what that oneg is about? Kshuomer v'krosel Shabbos oneg haviyomer ze oneg Shabbos. Since the pasuk in Yeshayahu says v'krosel Shabbos oneg, so we see that oneg must be a reference to Shabbos. So says the Gemara, b'meh ma'ango. How should one experience this oneg? With what? What are we ma'aneg Shabbos with? Answers the Gemara. Rav Yehuda Breder of Shmuel Bar Shilas Mishmei Derav Amar. B'tavshil shel trodin v'dagim gedolim v'rosh shumin. Without translating what those things mean, things that people enjoyed eating in Talmudic times. Doesn't sound like anything I would order off a menu, whatever those things are, but things that people enjoyed eating in Talmudic times. That whatever is a delicious food, whatever you would consider to be a delicacy, that's what you should say for Shabbos. Whatever you enjoy, even if it's just something very small, something special, what they call a Shabbos treat, something different. In some families, the sugar cereals only officially come out on Shabbos. The rest of the week kids have to sneak them, and on Shabbos is the only, something special that you only have specifically for Shabbos. That's how you fulfill the mitzvah of Oneg Shabbos. It seems to be like a very physical description of Oneg Shabbos. You would hope that Oneg means something a little more ruchniistic than a good steak, a little more ruchniistic than the sugar cereals. It seems to be that Oneg Shabbos is a very physical description what the Gemara gives. It's a very it doesn't seem to discuss an oneg ruchani, but it's good food, and that's really the ikar mitzvah of Oneg Shabbos. Really is to make sure that we have good meals on Shabbos. The Ram writes Hadakas Nero Shabbos. Make sure there's good lighting in the room on Shabbos is also fulfillment of Oneg Shabbos. Anything that helps you enhance the enjoyment of the day of Shabbos. There's a fascinating comment I saw in Tzvika Reisman's Sefer of Tzvika Reisman in his Sefer on Shabbos, Siman Tez Zayin. For those of you who know, Rav Tzvika is a wonderful, wonderful Talmud Chacham who's published, dozens of Svarim already, and he works for a living. He's and then he still manages to write so many beautiful Svarim. So Baruch Hashem, Tzvika was very ill with Baruch Hashem, he had a refuah shalema. He was unfortunately very ill with the coronavirus. So we're so grateful. We're also grateful to continue to have his Torah to learn from. So Tzvika writes in Sefer Tzvi, fascinating episode. He said that they asked Rav Avigdor Nebenzahl. Rav Avigdor Nebenzahl asked Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach once, if a person has two peiros that he wants to eat, one fruit or the other. One of them, though, he really enjoys. It's his favorite fruit. But the other one is much healthier than the one that he enjoys eating. Which one should he recite the bracha on? He's going to eat both, but the bracha is only going to be one Bari Priya eitz. So which one should he prefer? Should he prefer to recite the bracha on the one that he enjoys more, or should he recite the bracha on the one that is healthier? So Shlomo Zalman said, well, why do you eat? You don't eat because you enjoy it. What kind of animal eats just because they enjoy it? No, you eat because it's healthy. You eat because it keeps you alive. You eat because it nourishes you. That's the primary reason that a person eats. So of course you would recite the bracha on that which is healthier. Shlomo Zalman said, you may tell me that the doctors think that this is healthier today, but sometimes things change in the medical field, like coronavirus instructions. Do wear a mask, don't wear a mask, do this, don't do that. Right? So these things change all the time. So you might say, no, the fruit that you're supposed to, that they tell you is healthy today, tomorrow they're going to tell you is unhealthy. So Shlomo Zalman says, yeah, but the food you enjoy today, tomorrow you're not going to enjoy. You judge it by Sharusham, and you say the bracha on the one that is healthier. But then Rav Nebenzahl added. Rav Nebenzahl said, I didn't ask the Rebbe this. I didn't ask Rosh Zalman this, but I'm pretty confident that he was dafka talking about when it's not Shabbos. But when it's Shabbos, then you would say the bracha on the fruit that you enjoy more, because then you have a mitzvah of oneg Shabbos. So there's an inherent ruchnius in your gashmius on Shabbos, that when you enjoy the fruit more, that becomes something that is more worthy of reciting a bracha. So certainly on one level, oneg, and on the most basic level, oneg Shabbos is that a person enjoys physically doing certain things, eating certain things. That's the experience one is supposed to have in Shabbos. In fact, the Rambam writes in Shulchan Aruch, if you enjoy taking nice walks, do that on Shabbos. Whatever you enjoy, whatever you physically enjoy, should be done on Shabbos. It's interesting when the Gemara says that anyone who is ma'anig as HaShabbos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him mishalos libo. So why is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him mishalos libo? So Beis Yosef writes in Simon Reish Mem Beis in Orach Chaim that it's in order that he should be able to continue to be ma'anig as HaShabbos with whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu blesses him with. So Hashem is going to continue to bless him so that he can continue to do oneg Shabbos. Like HaKadosh Baruch Hu makes an investment in a person, right? We have that idea. Probably most famously, that idea comes up when it comes to the mitzvah of tzedakah, right? All over Shas, Chazal tell us that the greatest segula to become rich is to give tzedakah. They say it in like 10 different ways. Aser b'shvil shetes asher, melach mamun chaser. Right? They have all these different ways of saying, give money and then HaKadosh Baruch Hu will take care of you, which is totally counterintuitive, right? You would think the more money you give up, the less money you have. So you have to trust that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to take care of you. Shimon Shkop explains in his Hakdamat Shari Yosha why. Why is that the reward for giving tzedakah, that you become wealthy? So he says, it's not like a reward, it's just natural that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made an investment in you. And he invested his money with you to see what you would do with it. So just like if you invest your money with a money manager and they do a good job with it, you'll invest more with that person. So too, HaKadosh Baruch Hu invests with you, and he sees, are you going to take care of my children with this? Are you going to take care of Klal Yisrael? Are you going to give tzedakah? Yes? Okay, so I'll invest more with you. If the answer is no, you may be a wonderful person outside of the mitzvah of tzedakah. You may be doing a lot of great things. I'll reward you for that, but I'm not going to invest with you. It's like if you invest money with a money manager, and he's a sweetheart. He's so nice. He calls you every hour of Shabbos to wish you a good Shabbos, and he sends you flowers for Shavuos. He's a tzaddik. He's a sweetheart. He just loses all your money. So, I mean, you'll love him. You'll give him a hug next time you see him. You know, once the social distancing thing is over, you'll embrace him emotionally for sure. But are you going to invest money with him? Of course not. So that's what Melech Mammon Chasr is. So says the Beis Yosef. That's all the schar for oneg Shabbos is. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I invested certain money with you, and you do it to honor Shabbos. You do it to be ma'aneg es Shabbos. Great, so I'll give you more so that you can do more oneg Shabbos. But the Marsha has a different interpretation. The Marsha says, why does it say kol mishalos libo? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him mishalos libo. He says because there's another halacha in Hilchos Shabbos, and that is that a person is not allowed to ask for things on Shabbos. We don't do bakashos on Shabbos. We've all noted that the Shabbos Shmona Esrei is way shorter than the weekday Shmona Esrei because it's not Shmona Esrei. It is 7. There are 7 brachos and that's it. Because we're not asking for things in the Shabbos Shmona Esrei. So one might think, well, wait a second, how could I spend money on Oneg Shabbos? I can't even ask for Kadosh Baruch Hu to replace that which I just spent because you're not allowed to have bakashos. So that's why Kadosh Baruch Hu says, don't worry, I know what you're thinking. Mishalos libo, that which even you're thinking you need because you just spent on Shabbos, I'm going to take care of that too. I'm going to take care of the Oneg Shabbos. Wonderful, but all of this is just about the basic idea of Oneg Shabbos. There's a major discussion in Poskim. In Rishonim, is Oneg Shabbos a din d'oraisa or is it a din d'Rabbanan? What does the Rambam mean when he describes Oneg Shabbos being midivrei sofrim? Does he really mean a halacha l'Moshe Sinai that's just based on the Navi Yeshayahu? Rav Soloveitchik has a beautiful yard site in Shur Rabbi Mari, Chelik Aleph, about Oneg and Kavod Shabbos. Now it relates to Zechiras and Shmira Shabbos. Not for now. We don't have time for that. But a worthwhile discussion at some other point. Let's talk about Talmud Torah on Shabbos, the unique value of Talmud Torah on Shabbos. On the one hand, it seems that Shabbos is the perfect time to engage in learning on a serious level. And that's based on what the Torah writes in Siman Reish Tzadi. The Torah quotes a medrash that the Torah says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when Klal Yisrael enters Eretz Yisrael, the Torah comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu complaining, and the Torah says, I know exactly what's going to happen as soon as they enter Eretz Yisrael. This one's going to go to Karmo, this one's going to go to Sadehu, everyone's going to be busy working, one has to tend to his vineyard, the other one has to work in his field. Va'ani matehei alai. And what's going to be with me, the Torah says. Kadosh Baruch Hu says to the Torah, Yesh li zug shani mizavig lak v'Shabbos shemo. I have a partner for you. The partner is called Shabbos. V'him b'telin mimalachta. No one's going to tend their vineyard, and no one is going to their field on Shabbos. No one's going to their office on Shabbos. V'yichol l'masak bach. And that's when everyone will be able to focus on you. That's when the Jewish people reconnect with the Torah. That's going to be on Shabbos. Tanchuma Parshas Vayakel says from the beginning of the Torah until Parshas Vayakel, there's no parsha that begins with a kihila, that begins with a gathering, except for Vayakel. Why, says the Medrash Tanchuma? Omrlo Kadosh Baruch Hu Moshe. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, go and make kihilos gedolos b'Shabbos. Gather in the masses on Shabbos. Kedei sheyilmedu hadoros habayim acharecha liikanes b'bati knesios u'bati midrashos lilmod b'hem Torah l'rabim, so that later generations will learn what Shabbos is for. That on Shabbos you gather masses of people in bati knesios and in bati midrashos to learn Torah Brahma. We should be zocha again soon to be able to have masses of Jews gathered together in Bati Knesios and Bati Midrashos to be able to learn Torah on Shabbos. And if you do that, Malani Aleichem Kilim Lachtem Osiba Olami. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll view that as if you have coronated me as a king in my world. So very, very clearly, the Torah tells us loud and clear, Shabbos is a day for Talmud Torah. Here's the problem. There's a Gemara in Shabbos, Daf Kuf Yutes, that seems to tell us the exact opposite. The Gemara in Shabbos, Daf Kuf Yutes tells us that no less an authority than Rabbi Zera was Mahader. He would go out of his way to look for Chavrusa, Zugi D'Rabbanan. He would look for pairs of rabbis who were learning together. And Amar Lahem, and he would say to them, B'matusa minaychu lo techal l'neha. I'm begging you, stop being Mechal Shabbos. Meaning, Rashi explains, he's telling them, go home, have a su'uda. You're supposed to eat, you're supposed to enjoy Oneg Shabbos with wine, with meat, whatever you enjoy. The Oneg Shabbos Taka doesn't have to be with meat. Simcha and Yantiv, Simcha's Yantiv zayin Simcha l'babasar. Oneg Shabbos, whatever you enjoy. You enjoy cheese, you eat cheesecake, whatever you enjoy, but go and enjoy Shabbos. Go eat the head of a beet or whatever it was that the Gemara identified as the Talmudic fare for high-end eating. Whatever it is that you enjoy, go eat that. Go eat that on Shabbos. So he was telling them, stop learning. Now's not the time to learn. Now's the time to go and enjoy Shabbos. What do we do with that? It's a direct stira to all these midrashim. So there are 4 ways to resolve the stira that I am aware of, each of which educates us a little bit on this issue of the unique value of Talmud Torah as it relates to Shabbos. First of all, the Beis Yosef in Siman Reish Pei Ches quotes Yerushalmi, where the Yerushalmi essentially draws a distinction. The Yerushalmi says that it really depends who we're talking about, meaning not everybody should treat Shabbos the same way. Yerushalmi says that if you're talking about a Talmud Chacham who the entire week he's osek b'Torah, so he needs to take a break from that and enjoy a little more achila v'shtiya on Shabbos. His emphasis on Shabbos should be on the achila v'shtiya. You're talking about someone who barely has time to learn during the week. He's a poel who's osek b'malachto the entire week. He needs to be engaged in Talmud Torah, the Yeser Oz, the Yeser Se'es, with greater energy, with greater commitment on Shabbos itself. Lest you think, okay, cute answer, nice idea. Ramah says, halacha l'maisa. In Shulchan Aruch, Ramah Siman Reish Tzadi Seif Beis, Talmidei Chachamim Yamshichu Yoser Ba'oneg Achila V'Shtiya K'tzas Darei He Misangim B'Limudam Kol Yemei HaShavua. Fascinating the way the Ramah formulates it, right? The Ramah says, why do Talmidei Chachamim have to eat and drink more on Shabbos? Because apparently Oneg Shabbos is supposed to be something that's a unique kind of enjoyment to Shabbos. Talmidei Chachamim are going to learn very, very seriously on Shabbos, same way they do during the week, then it's not Shabbos day. That's the same thing they do during the week. You have to do something a little different. So for the Poalim, to do something a little different means to learn. They never get to engage in Torah on a serious level throughout the rest of the week. So that's an opportunity to learn Torah on Shabbos. Talmidei Chachamim, they're always engaging in high-level Talmud Torah during the week. Their focus has to be on a different kind of oneg, on the physical oneg that the Gemara had identified, that we started with. And so that actually bears itself out in Shulchan Aruch, on the page of Shulchan Aruch, that distinction exists. That's one approach to resolve the stira. That the Gemara didn't say that Rabbi Zera was just trying to be Mevatel Torah. No, he looked for Talmidei Chachamim who were learning Torah and told them specifically to make sure to look for Oneg Shabbos. As far as the Torah in general, the Torah talking about the masses of Jews going to HaKadosh Baruch Hu saying, when are the Jewish people, when is Am Yisrael going to come to me? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says the masses on Shabbos. On Shabbos, the Torah didn't have to complain about Talmidei Chachamim. The Torah was complaining, the one who goes to the Sada, the one who goes to the Kerem. Yeah, those people are going to come back to you on Shabbos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says. The Bach disagrees with the Beis Yosef. He says, I see the Beis Yosef has this Yerushalmi, that he's mechalik between different types of people. He says, I can't believe it. I can't believe that for anybody, there's going to be a lack of emphasis, a de-emphasis on Talmud Torah when it comes to Shabbos, even for Talmidei Chachamim who learn the whole week long. Says the Bach, Shabbos was given for Talmud Torah. Shabbos is meant for serious Torah learning, and that's for every Jew. Talmidei Chachamim and Poalim alike. It's just that you also are supposed to eat 3 meals on Shabbos. The Poalim you don't have to worry about. They'll eat the 3 meals on Shabbos. Rabbi Zera didn't have to go looking for them. But the Talmidei Chachamim, they may get so caught up in their learning of Torah that they may forget themselves and they may not eat their 3 meals on Shabbos. So Rabbi Zera wasn't telling, Chas v'shalom, Rabbi Zera was not telling anyone to be mevatel a single second of Torah on Shabbos. He was just telling them, don't forget about your responsibility, about your chiyuv of shalosh seudos on Shabbos as well. So that's how to reconcile the two. But everyone has the same emphasis on Talmud Torah and Shabbos. I saw in the Tshuvas of the Kleisenberger Rebbe in the Divrei Yitziv and the Likutim Mashmatos, Siman Samachei, he says that the Talmidei Chachamim had to be reminded, because the truth is, says the Kleisenberger, for most Talmidei Chachamim, they didn't really need to eat on Shabbos, because Oneg Shabbos is whatever you are ma'anigim, whatever you enjoy. And if you happen to enjoy learning Torah more than anything else, that's your Oneg. So they didn't really have to stop their learning to go and enjoy delicious food on Shabbos, because that wasn't really their primary Oneg. It's just that, it's like guys in yeshiva, you know how this is, right? That if there's a guy that's staying up really late at night in the Beis Medrash, there's like this very subtle, unspoken social pressure to sort of not, sometimes healthy, usually not, to try to outdo him, to try to stay up as late as that guy, to try to beat. Talmidei Chacham, some of them are going to be saying, I don't need to eat. My greatest oneg is in learning. So then the guy who's like really craving a steak is also going to say, I don't need to eat either, but he's not doing his mitzvah of oneg Shabbos. So Rabbi Zera was going around trying to find the Rabbanan, says the Kleisenberger Rebbe, he's trying to find the Rabbanan to tell them, we have to make a low plug over here. Everyone's got to eat. Everyone's going to enjoy Shabbos, because otherwise it's going to lead to too many people not enjoying Shabbos properly. If you know anything about the Kleisenberger Rebbe, I didn't know much about the Kleisenberger Rebbe, other than he's Rav Asher Weiss's Rebbe, and he was Rav Asher Weiss's father's Rebbe, so that's all I really needed to know. But I just started recently reading his biography. Remarkable person. Just what he went through in the Holocaust, what he lost, what he managed to rebuild, although I don't know much about that yet because I haven't finished yet, but that's what I'm up to. Just a remarkable person. But one of the things that it highlights is throughout his entire time in the concentration camps, in the labor camps, and on the death marches, and everything that he went through, he was super makbid to never eat anything not kosher, which is probably halachically not defensible, right? He would not eat something not kosher, wouldn't, but paskin for everybody else, you have to, pikuach nefesh, you have to, but he just couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to eat something not kosher, and whenever he'd get a piece of bread, he would save it for Shabbos. He would always put it away for Shabbos, and that was the class. So this is someone who takes eating on Shabbos very seriously. But his whole life was Talmud Torah. His whole life, every shalashudis in the depths of the Gehenna that he was living through, every shalosh he would gather a few Jews around, even if there was no food to eat, and share with them divrei Torah. A remarkable person. So anyway, so that's his vart. That's how he reconciles this stira. A fourth and final way to reconcile the stira is the most controversial of all. Rabbi Yaakov Emden, in his Siddur Beis Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov Emden says, it depends on what kind of Talmud Torah you're talking about. There are two kinds of Talmud Torah. There's limud be'iyun, learning rigorous, analytical learning that takes all of your kochos, it takes all of your mental energy to learn in great depth. That's for during the week. On Shabbos, a person is supposed to be mitayel bepardes. He should learn things that are chachmas ha'emes. He should enjoy Kabbalah. He should enjoy drush. He should enjoy that which is not as intellectually rigorous, but that which makes the neshama uplifted. That's what a person is supposed to do on Shabbos. It's not a difference in how much you're learning, and not chas v'shalom if you're learning, but it's how you are learning, what you are learning. That during the week, put all of your mental energy in. But Torah is mateshes kochu shel adam. It weakens a person. Torah, it requires someone being meimis atzmo aleha. A person has to kill himself and schwitz over Torah. Don't schwitz on Shabbos. On Shabbos, you should enjoy your learning. It should be something that's a much more laid-back kind of learning. That statement of Rabbi Yaakov Emden was extremely controversial. A number of the later Acharim said, that's not what Matesh's Kocha means. It's not what schwitzing means. When you learn Be'iyun, it's the greatest Tanug Ruchani a person could have. You love it. You enjoy it. Yeah, of course, you should do that in Shabbos. How can he say such a thing? You shouldn't give up a single moment of learning Be'iyun on Shabbos on account of the fact that it's not going to be an Oneg Shabbos. No, the Shlach Kodesh writes, Yakum mitoch simchas achilaso lekavo alimudo. From the simcha of the achila, you go limudo, or yishan ma'at, or you can take a little nap. Va'achar kach yeshiv lilmod v'nosei v'nosin ba'omka shel halacha k'fi asagasa v'achanasichlo. You go into the depths of halacha, the Shlach Kodesh writes. So the Kaf HaChaim doesn't like this idea, and the Chidah doesn't like this idea, and the Shlach Kodesh clearly assumes against this idea. The Ran clearly assumes against this idea. Maseches Ksubos and Perek Alf Alpi. You have this no Shabbos. Of course, you're supposed to be engaged in Iyun learning. Now, Rabbi Yaakov Emden was suggesting that's what Rabbi Zera was looking for. The Rabbanim were learning b'chavrusa, because b'chavrusa is when you learn Be'iyun, right? So he was looking for the zugos of Rabbanim. He was telling them go and be ma'anegas Shabbos. But in general, of course, Talmud Torah is going to happen in a serious way on Shabbos. So these are the four resolutions to this stira. But one thing we know very clearly, the Gemara in Gittin Daf Lamed Chesam Beis tells us that it was a Jewish tradition to always have a Zman Beis HaMedrash on Shabbos, that there should be a time where we're dedicated to learning in the Beis Medrash on Shabbos for the masses to gather, and usually to hear a public shir, a public drasha that everyone heard together. And the Shulchan Aruch writes in Simaresh Sadis of Beis, Achar Suda Shachros Kovim Medrash Likros B'Neviim V'Lidrosh B'Divrei Agada V'Asul Kva Suda Ba'Usul Sha'a. There is a time where you're not allowed to eat on Shabbos, where you have to be koveya, a time to be doresh B'Neviim and B'Divrei Agada, and you're not supposed to even be having a su'uda at that time. It's interesting, the Gra comments on the bottom of the Shulchan Aruch over there, when the Shulchan Aruch says to be Likros B'Neviim, the Gra says, but not B'Ksuvim, because the Gemara says in Masechah Shabbos that you're not allowed to read Ksuvim on Shabbos. Shulchan Aruch doesn't pass in that way. Shulchan Aruch thinks you are allowed to read Ksuvim on Shabbos B'Zman Hazeh, because we no longer have this Zman Beis HaMedrash. But we do see that there is such a concept, so much so that the Gemara in Gittin tells us that there are three averos for which people lose their money. And one of them is those who are Kovea Su'uda B'Shabbata B'Idam De Midrasha. Those who are Kovea Suda when the Beis Medrash is going on. You can't be doing other things when they have that public Beis HaMedrash limud on Shabbos. So there is this clear idea that not just that there's time to learn on Shabbos and that you should focus your energy on Shabbos, but that there's a kihila learning on Shabbos. Makil kihilos, as the Medrash Tanchuma said. That's what Kodesh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu. We don't see it so much, although each shul and each community has their own shiurim, but there is one place where it does come up. Shmuel Kamenetsky points out in the Sefer Kovitz Halachos, Rav Daniel Kleinman did a fantastic job putting together many, many volumes of Rav Shmuel Kamenetsky's Piskei Halacha. So in the Sefer Kovitz Halachos on Shabbos, Chilik Aleph Perek Tes Vav Ha'ara Tes, he said Shmuel Kamenetsky says twice a year. Twice a year it happens, where we have a Beis Medrash Kavua on Shabbos, where there's a public lecture, and it's known that the whole community is expected to attend. Shabbos Shuvah and Shabbos Hagadol. Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky himself used to attend Shabbos Shuvah and Shabbos Hagadol drasha. Rav Shachta told us when Rav Gorelik used to give a Shabbos Shuvah drasha in the Bronx. Chevra from YU would walk all the way to the Bronx to hear of Gorelik's Shabbos Shuvah drasha, and therefore says Rav Shmuel, at that time you're not allowed to be eating shalosh. At that time you're not allowed to be taking a walk somewhere. That's where all of these halachas become operative again. At a time where there's a public shir going on, it's so appropriate. The son of Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky says this, and we've heard so many stories of Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky where he happens to be at like a Torah Masorah convention or something, and some 26-year-old rabbi is giving a daf yomi shir. The next thing he knows, Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky is sitting in his shir with the Gemara open. Someone's saying a shir. I'm going to walk out. How could you walk out if somebody's saying a shir? So you're 92 years old and this Pisher is 26 years old. It doesn't matter. If someone's saying a shir of Torah, you don't walk out when someone's saying a shir of Torah. When someone is giving, that's to participate in a Talmud Torah B'Rabin is something that's inherently valuable. I don't know, if I was that 26-year-old guy, I would say, you're excused. I'd be terrified to open my mouth. Rav Shachta once came to my daf yomi shir. I probably didn't say anything that made sense the entire time throughout the entire daf yomi shir. It's a little terrifying. Rav Shai told me, he told his father, you're not doing them a favor when you show up to their shir, but he didn't get it. Okay, so just to quickly summarize, we went through the stira in Divrei Chazal, whether Shabbos is a unique time specifically for learning or no. You have to go home, and it's a chilul Shabbos to learn. 4 ways of resolving the stira that may have major ramifications halacha l'maisa, particularly for Talmidei Chachamim who typically learn Yom and V'layla throughout the week. Maybe should emphasize the eating in order to make Shabbos special, or maybe even the type of learning that we do on Shabbos, according to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, should be a lighter type of learning. But many other poskim suggest a heavier type of learning, or as heavy type of learning on Shabbos. And at the very end, we mentioned that at the very least there is a Zman Medrash, Beis Medrash on Shabbos, and during that Zman Beis Medrash, everything else should stop because the person should be entirely focused on engaging in that Zman Beis Medrash of the Kihilos LeRabim. I thank you all very much for coming and learning with me. Everyone should have a wonderful Shabbos and a wonderful Yantiv.
Welcome to the program of Vayichan Yisrael Keneged Ahar. Welcome to the program of Vayichan Yisrael.
welcome to the program Vayichan Yisrael Keneged Ahar, Ki Ish Echad Belev Echad. Joining us in the second part of this program, the Mishmar, the Tikkun, the pre-Tikkun of Leil Shavuos in preparation for Chag HaShavuos Matan Torah. I'd like to share with you all a very interesting Gemara in Bavasva Daf Kuf Mem Zayin Amud Aleph. The Gemara says the following: Tanu Rabbanon, Gimel Dvorim, three things. Achitophel, Shiva Esbonov. Achitophel told his boys, his sons, before he was nifter, he said them three things. Number one, Al Timredu Bebeis David, don't rebel against Beis David. Al Tiyu B'machloikis in Beis David, don't make any fight, no dispute between you and Beis David. And the third thing he said, Uchshe'atzeret Yom Borur, if the day of Shavuos Atzeres is a crystal clear day, then you should know that that's a good time, Ziru Chitim, it's a good time to plant the wheat. Then the Gemara comes along and says that Mar Zutra said that he didn't say when it's a Yom Boru, a clear, crystal clear day. He said Yom Bolul, if it's a day that's a cloudy day. That's the siman to know if it's good to plant wheat that year or not. And then the Gemara says, Amri Nahardoi, Mishmei de Rabbi Yaakov, they said in the name of Rabbi Yaakov, then no, we're not talking about a Yom Boru, we're not talking about a Yom Bolu, not a clear day, not a cloudy day, but it has to be like the following. A day that's Bolul, starts out with cloudy day, then comes Ruach Tzfainis and blows the clouds away, then comes the Yom Boru. If Shavuos comes out on a day like that, then planting wheat that year will be successful, will be Matzliach. That's a siman that Achitophel told his sons before he was nifter. This Gemara, a lot of questions come to mind as soon as you hear this Gemara. First of all, the Maharal wants over there in Chidushei Agodos asks, why is it so important for Achitophel to tell his boys a nice way to know if it's good to plant wheat or not? It's a nice thing, but it's not so important. And what does it have to do with his fight and the shalom with Malchei Beis David? What does it have to do with the other? That's question number one. The second question is also quite obvious. The Yavitz over there on the spot on the Gemara, he says, wait a minute. Sivan is not the time to plant wheat. You plant wheat after Sukkot and Cheshvan. So you're talking about the weather on Shavuos, and you're telling me that that's good to plant the wheat after Sukkot. The weather on Shavuos has nothing to do with the weather on Sukkot. So what's the pshat in this Gemara? What's going on over here? So before we go into explaining the Gemara, what it really means, we would like to find out another interesting thing. What actually happened? What exactly was the weather on the original, on the first Shavuos, the first Chag Matan Torah the Klal Yisrael had when they got to turn Har Sinai? What was the weather at that time? It's very interesting. The Rambam in the Moreh Nevuchim in Chelek Gimel Perek Tes says, Shedover Yadua La'am, it's very well known to the nation that on the day of Shavuos it was a day of rain. Hayayim Geshem. He says it was well known. Rambam says everybody knows that on the day of Matan Torah it was raining. And the same thing says in the Rabbeinu Bachai on the pasuk in Parshas Yisro. It says Vayikolotu Varakim Va'anan Kaved, was a heavy cloud. It says Rabbeinu Bachai in the name of Rabbeinu Hananel that on the day of Matan Torah, Anan Kaved was a heavy cloud full of rain, and it was raining and it was pouring. The Rambam and Rabbeinu Hananel, they both bring the pasuk. It says in Sefer Shoftim, Perek Dalet in the Shira of Dvorah, it says over there, Eretz Roasha, the earth was shattering, Gam Shamayim not tofu, the sky was pouring, Gam Avim not fumayim, the clouds were pouring water, Horim nozlu mayim, the mountains were full and pouring with liquid, Mipnei Hashem Ze Sinai, on Har Sinai was pouring and raining, Gam Horim not fumayim, it was full of rain. In a similar pasuk, it says also in Tehillim in Perek Sameches, it says Eretz Roasha, Gam Shamayim, Af Shamayim Natofu, Mipnei Elokim Ze Sinai, the same pasuk. And interesting enough, the Targum Yonasan, also in Shoftim, and the Targum Rav Yosef and Ksuvim on Tehillim, they both say specifically, and that on Matan Torah, this pasuk is talking about Matan Torah Ze Sinai, that it was pouring and raining. So it says that it was a rainy day. It says in the Medrash in Bamidbar Rabbah, it says Perek Aleph, Mishnah Tes, HaTorah, the Torah was given be'esh, b'mayim u'bamidbar. It was given with fire, water, and in the desert. And how do we know that it was given in water? So the Medrash says, it says in Chazal, it says in the Pasuk, Af shamayim natfu mayim. Af avim natfu mayim. It was pouring and raining on the day of Shavuos. So we see, on one hand, that the Torah says that Shavuos was a rainy day. It also says in the Mechilta that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, Hineni ba elecha be'av ha'anan, I'm going to come in a heavy cloud. And the Mechilta says that was the Moshe Nigash al Ha'arafel. Moshe went up to the fog. It was a very foggy and rainy day. That's what comes out from Parshas Yisro. However, on the other hand, the Rashbam, on the Gemara in Bava Basra that we mentioned before, when he talks about a crystal clear day, he says, K'mo shekatuv, u'che'etzem hashamayim latohar. That pasuk talks about the Matan Torah when it's described in Parshas Mishpatim. And it says, Etzem hashamayim latohar, says the Rashbam, Ki yoim tzlilu u'behiru, yoim bo. It was a beautiful, crystal clear day. So we see that Shavuos was a nice, beautiful, and gorgeous day. It wasn't raining. And Rashi over there in the Chumash says the same thing. That it was a mare of tzolul v'bohu. It was a clear, clean, nice, gorgeous day. And it's a Rashi and a Rashbam. And not only that, it's also, there's a Tosefta in Erchin in Perek Aleph, Halachic Daled, that says, Yoim Matan Torah, Yoim Bohu Hoya. It was a clear, clean day. So we see that Shavuos, on one hand, on the original Shavuos, on one hand, in Parshas Yisro it says it was a rainy day, and in Parshas Mishpatim it says it was a nice, beautiful day. So what was it? Obviously, like what the Gemara says, it started off as a rainy day, came the Ruach Tzonius, the northern wind, and blew it away, and scattered all the clouds, and it became a nice and gorgeous day. So we see that even the original Shavuos was built like this, with this kind of a weather. But now we have to really understand what's going on over here. Why is it so important, this weather, and this interesting weather, the cloudy day, the rainy day, the clear day, the wind blowing the wind away? What's going on over here? What's the purpose and the meaning of all this? What's the pshat? So the pshat starts like this. The Gemara over there in Bava Basra, the Shitam Kubetzet, brings B'Shem Tosfos Rosh, B'Shem Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbeinu Tam said the following: why is Shavuos a good day to know if the wheat is going to be successful, if it's good to plant wheat that year? So he says, the Mishnah in Rosh Hashanah says that on Shavuos, Hatzeres, Nidoinim al Peiros Ha'ilon. It's the Yom Din, the judgment day of the Peiros Ha'ilon. Says the Gemara over there, that that's the reason why on Chag Shavuos we bring the Shtei Halechem. The Shtei Halechem is from the wheat. That's the Chag Bikurim, Bikurei Ktsir Chitim. We bring the wheat as Bikurim. That is the Peiros Ha'ilon that we bring on Chag Shavuos in order that we should have a bracha in our Peiros Ha'ilon in our wheat. And Rashi over there adds on, in order to understand a little bit better, that why is the Peiros Ha'ilon, we refer to it as the wheat. Rashi says because this is the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, that the Eitz Hadas in Gan Eden, the Eitz Hadas was an eitz that was really wheat. So the Eitz Hadas, the Peiros Ha'ilon, refers to wheat. And on Chag Shavuos is the day that we bring the Bikurei Ktsir Chitim, and if we see that it's a successful day, we know that that's the day, that's the year that we'll be able to plant wheat. But it goes even deeper than this. The Maharsha over there says a little deeper. Says the Maharsha, wheat is das. Wheat brings knowledge. How do we know? Well, first of all, as we said, Eitz Hadas was chita, was wheat. But more, the Gemara in Sukkah and Daf Mem Beis Amud Beis says that as soon as a tinoik, a baby, eats wheat, you have to stay away from him. Well, to make brachas for when he makes something that's dirty, and we can't say brachas around him. So that means why? Because the Gemara says that the pasuk Yosef das, Yosef machov. As soon as he has more das, it causes us more machov. So the wheat brings more das. The Gemara in brachas in Daf Mem says that a baby does not know to say Abba ve'ima until he eats wheat. So the wheat brings das. And if so, says the Maharsha the following: HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to give Klal Yisrael the Torah. He wants to give them more das. So what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? He says the following. The Gemara in Eruvin and Daf Samechei says, Shmaitza bayitzi lusa ki yoyma de istina. In order for a person to learn a sugya properly, he has to have tzilusa, the tzilus das, the clarity of mind, as yoima de istina. What's yoima de istina, says Rashi? That it was a day that comes and gives us a nice, beautiful, gorgeous day. So when we have a beautiful, gorgeous day, that is a perfect day to learn a sugya. Everything is clear, everything is positive, everything is easy. That's a day that you can be calm and learn the sugya properly. Says the Maharsha, if so, that's the pshat. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes and wants to give the Torah on Chag HaShavuos, so he comes and he gives us such a beautiful, gorgeous day. Comes rain in the beginning, washes out the dirt. Then comes the wind and blows the clouds away. So you have a nice, fresh day, and the sun shines on top of you. That means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is interested in giving you the Torah, that you could learn the Torah better. That's a siman she'ein la HaKadosh Baruch Hu bo'olomoi ela daled amos shel halacha, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to learn Torah. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to learn Torah to be able to have the proper knowledge of Torah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to give us chitim, because chitim is what gives us the knowledge, the capability of being more knowledgeable. That means that if Shavuos is a beautiful day, that means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will give us a good year. The crop will be a very good crop that year from planting the wheat. That's how the Maharsha explains the Gemara. So we see from the Gemara that if it's a nice, gorgeous day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will give us prosperity and knowledge. We'll have more ruchnias. But the truth of the matter is that prosperity from a beautiful, gorgeous day, from a Kabbalah Torah, doesn't only come about bringing us a shefa in ruchnias, it also brings us prosperity in gashmius. You have more wealth. It says in the pasuk, it says Rashi, if you're going to learn Torah properly, you'll keep the mitzvahs. HaKadosh Baruch Hu promises that if you're going to learn Torah and keep his mitzvahs, you'll get lots of rain. You'll have so much wheat. By the time you're finished the crop, you'll have to plant. By the time this, you'll have more of that. You'll have so much old food that you still need to finish. So you'll have plenty of food if you keep the mitzvahs. So you get prosperity with ruchnias and with gashmias from this chus of learning Torah. That comes from Chag HaShavuos. It says, it's mentioned, it's brought down in the Ramah, in Orach Chaim, in Siman Tov Tzadik Daled, Siv Gimel. He says the following: Nohagim lishtoach et batei knesiot et habatim be'asavim zecher l'simchas matan Torah. Custom is to put on the floor, to carpet the floors in the shuls and in the houses, carpet them with grass, zecher, memory of the simcha of matan Torah, of the simcha that we had the Torah. We got the Torah. Now, first of all, how do we know that they had grass in Matan Torah? So the Mishnah over there brings what the Levush says. It says in the pasuk, "V'hatzon v'habakar al yir'u el mul hahar hahu." The cattle and the sheep should not graze around the mountain, opposite the mountain at the time of Matan Torah. So he says it's mashma that around Har Sinai there was grass to graze on. So they had grass around Har Sinai. And the Zeicher, in order to remember that they had grass around Har Sinai, so that's why, it says the Ramah, that's why the minhag is, the custom is to put grass on the floors of the shuls and in the houses. And the question is, why are we so happy to remember the Simchas Torah, with the grass that had around the mountain? What does the grass have to do with the Simcha of Matan Torah? And by the way, everybody, I'm sure, knows that also everybody heard that a Matan Torah, it all became full of flowers. But I'll be honest, I didn't find a mucker that Chazal, where the Mefarshim say that the mountain itself became full of flowers. It just says, the Mishmar says, like the Levush says, that around the mountain there was grass. And those are the grass that we put in our houses and in the shuls. Another minhag, as mentioned in the Ramah, that supposed to be mentioned in the Mishnah Berurah, that a person should also, the minhag is to have trees also standing in the shuls and the houses, zeicher, for Chag HaShavuos that the Nidoin, the Yom Adin, it's the judgment day for Peira Seidim. So that's where we put trees in the shuls and in the houses. The Mishmar says that the Gra, the Don Goyen, canceled this minhag. He was very against it because the Goyim also have a minhag to put trees in their holidays. So he said not to do it. However, we see that there is a minhag in Klal Yisrael to have grass in the houses and the shuls, and there's a minhag to have trees in the house and the shuls. And the question is, what's the pshat in this minhag? Why is it so important to have trees and grass in our shuls and our houses? So the pshat is like this. It says, when Hakadosh Baruch Hu created the world on the third day, it says, Vayomer Elokim, Tadshe haaretz deshe, esev mazriya zera, eitz peri oseh peri lemino. Hakadosh Baruch Hu started growing from the ground two things. Number one, Tadshe haaretz deshe, grass should start growing. And number two, etz oseh peri lemino. So we see that the whole creation, the whole beginning of growth that started in the world came with grass and trees. What's so special about these two things that the creation starts with grass and with trees? The pshat is like this. You know that grass is for animals, like it says in the pasuk, "Nasati esev b'sod cholivim techa." The grass goes for the animals, and the fruits of the trees, they go for human beings. They're for the people. So first of all, the Hakadosh Baruch Hu is preparing the world, preparing food for the animals and preparing food for humans. And why does he first prepare for the animals? That fits the halacha. But the halacha is that first you have to feed the animals, then you feed the people. So that's how it starts. But it goes even deeper. The grass, the grass you don't need to plant. It grows by itself. Grass grows wherever it grows. It says in the Medrash, in Bereshis Rabbah, Shahakol Esev ve'Esev, every single leaf of grass, Yesh lo malach shomer lo gedal, has a malach that tells him to grow. So basically meaning it grows by itself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu grows the grass and a person is not involved with that. But when it comes to growing trees, that a person has to plant, he has to work hard, he has to water it, and he has to pick the fruit or harvest the crop. Whatever he needs to do, it's much harder. That's because that's for a person. For a person, you need to work hard. For an animal, you don't have to work so hard. It comes by itself. It says in the Gemara in Sanhedrin and Daf Kuf Beis Amud Aleph, the Gemara says that Yerovam ben Nevat was a tremendous Talmid Chacham. V'hayu kol Chachmei Yisrael lefonav ki Yisvei Asodeh. All the Talmid Chachamim in that generation were in front of him. They stood in front of him like grass stands in front of a person. Why? What's this meaning of they stood like grass? Pshat is because we know the grass, as we said, grows by itself. There are Talmid Chachamim who basically grow by themselves. They don't really work so hard. Whatever they grow. Whatever comes out. They grow like weeds. Yerovam ben Nevat, Chazal say that he was an Omel b'Torah. He worked very, very hard on his Torah. He was a big Talmid Chacham. However, B'chol Ofen was a problem with his hashkafas. But he was a tremendous Talmid Chacham. The Gemara in Sanhedrin and Daf Lamed Gimel says that one of them said, the Amoraim said, V'chianan katli kanya ba'agam. He said, are we people who cut weeds in the field? Meaning to say, what do you think? And I'm Haaretz. Why is he using this example as weeds in the field, or grass in the field? Because grass grows in the field by itself. So what do you think I am? A Talmid Chacham who grew by himself. I'm a big Talmid Chacham. I'm not Stam a person. You see like this. When Chag HaShavuos comes around, Chag HaShavuos is a day of judgment for Peira Seidim. It's a day of judgment for Limud HaTorah. But not only Limud HaTorah. We have to see how hard you're working on Limud HaTorah. To see how much you're mashkia in your Peira Seidim and in your fruit. To make sure that your Torah is fruitful. To make sure that you have enough work, that you're working hard enough and growing in Torah. Not just growing by yourself like grass. So, when a person comes Chag HaShavuos, a person is Zoycha Fa'amelus B'Torah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him Peira Seidim. But not only that, HaKadosh Baruch Hu also gives him Shefa Shel Broche in Ruchnius and Gashmius. It says in the pasuk, V'haya im Shemoya tishmu al mitzvah asher anachim etzaveschem v'nasati esed b'sod cholivim techa. If you learn Torah, you keep the mitzvahs, Hashem says, I'll take care of the food for the animals, everything is on me. I'll take care of it. It's fine. That's why that all comes from Matan Torah. Yemele, that's the simcha of Matan Torah. When Klal Yisrael makabel the Torah They were mekabel the Torah for themselves, the Peras Eilan, and they were mekabel also the Shefa for their animals, that all their animals should prosper. They have more Gashmias, everything surrounding the Torah, and even the Tzoin Behabokov that around Har Sinai will also be able to graze and also be Zoiche to have food, all coming through the Simcha of Matan Torah, of receiving the Torah on Har Sinai through what Klal Yisrael will mekabel themselves. However, sometimes things aren't so simple. It says the Pasuk in Shir HaShirim, Perek Aleph Pasuk Zayin, Bikashti eis she'ahava nafshi, eicha tir'eh, eicha tarbitz b'tzahorayin. The Haflah in his Akdama, the Maseches Ksubis in Oislam et Chet, gives a beautiful pshat in this Pasuk. It says, what is this Pasuk talking about? Bikashti eis she'ahava nafshi. He says, Rashi over there says, that this pasuk is talking that HaKadosh Baruch Hu feels bad, he's complaining, where are my Talmidei Chachamim? Bikashti et shavan nafshi. Where are my Talmidei Chachamim that I'm looking for? Where did they go? Eichat tarbitz b'tzahorayin. Says the Haflah, tarbitz comes from the Lashon tarbitza. The Gemara in Menachos Pei Beis says that tarbitza is Lashon Beis Medrash. Where are you? My Talmidei Chachamim is supposed to be in the Beis Medrash. Eichat tarbitz b'tzahorayin. You're supposed to be there. B'tzahorayin, tzahorayin, he says, it's Lashon Tihara, the afternoon, the brightness of the day when everything is so, the sun is glowing, everything is so shining. You're supposed to be learning in the Beis Medrash with such tremendous light. And he says, the Gemara says, you need, in order to learn, you need a beautiful, gorgeous day to learn. Where are these beautiful, gorgeous days? Why aren't you learning Torah where you're supposed to, like you're supposed to? Where are you? Where are you grazing? What's happening? Where's going to be your parnasa from if you're not going to be able to learn Torah? What's going to be in this Golus? That's what the problem. And it's a real problem. When comes these difficult times, when there's no light, and there's lots of tzaras and yisurim and the Golus, and we're not capable of learning Torah properly, then what are we supposed to do? The answer is the following. It says in the Gemara in Yevomes, and Dafin Beis Amud Aleph, it says in the Gemara, the Tanu Rabbona, 40 years, 40 Shana Shehayu Bnei Yisrael Bamidbar, in Klal Yisrael in the Midbar for 40 years, Lo Nashav Lehem Ruach Tzfainis. The Ruach Tzfainis, the Ruach coming from the north, didn't blow. Why? The Gemara says, or because they were nezufim, because they were reprimanded, because Baruch Hu was upset at them. Rashi says because of Chet HaHegel, places says because of Chet HaMeraglim, or Gemara says because when the wind, the Ruach Tzfainis would come around, it would blow away the clouds, and Klal Yisrael wouldn't have the Anonei HaKavod anymore. So for 40 years, they didn't have the Ruach Tzfainis, they weren't able to do a bris milah. Rashi says that the Ruach Tzfainis is very important because you need the good weather in order to do a bris. It's a sakana, and you need to have the good weather to do it. However, the Gemara says, Mikol Makol, Tanu Rabbanan, even though for 40 years the wind, the Ruach Tzfainis didn't blow in the desert, but every single night in the Midbar, at Chatzois HaLaila, at midnight, B'chol came Ruach Tzfainis and did blow on Klal Yisrael. This Ruach Tzfainis did come at midnight in the night. There was a little bit of this Ruach, of this calmness that came to Klal Yisrael. What's so special about midnight? Rashi over there says, over there on the spot, the Gemara in Brachos and Daf Daled Amud Aleph says that David HaMelech had a violin he placed it on top of his bed, and he placed it and put it in a certain way that as soon as this Ruach Tzfainis would come and blow through the violin, it would wake him up. He would wake up and start learning Torah after he woke up. He'd wake up and learn Torah from midnight until the morning. So David HaMelech is teaching us something very important. It's true, times are dark, there's no sun, it's not such a beautiful, gorgeous day, lots of tzaras in Klal Yisrael, especially nowadays, but even in pitch dark, at midnight, that's the peak of darkness. But there is a possibility to have an Eis Ratzon that HaKadosh Baruch Hu shows his love to Klal Yisrael even in the middle of the darkness. But it depends on one thing. It depends if you wake up to the music of Torah, and you consider the Torah music to your ears like a violin, if you think and if you appreciate Torah like music, you'll be able to learn Torah and you'll be zoiche to the shefa of Eis Rotzen even in the middle of the darkness. You'll be zoiche to this Ruach Tzfonis that brings all the shefa to you. That's if you understand that you could have it even nowadays. That is the reason of Chag, that is the essence of Chag HaShavuos. Because as we know, Chag HaShavuos was the day that David HaMelech was nifter. David HaMelech taught us that if a person wants to receive Torah, it's not only when everything is bright and everything is gorgeous and it's a beautiful, gorgeous day. That's nice and wonderful, but times change. Sometimes we don't have it. But David HaMelech says, but no matter what, on Chag HaShavuos, I want to tell you something. And that's the day that he was nifter, that even at midnight, even in the middle of the dark, no matter how difficult it is, you can always still learn Torah with cheshek, with amelus b'Torah, to be zoiche to this wonderful shefa. That is why Klal Yisrael stays up Shavuos night to learn Torah throughout the whole night, to show how much they appreciate Torah, how much they love Torah, how much it's music to their ears, because that is what David HaMelech taught us. That's what David HaMelech wants us to know. And not only do we have a Tikkun El Shavuos now, we even have a pre-Tikkun El Shavuos, staying up 2 nights. Some people stay up 2 nights in Chutz La'aretz to show how much we appreciate Torah. And even in the Golus, even in the darkness, there's always room to have Ratzon Hashem, to show Hashem that we love Him, and Hashem will show us that He loves us. That is what Achitophel told his boys before he was nifter. He did a few things that weren't so good for David HaMelech, and he needed to do tshuva. He needed to tell his kids they need to respect David HaMelech. They need to know what's the right thing in life. Don't have any disputes with David HaMelech. Always make sure to have peace with David HaMelech. And remember, if Shavuos is a nice, beautiful day, that's a time to plant wheat. Meaning, if Shavuos is a beautiful day, if David HaMelech taught us that if Shavuos is a wonderful day, use it. And if you use it properly, you'll be able to be zoiche to the shefa of ruchnius and gashmius and Akash Baruch Hu promised Klal Yisrael through the amelus b'Torah. So mitzvah Hashem should be zoiche, korov, that through the schus of David HaMelech, through the schus of amelus b'Torah, should be zoiche that David HaMelech, when Mashiach ben David, yovoi v'yigalenu b'mheira b'yameinu.
Rav Krofsky, whenever you're ready.
I am. Okay, Shalom Aleichem to everyone. It's really absolutely special this occasion to be with you here from around the globe. And as someone who is a second generation to those who learn Torah in Russia, you know, the Torah has an expression that's called Boba Machteres, someone who comes underground. And it's very negative. It speaks about someone who is coming to steal, someone who is able to kill. And here we have been in the same place of Bob Machteres, but Lemal Yusa. Everything the Torah says can be explained, even the most negative thing can be to the good, because it's really good. There is nothing bad in the Torah. Just like all those klolis, all the curses we see in the Torah are truly the highest and the biggest source of blessing. Just like one of the most fascinating things is when we know when we hear that it says in the Torah, "V'achaltem b'sar bneichem u'b'sar bnei you shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters," which sounds horrific, but that sounds it sounds very bad. But as we hear the current explanation, what it means, that when the kids come back to the Torah and they start keeping kosher, and you will eat the flesh, which means the meat that they cook, and the parents come to keep the kashrus after their kids, and that's a wonderful bracha that comes out of these words, and there are many more like that. So one of the things that I found in the Torah that are so interesting, that Boba Machteres in our generation, it had a new meaning. Started learning Torah in the 70s, in the 80s. He would learn and teach, and here we are in the second generation of those who learn and teach Torah in Russia. So a good Yom Tov, dear friends. I'd like to give all of you a bracha from Russia. Now with Shavuos approaching, I want to wish you Kabbalah Satira, Besimcha V'Pnimius. Everyone, all of us, the entire Klal Yisrael should greet that Chag HaShavuos with Simcha, with a lot of Simcha, and then it will come within us, deep within us, B'Pnimius. We all know that now with Shavuos approaching, we have to get ready. And as it was for the very first time, when all of us gathered around Har Sinai as Hashem's bride, in order to become His eternal chosen nation, just like then, we have to get ready. And I want to share with you a story, the story of a very special sage named Rav Yosef, who lived in Bovel around 1700 years ago. Rav Yosef was known for his broad Torah knowledge, which was unique even among the sages, his fellow sages, to such an extent that he was called Sinai, a title that shows that his knowledge was considered absolute. And there are a few more facts I want to share with you about Rav Yosef. He was blind, and the sages wanted to appoint him as the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva in Pumbedita. As they said, everyone needs the one who sells wheat, which refers to his broad knowledge, which he was always ready to share. For the first festive meal, the Seudah of Shavuos, Rav Yosef would always ask for an eglo tilto, which means a young cow, which was born third and was considered a special treat in honor of this special Yom Tov. So why did Rav Yosef hold Shavuos more dear than every other Yom Tov? As he himself said, if not for this day that caused it, there are many Yosefs out there in the market. Okay, at this point, I want to point out that we consider every single word written in the Gemara holy and precise and precious. Normally, we, the average people, don't put too much thought in every word that we utter. It's normal to exaggerate a bit, right? No one will nitpick even if we didn't express ourselves precisely enough. We're people after all. not when you learn Torah. Even when a word seems a bit odd, the Talmud sages will invest great effort in explaining to find a fair meaning to the words written by our Chachomim. Same here. Rav Yosef wants to praise the day when we got the Torah, which made him so special in every way possible. While no one approached Rav Yosef and no one asked him to explain his unique expression, let's try and understand every single word of his. So what did he say? He said, if not for this day that caused it, there are many Yosefs out there in the market. Let's start with a few obvious questions. Why did Rav Yosef say that the day caused it? Isn't he referring to Matan Torah? So let him say it just like that. If not for the Torah. Well, why did he add that the day caused it? Isn't it the direct effect of the day? Why caused it? And then when saying there are so many Yosefs out there, why Yosef? Why Yosef? Is it trying to point out something special about the name Yosef? A very nice name, but why mention it here? And why in the market of all places? Okay, so there is something fascinating, really fascinating, in the way the Lubavitcher Rebbe explains this story. When we all stood there at the mountain and we heard Hashem's voice, the Torah wasn't new to our people. We learned Torah in Egypt. Avram Zoken v'yeshev b'yeshiva, Yitzchak Zoken v'yeshev b'yeshiva, Yaakov Zoken v'yeshev b'yeshiva. All three of our forefathers spent most of their life learning Torah. Even Noach learned Torah, as we know from Rashi, because if not, how would he know in the world the difference between kosher and non-kosher animals in order to take the right ones to the teva in the right. So the study of the Torah didn't start on Shavuos. It started long before, but on Matan Torah, and ever since, the Torah and mitzvah started affecting the world in an unprecedented way. Yes, Avram's Torah learning was on the highest spiritual level possible. But as high as it was, it didn't touch the ground. Once, a lady came over to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. She exclaimed, Rebbe, you are incredible. The Rebbe immediately answered, what benefit does the Jewish people have from me being incredible? So Avram was amazing, he was great, but that is not the point. His Torah and mitzvahs, while affecting the world over, did not last. As the Rambam writes, why do we have to do Bris Milah? Bris Milah we have to do not because Avram was commanded to, but because we got the mitzvah at Mount Sinai. Avram managed to get to the highest levels, but couldn't affect forever the lowest. Not because he was not good enough, chas v'sholem, but because at that point it was impossible. Out of thousands of Gerim that Avram and Sarah taught Torah and brought to believe in Hashem, not a single person was known to make it and to continue this way of life. Just imagine a large yeshiva of Bali Tshuva, full of students, where no one continues in the Torah ways. May we say that everything Avram did went down the drain? Chas v'sholem. God forbid. We cannot say so. The thing is, making a permanent change in the physical world wasn't on his list of tasks. He just had to do his best to serve Hashem. Let's illustrate it with a famous story. You all know it. You'll remember how the three angels came over and how he asked Hashem to wait while he serves them. Did the angels actually eat? No. Did Avram make a mistake by leaving his conversation with the Creator in order to serve those who didn't need it anyways? Again, no. His task was to do chesed. And the fact that the chesed wasn't needed by the recipient is not a problem. Avram put all his heart and soul in serving the guests. And that's what counts for him. For him and his generation and his kids, until one day all this changed. And that is the day that Rav Yosef celebrated. See, nowadays it's all different. It's important that we give tzedakah with all our heart. But what really matters is how well it was received, how good the guest feels, whether he is hungry or not anymore. You know, with Shavuos approaching, many of us are struggling to find a minyan in order to hear Aseres HaDibros. But we can sit at home and meditate and think of the Dibros and imagine ourselves standing at the Sefer Torah, and we can learn the deep meaning of every one of the Aseres HaDibros. Or would it count without taking the physical Sefer Torah, opening it with a minyan around, with a social distance, but with a minyan around, and reading it from inside? Without that, it doesn't count. As it says in Halacha, Keman de'avid lo amrin, even one who is not obligated to do a certain mitzvah, to do a certain thing, but we cannot count it as if it was done, if it wasn't. And by the way, I'm not suggesting chas v'sholem that one should be makel in hilches pikuach nefesh, and wherever it's we're not supposed to gather, we should not. It's much more important to keep everyone safe. No one can say that because I was sitting at home and I kept the rules of pikuach nefesh, so I did the kriyas Torah. No, unfortunately, I didn't. Or maybe fortunately, I didn't. This is the thing. Today, what counts is what was actually done. So it's important that we learn Torah a lot. But what's of the utmost importance is not what we learned in the Torah, but what the Torah taught us. After Matan Torah, the world has to come to a change compared to what it was in the times of Avraham Avinu. Rav Yosef felt that the Torah has really changed him, made him into a better person, into a higher person. As Rashi says, Shelamaditi Torah v'nisroimamti, as I learned Torah and became elevated. So so that's why he mentioned the Yosefs out there in the market. Yosef means adding. There are many out there who can add in the world, each one of us in his own way. But still, the world would continue to be a marketplace, a place void of spirituality, of kedusha, a place void of sanctity, if not for this day, when Hashem made it possible to make a real change. Now, when wrapping tefillin, we bring permanent kedusha into the world. When lighting candles, we bring down permanent light that changes everything around forever. By learning Torah, we ourselves change. But there is more to it. Before Matan Torah, the focus was on what Hashem ordered. Now the focus is on what we can do. And now, even blind people, just like Rav Yosef himself, that are not obligated to do the mitzvahs, at least according to one opinion, they are still able to bring kedusha to the world through their non-mandatory observance of mitzvahs. How much more so Rav Yosef himself, whose knowledge and wisdom was widely sought after by the entire Jewish nation of that time and generations to come. What if not this day made it possible? Now we're standing right before a second change. A second change in history. As we said, the first one happened 3,332 years ago. The second one is about to happen now. If Matan Torah was the engagement, this will be the wedding. When Mashiach will come, the job we are doing now will be completed. So here we are at the last moments of Golus, still able to bring change to the world and get ourselves and everybody around us ready for the coming of Mashiach, speedily in our days. Amen. I see we have a few more minutes, in these few minutes, I'd like to add that really the words, if not for this day, that Rav Yosef said, is not just about him. It's about every single one of us. But we, those who were born and raised in Russia, in the Soviet Russia, probably could put some extra meaning into those words. Years ago, when I was a child, I thought of it recently that many people call their father Avi Mori, which means my father, my master, my teacher. I can really call my father Avi Mori in the very straight and simple meaning of these words. My first teacher for many years was my father in the Soviet Russia. We learned b'machteres as that where we here in Russia, in Moscow, we would learn at home, not in the shul, not in the yeshiva. For quite a few years, I was learning in a regular public school here in Russia. It was not just a public school like an American style. It was the Russian, the communist public school. And my real learning has always been when I came back home and opened the Aleph base, the Chumash, the Mishnah, the Gemara with my father, Shlita. Now, it's now hard to explain what it meant to know that you're coming home from the public school and that you finally are able to sit and learn what you wish to. I never considered the learning in public school real learning. It was, it was an obligation to do. It was mandatory to go to the public school. But when I came home, I knew this is the real life. Baruch Hashem, we in Russia today have a very, very different style of life. As I'm walking around the streets like this, always like this, in the Chassidish Levushim, and people approach and say shalom and start talking, never ever did I feel threatened here in Russia because of being Jewish, because of being observant. But many years ago it was different, and even though I'm young, I still remember those times when we had to hide, when I could not go with a yarmulke, with a kippah in school, and when I was constantly beaten up for being Jewish. Baruch Hashem, we're past that. And now it's not just different, it's absolutely a new world. And here in Russia, probably more than everywhere else, we can feel how everything changed and how we really are now in a very, very new place, in a very new stage regarding all this, the Torah, the mitzvahs, and the Jewish people here. So I want to use this opportunity again, as we started off. I want to use this opportunity to give you all a bracha, my dear friends. We should all be zoiche to greet Mashiach, and we should all be zoiche to have Kabbalas Torah, besimcha uvepnimius, to learn Torah, to teach Torah, and to share Torah. And this is so unique, so special that we gather here online and we learn Torah from all over the world, different continents, different time zones. And it's just like we have been always taught by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, that Kol ma shebora HaKadosh Baruch Hu ba'olomai lo yibroi ela lichvoidei. It says in Pirkei Avos, everything Hashem created was in His honor. So we should utilize every possible thing in order to serve Hashem. And now, Baruch Hashem, everyone sees how at this time, when we all sit home, thanks to the coronavirus, we can use the last the last moments of Golus that we're in, and utilize the internet and then Zoom and whatever is out there to serve Hashem. So let us get into Shavuos happily, besimcha uvepnimius. Let us have Kabbalas Torah besimcha uvepnimius. I love you all, and Yishar Koach for listening. You lerotzim imreifi. Thank you.
just got the ability to speak. I just wanted to say personally a big yesher koach to Rav Korovsky for his shir. It is much appreciated. We wish you and your family a good Yom Tov. Thank you for your wonderful words. And we're just going to wait till exactly 7 o'clock a.m. in Eretz Yisrael before we start with Rav Meiselman Shlita.
I'm sorry. We should not leave the minutes void, as in the old Sforim, when they would print them, and there would be some paper left. They would write le'ashir haniyar cholok, in order not to leave the paper blank. I would write something else. So if we have another half a minute, I see. So Shavuos, why are we eating milchiks? There are many reasons, but one of them, one of the most famous reasons, is because they came back from Matan Torah and wanted to eat, and now they cannot eat fleishiks for whatever reasons. They didn't have the kosher kelim and couldn't do shit and so on. So they ate milchiks. Now, as I heard, the Yetzer Hara came over to the Jewish people and said, "Hello, you can eat. You can start doing the mitzvahs from tomorrow on." They said, "No. If we took it upon ourselves, we are starting it immediately." So that's why we eat milchiks, in order to remember that when we take upon ourselves something, we start it immediately. Shkoyach, a good Yom Tov.
Shakoach, shakoach. I'd now like to introduce Rav Moshe Meiselman Shlita, the Rosh Hashiva of Yeshivas Torah Moshe. And I want to thank him for being with us this evening for this very special shir. Rav Moshe Meiselman needs no introduction, well known as one of the leading Rosh Yeshivas and Talmidei Chachamim of our generation. Yeshivas Torah Moshe, named after his grandfather, the great Rav Moshe Soloveitchik. And Rav Moshe Meiselman has continued this illustrious Derech HaLimud all the way from Reb Chaim Brisk and the Soloveitchik family. Rav Meiselman and his yeshiva are well known, being at the forefront of helping Bachrim develop their Derech HaLimud of Torah and Yiras Shamayim and Avodas Hashem. And I also want to give a special thank you to Rav Meiselman as Shlita, as being one of the leading voices in our community of helping us understand how to understand the world in light of the words of Chazal and the Torah. His recent book, Torah, Chazal, and Science, and giving us guidance on contemporary issues like women in Judaism and science, and how to read the Torah and the biblical criticism and all kinds of issues that without Rav Meiselman, we would really be at a loss for figuring out and having guidance. I want to thank him for speaking in the first slot this evening of the Israeli Rosh Yeshiva, opening the second part of the program and leading the way for all of us. A big yesher koach to Rav Meiselman Shlita, and without further ado, please.
Okay, thank you, Rabbi Tarragon. As we approach Shavuos, and it's important for us to focus exactly what is our avoda on Shavuos. Each yontif has its own avoda, and each yontif is unique. When I think about Shavuos, I think about two Gemaras. There's a Gemara that was touched on by our previous speaker, that Gemara in Psachim Daf Samaches, where the Gemara says there's a machlokas in the Gemara. Machlokas in the Gemara is, what is the avoda in every yontif? One man Da'amah says that the avoda in every yontif is either Kulul Hashem or Kulul Lochem. One is enjoying ourselves physically as part of the world, Kulu Lachem, like many people do on Purim, the other, or Kulu Hashem, or like Yom Kippur. And the Gemara says, but on Shavuos, it's not that way. There's one mandoma. There's a second mandoma who says, no, it's Chetzil Hashem and Chetzil Lachem. We worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu half the time and enjoy ourselves half the time. And everyone says, but in Shavuos, everyone says, Chetzil Hashem and Chetzil Lachem. Why? Because without this day of Shavuos, what would we be? We'd be nothing. That's very strange. So what is that? Why does that necessitate? Chetzil Hashem v'chetzil Lachem. The Gemara doesn't really comment on it. It's one Gemara. One Psachim Daf Samaches. Another Gemara in Shabbos. And the Gemara in Shabbos says that one does not undergo a dangerous medical procedure on Erev Shavuos. Why not? Because the world is in great sakana. So today, this morning, Erev Shavuos, every one of us has to remember the world is in very great sakana. Why is the world in very great sakana? The answer is, Rashi quotes the Maimon Chazal, that T'nai Hisna Kadosh Baruch Hu. Kadosh Baruch Hu made a T'nai with the world. The T'nai he made with the world was that if Klal Yisrael will accept the Torah someday, the world will continue. And if Klal Yisrael will not accept the Torah, then I'll return it to Tohu Vavohu. That's we say Yom HaShishi. Tonight he's not Kadosh Baruch. So when Klal Yisrael are standing there at the bottom of Har Sinai, Kadosh Baruch Hu tells Klal Yisrael a very simple thing. If you accept the Torah, the world's going to continue. And if you're not going to accept the Torah, the world won't continue. And I'm going back to Tohu Vavohu and I'm beginning all over again. But the Gemara is telling us a very deep thing. That didn't happen only 3,300 and some years ago. It's happening today and tomorrow. That every year, Shavuos is not just a remembrance of what once happened. When we sit in the sukkah on Sukkos, the man yedu dor seichin Sukkos hoshavti is bnei Yisrael hotzios from Eretz Mitzrayim. It's a remembrance of what happened 3,300 years ago. When we, at the Seder Pesach night, psychologically, we have to put ourselves into the matzav, into the framework that we are leaving Mitzrayim. But in reality, we're sitting in our homes. It's just a zecher. Pesach night, it's a more profound zecher. It's psychologically re-experiencing it. The seventh night of Pesach, it's a zecher to Kriyas Yamsuf. But here, it's not just a zecher to Kabbalah Satorah. We are actually Makabel the Torah. And just as when Klal Yisrael, on that fateful day, were Makabel the Torah, they gave purpose to the world. And they gave continued existence to the world. And if Chas v'Shalom, they had not been Makabel the Torah that day, then the world would have gone back to Tohu Vavohu. So too, if we do not properly accept the Torah on the Shavuos, the world goes back to Tohu Vavohu. So, and our minig is that when is it that this Kabbalah Satorah happens? At what point of the day do we stand there and say, yes, we are Makabel the Torah, and we give validity to the continuation of the world? It is during Kriyas HaTorah. When the Baal Koreh reads, Anochi Hashem Elokecha Shotzatzich Me'eretz Mitzrayim, Lo yeh locha Elohim acherim al ponai, Lo sisu Shem Hashem Elokecha lashav. Zochos Yom HaShabbos L'Kadsho, etc. Just like Klal Yisrael, on Kol Dibra V'Dibra, said we accept it, Kol Shediba Hashem Nasa. So too, at that point, the world is justified. Kadosh Baruch Hu did not just create the world in a moral vacuum. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did not just create the world on a whim. So if Ma'aseh b'machshava tchila created the world with a certain purpose and a certain goal. And that goal was that someday there would be some part of humanity that would bring his message to the world. First Rashi says, B'shvil HaTorah shenikra reishis. He created it for the purpose of the Torah that's called reishis. B'shvil Yisrael shenikra reishis. B'shvil Bikurim shenikra reishis. B'shvil Truma shenikra reishis. What does that mean? Kadosh Baruch Hu created and formed the world with the Torah in mind. That's why Chazal tell us a very important idea, that first HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the Torah. And when he first created the Torah, that was the blueprint of creating the world. And there's nothing in this world that's against the Torah, because it is the blueprint of the world. And then it was never meant that the entire world would accept the entire Torah. It was never meant that way. When a person has a vineyard, he takes care of that vineyard. And part of that vineyard he keeps for himself. But part of that vineyard is Kodesh, part is Bikurim, and part is Truma, part is Ma'aser Rishon, and Ma'aser Sheni or Ma'aser Oni. And the fact that part of it is Kadosh is what justifies the whole world, the whole vineyard. And that's Bikurim. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I'm creating an entire world, an entire cosmos, from the smallest virus out to the black hole, if they exist, wherever they may exist. And what justifies that? They're going to be human beings. They're going to be something that's created b'tselem Elokim. And among those human beings, there's going to be one small group of people. They're going to bear my message to the world. And that's why, in the words right before the Atzeres HaDibros, the Atem Tiyuli Mamleches Kohanim V'Goy Kadosh, Eile HaDevarim. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, yes. The purpose of the world that we're about to be realized, if you, Klal Yisrael, I accept the Torah, you'll be my Mamleches Kohanim V'Goy Kadosh. The Atem Tiyuli Skula Mikolamim, Kili Kolaretz. The whole world is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And in this entire cosmos, from the tiniest virus out to who knows where the further reaches of the universe, is one treasured part of the world. V'atem tiyuli mamleches kohanim v'goy kadosh. Atem tiyuli skula mikolam kili kolaretz. I can choose you, and I'm appointing you as my representative. No other nation was willing to be HaKadosh Baruch Hu's representative. No other nation was willing to accept that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the absolute one who runs everything. That's the Maimah Chazal, that he went, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, before the V'yatzma, offered the Torah to all the nations. And they said, Ma Kosov Bo, what's written in it? Lo sirtzach That's our national culture. Lo signov, that's our national culture. Lo sinov, that's our national culture. Means they're not willing to accept the Torah as being absolute. They come to a Torah with a prejudged view of the world. Yes, it has to fit us because we have a certain idea how the world should run. And what did we say? No, there's only one absolute in this world. The only absolute in this world is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And we accept him as the absolute. And we accept his blueprint, the Torah, as the absolute. So when we say tomorrow, when we stand tomorrow, for those of us who are fortunate enough at this point to have a Kriyas HaTorah, we're all in isolation. When we stand and accept the Torah, whether we have a Kriyas HaTorah or we don't have a Kriyas HaTorah, still would be Makabel the Torah. We're accepting HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the absolute, and the Torah as the absolute in the world. That's the first thing. And we're accepting the preamble to Aseres HaDibros, V'atem tiyu li mamlechas kohanim v'goy kadosh, V'atem yutilu skula mikol ha'amim ki li kol haaretz. So we're accepting that role in the world and that sense of absolute. But we have to think a little more deeply. What does that exactly mean? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the absolute power in the Torah. It's been 3,300 and some years since we stood at the bottom of Har Sinai. During those 3,300 years since we stood at the bottom of Sinai, the world has seen countless cultures and countless value systems and countless approaches and countless attitudes. And what do we say every day? Udvarov choyim v'koyamim ne'amonim v'nechmadim lo'ad ul'olmei olamim. There's only one thing that is continuous through this world. That goes generation and generation, that doesn't change. Udvarav chayim v'kayamim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words are alive, v'kayam, and they exist. Nechmadim, and they are beautiful. Now, some people find the Torah onerous, burdensome. But if you go in with an attitude that this is the blueprint of the world, and this is the ideal plan for the world, and we're fitting into HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan for the world. This is the permanent part. So tonight, this afternoon, last night, if I sit down to learn a Rashi, and I sit down to learn a Tosas, I sit down to learn what Rebbe Kiva says, I sit down to learn what Abaye V'Rava says, I'm justifying the world. I'm giving it existence because I'm fulfilling HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan for the world. And I'm learning the same Rashi and Tosas that my grandfather learned, and my grandfather's grandfather learned, and my grandfather's grandfather learned, all the way back to Rashi, and the same Rebbe Kiva that Rashi's grandfather learned, and the same Reb Shimon ben Yochai that Rashi's grandfather's grandfather learned, and all the way back to Moshe Rabbeinu. That is the constant of the world. That is the permanent part of the world. We're trying to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan for the world. Now, the first thing HaKadosh Baruch Hu told them, Anochi Hashem Elokecha asher hotzeisicha me'eretz Mitzrayim. What does that mean? Anochi Hashem Elokecha asher hotzeisicha me'eretz Mitzrayim. Rabbi Yehuda Levi in the Kuzari asks a simple question. Why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says Anochi Hashem Elokecha asher hotzeisicha me'eretz Mitzrayim, and doesn't say Anochi Hashem Elokecha asher bara Shamayim v'Haaretz? Because Klal Yisrael for the past year had been going through a very simple educational process. First, it begins with Dam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends Moshe to Paro. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends Moshe Rabbeinu to Paro, What does he send him with a message? And Paro says, Mi Hashem asher eshma b'kol. Who is this HaKadosh Baruch Hu? L'gam is b'nei Yisrael lo ashalech. I won't send the Jewish people. Talks not in terms of the Ivrim, in terms of Yisrael. So Chazal tell us that Paro had a book of all the Avodah Zarahs in this world. He looks up in his book and says, this is not an officially accredited Avodah Zarah. It doesn't appear in my book. And I don't know who this people Yisrael is. So how do we understand what Chazal are telling us? Chazal are telling us, Paro understood there's a God of the Egyptians, there's a God of the Nile, there's a God of the sun, there's a God of the Canaanim, there's a God of the Amalekim. That's the world today. Every nation has its culture. Every nation has its gods that it worships. And everything is relativistic. There are no absolutes in this world. Moshe Rabbeinu was coming with an idea of this Yud Kei Vav Kei, Hoya Hova V'yeh, an absolute. There is an absolute in this world, and that absolute is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he has a nation, Yisrael, Kisarisa Im Anoshim, Elokim Vatuchal, and Uncle says Lifnei Elokim. Our whole existence is in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, I am your God. And there was an educational process first with Dam. He took the Avodah Zarah, the Egyptians, that worshipped the life that came out of the Nile. I'll turn it into a source of death. Svadeya, Kinim, until Etzba Lokimhi. But then as much as HaKadosh Baruch Hu was showing Paro that HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world, they couldn't shake themselves from their ideas. We're in a world, as HaKadosh Baruch Hu is shaking to its very core. Teva ceases to exist. There's no understanding of this virus. Teva means it's just like everything else with different changes. This is unique. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu shakes this world in Mitzrayim to its core. And then, the night of Maktas Bechoros, an amazing thing happens. Moshe Rabbeinu tells Paro Kechatzos Halayla. Exactly at a certain point, but it doesn't say exactly, because of the Badoim. Exactly. He says at a certain point, approximately at Chatzos, what happened was Vayiba Chatzi Alayla. More Bracha says. But what happened then was every Bechor in Mitzrayim died on the spot, simultaneous. Paro shaken. Paro being shaken. Okay, finally, I'm letting the Jewish people go. And 3 days later, changes his mind. Egyptians changed their mind. They haven't accepted anything down to the deep core that HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world. They haven't accepted that. And then there's Yam Suf. And finally in Yam Suf, Kashem Nilcham Lehem b'Mitzrayim. They see HaKadosh Baruch Hu is running this world down to its finest detail. Now the lessons, the Esamakos hit down to them. And it penetrated them finally to the core of their being. All Avodah Zarahs are gone. Hashem Nilcham Lehem b'Mitzrayim. But it took an amazing thing to do that. Now, Klal Yisrael were higher Madrega. Because while Paro and the Egyptians saw it through the Osos and Mosim, Klal Yisrael saw it through a Gilui Shechina. They realized there's only one power in this world. And Teva and nature is just a tool in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hands, how he runs it. And then they're standing at the bottom of Har Sinai. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, wait a second. There's another aspect of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I created the Torah. The same HaKadosh Baruch Hu who's running this world. give you Torah. Anoch Hashem Lokech Shosicha Meretz Mitzrayim Lo Yalocha. I'm the same HaKadosh Baruch Hu, who's telling you Lo Sirsach, Lo Sinef, Lo Signo, Lo Sanavrei Chadshocha, Lo Sachmar. I'm the same HaKadosh Baruch Hu telling you Kabir Zavicha V'Semecha Zoch Yom HaShabbos HaKadosh. It's all one, and it's more than that. If you take a look how the Ramban, how Rabbeinu Baruch Chaya in his Perish on Chumash say, what is the Noach Hashem Lokech Chumash? Hashgacha Pratis. Anything and everything that happens in this world comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From the smallest little thing that happens. In the Rambam, he's the cause of all causes. If I lift my hand up like that, HaKadosh Baruch Hu enables me to do it. If anything that happens in this world, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there. He's the cause of anything and everything that happens in my life. Hashgacha Pratis. The Rambam calls him the cause of causes, Ilas Ilas. The Ramban says this is, and we owe him everything because he took out of Mitzrayim, and he causes everything. And Rechaya says the important thing in Anoch Hashem Lokech Hashgacha Pratis. Everyone with his own language, but they say the same message. And Lo Yelocha Lima Chayim Al Ponai. There's no other power in this world. And as the Rambam writes, when they're standing there at the bottom of Har Sinai, they didn't have to think in terms of all the miracles in Mitzrayim. No. They were on a level of nevuah, of Gilui Shechina, that they saw it with absolute clarity, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates Teva, gave us a Torah, and makes these demands on us. And we are the Mamlechas Kohanim V'Goy Kadosh, who we represent. We are Daten Tilisku Mikol Amim Kiliko Aretz. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs anything and every detail in this world. We are his people. And we bear that message to this world. And that's what the first thing we accepted in Har Sinai. That is, tomorrow morning, whether we hear the Kriyas HaTorah, or we learn it ourselves in our Chumash, or we just think about being Makabel the Torah. Kadosh Baruch Hu created this world with a goal, with a purpose. So what's that have to do with Chetzi Hashem and Chetzi Lechem? Very, very simple. A non-Jew can bring a carbon, but only an Ola. A Jew can bring a Shlomen. What does that mean? A non-Jew can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu of total sacrifice to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But a Jew is given a Torah. And the purpose of the Torah is how to use this world, this physical world, to uplift it and serve him. And that is, when we were Makabel the Torah, Taryag Mitzvos Ma'asyos teach us this world, the purpose of this world, is to uplift it and use it in service of the Torah. No matter what the avodah is on any of the Yom Tov, no matter what it is, on Shavuos, it's Chetz Yil Hashem v'Chetz Yil Lachem. Uplift this world. And that's what Rabbi Yossi says, Lule Hayoma. Had it not been for this day, Kama Yossi Yikid B'Shukin. I'd be like everybody else out there. But Rashi says, but I'm an uplifted human being. Because as the Brisa Remeah says in Pirkei Avos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us this vehicle, this tool, to uplift ourselves and be that superior nation by taking this world, not by denying this world, not by being oblivious to this world. No, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created this world and wanted us to have a Torah in this world, to uplift ourselves and understand that He's running this world. This world doesn't run HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This world is subject to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, subject to the Torah. That's the permanent message. So, tomorrow, on Shavuos, when we justify HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Bria, We said, yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you created the world for a purpose, for a goal. What that purpose and goal is for us to be your Mamlechas Kohanim, to bear your message to the world. A school of Mikol Amim, your treasured nation of all the nations. Kili Kol Haaretz. And that is what we're accepting tomorrow. That is why Shavuos is a very unique holiday. And that's why today, Erev Shavuos, the world's in abeyance. Are we going to accept the Torah properly or not? Because if we don't accept the Torah properly tomorrow, there's no purpose for the world. The world's not just here as an automatic machine that continues. It's here, created by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to fulfill HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan for the world. So, Mitzvah Hashem, every one of us, in this very unique Shavuos, when many of us are closed in our homes and don't have the schus to hear the Baal Korah read, Anoch Hashem Elokecha Asher Tzichem Eretz. We don't have that schus. But we still will be makabel the Torah. Say, yes, we accept you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's running this world. It gives us a Torah. Same HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world, continues to run this world, has given us a Torah, and is demanding of us justify the existence of the world by re-accepting the Torah and committing ourselves to the Na'aseh v'Nishma, that the only absolute in this world is HaKadosh Baruch Hu and His Torah. U'dvarav chayim v'kayomim v'ne'amonim v'ne'achmodim lo ad ul'omei olomim aleinu v'abaneinu v'bnei b'nei v'ados v'al doros zeres shel avadecha. Mi'etz Hashem shall be zocha for Kabbalas HaTorah and bias Mashiach Tzidkenu b'meher b'yameinu.
The Torah calls Shavuos Chag HaBikurim, and this is based on the pasuk. The pasuk says, "B'yom HaBikurim b'Shavuos." And the simple meaning is that it's the time of the harvest of the wheat, which you bring the Shtei Alechem, that's the first korban which is brought in the Beis HaMikdash, and that is what the simple meaning of the words. But the question is, why didn't the Torah use a name which has something to do with Matan Torah, instead of naming it after wheat? This can be explained based on a point found in the Sefer Madas HaTorah, written by the brother of the Vilna Gaon. He writes, "There's no other person is compared to a tree, as the pasuk says, Ki Adam Eitz HaSodeh." Now, this means that the words that he speaks are the fruit of the Torah. That is why there's a pasuk in Yeshaya which calls the speech of a person Nivs Rasayim, which is more or less the same as the word Knuvas HaSodeh, the produce of the field. Because that is what the words of a person are, what he produces. And we find something in the Unclis translates the words, "Vehi Adam nefesh chaya," and man became a living being. And he explains the Ruach Malola. Ruach Malola means when he became capable of speech, then he was a human being. Until then, he was just a goylem, what we call something, what's it going on? This is all true when a person speaks words of the Torah. But when he speaks about other matters than the words of Torah, he really is not producing exactly what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted him to do. And we say that what he's saying is no more than siach. It's called siach, meaning just the sound, like when there are leaves of the tree, when there's a wind, so they go together, they make a sound. In other words, just as on Shavuos, there was a judgment on the fruit of the tree, how successful the crop will be, quality and quantity, so there is a judgment on Shavuos of his Torah. Whether you will be successful and produce Torah, or just remain, and his words are just an empty husk. We also find the same idea in the Svarim HaKadoshim. The Shloah writes, this holy day is a day of judgment. This is exactly what we're speaking about. This is a day of judgment on what he's going to get Torah. Then brings the Tolas Yaakov writes that just as on Rosh Hashanah Hashem wanted to examine and inspect the deeds of man, since it's the anniversary of his creation, similarly, on the day of Matan Torah, Hashem wanted to examine and inspect his creations and to judge the fruit of the tree. As the Mishnah in Rosh Hashanah says, the world is judged in 4 periods. Shavuos is judged on the fruit of the trees. This is the idea of the brother of the God. In the Sfas Emes, we find a similar idea. He writes, on this day every year, each Jew receives all of the part of the Torah. Anything he's going to be mechadish. And the Gemara Pesachim says, Rabbi Yosef said, if not for this day of Shavuos, how many people named Yosef are there in the marketplace? What he means literally is this day, on this day of Shavuos, upon which the Torah was given, that is when he gets a judgment. With judgment, whether he's going to, how much Torah, or how much Torah he will be able to produce. Now we understand why the Torah calls this Yom Tov Chag HaBikurim. Since really the first fruit doesn't just mean what the tree gives, but it means much more. It means what a person, what a human being does. That is the produce of a human being. And just as the Torah never refers to Rosh Hashanah as a Yom Hadin, rather as Yom Teruah. Why is that? Because that is exactly what Rosh Hashanah is given for a person to do tshuva. The Torah refers to it as Yom Teruah, a day of arousal to tshuva, using the shofar to bring fear into his heart, because that was the sound of which was given. The sound of the shofar was used to tell people that the enemy is coming. So to the Shavuos, the Torah commanded us to bring the first fruits to the Beis HaMikdash to remind us that this day the fruits are judged, but not only physical fruits, but the fruits of the human being, the fruits, the spiritual fruits of what Kodesh Baruch Hu wants us to do, which is to learn Torah. So now, understand very well what the Sefer Tzra HaChaim says, the famous old thing from one of the people that was in the Spanish Inquisition that he left. This day of Shavuos is auspicious for one to beseech and daven that he should merit to find the portion of Torah that was set aside for him in Har Sinai. And just as Moshe and all of Klal Yisrael, they received their portion of Torah, which was given to them on the day of Shavuos, and it's the same thing for us. This is a quote from the Sfas Emes. What this means is that even though the Torah was given to every single Jewish person's portion of it, its own potential, it's not enough. You received a portion, potentially, but you got to work very, very hard. All kinds of tefillas, all kinds of work. So you should be the same chelkeinu b'sevasecha, our portion in Torah. So we got the portion already, but we just have to see to it that we can bring it by our hard work and our heartfelt tefillas. We have to bring it into fruition. And you should know that there's a very important point made in the Sefer HaChasidim. It says that one who makes a request of Hashem for something that will bring honor to his Creator, such as Limud HaTorah, then what happens is that if he pours out his soul davening for it, even if he doesn't really merit it, but his tefillas will be answered. That's clear, and very clearly said. But what does he mean by pouring out your heart? And I think that that you can understand what he means by seeing a Gemara in the Second Temurah that tells us that Yavats, you know who that was? That was the brother of Yeshua, davened with all his heart that he should be able to be zeicha to have Hatzlacha in Torah. And he said that his tefillas will not be answered. He doesn't want to live. And the Gemara says his tefillas were answered. Rashi explains, because why? Because kol ha-moisar atzmai which means one who gives himself over completely, that all he wants is Torah, his request will be fulfilled. And this is extremely important for us to internalize this idea. In fact, you know, if you look at the tefillas of Abba Rabba and Abba Soilon, we say by night and by day, it's very clearly said there. It's said, what did he say in those tefillas? Heim chayenu v'erech yameinu. Only the Torah is our life, and nothing else has any value for us. And Abba Rabba also says the same thing. You have an eternal love to your nation, the Jewish people you have loved. So the Madata to mitzvahs, chukim, and mishpatim you gave to us, that's because he loves us so much. Therefore, what is the greatest gift he could give to us? That's what he could give to us. And that was Torah. That's what we say, have mercy on us, please. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, have mercy on us to see that we do what's the most important thing in the world, and in our whole lives and everything for a Yid, to give him Torah. The Sefer is Shali Sotarais. It's a minhag known, of course, that in all the yeshivas we do this, that there's you've got to say, with great concentration, deep concentration on Shavuos, the bracha of our Rabbi. That is, of course, based on what we're saying. with all your heart. And it's told of the Chazon Ish that on Shavuos, when he got to the bracha of Rava, his entire body started shaking. He broke down in tears because he understood that this is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving to us. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu can give it to us. It's too high for us to turn. But to get the deep understanding of Torah, that is HaKadosh Baruch Hu's matana to us. So I give you the bracha, and you should be zoichet on this day to doubt with all your hearts. You should come to true understanding of the greatness of the Torah. Nothing else in the world compares to it. And someone who internalizes this thought will certainly go mila and become a great Talmid Chacham. So not even
Okay, I'd just like to welcome and introduce Rev Meir Goldvich Shlita for being with us this morning or this evening. And I just wanted to say on a personal level that my relationship with Rev Meir Goldvich Shlita goes back over 30 years, since I sat next to him in the Keren B'Yavneh Beis Medrash so many wonderful years ago. And I remember spending Purim in his house. Rev Meir Goldvich, more than anyone else, embodies the Achdut of Klal Yisrael, embodies bringing all of Am Yisrael together. The Ir Shechubra Yachtav, his involvement in Eretz Yisrael, his involvement in America, and somehow Rev Meir Goldvich manages to spend Shabbos in America and Eretz Yisrael at the same time. And those who know Rev Meir Goldvich's kochot, when he's somewhere for Shabbat, he is in every shul, in every place, and in the heart of every Jew in that city. And I think Rev Meir Goldvich Shlita represents this Achdut and Ahavat Yisrael in such a beautiful way, and the program would be totally incomplete without the Divrei Torah and Divrei Brachas from Rev Meir. Rev Meir, thank you for everything you do for Klal Yisrael. Thank you for your commitment to all of us, for your connection with Yeshivat Hakotel. And he's going to be in Yeshivat Hakotel at 10 a.m. this morning to give shiur anyway. It's unbelievable. Even before Zoom, Rev Meir Goldvich was in every place at the same time. Kal v'chomer ben beno shel kal v'chomer. Haf le v'fele. Ani mechakeh b'chilyon einayim l'shiur ha'miyuchad shel harav. Nismach. Toda rabba.
אם אפשר, כן. תודה. Thank you very much, my dear friend, Rav Reuven Tarragon Shlita. What make a big revolution in the last week, in many ways, all over the world, 100,000 people come to listen Divrei Torah in less than 24 hours, because Rav Tarragon, no question, to come to Kabbalat Torah in this year, with this zchut of Zikui Arabim and what happened yesterday night and today, no question, because Baruch will give you elat siyata dishmaya, you, Rabbanit, all the family, to continue to spread Torah all over, מתוך בריאות, מתוך ברכה, ומתוך הרחבת הדעת. My one question, Rav Tarragon, to give the shiur in עברית, in English.
מה שתחליט, מה שתחליט.
עברית קל אומרים באמריקה. Okay, thank you very much. בסייעתא דשמיא, אנחנו נמצאים סמוך ליום חתונתו, זה מתן תורה. ואחת ההכנות הגדולות ביותר לחתונה הגדולה, זוהי מגילת רות. ונראה בסייעתא דשמיא היבט מאוד מאוד מעניין בעניינה של המגילה, בזמן העומד לרשותנו, ואיך הדברים מתחברים אלינו ליום יום שלנו. ונפתח את הדברים בצורה הבאה. מגילת רות פותחת, ויהי בימי שפוט השופטים, ויהי רעב בארץ, וילך איש מבית לחם יהודה לגור בשדה מואב, הוא ואשתו ושני בניו. אין שמות, הכל אנונימי. איש, אשתו ושני בניו. פסוק ב', שמואל הנביא שכתב את מגילת רות, מלמד אותנו שם האיש, אלימלך, אשתו נעמי, בניו מחלון וחליון. מה רצה כאן שמואל הנביא שפתח בצורה הזאת את המגילה, כאשר בפסוק ב' הוא רק מגלה לנו את השמות, ולא בפסוק א'. הוא בא ללמד אותנו פה דבר מדהים. וילך איש מבית לחם יהודה. הוא הלך מהמקום שבו יש לחם. נכון, היה רעב בארץ. נכון, היה זמן קשה. אבל עם כל זה, המקום שבו אפשר למצוא את הלחם, את היכולת לסבוע, זה בארץ ישראל, בית לחם יהודה. והוא חושב שהוא יוכל באמת ליהנות מהלחם איפה? בשדה מואב. הוא הולך לשם, והוא לא נהנה ממה שיש לו. הוא חושב ששם יהיה לו יותר. ומה קורה? דווקא בתוכנית שלו, מלמד אותו הקדוש ברוך הוא, אתה חושב שאתה בורח, אתה מניח שם את היסוד לגואל שיגאל את כל כלל ישראל. אותו דבר בדיוק מצאנו עוד פעם אחת. בכל התנ"ך, וילך איש. נאמר בתורה, וילך איש מבית לוי ויקח את בית לוי. גם שם אותו דבר. לפרעה יש תוכנית, יש לו את הפלן. כל הבן האלה דארות תשליכו. ובכך הוא מקווה שנשאר אצלו. אומר לו הקדוש ברוך הוא, לא רק שהתוכנית שלך לא תצליח, אתה מקדם את התוכנית שלי. בגלל זה אתה בעצם מניח את היסודות למושיעם של ישראל, משה רבינו. בזה שאתה מבקש לזרוק אותם ליאור, דרך זה הוא יגיע אליך לארמון וילמד גינוני מלכות. במילים אחרות, על המיטה של דוד המלך, שיוצא כתוצאה מהבריחה של אלימלך לשדה מואב, ועל המיטה של משה רבינו כתוב, רבות מחשבות בלב איש, ועצת השם היא תקום. אומר השלה, עצת השם היא, י"א, האותיות מהסוף להתחלה, אם ירצה השם. אם הקדוש ברוך הוא ירצה, הכל יהיה. מה שהוא ירצה, כך יהיה גם. אז בעצם שמואל הנביא פותח את מגילת רות עם הכותרת, שתעבור כחוט השני בכל המגילה, עצת השם היא תקום. נכון, רבות מחשבות בלב איש, אבל ההחלטה הסופית היא, עצת השם היא תקום. וכשיש את ההבנה הזאת, עכשיו יורדים כבר לפרטים, יורדים לשמות. ואז מה קורה? אחרי שאלימלך נפטר, בניו נפטרו, נאמר, ותקום היא וכלותיה. פסוק אחרי זה, ותצא מן המקום אשר הייתה שם. אני לא מבין, היא קמה מאיפה? מהכיסא? מה זה ותקום? ואחר כך ותצא? אלא במבט לאחור, אם רוצים להניח את האצבע, איפה התחילה מלכות בית דוד? בקימה הזאת של רות ונעמי. יותר נכון שנעמי, שהיא מחליטה, היא הייתה הפרסט ליידי בארץ ישראל, הייתה נשואה לאלימלך, גדול הדור, פרנס הדור, כמו שאומרת הגמרא במסכת בבא בתרא, ועכשיו אין כלום. והנה היא חוזרת. לא פשוט, צריך כוחות אדירים. לחזור, עצם החזרה, זה הכרזה בקול גדול, טעיתי, אני מצטערת, אני מנסה לתקן. פה קמה מלכות בדוד. היכולת לדעת טעיתי. וכשהיא חוזרת, אז נאמר 3 פעמים שאומרת לאורפה ורות, לכנה שובנה בנותיי, כי גר שבא להתגייר, אומרים המפרשים, 3 פעמים דוחים אותו. ואם בכל זאת, הוא מעוניין מקבלים אותו. ובאמת אורפה מפנה את העורף, חוזרת לשדה מואב, ושימו לב דבר מדהים, ורות דבקה בה. אומרת נעמי לרות, תראי, מה את צריכה את זה? יש לך 7 מצוות, תעשי אותה, מה את צריכה את כל המצוות? זה יצמצם אותך, יגביל אותך. לא, אני רוצה. אז שימו לב כמה נפלא, ורות דבקה בה. כמה מצוות היה לרות קודם? 7. כמה התווספו לה? 606. 606 זה רות בגימטריה. בה זה 7. ורות דבקה בה. היא צירפה את 606 מצוות ל7 מצוות שכבר היו לה. כמה זה נפלא. והיא חוזרת. ומה קורה כשהיא חוזרת? ותהום כל העיר. אז זאת נעמי. והיא אומרת, אל תקראנה לי נעמי, מרה, זה השם שלי. אני מלאה הלכתי וריקה משיבני. זה השלב הראשון. הבריחה, חוסר רצון לקחת אחריות, והעוצמה של נעמי לחזור בחזרה. ואז עוברים לפרק ב'. וגם פה שמואל הנביא עושה דבר גאוני. פרק ב' מתחיל, ולנעמי מודה, קרוב משפחה, לאישה איש גיבור חיל, למשפחת אלימלך, ושמו בועז. ושמו בועז. פירוש הדבר, יש לה קרוב משפחה, קוראים לו בועז, מה זה קשור? מה זה קשור? כי בועז היה גדול הדור, גם הוא היה פרנס הדור. אבל נעמי לא רוצה ממנו כלום. ברור בטלפון אחד, הוא היה מיד עושה עבורה הכל. היא לא רוצה. ולמה היא לא רוצה? כי היא רוצה להרגיש מה שהרגישו כולם שחיכו ליד הדלת, לקבל את אותה צדקה, אותה עזרה, ואמרו להם, סליחה, היום כבר אין יותר זמן, תבואו מחר. אחר כך אמרו נא לא להפריע. היא אומרת, אני רוצה להרגיש את אותה הרגשה. זה יהיה לי מעט כפרה למה שעשיתי. איך היא אמרה? אל תקראו לי נעמי, אלא מרה. אמרה נעמי, מוטב יהיו מזונותיי מרורים כזית, כמו אצל היונה בתיבת נוח, ואל יהיו בידי הקדוש ברוך הוא, ואל יהיו מתוקים בידי בשר ודם. את המרירות הזאת היא רצתה להרגיש. ולכן היא לא רוצה כלום, והיא גם לא אומרת לרות שיש קרוב משפחה שקוראים לו בועז. והן יושבות בבית, ולומדות, כי היא בתהליך גיור. ויום אחד מגיעים לפסוק, לעני ולגר תעזוב אותם, את כל מתנות עניים שבשדה, הלקט, השכחה, הפאה. אומרת רות לנעמי, הרי התורה מדברת עלייך ועליי, את הענייה ואני הגיורת. אולי אני אלך לשדה, לכי ביתי. עכשיו שימו לב מה קורה. היא הולכת, והפסוק אומר את המילים הבאות, ותלך, ותבוא, ותלקט. ותלך, ותבוא, ותלקט. זה חצי פסוק. אני לא מבין. הרי קודם הולכים, אחר כך מלקטים, וחוזרים בסוף. מה זה ותלך ותבוא? אומרים הראשונים, אמרה רות, אני פעם ראשונה בארץ ישראל, אין בעיה לצאת מהבית, להגיע לאיזה שדה, אבל איך אני חוזרת הביתה בזמן? איך אני חוזרת הביתה בזמן? יש אלמנה בבית, היא רעבה, אולי היא גם תדאג, מה קרה? לא חזרתי. אז כדאי שאני בתחילת היום אלמד את הדרך, איך חוזרים מהשדה הביתה, כי אני חוזרת לפנות ערב, ותלך ותבוא, ותלך ותבוא, פה פונים ימינה, שם פונים שמאלה, אני הולכת, אני חוזרת, ותלקט. אחרי שברור לה הדרך, היא מתחילה לאסוף מה שתצליח, וחוזרת הביתה. באותו פסוק, אומר הקדוש ברוך הוא לרות, רות, מה בראש שלך? האלמנה שבבית? אז תגיעי שם מאוחר, נו, היא בטח תבין, אולי תהיית בדרך, אולי פגשת מישהו, מישהי, אבל לא, את רוצה להגיע בזמן, כדי לא לצייר אותה? היא בראש שלך, אומר הקדוש ברוך הוא, כביכול, אני גם אדאג לך. באותו פסוק, היא מגיעה לשדה של בועז, ובועז מגיע לשדה, והוא שואל מי הנערה הזאת, ואומרים לו, זאת הגויה, נערה המואביה שבה משדה מואב. והוא אומר לה, יש לי בקשה אחת, תישארי כאן, תבואי כל יום לשדה הזה, דיברתי עם כל הרועים, עם כל הקוצרים, אף אחד לא יתחיל איתך. היא לא יודעת בכלל מי הוא, היא חוזרת הביתה. וכשהיא מגיעה הביתה, שואלת אותה נעמי, איך היה? היא מספרת לה, על אותו אחד בשם בועז, ואז היא אומרת לה, מה היא אומרת לה? ותאמר נעמי לכלתה, ברוך הוא להשם, אשר לא עזב חסדו את החיים ואת המתים, ותאמר לה נעמי, קרוב לנו האיש מגואלנו הוא. היא מספרת לה בפעם הראשונה, הוא קרוב שלנו, אולי הוא יהיה הגואל, אולי הוא יהיה, היא רומזת לה, אולי רות לא הבינה מה היא אמרה לה, אבל היא ודאי אומרת לה, הוא קרוב שלנו. והיא מבינה פה, נעמי, שאם זה קורה, זה לא מקרה, כי מקרה זה רק מהשם. ואולי זה יוליד אחר כך את הגאולה של רות. בדיוק כמו אצל אליעזר, שגם הוא אומר, ברוך השם, אלוקי אדוני אברהם, אשר לא עזב חסדו ואמיתו מעם אדוני. גם כאן, ברוך השם, לא עזב חסדו את החיים ואת המתים. והיא כל יום מלקטת מה שהיא יכולה, חוזרת הביתה, יום אחר יום, שבוע אחר שבוע, עד שזה נגמר. וכשזה נגמר, הם יושבות בבית, יש להם יותר זמן לדבר, לשוחח. ואז אומרת לה נעמי, הלא בועז מודעתנו, אשר ראית את נערותיו, הנה הוא זורד גורן השעורים הלילה, ורחץ וסח ושם סמלותייך עלייך, וירדת הגורן. אל תיבדי לאיש עד קלותו לאכול ולשתות. זאת אומרת, בחצות הלילה תגיעי אליו. מה היא אומרת לה? ולבש סמלותייך, ודאי ולבש סמלותייך. אומרים חז"ל, מדרש רבה, היא אמרה לה ללבוש בגדי שבת. עם בגדי שבת יורדים לגורן, יורדים לשדה, עם בגדי שבת, הכל מלא אבק, מוץ, של. בירידה הזאת לגורן, במבט הרחוק של נעמי, הרי זה ייצור בעתיד את הגואל האחרון. הגואל האחרון יבוא וייתן לכולנו פנים חדשות, כי קודם פני הדור כפני הכלב, והוא ייתן לנו פנים חדשות. מתי אנחנו מקבלים פנים חדשות? כל שבת. וכשיש פנים חדשות, אז יש גם בגדי שבת. אז גם פה היא אומרת, תרדי עם בגדי שבת. מניחים פה את היסוד לפנים החדשות של הגאולה. והנה, היא באה אל בועז, והוא נחרד, ויהי בחצי הלילה ויחרד האיש וילפת, והנה אישה שוכבת למרגלותיו, והיא אומר, מי את? בלי להתבלבל, היא אומרת, רות אמתך. פרסת כנפיך על אמתך, כי גואל אתה. והוא אומר לה, ברוכה את להשם, ביתי, אני אבדוק מחר, אם אני יכול להיות הגואל. הוא בודק מחר, יש עוד אחד פלוני אלמוני, הוא לא רוצה לגול, והוא הגואל. עכשיו שימו לב, דבר מדהים, מגילת רות, אנחנו בעצם מקבלים אותה פעמיים. פעם אחת, דרך קריאת המגילה. קוראים את המגילה וכל הסיפור. פעם שנייה, דרך השמות שמופיעים במגילה. ותראו דבר מדהים, אלימלך הוא זה שבגללו עתיד לצאת המלך הגואל האחרון, כי הרי הוא ירד לשדה מואב, ושם הבנים מתחתנים עם אורפה ורות, ודרך רות היא חוזרת וכולי, עד הגאולה העתידה. אלימלך. נעמי, נעימים מעשיה. והיא מחליטה לשוב לארץ ישראל, היא מחליטה לקחת אחריות ללמד ולדאוג לרות. מחלון, בעברית תקינה זה עקר, חליון הוא מתקלה, אין להם ילדים. אורפה מפנה את העורף, אבל רות, בלשון הקודש זה גם מלשון ראות, לראות, רואים. רות ראתה את הדברים הטובים שיש בנעמי. ובועז הוא איש גיבור חיל. והפלוני אלמוני, למה אין לו שם? כי הוא לא רצה לגאול, אז הוא לא ראוי שיהיה לו שם. זאת אומרת, דרך האנשים המופיעים במגילה, אנחנו גם כן לומדים את סיפור המגילה. כי שמו של אדם זה מהותו. ואז מה קורה? הנה הגאולה. יש את החתונה, מתכוננים אליה, אבל קודם לכן, עכשיו בועז נמצא בדילמה הגדולה של החיים שלו. הוא אומר לרות, אני מחר אבדוק מה קורה אם אני יכול להיות הגואל. אבל מה עושים בינתיים? זה אמצע הלילה. אם הוא שולח אותה בחזרה, מי יודע מה יקרה? אולי אחד ההורים ער, מי יודע מה יעשה לה? אחד הקוצרים הוא ער, מי יודע מה הוא יעשה? מצד שני, נזכור, זה קיץ. ואם זה קיץ, אז בבוקר עובדים עד 10. חם מאוד. מאוד חם. קמים מוקדם בעלות השחר. אם הוא שולח אותה בבוקר ואחד הקוצרים רואה שהיא יצאה מהאוהל שלו, מה יגידו? הגויה הזאת הרגה את אלימלך, מחלון, חליון, עכשיו גם את בועז. אז מה אני עושה? הוא אומר, החיים שלה יותר חשובים. הוא אומר לה, ליני פה הלילה, אבל בבוקר מוקדם הוא שולח אותה, אבל כל רגע הוא קריטי. הוא אומר לה, רגע, אבי המטפחת, יש לך בטח תיק, לא? אני רוצה להכניס לתוך התיק קצת שעורים. למי? עבור מי? עבור נעמי. אני לא יכול לשלוח אותך ריקם. לא יכול לשלוח אותך ריקם. 6 שעורים הוא נותן לה. מה כבר אפשר לעשות עם 6 שעורים? כלום. עוגיה קטנה. אומרים חז"ל, בזכות זה הוא זכה, ויצאו ממנו 6 מלכים. כי הוא רוצה לשמח את האלמנה. את נעמי. ואז מה קורה? מתכוננים לחתונה, ואומרים לו, הזקנים היושבים בשער, תהיה האישה הבאה אל ביתך, כרחל וכלאה, אשר בנו שתיהם את בית ישראל. מה זאת אומרת כרחל וכלאה, אשר בנו שתיהם את בית ישראל? מה הכוונה? למי הכוונה כאן? זה פילי פלאים. פילי פלאים. חז"ל מלמדים אותנו שהרי דוד המלך לא היה ברור לישי שהוא הבן שלו. כי בית הדין פסק לא יבוא עמוני ומואבי, עמוניה ומואביה בקהל השם. אומר דוד לאשתו, אומר ישי לאשתו, תראי, אני לא יכול לבוא בקהל השם, אסור לנו להיות ביחד. אבל בית הדין אולי ישנה את הפסק, כי הפסק הזה משתנה כל פעם מחדש. אז בינתיים נגעו בבתים שונים, והוא בא אל האמה שיש להם בבית, לשפחה, והוא אומר לה, תראי, אם אני לא יכול לבוא בקהל, אני יכול להתחתן איתך, את שפחה כנענית. אם אני יכול לבוא בקהל, אני משחרר אותך, ואת יהודייה. אז בכל מקרה אנחנו יכולים להינשא. את מוכנה להינשא לי? והיא אומרת לו כן. אבל לפני החתונה היא אומרת, איך אני אעשה את זה לגבירתי? באה ואמרה לאשת ישי, בואי ונעשה כמעשה רחל ולאה. והם התחלפו. ואחרי כמה חודשים אמא בהיריון, אומרים הילדים, אבא, אמא זינתה. אומר, ישי, אל תהרגו אותה כמו שאתם רוצים, כי יגידו שגם אתם נולדתם כך. תנו לבן להיוולד, הבן הזה הוא ממזר. כמו שאומר דוד בעצמו, מוזר הייתי לאחי. ממזר הייתי לאחי. והנה הוא נולד. וכך הוא גדל עד גיל 28. וכשבא שמואל למנות מלך, והוא רואה שישי מעביר את 7 בניו, כל הבנים. הוא אומר, מה, אין עוד ילדים? בורא עולם הרי שלח אותו. הוא אומר, יש אחד בשדה, שער קטון, הוא בן 28, קוראים לו מישהו קטן, כי כך התייחסו אליו. ואז ממנה אותו שמואל למלך, ומתברר לישי שהוא הבן שלו. אבל שימו לב תוספת, מהיום יהיה לכם עוד הבנה, בהלל, בסייעתא דשמיא. אומר דוד המלך בהלל, שנאמר מחר, מקימי מעפר דל, מהשפוט ירים אביון. הייתי בזבל עד גיל 28, להושיבים נדיבים מנדיבי עמו, נהייתי מלך, מושיבי עקרת הבית, הם הבנים שמחה. מה זאת עקרת הבית? עקרת הבית זוהי רחל, הם הבנים זוהי לאה. קרה לאמי מה שקרה לרחל ולאה, שהתחלפה עם האמה, ולכן אני נולדתי מאמא. אז בזכות הברכה שהשכנות, שהשכנים, שהזקנים בירכו אותי, תהי האישה הבאה אל ביתך כרחל וכלאה, זכיתי להגיע לאותה מלוכה. זה מושיבי עקרת הבית, הם הבנים שמחה. רומז לעקרת הבית רחל, הם הבנים ללאה. הללויה. פילי פלאים. הנה לנו מה אנחנו רואים פה, דבר מדהים. אין אצל רות, אין אצל בועז, לשים לב לדברים הקטנים, ותלך, ותבוא, ותלקט. אז היא תגיע שם מאוחר, לא אני אגיע בזמן. ובועז נותן 6 שעורים, מה כבר אפשר לעשות עם זה? כמעט כלום. אבל לא לשלוח ריקם את רות לנעמי. זה המפתח. חז"ל באים ואומרים, אין הקדוש ברוך הוא נותן גדולה לאדם, עד שבודקהו בדבר קטן. בדבר קטן. בורא עולם לא רוצה מאיתנו אף פעם את הדברים האדירים, את הקטנים, נשים לב אליהם, זה ייתן לנו תעשייתא דשמיא לדברים הגדולים. ולכן אומרים חז"ל, בועז עשה את שלו, נתן לה 6 שעורים. רות עשתה את שלה, ותלך ותבוא ותלקט. נעמי עשתה את שלה, לקחה איתה את רות. אמר הקדוש ברוך הוא, גם אני אעשה את שלי. ופה נוצר היסוד לגאולה של העולם. עברנו עכשיו תקופה שכל אחד באמת היה בביתו, הבית נהפך להיות ביתי בית תפילה, ולמדנו בבית כמה הדברים הקטנים חשובים, בכל המעגלים. אנחנו הולכים לקראת יום חתונתו, זה מתן תורה. כל אחד במקומו, כל אחד ביכולות לפי התנאים ולפי המצב של אותו מקום. לדעת, לעמוד בשבועות, להגיד בורא עולם, תן לי תעשייתא דשמיא, לשים לב לדברים הקטנים. כי זה המפתח לכל הדברים הגדולים. זה עשייתא דשמיא, אין הקדוש ברוך הוא נותן גדולה לאדם, אלא אם כן בודקהו בדבר קטן. זה המפתח. וכשאת זה ניקח, השמיים זה הגבול. זה חז"ל באים ללמד אותנו. ולכן, כשאנחנו הולכים לקראת הבוקר הגדול, והשנה זה יוצא לנו בצורה נפלאה, הרי את התורה קיבלנו ביום 51, בשבת, כמו שיוצא השנה, אנחנו חוגגים ביום 50. למה? כי זה יראתו קודמת לחוכמתו, חוכמתו מתקיימת. זה המפתח. ויראתו קודמת לחוכמתו לדעת, רבות מחשבות בלב איש, עצת השם היא תקום. הכל בא מהקדוש ברוך הוא. מבקשים לשים לב לדברים הקטנים, אומר הקדוש ברוך הוא, את הדברים הגדולים אני אתן לכם. זה העבודה שלנו. זה הכוח הגדול שלנו. הולכים לקראת החג הגדול של יום חתונתו זה מתן תורה, של הוויחן, הוויחן שכולנו, זה אפשר את קבלת התורה. איך כתוב? רבות מחשבות בלב איש, ועצת השם היא תקום, אמרנו מה זה? ואיך כתוב? הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבט אחים גם יחד. מה זה גם? הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבט אחים יחד. מה זה גם יחד? אומרים הראשונים, יחד ראשי תיבות יש חילוקי דעות. גם אם יש חילוקי דעות, אנחנו יחד. אין חילוקי לבבות, כי אנחנו נשמה אחת. אם ניקח את זה איתנו בסייעתא דשמיא, דרך הנהגותיה של נעמי, רות ובועז, בעזרת השם נזכה כולנו בשנה הזאת לברכות הכתובות בתורה ולגאולה השלמה. שוב תודה לידיד נפשי הרב ראובן טרגן, שבאמת מעמיד עולה של תורה כפשוטו בצורה מדהימה, בריאות, ברכה, הרבה סייעתא דשמיא ואריכות ימים ושנים. תודה רבה.
Okay, I just wanted to thank Rav Meir Goldvich personally for his beautiful, beautiful words of Torah. We're going to wait in Mirtz Hashem till 8:30 on the hour, and just so Rav Hartman knows, 6:30 on the hour, and just so that people in America know whatever time it is on the hour, 1:30 on the hour to introduce Rav Hartman, so we don't want anyone to miss it, so we'll wait a few more moments. We'll start again in Mirtz Hashem in 2 minutes. I want to give a very special welcome and introduction to Yedid Nafshi, my very, very special friend, Rabbi Yeshua Hartman. I don't know if everyone around the world knows Rabbi Yeshua Hartman, but you definitely should. Rabbi Yeshua Hartman is one of the unique demuyos in our generation. A huge Talmid Chacham in Nigla and in Nister. He's written Svarim, put out the most updated versions of the Maral Svarim. And I can tell you that you can speak to him in any area of Torah, and his diuk is unprecedented and unparalleled in Klal Yisrael, at least from my perspective. If you talk to Rabbi Shua Hartman, the Dvar Torah, the Gemara, Rashi, you better be ready. You better be ready, because you may have learned it for a week, and he may not have spoken about it for 10 years, but he's going to show you that you didn't see it the right way. I just spoke to him 2 days ago. He lav hayoima, and I'm still reeling from it. But it's not just that. I do not know a mechanech in Klal Yisrael as perceptive and as able to understand the nimas nafsho of Talmidim and to be able to give guidance to where they need to go like Rabbi Shua Hartman Shlita. And for that, I want to thank him personally, because I have gained a tremendous amount from his guidance and learned from him how to be a better mechanech. And this program tonight would be incomplete without Rabbi Yeshua, because he's someone who is makir and marich all of the different elements within our community in B'nai Torah. And I've heard from him his stories from Ma'arava and from different places. And today, the guidance he is giving to the English community is unparalleled. And really, I'm not exaggerating, unprecedented in the worlds that he's traveling there in the Yeshivas Chashmonaim. Yeshakach him for everything he does for Klal Yisrael in England, in Eretz Yisrael, in America, and around the world. And on a personal level, I thank him for his friendship and everything he's given me. Rav Hartman, I've been looking forward for a week to hearing your words. Thank you very much for joining us. And without further ado.
Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Say. The truth is, after such an introduction by my dear friend, Yedid Nafshi, Rabbi Targan, I think I should stop here now and just wish everybody a good Yom Tov. From here, it's going to be just downwards, I promise you. A tremendous yashikoyach to Rabbi Targan, who's doing this program of Yachad Shiftei Yisrael, and I just now heard that Yachad represents Yesh Chilukei Deot, and yet, Baruch Hashem, we're all here under one roof, and I want to be'emes wish the Emir Hashem Rebruv, and this should happen year in, year and out, and to show HaKadosh Baruch Hu that we're really Ki'ish Echad, Belev Echad, prior to be a Kabbalah Satara. I'm going to say Yeshikoyach. Rabbi say, I wanted to speak today about tonight, our American brothers, 1:30 in the morning, are sitting and learning Torah. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We all know the reason why we stay up at nights. And I'll read you the Mishnah Brura. The Mishnah Brura in Siman Tov Tzaddik Daled Sif Kontan Aleph brings down that initially it started with the minhag of Chasidim Rishonim, Hayu No'orim Kol Halayla V'Oiskim B'Torah. And then it somehow turned out to be that everybody does it, not just the Hasidim Rishonim. And the Mishnah Brura brings in the name of the Magen Avraham that the reason that we do so is because on the night of Matan Torah, Am Yisrael slept through. She Yisrael hayu yishenim kol halayla, uhutzach HaKadosh Baruch Hu la'iroisam lekabel Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to awaken them, and lachan anu tzrichim letaken zeh. We have to rectify that. By the way, that's how come it's called Tikkun Leil Shavuos, because we have to do a tikkun for the night of Shavuos. I just want to ask you, question number one. There are other nights that it's written, even the Shulchan Aruch, to stay up the whole night. For example, Leil HaSeder, in the Zohar Kodesh it says Al Basa Hoshana Rabbah on Tu B'Av, but no, hardly nobody stays up the whole night. Here in Leil Shavuos it says in the Zohar Kodesh the Chasidim Rishonim stood up, were up, and somehow this one reached Kol Klal Yisrael. Why is this different than the other nights which were recommended by the Rishonim and Kadmonim to stay up? And we say to ourselves, no, but that's only for the real Balei Maila. Staying up the whole night, the Shulchan Aruch says, but there's very few people that mamash stay up the whole night on Leil HaSeder. But when it comes to those Shavuos, somehow this minhag, which started again only with Chasidim Rishonim, is applicable to everyone. Makara. How did this spill over to everyone? Secondly, since when are we engaged in rectifying Averis of Dor HaMidbar? Again, Bali Kabbalah, the Mekubalim, the Chasidim, they do it. But regular people are not involved in doing tikkunim for other people's Averis. Halavai will be able to do the tikkun for her own Averis. So, and if we are engaged already in doing a tikkun for Dor HaMidbar, what about Chet HaEgel? What about Chet HaMeraglim? which was mentioned explicitly in the Torah, with terrible, terrible consequences. Dafka an Avera which is not mentioned in the Torah, that they slept on Erev Matan Torah, that's suddenly we took the responsibility to do a tikkun for them. Again, why is this Avera, this tikkun, something that we do, which we don't do in the other Averas, which are mentioned explicitly in the Torah? I would like to ask another question. I tried a little bit of survey in Google and check it out. On a group of 2 million people, there's about 20,000 people who are up every night. That's how it is. Why? Because a baby was, a woman has to give birth. A baby cried for his mother's help. People had to go to the restroom. And from every 2 million people, it's common in any place in the world that about 20,000 people are up. Do you mean to say that on Leil Matan Torah, everybody was sound asleep? No baby cried? No woman had to give birth? No one had to go relieve himself? Really? Does that make sense? Out of 2 million people, the whole camp was sound asleep? That's a ness in itself. There were a few thousand that were up. So how come they didn't wake up their friends? Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu have to wake us up? Again, if you say that everybody was sound asleep, you're right, but that's very hard to say on the tzibur of 2 million people that nobody was up. So let's just repeat the questions that we have meanwhile. We have here 3 questions. Question number 1, a minhag which was started by Hasidim Rishonim and Bailei Maila Gdoila. How did it reach Kol Klal Yisrael? In contrast to other nights that are recommended to stay up. And then we say to ourselves, yeah, but that's only for Balei Kabbalah. That's question number 1. Question number 2, since when do we take upon ourselves to do tikkunim for chataim done by others, especially by Dor HaMidbar, and especially that there's many other chataim which are known and written in the Torah, and we don't do a tikkun for them. Why do we do a tikkun for this one? Thirdly, what does it mean that everybody was sound asleep, and the only one who could have woken us up is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Okay, Rabbi Say. So before I go on, I just want to point out to the Chiddush of the Beis Halevi that mentions, and I'm sure it was mentioned here before, that truly, if you look at it, especially this year, it's very evident, our Shavuos is not on the right day, l'chu'ura, because the Gemara says in Masechah Shabbos that we came out of Mitzrayim on a Thursday, and the Torah was given on 7 weeks later on a Shabbos. Both Gemaras on Masechet Shabbos, a daf apart from each other. And that is 51 days. Kol Shabbos Vav Sivan, Kol Shabbos Zayin Sivan, the Machlokes of Rabbi Yosef Rabbanan, but it just doesn't change the fact that from Thursday to Shabbos, it's 51 days. And this year, it's very much evident because we started also on Thursday. This year, Leila Seder was Wednesday night. And our Shavuos is Friday. But in the door of Matan Torah, everything happened on Shabbos. On Friday, which is tomorrow, nothing happened. If you'd go back 3,332 years ago on Friday, nothing happened there. So why is our Shavuos on the day that nothing happened? It's really a kasha in the Torah itself. Why did the Torah say it was B'Yom HaChamishim? But it didn't happen on Yom HaChamishim. It happened on Yom Chamishim Be'echad. The Maharsha and Avodah Zarah asks this kasha, and it's a kasha that's known. The Magen Avraham and Simon Tov Tzadik Dalet also asks it. Why is our Shavuos? Now, it's not a kasha in the Torah per se, because the Torah per se never said that Shavuos is Matan Torah. But we say in our davening, B'Yom Matan Torah, we do say it. And Zman Matan Torah Seinu, and Matan Torah L'chor happened on the following day. Answer the Beis Halevi. Our Shavuos is not the day that we heard Anochi Hashem Elokecha. That was really on Shabbos, on day 51. Our Shavuos is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu delegated authority to Moshe Rabbeinu and to all Chachamei Yisrael throughout the generations that followed, that whatever they say goes. Lo b'shamayim hi, v'nitzchuni bonai, the famous Gemara in Bab Metzia and Daf Mechas Amud Beis. Namely, that our Shavuos is not only that we receive the Torah, but that the Torah is ours. And the Chachmei Yisrael are the ones that call the shots, and whatever they say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Mekabel. That delegation of authority is our Shavuos, and the first time it was ever in an Am Yisrael, it was exposed, is when Moshe Rabbeinu, Hoisif Yom Echad Midaitoi, he added another day and pushed off Matan Torah, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed to it because the Torah was given a day later. That is our Shavuos. That's what the Beis Halevi says. Meaning, our Shavuos is celebrating the ability of Chachmei Yisrael over Torah Sheba'al Peh, that whatever they say goes. Okay, that I just wanted to say as a given, the Chiddush Din of the Beis Halevi. He's Medaig, it says, Matan Torah say no, meaning it's ours. We have it. It was given over to human beings, and that is our Shavuos, and that really occurred on the 50th day. So, but to answer the questions that we asked before about learning at nights, let's start with the famous Medrash Tanchuma and Pashas Noach that my Rebbe Ramosh Shapiro Zatzal would say that every Ben Torah, every Yeshiva Bacher should know this Tanchuma by heart. It's our allegiance to Torah Sheba'al Peh. So it says in the Medrash Tanchuma and Pashas Noach that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was koyres bris on Torah Sheba'al Peh. And then the Medrash goes on saying, "V'lo kiblu Yisrael as Torah ad shekofa aleim HaKadosh Baruch Hu zahar gigigis." HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to hold the mountain over us like a barrel, and we accepted the Torah. Asks the Medrash Tanchuma. People think it's Tosfos Kasha, which it is, but the first one to ask is the Medrash Tanchuma itself. What we said Nasa v'Nishma. So if we said Nasa v'Nishma, what's the need of Kofa Har Kigigis? The Medrash Tanchuma itself asks this question. And what does the Medrash Tanchuma answer? Lo kiblu Yisrael et Torah ad shekofa aleim HaKadosh Baruch Hu zahar kigigis. Omar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael im mekablim atem es Torah mutav ve'im lav sham tiyeh kfuraschem. Im tomar al Torah shebeksav alo mishah she'omu nasa v'nishma. Answers the Medrash Tanchuma, and it's very known this answer. On Torah shebeksav, we said nasa v'nishma. On Torah Sheba'al Peh, we said no, we are not interested. Why are we not interested? It's tough to understand. It will cause you not to sleep at night sometimes because you have to figure out Pshan the Sugya. So on Torah Shebeksav, we said yes. On Torah Sheba'al Peh, we said no. Is it because Dora Midbar were lazy people and they were just not interested in staying up at nights? No, because you see in Purim, that changed and suddenly we stopped being lazy. But what happened was the reason that we refused to accept Torah Sheba'al Peh, we were afraid to take upon ourselves this responsibility of figuring out Pshan the Sugya, because maybe we'll get it wrong. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you tell us directly, let's play safe. It was really from Yiras Shamayim that they said that they don't want to accept upon themselves the Torah Sheba'al Peh. Fine. But here comes my fourth question. So do you want to say that they were tzdukim and karoim, Am Yisrael and Dor Midbar, Karyats? They wanted only Torah Shebeksav without Torah Sheba'al Peh? Chas v'shalom to say that on Dor Midbar, that they only want Torah Shebeksav, not Torah Sheba'al Peh. Furthermore, like the Shev Shmeitzer says in the Akdama, is there any one mitzvah that we can understand from Torah Shebeksav? Torah Shebeksav without Torah Sheba'al Peh is a closed book. You cannot understand it. If you cannot understand it, how could it be that they accepted something which is not totally impossible to understand on its own? So the Pachad Yitzchak, the Rosh Hashiva Zatzal, brings down this question in Igros Iksamim, and he says, "A kavana b'divrei hamedrash, ki bevadai shem kiblu al atzlam la'asot hakol b'li shmiya." Meaning, Rav Zatzal explains, of course they're going to accept upon themselves the bottom line of Torah Sheba'al Peh, Priyat Sadar means an esrog. Fine, I'll take an esrog. Ukshatim los al yadecha means tefillin. Fine, they agreed to put on tefillin. But they want the bottom line. They didn't want to be misyagea, the toiling of Torah Sheba'al Peh, because they were afraid they may get it wrong. That they didn't want. The bottom line of Torah Sheba'al Peh, they'll be more than happy to accept. Meaning, Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, fine. Mishnah Berurah with Bir Halacha, no, that already not. Shmir Shabbos Kilchasa, yes. Trying to answer Rabbi Akiva Eiger's kasha, no, that already not. That's what they said to themselves on that night. The Igia of Torah Sheba'al Peh, the toiling of Torah Sheba'al Peh, its manifestation is by staying up at nights and learning, even though at night usually people are asleep or it's the time of their taking off. The Igia of Torah Sheba'al Peh, like the Medrash Tanchum himself said, sheyesh batzar gadol v'nidud sheina. One of the kinyanim of Torah is miut sheina. The learning at night specifically is a manifestation of Torah Sheba'al Peh. How do I know that, Rabbi Yisai? It says so in the Yalkut Shimoni on Tehillim, Tov Reish Ayin Gimel. Minayin haya Moshe yodea matay yom umatay laila, kishuhu mechashev 40 yom v'40 laila. Where did Moshe Rabbeinu? How could he know in those 40 days when it's day, when it's night? He was above the sun and above the moon. How did he know when it's day, when it's night? The Yalkut Shimoni asked that. Omar Rav Avdimi. I'm going to come back to this name in a minute. B'sha'ah she'HaKadosh Baruch Hu melamdo mikra, haya yodea shehu yom. Ukeshaya melamdo mishnah, haya yodea shehu laila. Says the Yalkut Shimoni, Rav Avdimi, Moshe Rabbeinu knew it by the following. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu was teaching him Torah Sheb'Ksav, he knew it's the daytime. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu was teaching Torah Sheba'al Peh, he knew it was night. And that's how he counted 40 yom, 40 laila. Why is Torah Sheba'al Peh in night? So Pashup Pshat, at night, you can't see the text. There's no light. So therefore, at night, it has to be something that you could hear, but not see. But the oimik of it, of course, is Torah Sheba'al Peh is the Yigia. You have to be misyagea. Like the Medrash Tanchuma said, Azak kamavet, kashak shaol kinata. It's hard, it's something which you are in b'choshech. Night represents the time of toiling. Like the Rambam says in Hilchos Talmud Torah, you're zeichen kesed Torah when you're careful about your nights. Night represents toiling, and therefore Torah Sheba'al Peh was at nights. Now, isn't that interesting that Rav Avdimi is the one who said this, and Rav Avdimi is the one who said that Kofa Har Kigigis in the Gemara Masechet Shabbos and Tanchuma. It's the same man de Omar. According to what the Medrash Tanchuma is explaining in the way Rav Hutner Zatzal explains it, of course it's the same man de Omar. It's the same concept. Yigia. The Kofa Har Kigigis was on the Yigia of Torah Sheba'al Peh. Learning at nights represents the Yigia of Torah Sheba'al Peh. Therefore, it's so appropriate that it's the same man de Omar who said Kofa Har Kigigis and who said that Moshe Rabbeinu knew it's Torah Sheba'al Peh when it was done at nights. Both come from the same man de Omar. Rabbi says, so now let's start answering our questions. What does it mean that Dora Midbar, everybody went to sleep, nobody was awake to wake up his friends and peers? Again, in a group of 2 million people, usually every night there's a few thousand who are up. But what happened there is that Am Yisrael, it's not that they fell asleep. They went to sleep. They took sleeping pills. They drank wine. And they made an announcement, whoever's up, don't wake me up. Why? They want to stay a point. We are accepting the Torah Sheb'Ksav and the bottom line without the Yigia process. Yigia is on the expense of sleep. We're making here a point. We want to sleep. We're going to wake up at 8:39 o'clock in the morning, drink our coffee, read the newspaper, and then we're going to come. to show that we're not accepting upon ourselves the toiling of Torah Shebaal Peh. It's not that they went to sleep, they fell asleep, they went to sleep. And they put a note on the door, please do not disturb, like you have sometimes on the doorknobs of hotels. We are sleeping b'shita, b'dafka. That's what it was. I remember, it just reminds me that when my son, my oldest son today is in his 30s, when he was up Shabbos afternoon, when he was 4 or 5 o'clock, he was 4 or 5 years old, and I tried to convince him to go to sleep on Shabbos, and he said, no, he's not interested. And I asked him, Yecheskel, how come adults love to go to sleep and kids don't? And he answered me, adults go to sleep. Kids are put to sleep. And if you're put to sleep, you don't like it. You rebel against it. Am Yisrael, to a certain degree, that night did not fall asleep. They decided to go to sleep. It was a shita that we're not accepting Torah Shebaal Peh. We're not accepting sleeping less than nights. Regarding the question, so why do we take upon ourselves a tikkun of Dora Midbar? Why don't we take a tikkun of other chatoim? The answer is that, again, the Hasidim Rishonim also do a tikkun on other chatoim as well, but we don't join them on that one. But on this one, we join them. Why? Because this one has to do with the heart of Shavuos. This is Shavuos. This is what Shavuos is all about. As the Beis Halevi explained, what is Shavuos about? Shavuos is about that we are celebrating that we have the ability and the authority and the call on Torah Shebaal Peh. Now, authority leads to responsibility. Responsibility leads to know-how. If you have the authority to do a brain surgery, you better know what you're doing. It's very, very delicate there. Authority gives the responsibility. The responsibility is the know-how. The know-how is learning at nights. Am Yisrael, of course, we're joining the tikkun, and we're doing it as a tikkun because that's how it started. But here, Am Yisrael decided to join because it's bringing out the whole essence of Shavuos. And essence of Shavuos is relevant to all of us. We all have Shavuos, not only Hasidim Rishonim. This all of us have. This minhag, everybody's going to join to because it's touching on the nerve and the heart of what Shavuos is all about. Why, again, and that's the reason that this night we decided to take upon ourselves more than other nights which are recommended to stay up the whole night. Other nights which are recommended to stay up the whole night, that's for Hasidim Rishonim, that's for people who are Bali Madrega Gdoila Ma'id. Am Yisrael feels they're not on that Madrega yet to do that. But when it comes to Shavuos, yes, it started with Hasidim Rishonim, but since it's tapping on the essence of what Shavuos is about, celebrating the Torah Shebaal Peh, celebrating the authority that we have, celebrating the idea that Torah was given over to human beings, and whatever they say, the Chachmei Yisrael, whatever they say, is accepted by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Yegiyah of Torah Shebaal Peh is part and parcel of what this Yom Tov is all about. This one, Am Yisrael said, we're going to join. We're going to join this tikkun, even though other tikkunim we do not join, because this has to do with the heart and the essence of Chag HaShavuos. Rabbi say, I would just like to conclude. The Gemara says in Maseches Mesachim that there's a machlekes between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. How do we commemorate Yom Tovs, Sukkot, Pesach? Rabbi Eliezer says you could either or. You could fast and learn Torah, or you could have a meal. Lachem or Lashem. Rabbi Yeshua says, and we pass like Rabbi Yeshua, Chalkeu. Part Chetzi Lachem and Chetzi Lashem. But when it comes to Shavuos, what happens then? The Gemara says, Kula al Mamoidu. Everybody agrees that we do it as we have to have a meal. We have to have a geschmack meal on Shavuos. Hakol Moedim Debeina Nami Lachem, says the Gemara Pesachim. Mai Tama Yom Shenitna B'Torahu. It's the day Torah was given. Logic dictates the opposite. If Torah was given, learn more, not eat more. So Rashi says, "Sheismach bo b'maychal u'b'mishteh la'arot shenoach u'mekubal yom ze liyisrael shenitna b'Torah." We have to show that we're happy with the Torah that was given to us. It's still not fully understood why Yom Shenitna B'Torah is a reason to have a meal. But in light of what we're learning today, that we're commemorating that the Torah was given over to human beings, and that HaKadosh Baruch Hu delegated authority to Chachmei Yisrael, and whatever they say goes, we are celebrating the fact that the Torah was given to humans. How do humans show their simcha? By food. How come in every wedding and engagement party there's food? What does bamba have to do with an engagement? Really, it has nothing to do with it. But that's how people show that they're happy, by eating. Right? Even though personally I'm trying to make a social distance from my refrigerator the last couple of weeks also, but that's how people show their simcha. That's how we are. We're celebrating that Torah was given to people, to Am Yisrael, to G'dolei Yisrael. So we're celebrating the point as human beings of simcha. I want to wish everybody a Chag Matan Torah Sameach. As you know, the Shloah Kodesh points out that Shavuos is Yom Adin and Torah. Rosh Hashanah is Yom Adin, how much money you'll make this year. And Shavuos is how much Torah we'll be learning this year. It should be a good year for Klal Yisrael and for Am Yisrael. And Be'ezer Hashem, we should go back, hopefully as soon as possible, to our regular Avodas Hashem of doing Tikkun Leil B'Hamoin Am. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu should have Rachmim on Am Yisrael, on the whole world. And Tichle Shana V'Klilusea was said also regarding Shavuos, and we should all be Zoiche to Binyan Beis Hamikdash B'Mhera B'Yameinu Omen. And I want to say a big Yesher Koyach to my friend, Rabbi Reuven Tarragon. I always mention and tell him, I put him on the shirim with my teenagers when I teach them. He was 8 years in Yeshivat Gush Etzion learning by Rabbi Aaron Lichtenstein, Zatzal. He did not miss a day in those 8 years. He told me he had his son's bris milas done in those days, and he did not miss shiur. That shows this commitment that we're talking about. Not to miss a shiur in 8 years. Pile ploy. Reb Reuven, you should go on Michael Lechael, Be'ezer Hashem, doing wonderful things for Am Yisrael and showing that we have so much in common. And let's focus on that. Call to Rabbi Say. And a good.
Now that we got to hear of Hartman Shlita's words, now we can give a real thank you. Because earlier I said thank you on the over, now I say thank you on the over Hakarov. And I want to say that I learned from you now so many things, including the fact that tonight we have to be metaken. Not just stay up and learn, but be metaken. Thank you so much, Rev Hartman, from London. And like you said, thank you for your warm, wonderful words of Torah. And I'll just mention also that Rav David Miller, we're just going to wait the 2 minutes until 9 o'clock to start on time. And I won't be here to introduce, so I just wanted to say, Meirosha, thank you, Rav David, for being with us. There's a special person, a Talmud of yours, who's going to introduce you, Mir Hashem. Thank you to Rabbi Yeshua from London. Thank you to Rav David Meirosh from Yerushalayim. And everyone should have a Chag Sameach. And as Rav Hartman said, a Chag Matan Torah Sameach, where we can appreciate all the wonderful words of Torah we've learned in the past year and commit ourselves to many more in the upcoming year. We'll wait a minute until it's 9 o'clock to introduce Noach. I know everyone's waiting, but we'll just wait.
Rav Tzvi, whenever you're ready.
Shalom Aleichem, everybody. My name is Tzvi Goldstein, one of the mashgichim at Yeshivat Hakotel. It's a kavod gadol to introduce one of my own rebbeim, Rav David Miller. He's the Rosh Kollel and the director of Yeshiva University's Bris Kollel. Rav Miller grew up in New York and learned under both Rav Soloveitchik and Rav Aaron Lichtenstein. After making Aliyah in 1971, Rav Miller served in the IDF as a senior lecturer for 20 years, as well as Rosh Yeshiva of Beis Medrash LaTalmud. Rav Miller has been teaching for decades, and hundreds of people of all ages, including many of my other rebbeim, continue to see Rav Miller as their Rebbe. Additionally, Rav Miller was the Rav of Kehilat Ateret Nof in Har Nof, and currently as Rosh Kollel, in addition to his regular Gemara Be'in Shiurim, Rav Miller offers as many of the Chavrei HaKollel as possible a weekly one-on-one chavrusa in the topic of their choosing. These generally span a wide range of svarim, from Tanya and Maharal to Rav Kook and Kitvei Rav Yisrael Salanter, Rishonim and Achronim. Rav Miller is open to whatever is suggested. Aside from the incredible diversity of svarim Rav Miller is conversant in, the fact that he prioritizes time with each member of the Kollel demonstrates his commitment to Ha'amidu Talmidim Harbei. I personally have gained immensely from learning with Rav Miller, discussions in Hashkafa and personalized Hadracha. Thank you very much to Rav Miller for participating in the Vayichan Mishmar.
Thank you very, very much, Rav Tzvi. I understand that now I'm unmuted so that I couldn't interrupt Rav Tzvi earlier. But I just want to point out, as an introduction to my words, that to have such a hachana for Chag HaShavuos as we have this year, to have a Mishmar the night before Shavuos, to prepare for the Mishmar of the night of Shavuos, that is something which is amazing and incredible. I don't know if it's ever been done previously in Jewish history. Usually people tend to rest a bit before Shavuos in order to be able to maximize their learning. And here, the idea is let's learn and then learn more. And so, kol hakavod to of course, to Rav Taragin, who thought of the idea and who put it together, and to all those who were involved in all the technical details, and particularly kol hakavod to those who are learning, those who are listening, be it evening by you or be it early morning by you. It's a very, very special way of entering into Matan Torah. It's certainly, following the words of Rav Hartman, certainly a tikkun for the Dor HaMidbar, that not only it's that we're going to be up all night of Shavuos, but we're going to be metaking by being up a serious period of time before Shavuos as well. I'd like to take the few minutes that are offered to me to share with you, and I'd like to try and explain two Ma'amari Chazal, one of which is found in the Shalah that Rav Hartman referenced, and the other is found in the Yerushalmi. The Shalah, the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, as you're aware, has what he calls Masechet Shvuot, makes up for that which is missing in Shas, and there in the classic edition on Daf Lamed Amud Beis, in the Ner Mitzvah, Os Tes, he writes as follows: Zelashon Sefer Tola'at Yaakov, Vidah, Ki Kamo Sheba Rosh Hashanah, Ratza HaKadosh Baruch Hu Lahashgiach V'Lidrosh Ma'aseh B'nei Adam, that just as Rosh Hashanah is a Yom Hadin, Ki Hu Yom Habriya Harishona V'Chidush HaOlam, it makes sense that every time the cycle of the year is completed, we have a Yom Bria Rishona, which is returning to us in a cyclical manner. It makes sense then to have that Yom Hadin. Ukamo shetiknu lomar zeh hayom tchilas ma'asecha kedivrei Rav Eliezer she'amar shebetishrei nivra ha'olam, that Rosh Hashanah represents the day of creation according to Rav Eliezer. Rav Yoshua felt it was in Nisan. However, the Sefer Tolas Yaakov says, just as in Rosh Hashanah we have a Yom Bria Rishona, Kain Rotza B'Yom Matan Torah, Shehu More Al Chidush Ha'olam. So also on Shavuot, which also says the Shalah, quoting the Tolas Yaakov, is also a day of creation, Hu More Al Chidush Ha'olam. Kadosh Baruch Hu also turns that day into Lahashgiach V'Lidrosh Al Ma'aseh Ha'olam. That also turns into a Yom Hadin, al peiros ha'ilon k'de'isa beperakama de Rosh Hashanah, ba'arba prakim ha'olam nidon, u'ba'atzeres al peiros ha'ilon. Now, to say that Shavuos is a Yom Hadin, that the Shalah has a source. That's in Rosh Hashanah, ba'arba prakim nidon ha'olam. To say that Shavuos is a Rosh Hashanah, that's also a Gemara at the end of Megillah. Tich Lashana v'kiloloseha, that we try to get in the Tochacha before the end of the year. Tich Lashana v'kiloloteha. So we try to get in the Tochacha of Kisavo before Rosh Hashanah, and we try to get in the Tochacha of Bechukosai before Shavuos. But in what way is Shavuos a Yom Habriya? In what way is Shavuos More al Chidush HaOlam? Chidush HaOlam occurred once. It was either in Tishrei or it was in Nisan. We had an ex nihilo. We had a Yesh Me'ayin. How can we speak about Tishrei as being the Yom Bria Rishona in the language of the Shalah, and then Shavuos is also a Yom Bria Humore al Chidush HaOlam? Where do we find the second creation? Question number one. Question number two is a Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi in Perek Dalet HaChaches quotes the statement of Mesharshia b'Shem Rav Idi, B'chol korbanos ksiv chet, u'ba'atzeres ein ksiv chet. Amar lahon HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kevan shekibaltem alechem ol Torah, ma'ala ani alechem ki ilu lo chatasem miyemechem. That Rav Mesharshi, in the name of Rav Idi, is medayik in the language of Parshas Pinchas. By all the Musafim, it says seir chatas echad, seir izim echad lechatas. The concept of chet is mentioned, and we're mechaper, we're atoning for the chet. In Shavuos, it simply says seir izim echad lechaper. There's no mention of chet. There's no acknowledgement of chet. What kind of a kapara is this? Normally, kapara is a reframing of a chet. Zedonos naasu kishgagos, or zedonos naasu kezchuyot. But to have a tshuva, to have a kapara, without tshuva, to have a kapara without tshuva, without acknowledging the chet, what is this concept of ki'ilu lo chatasem? That you didn't sin at all? What does that mean to say that kevan shekibaltem alechem es Torah, you didn't sin at all? This is not the classic kapara. The answer, l'chora, is to try and link these two issues, and that's what I'd like to speak to you about, and speak about the nature of Shavuos. That we know, on one hand, Shavuos is one of Shalosh Regalim. It's part of a larger whole. It's part of a larger cycle. We have Chag HaAviv, Pesach. We have Chag HaBikurim, Chag HaKatzir by Shavuos. We have Chag HaOsif by Sukkot. We have an entire agricultural cycle, and Shavuos is smack in the middle. On the other hand, it stands out being so different from the other Yomim Tovim. Every other regel has a cheftza of mitzvah, and we put so much effort into trying to acquire the most meaningful cheftza of mitzvah, be it a lulav, an esrog, a sukkah, matzah. We have a cheftza of mitzvah that hits in, that links in with the regel. Here, no cheftza of mitzvah at all. We have minhagim. The minhagim usually are giving the acronym of acharis, akdamos, chalav, rut, yerek, that we put in the shul or in our homes, and tikkun. But these are all minhagim. These are not dinim. These are not halachos. We have no cheftza shel mitzvah. Secondly, the uniqueness of Shavuos is that all other Yomim Tovim have a calendar date. We have a day, we have a month. Shavuos has no calendar date. It's the end of 7 weeks. It could come out on Hey Sivan, if both Iyar and Sivan are chaserim. It could come out on Zayin Sivan if they're both Malayim, or as our calendar currently has it, it comes out on Vav Sivan, having one of the months, Iyar being Malay and Sivan being chaser. But Lefini is daiti, these are not just anomalies. Here we're dealing really with the essence of the day, that we have a rule that a name represents the essence. Avraham is Av Hamon Goyim. Yaakov was at Vayakveni Ze Pa'amayim. Yisrael is V'sarisa im Elohim v'im Anashim Vatuchal. That Moshe Rabbeinu is Mishisihu min Hamayim. So also the name of the Yontif is the Yontif. Shiva Shvuos Tisparlach Mehachel Chamesh Bakorma Tachel Lispor Shiva Shavuot V'asisa Chag HaShavuot Lashem Elokecha. The counting gives the name, and the name is the essence. What does it mean to speak about a name of a festival being called weeks? Even when they translate Shavuot, they translate it as Pentecost, right, the 50th day. They don't speak about it as being weeks, but in the Torah, it's spoken of as being weeks. So I'd like to suggest that when we speak about time, we have different frameworks of time. We have days, we have weeks, we have months, and we have years. Out of these four, the week is the most unique. All of the others, be it a day, be it a month, or be it a year, we're dealing with natural cycles. Vayihi Erev, Vayihi Voker. HaChodesh Hazeh Lachem, we have a molad to another molad. We have a solar year where the earth returns to the same position relative to the sun as it had been previously. The seasons repeat themselves. All of the Chagim are built into this time framework, into this cycle of the world of Teva that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created. And then the Chag is given a unique Chefza Shel Mitzvah to be Mekadesh, the world of Teva. Namely, we have a background of the world of Teva, and within that world of Teva, we place a Chefza Shel Mitzvah. We have Arba Minim. We take Dafka Matzah. We take something that we are taking out of the world HaTeva to raise the world HaTeva. The one exception, of course, is the week. There is no cycle in the world of Teva of 7 days. It appears to be totally arbitrary. I always wondered why the Chinese, who don't believe in God, why they have a week of 7 days. Why not have a week of 6 days? Why not have a week of 8 days? It only makes sense in the framework of Bereshis bara Elokim, Vayerev Vayevoker Yom Echad, Vayerev Vayevoker Yom Sheni, etc. Vayechulu hashamayim v'haaretz v'chol tzva'am vayechal Elokim bayom hashvi'i melachto asher asa, vayishbos bayom hashvi'i mikol melachto asher asa, vayevorech Elokim es yom hashvi'i vayekadesh oso kivo shavas mikol melachto. Namely, a week only makes sense in the framework of creation. A week is a unit of Bria. It's not a unit of Teva. Shabbos is Tachlis Maaseh Shamayim Va'aretz. A week links the world of Teva to HaKadosh Baruch Hu without any need of a Chefza Shel Mitzvah. There's no Chefza Shel Mitzvah on Shabbos. There is Dibur on Shabbos, and we have we're Mekadesh al Hakos, and we light candles, but these are all post. These are all in addition. Midoraisa, all we have is Dibur. All we have is an acknowledgement, a recognition that this world of Teva was made by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the week links the world of Teva to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and it links HaKadosh Baruch Hu to the world of Teva. Without having a week, it would appear that the world of Teva is independent. It's consistent. It just is recurring. Only the week is that which links us to the creation. The week tells us that everything we see in front of us came into being yesh me'ayin by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Ari is quoted by many, including the Nesiva Shalom. The Ari writes that HaKadosh Baruch Hu put enough energy into the world to keep it spinning for a week. And then we have HaMachadesh. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts energy for the next week, and then puts energy for the next week. This is a framework of Bria. And this is the framework of Chag HaShavuot. right? That we're dealing with Shavua and a Shavua and a Shavua and a Shavua. Namely, we're dealing over here with the apex of a Bria. Shavua only makes sense, a week only makes sense in the context of Bria. And Shavuos, as was pointed out by the Shalah, who more al chidush ha'olam. Shavuos is a Bria on top of a Bria on top of a Bria. But what Bria? What Bria is added by Shavuos? In other words, we had a Yom HaBria. How is Shavuos a Yom HaBria? So in my humble opinion, just putting this together, Shavuos is the Bria of a relationship. We have a Bria of objects and we have a Bria of a relationship. Every day there was a Bria of objects. These objects were created the first day. These objects were created the second day for the 7 days. And this we remember every week in a cycle of Shabbos, that everything that's all around us, all of existence was created by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Shavuos represents the relationship between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. And that relationship is built up in units of Bria. We have a week of Chesed and all the permutations of Chesed. And we have a week of Gvura and all the permutations of Gvura. And we have a week of Tiferes and all the permutations of Tiferes. All the ways in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu relates to us. And then when we put all of that together, that all returns to Shavuot. That is the peak of the relationship in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us his Torah. Giving us his Torah, giving us the means of being his partners in this olam that he created, giving us the privilege of being his shutafim by just keeping the Torah. This is the peak of the relationship that we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And in this way, forgetting about the beautiful and the importance of the meaning of Pesach and the meaning of Sukkot, Shavuos stands out as not being related to the world of Brias HaTeva, but rather being related to the world of the Bria, of the bris between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael, starting with units of Bria, and then with the peak, just like we have units of Shemitah that end in a Yovel, we have units over here of Shiva Yamim, units of Bria, of a relationship. We have a week of Chesed and a week of Gvura and a week of Tiferes until we get to the week of Malchus, and only then does the HaKadosh Baruch Hu give us the Torah, and that would cement this relationship. This is a Yom, again, Shehu More al Chidush HaOlam. Chidush HaOlam, here we have a new world of relationship, and therefore there's no need for a Chefza of Mitzvah. Other Yamim Tovim need a Chefza of Mitzvah because they're built into the calendar year. They'll be built into Teva. You need a Chefza of Mitzvah to raise us out of the world of Teva. A week is not the world of Teva. Shavuos is built into a different Bria, which is beyond Teva. It's a Bria of a relationship, a Bria of Torah. The world was created ba'asara ma'amaros, and the Torah was given ba'aseres hadibrot. Again, we have the parallel Bria. We have a Bria Rishona of asara ma'amaros, and we have a Bria Shnia of aseret hadibrot. The ma'amarot, first we have an overall statement, Reishis bara Elokim, and then afterwards we have commands, Vayomer Elokim yihi or, etc., to create objects. By Matan Torah, again, we start with a statement of Anochi Hashem Elokecha, and then it's broken down into commandments. Commandments to create relationships. We create a relationship via Kibud Avim. We create a relationship via Shabbos. We create a relationship via Lo Tachma. We create a relationship via Lo Tignov. We create relationships via mitzvos. And this is what the Shalah is saying. Yom HaBriya hu more al chidush ha'olam. And this is the Yerushalmi. The moment that we have a Yom HaBriya, the moment that we have a new beginning, ki'ilu lo chatatchem mei olam, then we're starting anew. This is a new relationship. We only have two new relationships in halacha. One new relationship is that of a ger, and the ger is ketinok shenolad dami. He starts again. He starts anew, a clean slate. The second new relationship that we have in halacha is a chassan and a kala. that's also a new bria. Here we have a new bria. We have a new bria within Sheishes Yimei Ma'aseh, that the last of the Asara Ma'amaros is a husband and wife, is a bria not of an individual but of a zug, and we have a bria of that relationship every time a couple gets married. Also, we have Nimchalu Kol Avonoseihem. It's not a question of Zedonos Na'asu K'Suchuyos, Zedonos Na'asu Kishkagos. It's not a reframing of the Chet. We're dealing over here with the creation of a new relation, a clean slate, a new beginning. And so we have a new beginning on Shavuos of this relation. The moment we have a new beginning, just like in Giur, we have a clean slate, just like in a Chasana, we have a clean slate. So also Shavuos is the clean slate, and Shavuos is Giur. That's the collective Giur of Matan Torah, Mila, Tvila, Korban, that when we accepted the Na'aseh V'Nishma, we all started all over again. That's the whole Sefer Parashas Derachim on the difference between the Ben Noach and post Matan Torah. And Hu Hadin, we have that same world of Shavuos as being a wedding, that we have the Mishnah at the end of Tainus. Tzeno ure'ena benos Tzion, b'melech Shlomo ba'atara she'itra lo imo, b'yom chatunato u'b'yom simchat libo, and the Perush in the Mishnah is b'yom chatunato zo matan Torah. So we have over here this relationship created, which later on has a lot of permutations, but the original wedding, right, Mekadesh Yisrael ayedei chuppah v'kiddushin, that's Matan Torah. Only in Matan Torah did the chuppah precede the kiddushin. Did the kaf aleim har kegiyus precede the handing over of the Shnei Luchos Habris. Mekadesh Amo Yisrael ayedei chuppah v'kiddushin. And so now we sort of link the two, that since the Shalah posits that Shavuos is the Yom Habriya, that Shavuos is the new beginning, this new relationship creates that which Rav Mesharshi is medayik in the pasuk, where we don't have the concept of chatat. Sir izim hu Hashem, no chatat. We're starting anew. We have it's a gift of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a tremendous gift. When we think about Aseres Yimei Tshuva, what we have to go through in order to start anew, here we have to do one thing to start anew. What's the statement of Rav Mesharshia? Amar lahen HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mikevan shekibaltem aleichem ol Torah, you agree to be partners in Tikkun HaOlam, you agree to be my kala, or my chasan, you agree to be my partner. Ma'ale ani aleichem ki ilu lo chatatem me'olam. I'm willing to give a clean start, just like on a Yom Chatuna. Everything matches. Everything fits in a very beautiful manner. But there's also one other consequence that we have, and with this I'll end. We have a very, very special consequence of Chag HaShavuot, which parallels the world of the week. That just as in the week we have days, we have individual days that meld into a whole. Shabbos pulls everything together. So also Ma'amad Har Sinai was an individual Kabbalah Satorah by every individual Jew. By the call, in other words, that we have a concept of Roem es hakolos, that every Jew had his call, every Jew had heard his own voice according to what his potential was, what level of Torah he could accept, and then it all melded together into Uvau Kulam Bivris Yachad Na'aseh V'Nishma Amru Ke'echad. You not only had a Kabbalah Satorah on the part of 600,000 individuals, it all turned into a Ish Echad B'Leiv Echad. It turned into a collective Kabbalah Satorah of Klal Yisrael. So each of us has this dual relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as an individual and as part of the Tzibur. Just like Shabbos, we have that Achdus, Ki Ish Echad B'Leiv Echad. Raza de Shabbos, Ihi Shabbos, Di Is Achadat, B'Raza de Echad. Lemishri ala raza de'echa. Just as Shabbos pulls Klal Yisrael together, Matan Torah pulls Klal Yisrael together. Every year, we're given this opportunity of linking into this achdus of Matan Torah. What's going on this year is awesome in terms of Rav Reuven having brought together Rashi Yeshiva, Belev Echad, Ki'ish Echad, that everyone feels the common denominator of Matan Torah, that we're all linking in with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We may have slight differences in various areas of Hashkafa, but we're all together in the fact that we're part of Klal Yisrael, we're part of this Raza de Echad, we're part of this Uva Ukulam, we're part of this Ki'ish Echad, Belev Echad. And if we're Mekabel the Torah on the two planes, A, we're Mekabel the Torah as Yechidim, but B, we're Mekabel the Torah as part of Klal Yisrael. Mirtz Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should turn Klal Yisrael into Ki'ilu Lo Chatasan, and Mirtz Hashem bring us a tremendous bracha coming out of the very difficult situation that the world is currently in. Kol my David Rachmana Latova, and Mirtz Hashem, that we view that we have to do our hishtadlus. And our hishtadlus is to turn this Chag HaShavuot into the most meaningful of Kabbalah Satorah, to show HaKadosh Baruch Hu that we understand that this is a Yom Bria Chadasha, that we're tremendously grateful for the Bria Chadasha, and in that sense, we're doing this wonderful hachana of learning together, of being a chavrusa, being a chevra around the world. Individuals are learning together as a hachana for Matan Torah. So again, with thanks to Rev. Reuven Tarragon, and with thanks to the entire staff of his helpers, and particular thanks to Rav Tzvi for the very warm words with which he introduced me, that I certainly do not deserve. We should all have a Mirtz Hashem, a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, moving from Yontif into Shabbos, moving from the Achdus of Torah into the Achdus of Shabbos, having this beautiful super Achdus. Amen. Ken Yehi Ratzon.
Shalom Aleichem, everyone. My name is Yonason Kalla. I'm Rebbe in Shiva Sefer Torah and alumnus of Shabbat and Hakotel. And on behalf of Shabbat and Hakotel, it's a very great privilege to introduce you to our next speaker, Rosh Kallis. Rosh Kallis is the Rosh Kollel of Kol Hara L'Rabbanim, and of course of the second Seder Kollel. He gives daily shiurim to many yeshivas, has given over 14,000 shiurim over the last 12 years. He's very well known for his contemporary halachic shiurim, and is very well respected posek. Rav Kallis, thank you very, very much for joining us today on this program, and have a wonderful Yom Tov. Thank you, Rav Kallis.
Okay, Rabbi Isai. It's a humbling experience. I was able to sleep the whole night, and the Olam over here has been learning stark the whole entire night, learning the Torah, the Chikum Amtokim, the Kulai Machmodim, the treasure and the toy of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like it says in the pasuk in Shir Hashirim and the pasuk in Mishlei. So who am I to go and start talking to you in Yonim of Torah when you learned the whole night and were zeicha to what it says by the Beis Yosef, when the Beis Yosef learned the whole night, the fire that came around you and with some of your computer screens. But I'm sure that, like we say, Ein Beis Medrash B'lei Chiddush. And I was asked that the topic that we chose is to talk about water, and when you make a bracha on water, and when you don't make a bracha on water. And what's the reason why to choose such a topic? Why to choose such a topic on Shavuos night? Or at least on the Erev Shavuos night? What's the connection? So we know, as we're going to see in a moment, that when a person has water, the only time that he makes a bracha on water is when he has a thirst for water. We're going to discuss different cases of when you do make a bracha on water and when you don't make a bracha. But the general klal is that if you're drinking water, not for thirst purposes, not because you're thirsty, but we'll see different cases, but then you don't make a bracha. And when you're thirsty, so then you do make a bracha. That means that water is a very, very interesting bria. Water is something that depends on your thirst. Now we know that ein mayim ela Torah, like Chazal tell us, that Torah is nimshal to mayim for many reasons. Torah is nimshal to mayim because water flows. A person has to be a flowing person. It has to be water that flows from top to bottom. A person has to be an unav. He has to be a kli of makabel of Torah. But also, I think what's negaya us right now is that water is something that you only make a bracha on when you have thirst. And so too Torah. Torah, if a person wants to experience the pleasure of Torah, he wants to experience the bracha of Torah. So then he has to have a thirst for Torah. Somebody that says, no, Rabbeinu Shalom, I see that this year I'm not going to be able to stay up the whole Shavuos night in my base medrash. So I have to figure out a way that I could stay up the whole night in a different form of base medrash. And it's reason makdimim, the mitzvah type of base medrash. That's a person that shows that he has thirst for Torah. And such a person will always have bracha. So Bez Hashem, our tzibur, our oilam over here that understands the value of Torah and the tremendous thirst for Torah, so then you'll always have the bracha of Torah. And let's see, Bez Hashem, what's the mashal? The nimshal we know, but what's the mashal? So the Mishnah says in Brachis and Daf Mem Dalid, Hashoisem mayim litzamai. If a person drinks water because he's thirsty, then he makes a shahakol nibetvarei. He makes a shakol, which we all know. Rabbi Tarfon didn't agree with that. Rabbi Tarfon said that if a person is thirsty and he wants to drink water, so then the halacha is he makes a boyrei nefashis rabbis v'chesreinim. Imagine this, where he makes a boyrei nefashis as a bracha rishayna. The understanding being is that water is not something that has a hanos cheich. Water is not something that inherently has an enjoyment in his palate, in his throat, etc. So therefore, it does something for the body. Says Rabbi Tarfon, till now, the only brachas we know are things that are giving a person a hana as it goes down. But Mashen Kain, water is just serving a purpose, quenching a thirst. So therefore, he held you make a bari nefashis. The psak halacha, as you all know, is not like that. Psak halacha is that if a person is thirsty, he makes a shahakol nibedvar on water. That's all agape water. When it comes to any other drink, he has a cup of Coke, he has a cup of milk, anything else in the world, even if he doesn't like milk, even if he doesn't like Coke. The halacha is that even if you're not thirsty, you make a shahakol. Person drinks a cup of Coke, he drinks one sip of Coke, and he's not thirsty. So then the halacha is he makes a shahakol nibedvar. Even if he's not thirsty. By water, the only time you make a bracha on water is if you're thirsty. If a person's not thirsty, no bracha. Now, let's try to see various cases because the extremity of the Gemara is quite extreme. The Gemara says, when a person's thirsty, he makes a shakal nibedvaroi. When a person is taking water because there's something stuck in his throat, he has a piece of meat, he can't get it down. A contemporary example of that would be he has a pill and he can't get it down. We obviously can't get it down without some water. So that's the two extremities. And the Gemara says when you're taking water to get down a pill, so then no bracha. You drink the water without a bracha. If you're taking the water for the purpose of quenching your thirst, so then you make a bracha. The question is, there's lots and lots of cases in between. I see that there are many svarim that put all the cases together, but they're really all different. And I would like to discuss it today. And Bez Hashem, we'll discuss the case of a person that's drinking water, especially as the summer is coming now. In Eretz Yisrael, we experienced the summer last week. Oh, did we experience the summer? And a lot of times people are drinking, not because they're thirsty, they're drinking because they have to keep hydrated, like the camel Lahavdil drinks. So what's the din there? If I'm drinking water, just that I should have storage of water in my body. There are nursing women that they drink in order to increase their milk supply, but they're not thirsty now, but they want to have milk. There are people that drink seltzer. Seltzer is a type of a drink. What is that? Is that water? Is that like Coke? Coke is something that you drink, even if you get no ana, even if you're not thirsty, you make a bracha. What's seltzer? Do we say that once you have these bubbles inside, the little bubble inside, so that turns the water from a shahakal, that turns even when you're not thirsty, that would turn it into a shahakal, or no? Maybe it's like water and I only make a bracha when I'm thirsty. And there's many, many, many such shilas. Sometimes a person wants to drink a cold cup of water, not because he's thirsty at all, but he likes the feeling of cold water in his throat. Sometimes a person wants to drink a cup of cold water because he wants his body to be cold. It's a whole different experience. Same thing with hot water. What's the din of hot water? Now, again, like I said, I see a lot of Sfarim, they put a lot of these shilas together because the extremities are clear. When you're drinking water because you're thirsty, you make a bracha. When you're drinking water, when you're just trying to get down pill, for what we say in Yiddish, a zaitige reason, a side reason, so then you don't make a bracha. The shilas, there's lots of cases in between, and we have to figure out what's the klal. For example, right now, I'm drinking water, not because I'm thirsty. I'm drinking water because my throat is dry. What's that? I made a bracha already. So anyways, so don't get nervous that we're paskening before you hear the shir. But al kapanim, what's the din of water in all these other cases that he's not drinking water for thirst purposes? So look, the Bir Halacha already starts us on some of the shilas. The Bir Halacha over here brings down over here in Dibra Maschal Hashaisa and Siman. Our Siman for today is Siman Reish Dalid Siv Zayin. The Bir Halacha already tells us over here, if a person is drinking water because he wants to be able to get out of a suffix. There's a shaila many times, especially tonight. You know, you guys have been staying up the whole night learning Torah. You're not sure. Do you still have your bracha? You went outside for a second. Yeah, no. So could you drink water not to get down the food and not because I'm thirsty, but for a side reason? What's a side reason? The side reason is because I want to get myself out of a shaila of brachas. Or he comes on Shabbos and he has 99 brachas and he needs one more that he can get the mea brachas. And when he gets that mea brachas, he has the bracha of all of the mea brachas. So he wants to make a bracha, a shakal nebedvar on water. What's the halacha? You're allowed to make a shakal nebedvar on water when you're doing it for that side reason. So here, the one clear case I would say is because that's the case the Bir Halacha told us. He said when it says that you're not making a bracha on water to take down the food, said that is lav dafka. That's just an example. But avada, if you're doing it for a side reason, his examples of the Bir Halacha are he's taking down the water because he has a suffix. He's taking down the water because he wants to be able to be a part of a mezumin of 10, let's say. The Mishmar says that doesn't warrant the bracha. So now we have a little guidance. We know when you're thirsty, you make a bracha. We know when you're drinking the water, not for anything to do with thirst, for example, taking down a pill, or for a halachic reason to be able to make a bracha, that doesn't warrant a bracha. Now with this, Rabbi Say, let's go to a lot of cases in between that sound the same, but they're not exactly. I'll give you an example. And this, I think, is the most common case that everybody has. And we don't have a Mishnah Berurah about this. The most common case that people probably have is that they'll drink water because he wants to make sure his body is hydrated, especially in the summer. And what's the din of that? Now, right away when you'd hear that, you'd say, well, he's not thirsty. So if he's not thirsty, l'chayra, he doesn't make a bracha. But this is far from pashut, because if you remember, what was the lashon of the Gemara? The lashon of the Gemara was hashoise mayim litzamoy. If he's drinking water for thirst, for the Talmidei Chachamim that have been learning the whole night, we can clear a chakira, a shaila. What's the pshat that a person is drinking water for thirst? The way I've been saying it till now is that he's drinking water because he's thirsty. So then, according to this, you wouldn't make a bracha. Maybe the only time there's that benefit of water that it warrants a bracha is when he's getting the hana in his throat of thirsty. And that's one way of learning, if that would be the case. So that when he's just hydrating his body, So then he's preventing thirsty, but that doesn't warrant the bracha. But that's far from pashit. The lashon of the Gemara, the lashon of the Shulchan Aruch is hashoyse mayim litzamay. He's drinking water for thirst purposes. I don't know. Maybe thirst purposes means that he's drinking water so that he won't be thirsty. Maybe the benefit of water, for example, Rabbi say, if a person on Yom Kippur, he's not thirsty, he drank 20 minutes ago, he's totally not thirsty, but he realizes tomorrow it's going to be a long day. It's 20 minutes into Yom Kippur already, and he's totally not thirsty. And he drinks down a bottle of water, or a vias of water, a cup of water. There's no question he's chayiv kares on Yom Kippur. Why? He's not thirsty. So you see, because he's doing a ma'aseh shtiyah, the water is going down, and it's giving a benefit for his body. So if he's doing a ma'aseh shtiyah, and it's benefiting his body, so then he's chayiv kares. So we can discuss what's the same exact shaila when it comes to a person that's preventing thirst. He's doing a ma'aseh shtiyah, and that ma'aseh shtiyah, that act of drinking, is not for some side reason of getting food down, of getting out of a bracha. It's for the side reason of thirst. So that's our shaila. Is it the only time that Chazal said that you make a bracha on water is when you're thirsty and you're getting a hana in your throat right now? Or maybe when as long as it's for a thirst purpose, so then the Chazal already were masakin a bracha. You should know, we have no raya to this question from the Mishnah Berurah. And because of that, we're very alone. If we don't have a raya from the Mishnah Berurah, we're quite alone. I must tell you that the Shevet HaLevi, Rav Vosner and Chelik Yud and Siman Mem Beis, he is of the opinion that you would probably, yes, make a bracha, which is, I don't know if that was the simple thought that most people have. He says thirst is a type of a, I guess we'll call it commodity, that when a person has a thirst, it's a ma'aseh shtiyah with thirst, we connect it together, and you make a bracha. The ma'aseh, I would say that the minhag ha'olam is not like that. It's very hard to prove from the minhag ha'olam this question, because everybody has this question. He's very nervous. He doesn't know what to do. And if you look in the Sefer Zayis HaBracha, he brings from the Melech of all of Klal Yisrael, Rav Elyashiv Zecher Tzadik Livracha. He brings that Rav Elyashiv told him thirst when it comes to these halachas means that he has to be thirsty. He has to be getting a hana in his throat. I would say it's at least for sure a suffix of brachas. There's no question that it's at least for sure a suffix of brachas. No one could go and make a bracha on a shahakel on water when he's not thirsty now and he's just preventing thirst. However, what I would tell you is a little bit of an eitzah. You should pater it. Now, this doesn't help you so much, because what are you going to do? You're going to go to the closet, you're going to take a piece of salt or a piece of sugar and make a shahakel. And that's wonderful, because that you could do even if you're not hungry, even if you're not thirsty, that would work. But that only helps you for the bracha rishayna. But Rabbi said we have another problem. We have a problem that what about the bracha achrayna? The only time you make a bracha achrayna on water is if you drank it for thirst. For example, let's say a person takes a pill and he drinks down all this water. He doesn't make a bracha achrayna either. Just like bracha rishayna, you only make if you are thirsty. So bracha achrayna you only make if you drank for the purpose of thirst. So it's the same question. If this person is drinking water just to prevent dehydration, so then if we're saying that it's not pashit that you make a bracha rishayna, then you also can't make a bracha achrayna. So my salt option is not going to help unless you decide to take 3 or 4 spoonfuls of salt, and then you'll be very thirsty. So then you won't have the issue. But al kapanim, what are you going to do? So I'm going to tell you, Rabbi Sai, if you add even the smallest amount of taste to your water, you add a little lemon juice, you add a little grape juice, so then of course it stays there shahako. You add a little bit and it has a taste. So then there's no question, even if you're not thirsty, you make a bracha. And there's no question that if you're not thirsty, you'd make a bracha rishayna and a bracha achrayna. So that's a good eitzah to know for the summertime. Always have. They sell these by, for those that can't, that's maybe very hard for some people to go and mamish, to take, that means I have to do 2 things. I have to take the water and I also have to take the grape juice and then I have to pour it in. And sometimes you don't have a funnel and sometimes you have a grape juice bottle, which is big. It's not so easy for people. So Baruch Hashem, today, they sell you all these things that you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is open the bottle. Maybe one day Alexi will open the bottle for you too. But in the meantime, that's all you have to do is open up the bottle, and they have these waters that have within them a taste. Right? That's the most. Nowadays you can even buy the 10 pieces of bread to put out. Not only that, right? You could probably buy somebody to stay up for you the whole night and learn on Shavuos. But akapanim, when it comes to the water, what you do is that if you drink the water with the slightest bit of taste, So then that's already going to be enough to warrant a bracha rishayna and a bracha achrayna. Now, this question, as you realize, would be the same exact shaila. That one is probably going to be the same shaila as when a person drinks water before a tainus. You know, he's holding 10 minutes before Yom Kippur, he's finished eating, totally, and now he's not hungry, he's not thirsty, just wants to down a lot of water. That would be the same shaila, and it would be the same eitzah. If a person tells me, I don't, sometimes a person's in a shul and it's 10 minutes before Yom Kippur and he doesn't have the ability to go start putting inside all types of concoctions and make his water into a tasty water. So then we're going to tell him it's a safek bracha. You drink all of that water without a bracha, not a bracha rishayna and not a bracha achrayna. The same idea would be a lady who is drinking for the reason that she wants to increase her milk supply. In other words, not that she's thirsty. Some ladies, when they nurse, they're constantly thirsty. But sometimes it's not the case that she's thirsty, but she's drinking the water because she wants to increase her milk supply. If that's the case, that's an example of water that's going down the throat. It's true, the little baby inside is thirsty, but he doesn't make brachas yet. So actually, the baby's outside. Sorry, boys, I forgot about that. But Al Kapanim, when she's drinking down the water, so she's doing it because he's thirsty, right? Little Anshel's thirsty, but that doesn't make a difference. She's doing a ma'aseh shtia, which is not for thirst purposes at all. Here, there's no question, even the Shevet HaLevi is going to agree. The only reason why the Shevet HaLevi said that you would make a bracha when you're doing it for thirst purposes. Here, she's not doing it for thirst purposes. She's doing it she's doing a ma'aseh shtia, not because she's thirsty, not for thirst, but to increase the milk supply. That, according to everybody, wouldn't require a bracha. This is why you have to look good sometimes in the Svarim. I saw one sefer that he brings down. Well, the Shevet HaLevi said over there you make a bracha, so too over here you make a bracha, but that's incorrect. The Shevet HaLevi wasn't saying water for side reasons you don't make a bracha, you make a bracha. Of course not. That's the Gemara. The Shevet HaLevi was saying was for thirst reasons you make a bracha, and it doesn't mean that dafka necessarily that you're thirsty. But there are cases that are much more complicated. What if you have a case of where I'm drinking and I'm getting an enjoyment in my throat, but it's not a thirst enjoyment? So here we can clear that shaila to both shittas. In other words, we know that I give many examples of this. My example that I spoke about just now, my throat as I'm talking to you right now is scratchy. I want the water in my throat because it's definitely not because I'm thirsty. I'm saying if that would be the case, but right now I'm not thirsty. My throat is scratchy. So do we say that water, when you're drinking it, not for thirst purposes, but it's giving you a different hana of the cheich, not the hana of the throat of a thirst type of hana, but a hana of the throat for scratchy throat feelings? Is that enough to warrant the bracha? That is a world war, Rabbi Isai. This question, there's a wonderful sefer called the Nishmas Avram. Nishmas Avram was written by a doctor, and he is also a tremendous Talmud Chacham, incredible Talmud Chacham. And he has a sefer, he has all these different medical shilas. And he brings down a world war on this topic, Rabbi Isai. Rav Elyashiv, in this sefer, he writes, a speaker, Shemar Geshovish Bapeh, while he's being maratzeh, while he's speaking, shoysik satzmayim, to make his throat wet, he says, no bracha. This fellow doesn't make a bracha. And Rav Elyashiv says a wonderful mashal over here. What's the mashal of Rav Elyashiv? He says it's like a person that's drinking water when he has a bitter taste in his throat. What's the case of a person having a bitter taste in his throat? He just took some miserable tasting medicine, doesn't taste good. And now he has that, some of us remember this. No, Rabbi Tarragon, you remember the cod liver oil from the Haim? Oh, the cod liver oil. What are you talking? Right? So the cod liver oil, you made a Baruch Dayan Emes on. But afterward, you had that miserable taste in your throat. So when you had that miserable taste in your throat, so then the Aruch HaShulchan brings down over here, now when you're drinking down the water, no bracha. Because it's not for thirst, and it's not for thirsty. It's not for either of them. So it's a side reason to get rid of that taste. Says Rav Elyashiv, it's the same thing. Interesting tushtel, interesting comparison. It's when I'm taking down the water, not for thirst, not for thirsty. Rav Elyashiv, this goes into the parsha of side reasons, thirst, not thirst reasons, water for non-thirst reasons. My palate is getting a pleasure, but it's not a pleasure of thirst. So therefore, he holds no bracha, like when I'm taking down the bad taste, no bracha. And this is the psak of Rav Elyashiv in your throat. Who cares if the pleasure is a thirst? Who cares if the pleasure is a thirst type of a pleasure? Maybe the pleasure is the pleasure of throat, getting enjoyment. Who cares if it's a thirst type of a pleasure? The ikar is that your hana is in your throat. Lamaisa, it's the same question, Rabbi Say. There's no one that can make a bracha when you have Rabbi Yashiv saying that it's a suffix brachas, and Rabbi Yashiv saying no, so it's at least a suffix brachas, and therefore it's the same type of thing. If a person, I would tell speakers that make sure before you start your shiur to go and drink something to make sure that you'll take a piece of salt, take some sugar, so that in the middle of the shiur, if your throat is going to get scratchy, you'll be able to. Me personally, right now before the shiur, I was thirsty, so it was convenient. So now in the middle of the shiur, I'm taking little sips, the nature of which would not require a bracha achrayna anyways, because I'm not drinking the required amount of water in the prescribed time that would allow me to make a bracha achrayna, and therefore that would be the eitzah. Another example, Rabbi Say, is a case of where a person wants to drink water because he wants the cool taste in his, listen closely, because I saw there's two cases, and the Sfarim put them together, and they're two totally different cases. There's one case of where he wants to drink water because it's cold, so that he can have a cold feeling in his throat. That's tantamount and comparable to the case we just spoke about. It's an enjoyment in the throat, which is not a thirst enjoyment. That would be the same shaila. You'd have to get out of the shaila like we spoke about. Okay. But then there's another case. He wants to fill up his body with cold water because it'll make his body cold. That's a different shaila. That no one is going to say you make a bracha on that. There's no question in the world. Because even though I saw you have to, that's why you have to dissect the sugya. That's why I'm talking over here to people that learned the whole night. They can have that siyat d'shmaya to see the difference, the splitting of the hairs, as we say. But over here, you realize that's a totally different case. Over here, the water is cooling down the body. That is no different than a person who's drinking water for the reason of making his body have a milk supply. That for sure would not warrant the bracha. They bring from the Vilna Gaon that the Vilna Gaon used to drink hot water, and the hot water he would drink, and he wouldn't make a bracha. So I saw one sefer, he says, so you see, the Vilna Gaon holds that when you drink water and you're doing it for the purpose of, because you like the taste of hot water in your throat, he says, you don't make a bracha. You don't have a raya from the Gaon. Because the Gaon was talking about that you drank the hot water because the Gaon wanted to make sure that his body would be warm. So therefore, in that case, the Gaon didn't make a bracha. Would the Gaon have made a bracha on the hot water if he liked the taste of hot water? I don't know if the Gaon liked the taste of hot water. Maybe the Gaon only liked the taste of Torah. I don't know. So in that case, in the case of where you're filling up your body to make your body warm, so then you don't even have to pater yourself. But Mashen came when you're doing it because you like the taste of hot water. Now you can't make a bracha, but you certainly would have to pater yourself. Which brings us to the shaila of mineral water. This I must tell you, Rabbi Say, I don't understand the shaila. There's a chreinim that discuss if you have mineral water, which today filtered water and all types of water, they discuss do you make a bracha. Rabbi Say, I don't understand. All that mineral water is all of the imperfections that are taken out. If anything, you took out the tastes. I don't see why the mineral water would be any shaila, and it should have all the same exact rules of what we discussed. If you're doing it for thirst, if you're actually thirsty, how do you make a bracha? If you're doing it for thirst, it's a shaila. If you're doing it to take down a pill, so then you don't make a bracha. Derech Agav, when you take down a pill, Rabbi Say, sometimes you drink a little extra. Shlomo Zalman says you don't have to be careful to drink the minimum, the lashon of Shlomo Zalman. You don't have to be careful. It means if you have a whole cup, no. So then you have to know why you're drinking a whole cup. But if a person has water, sometimes you also want to make sure that it's gonna, sometimes you get it down, but your throat agrees with you, but your esophagus does not agree with you. So therefore, avad you're allowed to take it down because it's not for thirst purposes, and you would not need to make a bracha. I saw a shaila, which I guess it would be a neurotic shaila. What happens if a person, he drinks water for the purpose of, thirst. He's a little bit thirsty. A tiny bit thirsty. But then by the end of the revius, he doesn't know, was I thirsty? Was I not thirsty? Right? So the Vilna Gaon says, you better be careful, because if you started out for thirst, but you didn't drink a revius of thirst amount, so then you don't make a bracha achrayna. I saw that Reb Nissen Karelitz says you don't have to be neurotic about it, because you can assume revius Rabbi Say is a very small amount. In this, in a regular cup, do I have one on the table here? It's good to have props during a shiur. But in this cup, Rabbi Say, this amount, according to most poskim, is already revius, which is not a lot. So if the person is drinking this amount because he's thirsty, and he starts out thirsty, you can assume that that amount was for thirst. And generally, if you started out for thirst reasons, you could assume that the rest of it is being done for the purpose of thirst, and that you would be able to make a bracha achrayna. The last shaila over here, Abaisai, is the shaila of seltzer. When it comes to the shaila of seltzer, so I must tell you, maybe it's because, I'm a New Yorker, born and bred, and I understand seltzer in a different way than the tzaddikim, but the tzaddikim all discussed legabe the shaila of seltzer, and they all say, well, seltzer is maybe just like water, and the halacha is that you only make a bracha when you're thirsty. But I must tell you, Rabbi Isai, what really is seltzer? Seltzer is a taste. Why is the taste of carbon dioxide any different than the taste of, somehow they take this water, they make it bubbles, they put inside there, I don't know what, protons and croutons and all types of things. And then what happens? The water now has a taste. So why is that salty taste different than any time I would have a taste? So I don't fully understand the shaila. And in my opinion, if you would be taking seltzer to take down a pill, you would have to make a bracha. But because, of course, I can't argue, there are many gedolim that didn't necessarily agree with this, and they were mesupik. So like I said before, if you have those slightly tasted seltzers, even with the slightest little addition of a taste, then that already would certainly warrant a bracha. And that would be the eitz, a person that wants to take down a pill, but he wants to make a bracha. Even the one that has the slightest little taste, he would make a bracha rishayna. And if he has a revius on it, he would make a bracha achrayna. L'chayra, that's what comes out. That's what comes out, Rabbi Isai, to the tzibur that learns. There is one last case, the case of a diet. Sometimes you take water. Why are you drinking the water? Because you want to trick your body and you want to fill up your stomach with water. And if your body will be filled up with water, then you won't be hungry. That, after what you heard today, would be a gavaldic example of what we spoke about. If you're going to be drinking water, and you're not doing it for thirst, and you're not doing it for thirsty, you're doing it to put rocks in your stomach before you eat, to make sure that your body is gonna not be interested in eating. So that, of course, would not warrant the bracha. That there's no question. You wouldn't even have to pat yourself. You drink the water without making a bracha. So what you learn, Rabbi Isai? You learn that when it comes to water, the only time you make a bracha is if you're thirsty. Ve'ein mayim ella Torah. If a person has a thirst for Torah, he spends time learning the Halachic Torah. He spends more and more, he desires. He has a knowledge and a thirst that he wants to know so much Torah. He wants to know all this vast Torah that we have around us. I'm looking around, all the people there, Svarim in the background, and he wants to know all the Svarim on the shelf. So somebody that has that thirst, he will be Zoiche to all of the bracha of the Torah Kedosha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should be mezakeh that everybody here that came together, they should all be zeicha, that we should go to the chuppah with the Torah b'ahava, and we should have a year of a thirst-quenching year of Torah, that we want more and more of the Halachic Torah, and with that we'll be zeicha to the bracha rishayna of the Torah, and the bracha achrayna of the Torah, zeicha to the binyan, Beis HaMikdash, b'mheira b'yameinu, amen.
Mazer?
Shalom Aleichem. It's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker in this incredible program, Vayichan. I'm getting ready to stand in front of Sefer Har Sinai and Mekabel the Torah, Bezrat Hashem, tomorrow. This is giving a shatz chizuk, and thank you for Rabbi Rosner for joining us and participating. I think Rabbi Rosner, for all of us, is a symbol of somebody who throughout the entire year brings together Klal Yisrael from around the world and connects them to Torah, both online, in live, and it's really a dugma for us. It's a symbol for us of how Torah can be spread throughout the entire world. So thank you to Rabbi Rosner for joining us and giving a share today.
Thank you very much. It's great to be joining you on this amazing program, and using technology to be able to be and to inspire ourselves, to inspire each other throughout the world. And no matter what time it is, wherever you are listening, we're getting ready for Kabbalas Torah on the 49th day. We're within not just Shloshim Yom, not just 2 weeks, but really within the day. The aura of Shavuos is already upon us. I thought maybe we talk about one thought connecting to Shavuos, but really connecting to our lives every single day of our lives. And it's a question with a couple of approaches. a couple of answers, but really that question and the answers to those questions to give us a window into the entire holiday itself. And feel free, those who are listening anyway, if you want to, I know the Zoom is like neshamas, roim ve'eno nirim. But, if one wants to show themselves and to join a little more facially, feel free. Those who are involved in other things, feel free just to listen behind the screen. So it's a question that maybe you have heard before, based on the Gemara in Shabbos Daf Peches Peites. Amr Shimon Levi, I sent out some sources. I don't know if they were put somewhere or if they're online.
They're sent in the chat.
Sent in the chat. Okay, great. So the Gemara tells us in source number 1, the Gemara in Shabbos Peches, Amr Shimon Levi, Shah Sha'ala Moshe Lamaro. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Har Sinai to get the Torah, Shvuos, Amru Malachei Yisrael Slavnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Malachim say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what is a human being doing here? This is angel territory. This is angel turf. What is this guest? What is this human being doing here? Amar Lahan, Hashem says, L'kabel Torah. He's come for the ultimate purpose of creation. L'kabel Torah, he's here for Kabbalas HaTorah. Amru Lafanav, they say to God, Kadosh Baruch Hu, they say to God, really? Chamuda Genuza. This Torah, one of the 7 things created before the world was created. One of these items, Torah, Kisi HaKavod, Shmo Shel Mashiach, all the different items on the list. The Torah, the Mavakish Lin Labas of Adam. You want to give the Torah, this awesome spiritual entity, to a human being? Basar of Adam, that Lashon. Every Lashon in the Gemara is meant to teach us something. The graphic, the flesh and blood. Quoting a pasuk from the Tehillim, which obviously wasn't written yet, but the message of how could it be? How could the Torah go to human beings? Hashem says to Moshe, Hachzer lehem tshuva, you answer. You answer the angels. Amar lefanav. Moshe says, me? Ribbona shel olam. Misyari ani. Shema yisrafuni. Hevel shebefihem. They're going to burn me up. Angels talk fire. Angels are figures of fiery natures. I'm going to answer them. They're going to burn me up. Hashem says, don't worry. Amarlo, achos b'kisei kfodi. Chazer lahem tshuva. Hold on to my kisei hakavod. It's like base. Hold on to the kisei hakavod. Give him an answer. Amazing imagery. Chazer lahem, give him an answer. It's on a pasuk. Amar lefanav Ribbona shel olam. So Moshe turns to God, turns to Hashem and says, Ribbona shel olam. The Torah that you are giving me today, what is written in it? And what Torah did Moshe have at this point? He goes through. I took thee out of Egypt. Amar Lohan, Moshe turns to the Malachim. Mitzrayim Yeradatem. Parush Padatem. You in Mitzrayim, you had a couple of centuries that were difficult. You weren't there. Torah is not shayach to you. Torah lametei alechem. Shuv maksibe. Let's keep going, says Moshe Rabbeinu. Right, did you worship gods? Were you amongst the other nations that you had a taiva to worship avodah zarah? Shuv maksibe. Zachar et Yom HaShabbos l'kadsho. Shabbos. What? Rafal, you had a busy week. A lot of refuahs going on. You needed a rest. You don't have Shabbos. You don't have weeks with work and resting on Shabbos. Shuv maksibe, rosisa, shuv maksibe. Parents, the whole Torah is not shayach. Shuv maksibe, lo sirtzach, lo sinov, lo signov. And the Gemara goes through each and every one of the Aseret HaDibros. And finally, the Malachim have to give up and give in and say, Miyad hodu l'HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They admit to Hashem, and Moshe takes the Torah down. Beautiful, amazing Gemara. We can spend a lot of time on it, but one simple question that all the Mefarshim ask on this Gemara, and that is, what did Moshe teach them? What was the Chiddush that they didn't know before? Moshe Rabbeinu, he went up to get the Torah. He said, oh, look in the Torah. Look, Maksibbe. It said that already. What was he mechadesh to the Malachim? What were the Malachim thinking that, the Torah is shayach to us, and then Moshe was mechadesh to them, that it's not shayach? So what exactly is the message of the Havamina of the Malachim? And as well as we explain that Havamina, we also have the next question of, so what did Moshe answer them? As well as we can explain the Havamina of the Malachim, we're going to also have to explain they were wrong. And it wasn't acceptable for them to have the Torah. So what exactly is the message? Again, the answer to this question is an answer to a specific question on the Gemara, but it really gives us a window into understanding the holiday itself, what we are celebrating. After all, if you think about it, interesting, we know Pesach is called Zman Cheruseinu, Sukkot is called Zman Simchaseinu. We focus on the midah, the outgrowth of the event. We don't call Pesach Zman Yetzias Mitzrayim. Zman Cheruseinu, the Cherus flows from the event of Yetzias Mitzrayim. Sukkot, we don't say Zman Ananei HaKavod Shelanu. Zman Simchaseinu. It's the simcha that comes out of the event that took place. Shavuos, Zman Matan Torah Seinu. We focus on the event. The event itself is emphasized, and that's somehow that experience is supposed to define who we are, just like Cherus, just like Simcha. So what is it about the event? What happened through this little story of the Malachim? Maybe we can get an insight into all that this holiday is about. So we will have three ideas. We'll try to squeeze in the time that we have. Number one, a very popular suggestion that's given by the Mefarshim. I gave it to you from Rav Shach in the Abi Ezri. We'll see it earlier in a minute also, but Ezra Hashem. It says Rav Shach and many others. Malachim knew and know that there are so many different levels of interpretation of the Torah. Shivim Panim LaTorah, 70 levels, Shad, Remez, Drash, and Sod, Pardes. There are so many different levels. So the Malachim knew that the pshat of the psukim didn't apply to them. Zachar es Yom Shabbos Lekadsho, Lo Sirsach Lo Sinav. They knew that. But they wanted to learn the Torah, to at least connect to the pneumius of the Torah, to connect to the deeper levels and messages of the Torah. There are a number of Gemaras that talk about Malachim learning Torah. We'll get to one of them in a couple of minutes. It says Rav Shach, Abir b'chol zeh, halo haTorah nidreshes l'mashe nigla lanu, v'gam la'nistar lanu. The Torah we darshan on the level of nigla and the level of nistar. Hare Rabbi Akiva yadoresh, the Gemara in Menachos. Rabbi Akiva darshan mountains and mountains of halachos, based on every little crown, every little coat on the top of a letter. There's so much depth. There's so much Torah Sheba'al Peh in every letter, in every crown of the Torah. The Malachim said, that's what we want. We want the depths. We want all of that. Maisa Merkava. On a deeper level, then he quotes the idea of the Ramban in the Hakdama to the Torah, that all of Torah on a deeper level spells out the name of God. We don't read it like that. We read the Torah as Bereshis, Bara, Elokim, Es HaShamayim, Es HaAretz. But it says the Ramban on a deeper level, if we put all the letters of the Torah together without separation or separated in a different way, so then the Torah says different things that we as human beings don't understand. The Malachim understand it. And that's why the Ramban says, in source number 3, that if the Torah is missing a letter, even if it doesn't change the meaning of a word, it's possible. Because it's lacking in the level of interpretation of Shmos of Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what the Malachim wanted. The Malachim say, we want the Torah too. And you're right, okay, Lo Sirsach Lo Sinaf doesn't apply to us, but the other levels of interpretation do apply to us. And that's what they wanted. So what was the answer? So what did Moshe Rabbeinu answer back to them? 3, within this approach, 3 ideas to answer the original question. Within this first one, 3 different formulations of the Achronim. They all give the same idea, but they all have a little different formulation to how to understand Moshe Rabbeinu's response to them. Number 1 of the Mabit. Now we're going back a couple hundred years. Says the Mabit in Beis Elokim, a contemporary of the Beis Yosef. Source number 4. Kivan sha'achas min hashivim panim sha'atorah didreshes bohen u'binyan taryag mitzvos ein b'neichem. There are shivim panim laTorah, says the Mabit, and it's a package. Gam kein hapnim sha'atorah didreshes bohen The Torah needs to be given to a being that can connect to every level of the Torah, to every facet, to every pan, shivim panim la Torah. Only a being that has the potential to connect on every level to Hashem through the Torah is zocheh to get the Torah. If there's one level that's excluded from you, then you are not roy to get the Torah. Ein roy shetinasein haTorah lachatzoin, says the Mabit. It can't be a partial Kabbalas HaTorah. Kabbalas HaTorah is a package. And if you're missing one facet, if you're mufka from one facet, you can't read the Torah. The Malachim are mufka. It's challenging for us to understand and connect on all the 70 levels. But we could try. And we have that potential. The HaKadosh Baruch Hu believes in that. Human beings could connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu on every level of the Torah. And that's the ultimate purpose. Because it's an all-consuming connection. We have dveikus to HaKadosh Baruch Hu through the Torah. Malachim can't have that because they're missing the pshat level doesn't apply to the Malachim. And therefore, the whole package is gone. The deeper level, this idea, maybe we could take us through into Shavuos, into our lives. Ramban tells us, many are familiar, on the pasuk in Gracious, on V'hayu l'basar echad, that Adam and Chava, man, is supposed to be one flesh with his wife. V'hayu l'basar echad, many a Shever Brachas quotes this Ramban. So what does it mean, basar echad? Says Rashi, Avlad hanosar ayidei shneim. The baby is the basar echad of the parents. That's true. It says the Ramban, that applies to animals too. The pasuk seems to be telling me something special about human beings. Basar echad. Says the Ramban, v'hanachon be'enai, ha'behema v'achaya ein lahem dveikus b'nekevosehen. Even the animals that are monogamous, that only have one mate, there's no relationship. There's no dveikus. That's his lashon. And that's the pasuk of V'hayu l'basar echad. Because a man and a woman, a husband and wife, are supposed to be connected socially, emotionally, psychologically, physically, on all different levels, because that's what dveikus means. Dveikus means when we're connected on all levels. Husam tiva b'toldosav lios hazachar miyem dveikim b'neshoseyem. Odim esabiyem es imam. Barom es eshoseyem kilu heim imam l'basar echad. So let's relate that back. V'atem hadveikim b'Hashem Elokeichem. We have to have dveikus with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Marriage is tonight. Dveikus means connected on all levels, like the Ramban says. And that's why the Malachim are mufta, because the Malachim are missing a level. And the Torah is only given to us. That's one formulation within this first pshat. There's another one, not a deeper one, a different one. Shach himself in Avi Ezri, when he quotes this idea, he says the same idea. The Malachim wanted the Pnimius. And what's Moshe Rabbeinu's answer? It's not just that the Malachim are missing one level. The Malachim are missing the most basic level. The first one, the Pshat one, says the Mabit, says Rav Shach, without that most basic level, number one, like the Gemara says in Yavamis, Ein HaMikra Yotzi Mitei Pshuto, without Pshat, you can't get to any other level. Says Rav Shach, source number 6, Hainu shekol zeh ma shenichla b'Torah chachmas Hashem chachmas abriya kula ma'aseh merkava zerakim yishba hanigle lanu to Yitzias Mitzrayim then Shabbos v'chiyah mitzvah shashmir v'zachira. It's not just like the Mabit said. It's a package deal of 70 levels. But you need the pshat level first. Without the pshat, you can't get to any of the other levels. What's behind his idea? What's behind Rav Shach's idea? Maybe one could formulate it as one can't learn Torah without living Torah. Living Torah is step one. It's not just an intellectual exercise. The Torah brings us closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Through what we do, that's the first level, through our lives. And then we can go deeper. Beautiful idea Rav Volbe has in his Sefer Mitzvah Shkulos. There's a whole Sefer where he takes the 7 mitzvos that he has, that are shakul connected kala Torah kula. Tzitzis, Talmud Torah, Bris Milah, Tzedakah, Shabbos, Avodah Zarah. Through all of them, Yeshiva Eretz Yisrael. So they're called mitzvah shkulos. That's the name of the sefer. So there he talks about tzitzis. He says, why is tzitzis, as we know, that is Uzachartim is called mitzvos Hashem. Tzitzis is one of the mitzvahs that are connected kala Torah kula. But why is that? How does tzitzis remind us of all the Torah? So tzitzis is a gematria 600 and 8 strings and 5 knots. There's something more nigla for us. Says Revolbi, source number 7, quotes a medrash. Imagine somebody, Rahman al-Islam, falls overboard off a boat. The captain throws him a rope. Amarlo, here, grab the rope. Don't let go. Grab the rope and I'll pull you back in. Says the medrash and expands Revolbi. Every mitzvah is a life preserver, is a rope that we could grab on to climb back onto the boat of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the middle. When we see strings, tzitzis are strings. It reminds us that every mitzvah is a string. Every mitzvah is a way that we could climb up and connect to the Chayim Kolchem Hayom, like we mentioned before. And that's why living Torah is the first step. All the other levels, yes, the Malachim are right. We want to connect to the Pneumius. You can't do that without level 1, without the basic idea of living Torah, which would then lead to learning Torah. There's a third idea which we're going to skip now for lack of time. Feel free to look at the Bnei Yissaschar for a third formulation of what Moshe said back. But this is all idea number 1. Meaning, what's the pshat? What was the havamina of the Malachim? They wanted the pneumius, they wanted the deeper levels of the Torah. What did Moshe answer back? The Mabit, Rikshach, and the Bnei Yissaschar, which we did not do. Let's go to the second idea. Second idea, what the Malachim wanted. There is an unbelievable Gemara, which might be one of the most, it's one of the most unbelievable Gemaras in all of Shas. We might not even be able to say the words of the Gemara. Gemara in Bamitzia Pevav, the Gemara talks about a detail in Hilchas Saras. If there's a white spot and a hair, which comes first? There are different halachas. If the spot comes first, it's tummy. If the white hair comes first, it's tar. If you're not sure which came first, the spot or the hair, the Gemara says it was a machlokas between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Malachim. Can't even say the words. Hashem said tar and the Malachim said tameh. They argued with God. They said, who's going to answer? He said, Rabbi Bar Nachmani. He's the one. He's the expert in Tumah Torah. Let's go get him. So Mistama, they waited till it was time for him to pass on. Again, up in Shemayim, they're outside of time. So they waited. The Gemara goes through with the details. At the moment he was dying, he says, Tahar, Tahar. Meaning he agreed with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Wonderful. Now let's look at the Rambam. Rambam in Hilchos Tumas Saras tells us if there's a suffix about what came first, the halacha is tamei. Tamei? That's against Rabbi Bar Nachmani. That's against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Kesef Mishnah says it's the only place that he knows of that the Rambam paskins against God. What does that mean? How can you paskin against HaKadosh Baruch Hu? How can the Rambam say tamei? If Hashem said tar, if Rabbi Bar Nachmani says tar, the Kesef Mishnah says maybe he was already dead. What's going on here? So remember the Gemara in Bamitzia, Daf Nun Tes, Tanur Shalach Noi, where we have the well-known machlokes. Reb Elazar stands on a chair and says, if I'm right, the tree is going to prove that I'm right, and the tree gets uprooted, and the water is going to prove that I'm right, and the water starts flowing upstream. Rabbi Yeshua stands up and says, Lo b'shamayim. We don't paskin based on miracles. What's the message? Explain many Mefarshim. Rav Asher Weiss talks about this in the Hagdama to the 3rd volume of his Tshuvas. Hashem put it into the Torah itself that man and the Rabbanan have the power of making decisions, of figuring out halacha, of taking part in the creative process. That's a gift that Kadosh Baruch Hu gave Chazal and gave us. We take part in darshaning the Torah. We take part in the creation of halacha. And if the majority of the rabbis say something, that's the halacha. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is maskim to that. So what does that Gemara mean that Hashem said this? Meaning there's some element of tahar. Once the rabbis in this world say tameh, it's not that they're arguing with Hashem. Hashem is maskim to that. In this world, Hashem in Shemayim might say Torah, but Hashem ala aretz says tameh. Because that's what he put into the Torah. Achari rabim lahatos. That suggests that Beis HaLevi is what the Malachim were jealous of and wanted. They wanted the koach of darshaning the Torah. They wanted the koach of being part of the creative process of Torah Shebal Peh. We don't want to just learn Torah. We want to take part in Torah, not just in a passive way. Says the Beis HaLevi, that is what the Malachim wanted so badly. Surah 16. Ratzu Malachim ubikshu sheyitin lehem haTorah v'lo la'adam. Emes kamo she'em yishur. They wanted to create the emes. The Beis HaLevi doesn't say, though, what was Moshe's answer. Maybe one could suggest Moshe's answer was, no, the Malachim can't darshan. The beautiful idea, Evav Smecha quotes it from two of the great Achronim, the Mapin and Kedushas Levi. We know a number of times in Shas, it says Teku. And Teku means to stand, but it also, on a deeper level, stands for Tishbi Yataris Kushias Va'abayos. Tishbi, Eliyahu Navi will answer all of our questions. Kedushas Levi asks, why is it Teku Eliyahu Navi? What about Meku, Moshe Rabbeinu? Isn't he our greatest Rebbe? So why do we say Eliyahu Navi is going to answer all the questions? Moshe Rabbeinu is going to answer all of our questions. Meku. Why Dafka Eliyahu Navi? So they both explain. Moshe Rabbeinu won't be able to answer the questions. You know why? Because Moshe Rabbeinu died. To give an answer to a question, to give a psak halacha, you have to be in the generation. You have to be living in the generation. You have to be involved in the generation. You have to be alive. Eliyahu Navi lo meis. Eliyahu Navi is in every single generation. The neshama, the guf. He's here. And that's why he's the one that's going to answer our questions and not Moshe Rabbeinu. He relates this to an important point. We're not going to get into it in the Be'em and Smecha, but maybe that's the answer. Right? Beis HaLevi, the Mefarshim explained, the Malachim wanted the koach of drasha. What's Moshe's answer? You can't decide psak halacha if you're not living by the Torah. Being involved in the generation. That's what's a prerequisite to be able to decide. Avraham Avinu can't answer questions about telephones because he's not involved alive in the generation. The Malachim can't answer and can't decide. Only poskim that are Bisman Hazeh, including Eliyahu Navi. So that's all number two. Number one was, again, I'm sorry we have to go through this quickly, but we have to squeeze it in. Number one, the Malachim wanted the pneumius of the Torah. Sorry, you can't have the pneumius. You have to have a package deal. You have to have at least the basic shot. Number two, they wanted the koach of darshaning, of taking part in the creative process. Finally, and the answer was you can't do that unless you're living part of the Torah. Finally, the third idea, and again, all the sources are here in front of you. Third idea. Gemara tells us in Masechus Chulin that when Yaakov Avinu was having his dream with the ladder, the Malachim were going up and down, the Malachim wanted to hurt him. Hashem came and protected him. Nitzav alav l'shamro. Why they want to hurt him? What was wrong? So some of Mefarshim explained that Yaakov Avinu's face was one of the four on the Kisei HaKavod. The Minchas Asher and Vayetze talks about this. What does it mean his face was on the Kisei HaKavod? And that's why the Medrash says that there were four people that were called by their name twice, including Yaakov, Yaakov, Avraham, Moshe, Shmuel. What does that mean? It means that Yaakov achieves perfection. The Yaakov down here is exactly like the Yaakov up there. It's a mirror image of the Yaakov in this world and the Yaakov in that world. And the Malachim saw this and they were jealous. Why? Because the Malachim said, aren't we perfect beings? Isn't that the goal of life? We're perfect. Keep the Torah by us because we are perfect beings. What does Moshe answer them? Quoting the Atzeret Dibris, life's not about being perfect. Life's about becoming perfect. Life's about the process. Life's about human beings starting as humans and then going up. Like the Kotzker, Anshe Kodesh Tiyun Li. I don't need more holy angels. I have enough of them. I need holy people. Anshe Kodesh Tiyun Li. And that's the conversation. The Malachim said, we're perfect, give us the Torah. Moshe says, the goal, it's not the goal to be perfect. The goal is to become perfect. And the goal is to go from, one might say, Machal Behema to Machal Adam, from Pesach to Shavuos to Orim to Chitim. And that's symbolized by Yaakov Avinu. And that's what's symbolized by the Malachim wanting it. But Moshe says, sorry, it can't happen. So we have three ideas about what the Malachim wanted and what we answered. But we know it's a day that we celebrate our power of darshaning. We celebrate our power of becoming perfect. We celebrate our power of focusing on the pshat and all the different levels of understanding the Torah. We know, just to close, the Gemara Pesachim Daf Samachetz quotes the Machlokas Tanoim about how to celebrate Yontif, whether it's Chati Lashem, Chati Lachem, Kulo Lashem, Kulo Lachem, all spiritual, all physical, split. Everybody agrees, says the Gemara, that on Shavuos, you're not allowed to sit and fast and learn all day. You have to have a Suda. Why? Because it's Yom Sheninim Bo Torah L'Yisrael. It's the day that the Torah was given, we have to have a celebratory meal. Maybe a deeper idea behind that is we're celebrating that we're not angels. We're celebrating that today is the special day because we as human beings have the Torah. And we eat and we drink and we celebrate physically because that's a day. This is the message of the day. That we celebrate having the Torah as human beings, and Hashem should look down upon us and shower all of us human beings who are trying to perfect ourselves. Shower us with bracha, with atzlacha, with refuos, with yeshuos, and we should all be zocheh. Hashem next year celebrate Shavuos, all in the same time zone, that is the Yerushalayim time zone. Meira v'yameinu amen. Again, thank Rabbi Tarragon and all of the organizers for putting together the program, and we should all be zocheh to a Chag Sameach and a good Shabbos.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Rosner. It's inspiring, and B'ezrat Hashem we'll be able to continue the process of Kabbalat Torah throughout the whole year with your inspiration. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be able to introduce our next speaker, Rav Judah Michel, who has devoted his life to inspiring every single one of us to connect to our neshama elokit mimal that we were given by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and really to inspire us, to light us on fire. And he's done that to so many individuals. It's really such a pleasure to have the executive director of HASC and of Tzama Nafshi to teach us Torah and to inspire us in this as we take every step closer to being able to mekabel the Torah in the most proper way. And let's continue B'ezrat Hashem throughout the night for those in Chutz La'aretz and throughout the day for those in Eretz Yisrael. B'ezrat Hashem, the Shavuot will be like none other, and we'll be able to mekabel the Torah at the highest of heights. From Judah Michel. Rav Dubi, is Rav Judah here?
Hey, Shalom Aleichem.
Okay, great.
Here, thank you very much. Okay, Boker Tov, Laila Tov, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever everyone is, wherever you are. Thank you so much to Yeshivat Hakotel. Thank you to Rabbi Tarragon for this very, very special opportunity to be here with you. I have to just say also, thank you to Rav Tarragon and to the Yeshiva for this unbelievable initiative. There's a lot of talk during these days about, we're all in this together, we're all, the Vayichan Sham Yisrael. There's a lot of lip service. That's kind of like the brand pre-Shavuot every year. And it's really extraordinary, and how fortunate we all are to be to have the privilege to be able to be the beneficiaries of Rabbi Tarragon's vision and of all the hard work from everyone behind the scenes and online, and all of the support, all of the logistics, the technicals, dare I say the competing values and priorities and schedules and egos and whatever, all the different considerations that go into putting together such programming is really extraordinary and unbelievable. And thank you for the zchus to be able to be here and to be able to be a part of this really beautiful initiative that's Mar B'Kvod Shamayim in such a serious way. Every year before Shavuot, I think about something Rabbi Hanoch Teller, one of the great teachers of our generation, one of the great Marbitzei Torah of our dor, told me many years ago when I started teaching. not many years ago. We're talking about 3,000 years of transmission. A couple decades kind of doesn't seem like so long, but for me, it was a while ago. It was my second year teaching Torah. I was in Yeshivat Reshit, and we got together with Hakotel in Yerushalayim, and I asked him, advice, ideas, anything to do, and a way to make Torah alive and relevant and exciting. And he said, as much as possible, go with the Talmidim, go with the guys to visit Gedolim, to visit big people. And I did, and it was that encouragement that I kind of took a blind shot and reached out, and we went to Bnei Brak. My shir was right before Shavuos. I'll never forget. We went to Daven Mincha by Reb Steinman, Zecher Tzadik Levracha. Now, Reb Aaron Yehuda Leib Steinman, Setzal, was one of the great Talmidei Chachamim of the Dor. He was a person who lived just complete focus and simplicity. The sweetness of Torah came off of him. Anybody who met him felt that he had his full attention, and that it was really just like an incredible experience to daven with him. Just the pashtos of an unbelievable gaon. His apartment in Bnei Brak, which is where everything was taking place. It's where he met him. That's where he lived. That's where he met people. It's where he davened. It's where he spent his days and nights. It was a very, very small and simple apartment. Tiny, actually. It was hard to imagine that this person was at the epicenter of so much action in Klal Yisrael. So many of the major decisions for the community, so many of the clarifications and important issues and matters of the day, not to mention politics and other things, were coming straight out of his apartment on Chazon Ish Street. Anyways, the simplicity and the tzimtzum, the tzniut, the modesty of this incredible gaon, you felt when you walked into the apartment. I say that every day. I mean, he would literally. Here's a picture of his kitchen. Every single day, all he would eat. I mean, he was a person who was so completely disconnected from what seemed like the Olam Hazeh. He would eat a small cup of oatmeal, like ground up bread in water, a little bit of warm milk, a boiled potato, and sometimes a little bit of a cucumber. He was a person who he was very elderly at the time also, but he was somebody who it wasn't connected to the physicality, in a normal way that we're used to. They didn't put out big trays of rugelach for everybody to eat. I remember when, a few years prior, I was in New York, and Reb Steinman came to visit New York with the Ger Rebbe, Yibad L'Chaim. They came on like a chizuk mission all around the world, South America, Europe, and it was like the contrast of having Reb Steinman come from Bnei Brak, from his tiny apartment and little sphere of living in Bnei Brak, coming to New York was completely shocking to a lot of people. He had an achsania. He was staying in somebody who had obviously invested a lot of time and effort and resources into hosting the Gadol Hador. And the table, I saw pictures, and it was like laid out with like fleisch and fancy dishes, and they set up this big chair for Steinman to sit at the head of the table. he didn't know what to do with it. He didn't even know how to relate to it. And he asked the person, is it possible that you have like a more simple chair? He was sitting on a wooden bench all of his life, on a simple wooden chair in his house. Didn't even know what to do with one of these gigantic comfortable dining room chairs. And they tell that during that visit, he didn't want to insult the Balat Habayit. He didn't want to insult the hosts. So he took a bite, like literally like half a grape, just to be able to give kavod to the achsania. V'chein hala. Anybody who's been to visit, many of the houses of Lithuanian Gedolim specifically, you come to a place like Reb Chaim Knievsky's apartment, or I was once in Uri Zohar's house in Yerushalayim, or at the time Reb Avram Shapira Zatzal. They lived in a very mitzumtzam way, because Torah flourishes in the context of tznius, modesty. It's an open Mishnah in Maseches Avos in the 6th parak. Mishnah says, "Kachi darcha shel Torah." This is the pathway of Torah. Pas b'melach to'ochal, to eat bread and salt. Mayim b'meshura tishteh, to drink water in a rationed way, a little bit of water. I don't know if this is before the days of intermittent fasting, was in style, and this is before, the big rage of Weight Watchers introducing drinking a certain amount of 8 glasses of water a day. Now it's a little bit more. But mayim b'meshura tishteh, to drink a little bit of water, al tagzim, even drinking water. V'al ha'aretz tishan, this is the pathway of Torah, the Mishnah tells us. To sleep on the floor, v'chayet sa'ar tichya, and to live a life of privation, of a Torah ata amal, and therefore it seems through this deprivation physically, through this we're able to focus on amelus b'Torah, whereas by removing all of these outside physical keviyachol distractions, by removing all of the trimmings, all the fat and trimmings, we'll be able to be amel in Torah. Bread, salt, water is synonymous with simplicity, survival, being minimalist. We're talking about bread pre-COVID-19, pre-coronavirus, when the privileged millennial sourdough starters were all enraged. We're talking about pashut bread and water with salt. Survival, minimalism. And the implication of the Mishnah is that all of this is to the exclusion of anything other than Torah. A focused, particular, zoom-in approach on amelus b'Torah. And this has very much been the focus, the narrative, the backbone of, let's call it the Lithuanian Torah tradition, of Torah Lishma, of Limud HaTorah above all else. And it says the Mishnah, if you do this, if we live like this, with that wooden bench, keviyachol, sleeping on the floor and removing ourselves from all of this distraction and physicality. So the Mishnah says, Ashrecha b'olam hazeh, Ashrecha b'tov lach. Then it'll be good for you. Ashrecha b'olam hazeh, it'll be good for you in this world, and it'll be good for you in the next world. Rashi qualifies that we shouldn't let poverty, that this means that chayit sar means that the life of privation shouldn't be an excuse. And that no matter what, no matter how much a person, God forbid, might be struggling and not have, in physical terms, that's not an excuse that not to learn Torah. But pshat in the Mishnah seems to be that amelus b'Torah flourishes and thrives and is enabled. Happiness in this world and success in the next depends on our removing ourselves from the world of eating and the world of sleeping in comfortable beds and putting an emphasis on making recipes with little glass bowls that are lined up neatly on the counter and 90-second tasty things or Instagram things, how to make the best cheesy zucchini bites, without making any mess on the counter. There's this incredible awakening of physicality in recent generations where we have more and are exposed to more and have access to more, just more stuff, more things, more food, more choices than ever before. And it's all kosher and mahadrin. And this is what Rav Aaron Lichtenstein Zatzal referred to as glatt kosher hedonism. And this is not, according to the Mishnah in Avos, l'cha'ora darka shel Torah, which is pas b'melach tocha. Now, in contradistinction, perhaps, to this, or maybe a parallel or alternative imagery that well predates the Tanaim, is the statement of Shlomo Melech in Shir HaShirim that refers to Torah as dvash v'chalav tachas l'shonech. My bride, achoti kala, my bride, sweetness drips off your lips like honey and milk. Dvash v'chalav tachas l'shonech. The Medrash describes this as a metaphor for Limud HaTorah, that in a certain sense, Torah is sweet and rich, and lush, and luxurious, and bountiful, like milk and honey. This is also the imagery the Torah uses for Eretz HaKodesh, for Eretz Yisrael, which connotes the opposite of tzimtzum, a land whose boundaries expand, that are expansive, that are open, that are flowing with milk and honey, flowing with opportunity and wealth and sweetness. Milk and honey, on one hand, milk resembles, Torah resembles milk, which is the most basic form of nutrition, the original initial source of how a child in this world is sustained. It's foundational. But dvash, honey, biblically referring to the honey from a date, tamarim, on the other hand, is a luxury item. It's the epitome of something which is bonus, of something special, of something more. Zohar Kodesh says that when Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, when Rashbi was in the cave with his son, they ate charuvim, they ate carob every day, but on Shabbos On Shabbos Kodesh, they had more. It was more expansive. It was sweet. They ate tmarim. They had dates. Dvash represents something which is more, which is beyond survival, which is beyond that which is, minimalist. So on one hand, we have the imagery of Torah Kedosha being referred to as an experience of pas b'melach. On the other hand, we have this lush imagery of dvash v'chalav, of something which is sweet and bountiful. Now, I'm a mozzarella chalav guy. It happens to be that I love shoko. So one of my favorite, one of my best parts was land of flowing milk and honey. I feel very much that that divine promise is expressed in Tenuva Shoko specifically, even with the new matkonet, even with the new matkonet that they introduced, the new ingredients and the new recipe that they rolled out over here. And who doesn't appreciate a cheesecake? It could be there's one opinion perhaps in the mystical sources that dvash in Aramaic refers to lotus, which might be the source of having lotus cheesecake on Shavuos. But all of the consecration of eating dairy, of eating sweet dairy foods on Shavuos is an expression of this appreciation for Torah being sweet, being rich, being lush, being something which is the absolute opposite of the imagery of pas b'melach. So with this tension, or with this dissonance and conflicting menu options, which really represent different worldviews, I always think about the dichotomy of what I felt after leaving Reb Steinman's apartment with those guys and going out to eat and chowing down with a group of yeshiva guys, and and the dissonance of the two different elements of how to live a Torah life. Now, I just wanted to just a brief interlude for a second. There was to try to help frame these parallel narratives, these parallel menu choices. There was one of the Gedolei Ador, one of the great Jews, one of the Gedolim Kipshuto, one of the biggest Jews in recent Jewish history was Reb Meir Shapiro of Lublin, Lubliner Rav, founder of the Daf Yomi movement, the visionary of the Daf Yomi movement, Yeshivas Chachmei Lublin. He was a member of the Polish Fem. He was somebody who was involved in every single aspect of Jewish life in Poland and beyond. He was a Gadol Kipshuto. He was big and expansive, literally. He had audacious goals. He had big vision. Now, after World War I, the state of Klal Yisrael was farfallen. People were in a really bad state. There was incredible poverty all across Eastern Europe. In many countries, Jews were in the crosshairs, being blamed for the war and the economic downturn. That was really the beginning of creating the environment in which Nazism was able to rise up. And on the totem pole of the Jewish community, B'nai Torah, yeshiva students, were at the bottom. I mean, that was the lowest rung of Jewish society, were the yeshiva bachrim. It was almost like a shameful thing to be. It was to be yeshiva bachrim. At the time, there were many great yeshivas and many phenomenal places of Torah study, but the style of Torah study was very different than it is today. There was no dormitory life, so that people had to live with local families. Now, living with local families meant sometimes you'd sleep in their store, and in exchange for being the night watchman, would get a little bit of food, some leftovers the next day. Now, sometimes it worked out nicely. Often it worked out in a way where the guys were not fed well and weren't treated well, and literally living a life of incredible privation and chayei tsar, literally ala aretz tisha. Reb Meir Shapiro made it his life's mission to restore the kavod, to restore the dignity of Torah, to restore the bigness of Torah. And to that end, decided that he launched a campaign to build what we all know today is Yeshivas Chachmei Lublin, which was at the time a revolutionary thought. Chachmei Lublin was going to be the first yeshiva in the world that did things differently. It was going to be a dormitory, a beautiful building, and a library ultimately with 100,000 svarim, and a bakery that provided fresh bread and food for the guys, laundromat that cleaned their clothing, that they should be kavadik, that the turwit shirts should be crisp. And they made it his goal to restore the kavod and dignity to the godless of Torah, that people should know that Torah is the best eschora. That there's nothing more important and great than learning Torah, and therefore the physical experience should also reflect that. We began traveling around Europe, fundraising, going from shtibel to raise money for Chachmei Lublin, and just to expand people's consciousness and blow some wind into the sails of the Jewish people at the time. He would go into a shtibel and walk around. You'd have guys there exhausted at the end of the day, mincha marav time, and he'd walk around and he'd say, "Where are you holding?" And he'd see this guy is learning Shnai Mikra. They're up to Bamidbar, or more likely Bahar, and up to Sheni. He'd say, "Okay." And the next guy, "Look, where are you holding?" Guy's learning Mishnayis, Leilunishma, something in Erevin. "Okay, where are you up to?" And some guy, Taylor, is sitting there saying Tehillim. He's up to Tehillim Ayin Beis. And the next guy looks at him and says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Oh, they're learning Ksubas." And he would walk around and get where everybody's up to. He'd sit down for a minute, collect himself, and then get up and give an inspiring, uplifting, knockout shir with all of those Makoros to show just that Torah is huge, that Torah is big, that Torah is beautiful, that there's a oneness and an infinite quality to Torah beyond whatever the specific thing you're learning. Know that you're connected to the big picture of the world on a cosmic level, that everything is intertwined. And when a Jew learns Torah, we tap into the Or Ein Sof. We tap into something so much bigger than ourselves, so much more than just whatever specific text we're learning. In that way, he would just build up the confidence of people in the Kavod Torah, and then he'd go for the ask. Then he'd go in for the kill and ask for money for the yeshiva. Anyways, somebody once had the guts to call him out and said, "Lublin Rav, with all due respect, people were very poor, people were really struggling. In the end, the way that he paid for the yeshiva was taking out an insurance policy, life insurance policy on his own life. And when he died, his insurance policy paid off the debts and the bills of the yeshiva." That's, talking about Mesiras Nefesh today. So somebody said, "Lublin Rav, not to be out of line, but I mean, a bakery and a laundromat seems a little bit mugzam. It seems a little bit much. Doesn't the Mishnah say, kachi darcha shel Torah, that the pathway to Torah is pas b'melech tochal, to eat bread and salt, by mayim b'mishora tishta? I mean, doesn't the Mishnah itself say that a person should live chai tsar and should sleep on the floor?" And Meir Shapiro said, no, my brother, hold on, let me show you what the Mishnah really says. And he says, look inside. The Mishnah says, kachi darcha shel Torah. This is the way this is the way of Torah. Pas b'melech tochal, that a Yid should eat just bread and salt, that a Yid should live a chai tsar, that a Jew should drink a little bit of water. No, Torah is dvash v'chalav tachas l'shonech. This is not derech of Torah. There's harcha. It has to be harchava. It has to be big picture. Now, understand that this mentality, this attitude reflects. I mean, he was a Sadik Gerach Chassid. This is come from Rizhin. This attitude reflects the Torah of Baal Shem Tov, whose yahrzeit it is, Shavuos, of avoda begashmius, of bechol derachecha da'ehu, of the expansiveness of Torah, of finding divine light and sparks and vitality and opportunity and connection to Hashem in everything. Now it's almost like the opposite of that what described earlier, the zoom in. This is kind of like a zoom out. This is kind of like a stepping back and seeing a big picture, seeing that there's a huge world out there, the expansiveness of Torah, and what's called makif, that surrounds everything. Simcha from Shischa described the ideal base medrash scene as a place of openness, of options, choices, that you have people learning over here, but he remarked that it'd be good if there were couches in the back and a place over here on the side that people wanted to eat roasted pheasant and have some wine could be on the side. Also, maybe that's the source of a good coffee room, but that everything should be, the Torah experience should be all encompassing. And that physical experience should awaken the intellectual experience of being open, of harchava, of seeing the big picture. Chazal point out in many places how aesthetics influence a sensitive Talmud Chacham's ability to understand Torah. Mar mentions that there was once one of the Tanaim who couldn't understand an idea because the Achli Bisra the Torah, he hadn't had a good piece of flesh. So on one hand we have this, we have this tension. Shavuos takes place, in this context. You have Har Sinai, which was chosen not because of its great towering bigness and not because of its aesthetics, although it's certainly very beautiful everywhere in the desert, but there's a delicate balance between the pashtus, the simplicity, the humility, the bread and waterness of Har Sinai, and on the other hand, the grandeur and the kavod haTorah and the beauty and the aliveness, the adornment and the aesthetics of how we dress up Har Sinai with flowers and enjoy the milk and honey of the consecrated minhagim of milk and honey of Kabbalah HaTorah. So there's really all of this taking place at the same time. And we could cop out and say, well, there's different types of people and different types of drachim, and maybe what was good in Rishon didn't work in Chazon Ish Street with the Steinman. It's also true. But there's states and there's periods and there's expressions of bread and salt and of milk and honey inside of all of us. There's aspects of us that are drawn to both of these ways and to both of these approaches and to both of these bechinot, both of these elements in our day-to-day. And Shavuos is a time where we can take our pulse, or we could kind of do a self-check and ask ourselves, like the Mishnah Lamelech and the story of the lost princess, Heichan ani ba'olam, like where am I exactly with all of this? On different Yom Tovim, we're judged and we daven for different things. On Shavuot, there's a certain element of considering our relationship with Torah, of celebrating our accomplishments in Torah from the previous year, and looking hopefully toward all the great goals that we have for ourselves and growing in Torah for the coming year, and celebrating that and enjoying that in the context of the rest of Am Yisrael together. But there's also an opportunity for us, while we're enjoying our milk and honey, to ask ourselves, the pyramid of needs, on the level of not just luxury, not just the extra, not just the bonus tier with the dates and the shoko and the Ben and Jerry's and the Lotus cheesecake that's literally 7 feet away from me on the counter. On the level of the pyramid of human needs, emotional needs. So like, where am I at? What's most essential to me? What's most important in my life? Are my priorities in order? Am I in balance? Are my pyramid of needs worked out in such a way that I'm clear as to what I need to survive versus what is extra and what is luxurious and what's considered a bonus for me? And this is the way Rabbi Nachman explains. This our Mishnah in Avos. I just want to end with this. Mishnah says the Kachi Darcha Shel Torah. This is the pathway of Torah. Pas b'melech tochal, b'ayim shur tishte, chayitzar, al aretz tishan. Rabbi Nachman says that this doesn't mean that a person has to suffer. God forbid, a person shouldn't suffer in the world. The question is, what am I willing in my life to suffer for? What am I in my life willing to give up everything for, so that I should be able to mekayim it, to have it, to achieve it, to acquire it? What is it in my life that I'm ready to sacrifice for, to give up everything for, to give up comfort for, to sleep on the floor for? What am I ready to give up luxury and convenience for? What am I ready to just throw everything to the wind and say, I'm all in on this. I'm all in on this idea, on this person, on this place, on this value. I mean, what is it in my life that I'm ready to sacrifice all of the milk and all of the honey and just subsist on bread and water for? Clarifying that, when we answer that question, what my value is and what's most important to me, we're able to be makabel Torah, Rabbeinu says. And that way we're zocha to ashrecha v'tovlach. If we know what we're ready to give it all up for, what we're ready to die for, Chalila, what we're ready to sacrifice everything for, to give up all of the extras in life for, and say what's essential in my life. When we see that Torah is literally is existential in our lives, and that without it we can't subsist. When we reach that level, ashrecha ba'olam hazeh, v'tovlach ba'olam haba. Tamu ru'u ki tov Hashem. Taste and see that Hashem is good, that Torah is sweet, that Yiddishkeit, and that a life of Torah is not a life of tsar, it's not a life of tzimtzum, it's a life of openness and of bigness. Now, if a person has the derech of following the chelik in Torah of living pas b'melach, shracha, v'tovlach. If a person is also living in an expansive life, like was laid out by Meir Shapira and Talmidei Baal Shem Tov and so many other approaches in the Gemara, of eating the bisra the Torah, the way that the Gemara describes the good piece of flesh, in order to help understand in an expansive aesthetic environment, in order to more appreciate the beauty of Hashem's world. Ashrecha v'tov lach also, whether it's pas b'melach or dvash v'chalav, ashreinu matov chelkeinu. There's different soul prints, and there's different personalities, and there's different times and places and states of being in our own lives. And wherever we find ourselves, may it be that we enjoy the sweetness and the grandeur of Torah, the beauty of Torah, and the sweetness of learning Torah all together, this Yontif and always. Again, thank you so much to everybody for the opportunity to spend this morning meaningfully with you. Adam, have a safe trip to Yerushalayim there. I see you driving. Yoni, I don't know what you're doing there with that, when you turned off the camera, but I trust it's something holy. And to everybody, God bless, Godspeed, and have a beautiful Kabbalah Satorah. Sklar, I see what you're up to. I see that. And much love to everybody. Have a good Kabbalah Satorah. It should be sweet. Go big on the ice cream. This is it. It's for Hashem. This is the time to go to be Moser Nefesh, to go big. To go big. Okay, l'chaim, everybody. Oh, there's no moderator, so we can keep doing this. Shamshi, what's going on over there? Shamshi's got a couple new twins in the house. How's that working out? How's the Hagisa Bo Yomam Valayla working out over there, huh? All right, Yishai and Eitan and Gavi, Mark, beautiful. I like that move. Close the video, and then go do something else. Tune into another one so that you can get credit for being there also, and then come back over here. Ki'ilu, oh, there we go. Ki'ilu, it's good for the numbers. It's good for the data. It's good. I appreciate that. I should have prepared merch to sell on this, that we could have gotten a little bit of a bump over here, pay for some of this Lotus. Anyways, okay, l'chaim, everybody. I mean, I'm just gonna should I just keep doing this until we end? All right. Anyways, out. Chag Sameach, everybody. Have a beautiful Yontif. Good things.
Green, whenever you're ready. Okay. Good morning to all, both in Eretz Yisrael, America, and everyone listening. We have the tremendous zechus to hear from Reuven Leichter, Rav Leichter is not only a primary disciple of Rav Shlomo Wolbe Zatzal, but he is known as a rabbi's rabbi, somebody who just sits in one of Rav Leichter's chaburas, hears a recording, needs to go ahead and sit in another chabura. Hundreds of rabbis, dare I even say thousands of rabbis around the globe have been impacted firsthand by Rav Leichter's
Sorry for that. Seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties. Going to try to get Rabbi Green back on.
And without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and it's a big honor and zechus to introduce Rav Leichter to serve as the next speaker for all of us listening to this Vayichan pre-Shavuos online experience. Rav Leichter, please.
Yes, I don't know what to say after such a introduction, but it's okay. We will see. I want to focus on one thing, which everyone speaks about, and you say, Klal Yisrael was in a matzav of achdus when they received Torah. That's a very popular thing to speak about, and that means you have to be nice and you have to have good midas. And I want to see together that perhaps there is something much more included in that Vayichan Yisrael neged all than what we expect. And it could be it's a new pshat in a Mishnah. I'll try to propose a new pshat in a Mishnah, but I will see whatever I can do in this half an hour. The Rokeach in his Agoda, he says that what we say in the Agoda Shel Pesach, Ilu kirvono lifnei har sinai velo nosan lo nes haTorah dayenu, that means Yisrael she'omdu al har Sinai posko zu amoso. That means what the Yetzer Hara ceased to exist within the Jews was not because we got the Torah. It's because we were standing in front of Har Sinai. So something big like this has to be mentioned in the Torah. We were standing on Har Sinai and the whole Yetzer Hara ceased. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Where does that say in the Torah? It has to be a pasuk in the Torah, something in the Torah. So the way I understand, it says in the Torah, in that pasuk where they were standing next to Har Sinai, it says like this: "Vayisu mirfidim, vayavoy mitparsila vayachanu bamidbor." Vayachanu is a lashon rabim. Vayichan shom Yisrael neged or. That means they are described two different ways of sitting. One is called Vayachanu, and the other one is called Vayichan. And then it says Neged Hor. That's what happened when they were in front of Har Sinai. That is the Kirvonov in Har Sinai. There it happened Vayichan instead of Vayachanu. And Rashi says that Vayichan, that all the other Vayichan shom ki ish echo b'leiv echot, aber shol kol ha'achanuyos b'tarumis u'machloikes, it's a Lashon Rabbi. But this one is a Lashon Yochid. So it sounds like that the coming to Har Sinai was poil that. The coming to Har Sinai made that it was Vayichan. And that's called Posko zu Amoson. What does that mean? That's called good midas. What means Poskosu Amoso? I have good meters. I'm a nice guy, you know. I'm a Baal Chesed. Poskosu Amoso means that there is no Chet or demolition going on. Ois Yetzorah. To be Vayichan is Keish Echot. Yeah? Vayichan is Keish Echot. The Vayichan is Keish Echot means that the whole Jewish nation was revealing that they were like one body. Now, I don't know whether you thought once, every part in the body is serving something else. No part in the body is serving himself. The heart is serving the whole thing. The brain is guiding everything, is guiding the balance, but it's not serving itself. The eye, you have to see 20/20. But the eye is serving the brain, which is serving the movement. The ear makes the brain listening, but the ear itself doesn't listen. The ear brings that further. Even muscles are created like this. When you know every muscle moves the limb, which is further. The muscle doesn't move himself. No toilet for the muscle moving itself. This muscle moves that one, and this muscle moves the finger, and this one moves the jaw. It's something else. Every single part in the body is there for another part in the body, not for himself. The only part in a body which is serving only himself, it's only one, but this is a sickness. It's malignant growth. A malignant growth is serving only himself, nothing else, only himself. And then it's a malignant growth, not a part of the human body. That is one of the characteristics of a malignant growth. These cells don't serve anything else than themselves. And they're growing and growing and growing, serving only themselves. Poskosu Amoso means really Keish Echot. The Poskosu Amoso means Keish Echot, that everyone was there and understanding that he is there for someone else, not for himself. The basic Zuamo is this, that a person thinks, I am there for my individualism. I am there for my own grandeur. I am there to make money myself. I afterwards give stalker for sure, but my quality is for myself. That's what my quality is. My quality is for myself. I spoke with Americans about that, and then they said, when I have a quality, I make money with that. It's a malignant growth. It's a malignant growth, that thing. This whole attitude is one big machle, only for himself. That's what it is. Poskosu Amoso means no one had this problem. Everyone was understanding, I'm there for someone else. The problem by us, but we have, that we want to grow ourselves, is always that we think the society will fall apart. It will be anarchy. It will be individualism. Everyone will do whatever he thinks. It's only because our mindset is contaminated with this concept, which is unhealthy, that in the end it's everything for you. I suffered from that. My family suffered from that. My daughter is leading the office of Matnat Chaim, those which make the kidney transplants. So now it was with Rav Heiber. She is the one which is managing the office. And there was a year ago, there was the Misrad HaBriut, they made an investigation of them with the police. And the bottom line was that they could not accept that someone does something for someone else without having a personal benefit out of that. Das ist nicht shayach. It has to be money involved. It has to be that you get something for yourself. You can't be a human being only for others. And I was sitting in the Shabbaton I was sitting in the Shabbaton from the Matas Chaim, and there was someone which was involved in this whole problem, and they said we have a problem with the concept that they say it is the altruism. It has to be really altruistic. So a computer has to decide where you give your kidney, not you. So listen, the most noble act which you could do, which is really doing something for someone else, is the fulfillment of you being a human being. A computer has to decide. We have to bring in something unhuman. It's all crazy, that whole thing. That what is the problem we have. We do have an unbelievable problem. I always think, people think about that, I always think that people, they think, why is that the Beroilo made that the most fearful thing we have in our society is Yene Machle, is cancer. And according to what we speak, the Beroilo puts a mirror in front of us and say, you know what? Your problem is that you're only for yourself. Okay? Your body will show you what happens when you're only for yourself. It's unlivable. You can't live. That's what Klal Yisrael reached on Har Sinai. Ke'ish echot. But it's poskezuam also. You see, it's a big benefit we get from that concept. Because normally, when I tell you, you have not to be for yourself, then you say, I have to be not for myself, I have to be not only think about myself, then you think I have to be mevatel myself, I have to be a onov, I have to be a person which is not thinking at all about anything which is connected to me, really bittul hayesh, all these things. It doesn't work. What we speak now, the I has to be 2020. When you have a quality, you have to have that 100%. And you have to know it's 100% obligation that your quality has to develop to the best. But it's for someone else. It's not for you. That's a much more healthier tikkun than say, I am a nothing. But you know what? You are nothing too. And you are more nothing than me. I am nothing, but you are really nothing. That doesn't help. It doesn't help. But to say, no, I have a quality. I do have a tremendous quality. And I have it to the full extent. And I work on it. It should be even more developed. Because the eye has to be 20/20. And the ear has to be listening till 20,000 hertz without problem. But it's not for himself. It's for something else. For someone else. That's now what you understand what Chaim Volozhiner told his son. Why doesn't he do something for the community? He was learning. Rabbi Volozhiner was learning for sure. But Reb Chaim screamed at him, told him a critique, and said, a person is created only to give benefit to others. So that's Reb Chaim Volozhiner. It's your creation. It's what you are created for, to be Keish Echot. That you should be part of one body without Zuamo. You are there for others. You are not there only for yourself, you are there for others. And that is the Poscha Zuam also. That's a Vayichan Yisrael Legedor. It means it's your quality, what you feel good with it, but it's for others. And now let's see a new pshat in the Mishnah. Because this was a necessity to be a preface to Matan Torah. It had to be before Matan Torah that you reach this Madrega. For what? What for? Because the whole Matan Torah made the Jewish people into such big people, unbelievable people. When you would be with that attitude that everything is for you, the whole godless of Torah would fall into that hole. It's only for you. It can't be. First, you have to be in a matzav that you are not only for yourself. Poskozuam also. After that, I can give Torah, but I have to make that beforehand. Otherwise, I can't give you Torah. That's what the Baron told us. Before, that's like, it was a state before Matan Torah, which was needed. That you are not only for yourself. Because it's post-kozuamoson. You're part of a body, and every single part of the body serves something else. Now look, it's a well-known Mishnah in Pirkei Avos. In Pirkei Avos, Perek Beis, the first Mishnah, Rebbe, which is the Torah Shebal Peh, the one which made the Mishnah, which wrote down the Mishnah. Rebbe Yomer, he said, what's the straight way? What's that? We'll see the whole Mehemshah of the Mishnah too. But that's what he said. Yeah. So what does that? What is that? So the Rav, Rabbi Vada says something very modern. People make a problem with that. They have a problem with that. What means that the Tiferes lo yiseh or the Tiferes lo minodo? So the Rav says, "She noyach loy, v'yu noychin bnei odom mimeno." It's comfortable for him, and the people should have comfort from him. What means it's comfortable for him? Do you really think that it's comfortable for him means that he sits down, relaxes, and has a good time? Comfortable. Comfortable for him means I detect where is my part in that Vayichan Yisrael. The eye is very comfortable to see because it's its nature. The ear is very comfortable to hear. But what? The eye has to be 100% there, but noichin acherim noichim imeno. My sight is for others. So Rebbe says the first step in a straight way is that you reach your natural place in this Klal Yisrael. Noyach loy vayu noichin boy bnei odom imeno. Noyach loy means a nature of you, but once with your own nature, that's not there where you give to others. Not there where your strength is also beneficial for others. It's noichin bnei odom imeno. That is the first step. And now the Mishnah goes further on. People don't learn that like this, but the Mishnah goes further on. Okay, I detected my own place, where my strength is. You know what? And that's what the Beroilam created me for. It's not my own comfortable thing. That's what Hashem, He created me for. He created me for that I should do that. Yeah? So Noyach Loi, and the people have a benefit from me, very nice. So okay, so I will concentrate on the mitzvahs only in this realm. I have Taryag mitzvahs, very big, but my speciality is Benodam L'Chaveiroi. So tefillin, I put on tefillin, but it's not my thing to be medactic in these. And I got tzitzis, okay, but they have to predict my tzitzis. I am a good guy for others, that's my place. It's comfortable for me that I help other people, and these other people have a benefit from that. But there are people which feel comfortable to help others, and people don't have a benefit from that. They are a pain in the neck. But I am a person which gives to others, and people are comfortable for me. It's not me, but that's what I am, let's say. Or I am a learner. I can have an insight in Torah, and people have a benefit from that. It's not only a sophisticated insight which no one understands me. I can explain that to others. So that's my place. So when I'm good at Benodam L'Chaveiroi, I don't have to be medactic in all the mitzvahs. That's the main point. Comes Rebbe and says, no, my dear friend. No. Loi mit the Aleph. Now, we have a zorah b'mitzvah kaleke v'chabura she'en ato yodea matan schoron shel mitzvahs. Not because you found your natural place in the Jewish nation, that doesn't allow you that you should be choosing mitzvahs. You can't. So what's the point to be my own? What's the point to be my own? And I don't know, I need that. Okay, you made me like fool. You told me I have my own, but now I have to be like everyone because I have to be medactic in all the mitzvahs. No individuality left. That's what he says. Mitzvah kale, chamura, no individuality left. You have to have everything, do everything. Just be obedient. No. The mitzvah goes further, the Mishnah goes further on. It doesn't stop there. You have to be medactic, bekale, bechamura. So where is your individuality showing up? The individuality shows up that it says, I don't know. Schar Avera means the pleasure you have out of the Avera. Did you have a book written on that? When you'll know the title of the book, what pleasure do you have out of Avera? Please send me the title. I'll read it. That will be very interesting. But there's no book like this. It's your personal thing. Hefset mitzvah. That depends. When you are an Oshir, then your difficulty is not in the money. Your difficulty is the social status. Your difficulty is another thing. When you are a Noni, your difficulty is in the money. Aha. There your personality comes back. And we don't do that. When you read the Mishnah, it's like a no-brainer. Heve mechashev. Hefset mitzvah. Keneged schoro. V'schar avera. Keneged hefseido. That's the way you read the Mishnah. Who entitled you to read the Mishnah like that? You have to read both sides the same importance. It's keneged. Your difficulties with Kiyum Torah is unbelievably important because that reveals back your individuality within the mitzvahs. You will do the mitzvahs, but you will deal with your difficulties and you'll grow from that. You'll see the mitzvahs are much more than your difficulties. So now you have your natural place. You're medactic in all the mitzvahs, but you are putting back your personality with this cheshbon of schar mitzvah keneged avera. Schar mitzvah keneged hefseido. Schar avera keneged hefseido. Yeah, that's what you do. And now you can reach above. Now this aboveness will not destroy you and fall into your individualism. It doesn't. Now you really can touch upon a level which is way beyond you. And that's what Rabbi says in the conclusion. So the Nefesh HaChaim says, Nefesh HaChaim says at the beginning of the Nefesh HaChaim, you should know that what is up, it's also from you. That means your actions are relating to a dimension which was way above you. That's Matan Torah. Your actions is relating to a thing which is way above you. That's what we got with Torah. Without Torah, how do you know? Because you feel good about the Shir Regesh, that is something to do with the Beroilom? I don't know. I can't know. But when you do mitzvahs, you are reaching to a level which is way above you. Malamalo mimcho. And so the Pshat in the Mishnah goes, it's still malamala mimcho. It's above you. But the above you is also from you. Ta malamala mimcho, lamala mimcho. It's lamala mimcho, but it's mimcho. But it's lamala mimcho, but it's mimcho. That's what the way you read the Mishnah. So that's the end. You see, Rebbe prepares us for Matan Torah. The first thing is, Vayichan Yisrael negedor. I have my natural talents, I have my natural strength, and people have a benefit from that. That's my place in the Jewish nation. Okay, so I will be choosing the mitzvahs according to that? No. You can't choose your mitzvahs. So what is my personality? Hefset mitzvah. There your personality shows up in Torah. And now you can get Torah and touch upon a reality which is above you. And that's Rebbe. So you see that the Vayichan Sham Yisrael, this Poskosu Amoson, is really a preparation for Matan Torah. And that's what Rebbe says. So I think that's a very actual thing also to work on It's a very actual thing to be aware of. And that's what I thought is a good thought before Shavuos, to think about that and to see that Shavuos is a very personal demand too. I have to find my place, I have to find my place in the Jewish nation, and I have to relate all of the Torah, which is above, Chas v'Sholom, not to individualism, but to the whole Klal Yisrael through me, through my place, like the eye is guiding the whole body, the ear is guiding the whole body, the kidneys are working for the whole body. That's what I do with my qualities. And that's what I think Matan Torah made to us. So that's what I wanted to tell you. I hope that was a benefit. I think my time is up. I'll just leave this thing in the room. I think that what they told me, I have to speak 25 till 30 minutes. Now it's between 25 and 30 minutes. It's 11:27, and I think that's finished. Sei gesund, Kol Tov.
Thank you to Rav Leichter for those inspiring words. We will be starting with Rav Oppenheimer at 4:30 Eastern Time in 3 minutes.
Shalom Aleichem, good morning. My name is Jonathan Kala. I'm a Rebbe in Shabbat Torah, and alumnus of Shabbat Hotel. It's a privilege to introduce you to our next speaker, Rabbi Oppenheimer from Gateshead. Rabbi Oppenheimer, originally from London. He's been many years, became very close to his Rebbe, Rabbi Leib Lopian Zatzal. He's been teaching in Gateshead Yeshiva for over 40 years, and currently a senior lecturer there. Rabbi Oppenheimer, thank you very, very much for joining us on this program and sharing the words of Torah this morning. Thank you, Rabbi Oppenheimer.
Start. Bishus Moronon I would like to be in a little bit with you in the Rambam, one short little piece of Rambam in Perek Aleph Milchus Talmud Torah, which needs biur, and hopefully we will be able to understand a bit more a few other Rambams which I may not be able to go into now. The Rambam says in Perek Aleph Milchus Talmud Torah Halachic Ad Emosai Chayev Lilmoid Torah. A very strange question. Until when is a person chayev to learn Torah? Ki'ilu, there may be a retirement age after which you don't have to learn Torah. I don't know if there's such a Rambam in any other mitzvah. Is there until what's the shaila? As Emosai chayev lilmoid Torah. And more than that, the Rambam already said in Halachic that Kol Ish Miyisrael Chayev B'Talmud Torah, everybody, every man in Klal Yisrael is mechuyev in Talmud Torah, whether he's Osher or Oni or Sholem Beguf or Bal Yisurim, a Bochur, Ben Shoyo Zokein Godel Shetoshash Koichoi. So we know that somebody who's a very old man and who's very weak already is still mechuyev. So now what's the shaila after that? How long does he have to learn Torah? What does the Rambam mean to ask here? You know, you have to keep learning till the end of your life, because there's a issue of you mustn't forget Torah. You have to remember Torah. And if you don't learn Torah, so you have to keep on learning, because if you don't learn Torah, you will forget. And that's why, only because of the issue of seemingly, that's why you have to keep on learning right till the end of your days. But there's a zeitige Sache. It sounds like that's b'chayev to keep on learning. Strange pastors himself said in Halachic Ches, there's another apart from mitzvah. The Rambam said that all these people, Ben Oshi, Ben Oni, all these categories, Mishmar is busy going around for his panos. Afilu bal ishu bon chayev likvoya lo yizman leTalmud Torah b'yom v'laylo. Shenema v'gisu b'yom v'laylo. There's a ma'aseh mitzvah which you have to learn a minimal amount at least of Torah in every day and in every night. So make a taster that should go away before his misa, if not for the fact that Ten Yosum Elvocho, it's l'choira quite accepted. Rabbi Yosef puts it down in Oy Yisrael Siman Chov Zayin. Clearly, there's two parts to mitzvah Talmud Torah. There's a mitzvah of Yedias HaTorah and a mitzvah of Limud HaTorah. Limud HaTorah has Gedorim, has to be at least a bit in the day and a bit in the night, and other Gedorim to it. And there's a mitzvah of Yedias HaTorah. You have to know the whole Torah, and Rabbi Yisrael is Marchiv. Yedias HaTorah doesn't just mean to know from Kitzur Shulchan Aruch. I'm using my own Lashon. You have to know it and to develop your hokah in Torah, your koyach ha'uyun, your koyach of analyzing the dinim and being mechadish and getting to the bottom of every single halach of the Torah. That's all part of Yedias HaTorah. And you have to sharpen your mind for that purpose. Pilpuch averim, all the Torah, the Yedias HaTorah, the broader Yedias HaTorah than we would think. But Al Kaponim, and there's another part of Limud HaTorah. You have to learn. You have to learn when you can, or you have to learn at least a little bit every day and every night. And the Rambam seems to have ignored that and simply said, you have to keep learning, because otherwise you're going to forget, and you're not allowed to forget. The emphasis is that I think that this Rambam is based on the Gemara. The Rambam is, as usually is passing in the Gemara, he he doesn't bring down the lashonis of the Gemara. The Gemara in Menachos Tzadi Tesam on base, Shoal ben Domo ben Achoyse shel Rabbi Shmuel, a nephew of Rabbi Shmuel, who was called Ben Domo, asked his uncle a question. Somebody like myself, Shalomalati Kol HaTorah Kula, when I've learned the whole Torah already, Ma'u Lilmod Chochmas Yevonis. Am I allowed to take time to learn Chochmas Yevonis? We're presumably not talking about something which is also to learn. The Shaila was a bit Torah Shaila. Koro Olav HaMikro Hazeh, Lo Yomur Sefer Torah Hazeh Mepicho, Vogiso Bo Yom V'Loyla. Poshat, one learns that apart from the mitzvah of Yedias HaTorah, he said, I need Ani Shalamadti Kol HaTorah. We don't know Klo, what that means. There is a Hagdor in Shulchan Aruch. There's no limit to the Torah Aruch Me'eres Midah Rechova Miniyom Ottegefekt. So maybe now I can take time off and do some Chochmas Yevonis, which he didn't need for his Panos apparently. And he was told you can't, and Pashtus mitzvah you got to learn. You got to spend all your time learning. But the Rambam seems to not learn like that. The Havamina was going on Kulo. So there was a Havamina of retirement, but not years. Even a Zokim Koichoi to Olam Torah. But somebody who's however old he is, he's already reached Shalamadati Kol HaTorah Kulo. Then there was seemingly a serious Havamina, then maybe he's allowed now to take time off and learn something else. And Rabbi Shmuel had to bring him a postuk. So Poshet Pshat, that apart from the chiyuv of knowing Kula, he had another chiyuv of learning all the time. But the Rambam seems to have been so happy with the Havamina that Lomadati Kol HaTorah Kula should be a poiter, because the Rambam learned that the mitzvah Talmud Torah be soido is a mitzvah of knowing Kol HaTorah Kula, and that's it. The fact that there are other gedorim that go with it, maybe is all the result of the Pen Yasurim Elvovcho. Since you got even if you learn Kol HaTorah Kula, if you stop there and you take time off, Pen Yasurim Elvovcho, you're going to start forgetting Torah. The minute you forget some Torah, you're being mavatl the chiyuv of knowing Kol HaTorah Kula. So you can't stop. There was a serious havamina that you could retire from learning because you've done it. You got it. I've learned Kol HaTorah Kula, and that's what the mitzvah is. So the Rambam no, it's an ongoing mitzvah. Kol Agay Moisek, the mitzvah is still there. Pen Yasurim Elvavcho, you've got to maintain it. You've got to still know Kol HaTorah Kula the whole time. So when you do things which you're allowed to do and have to do, Al Pi Torah, you're not going to lose for that. But when you're Meisir Liboy from Torah, you're turning away from Torah, then Torah will go away from you as well. So the chiyuv to know Kol HaTorah constantly is mechayev that you can't stop learning, because otherwise you're going to start losing Torah and you're not going to know Kol HaTorah Kula. The Rambam understood that's all there is. There's no other chiyuv. The chiyuv that you have to learn every day and every night, Avada, the Rambam said it himself. But it's all part of the Pen Yasurim Elvovcho. Even a person who's busy with mitzvah sheyev shali de'acherim, he's busy with panosa, with things which he has to do, and he may do al pi Torah. You have to maintain a minimum contact with Torah, at least. There has to be something by day and something by night, with the Rambam Zok. The Gaon is well known, Vilna Gaon in Shnois Eliyol, in Peah, beginning of Peah, Talmud Torah is Ein Lo Shir Lemato as well, because there's no minimum. Even one word of Torah, Zok the Gaon, is a kiyum of mitzvah Talmud Torah. He says the Tana wants you to know you could even be yotze with one word sometimes. In a day when, presumably, when you got fully occupied with mitzvah sheyev shali de'acherim and things which you're allowed to do and have to do and be battle for them, but you have to learn some Torah in the day and some Torah in the night. The Gaon seems to be saying that one word of Torah would be enough. And why is the Tana so interested to tell us that Ein Lo Shir even Lemato? Because it tells you the value of one word of Torah is up to go on. You see, the one word of Torah, the Kiyum Mitzvah Talmud Torah. So somebody learns a Black Gemara, he's doing a few hundred Kiyum HaMitzvahs, a few hundred mitzvahs say. It shows you the value of Talmud Torah. So each word of that daf, the Gaon told us that if you just learned Meisvei and he didn't go further, or he just learned Teku and he didn't go backwards, that's what he learned at the moment. He'd learned the previous part and now he learned another word, Teku. Where's the Talmud Torah? What does he know from that? It's part of the exercise of learning Torah, and it's apparently Mekayim, the Penyosum El Vocho, is still occupied with Torah in that day. And with them, what the Mekayim, he's able to continue, and he won't, if the rest of the time he can't learn for good reasons, for Torah-tic reasons, we've got mitzvahs, or for his panosa, which he needs to have, and things like that, he won't start forgetting his Torah just because he didn't have time to learn, provided he did some Esek HaTorah. Even one word seems to be enough for that. It's a Chidush Niflo of the Gaon. Now, Al Kaponim, it's all these other dinim, that there is a din of, apart from the din of Yediyas HaTorah, there is a din of Limud HaTorah with time specifications, at least something every day, and every word is a chelik of a mitzvah Talmud Torah. It's not a separate mitzvah. The mitzvah is to know Torah. But part of that, these halachas are part of it, because if you don't do this minimum, then you'll be forgetting Torah, and if you're forgetting Torah, you're lacking in your Yediyas HaTorah. And say Pen Yosum Vavcho Kol Yemei Chayecho. There are other Rambams here which will become more mavur if we understand that the mitzvah of Talmud Torah is not just a mitzvah to act, to do. It's a mitzvah of Yediyas HaTorah. That mitzvah extends to Talmidim as well, and it starts with the father giving the child the Yediyas HaTorah. There's a Rambam which is based on Lashon HaGemara, that if the father didn't teach him Torah, then he has to teach himself Torah. And Halacha Gimel, Mi shelo limdoi oviv chayav lelamed es atzmoi k'sheyakir. Somebody who wasn't taught by his father. That's the first Shalom Aleichem of the Rambam. We're up to Halacha Gimel. We've said about teaching Talmidim, teaching children, grandchildren. Somebody whose father didn't teach him Torah, he has to learn himself. That's the introduction of Mitzvah Talmud Torah. Because he should have learned it all and he would have it already. And we don't even know Halacha Yud. So why does he have to learn? At the moment, he only has to learn because his father didn't teach him. If his father taught him Kol HaTorah Kula, he should be okay. He shouldn't have to learn. That's the Lashon HaGemara in Kiddushin, the same sort of Lashon HaGemara. And the other Rambams become mavur as well. You have to extend all this. It's a chiyuv. I have to know Torah. The world has to know Torah. Ein kan mekoymo laharich. But al kaponim, we see from the Rambam that the mitzvah Talmud Torah is purely based on the chiyuv to know Kol HaTorah Kula, and even if you know it, Pen Yasurim Elvavcho, you've got to continue to know it. And that's the Mechayev. The Gedorim are, you've got to learn certain times and certain amounts and certain ways. And you could be Mekayim, the Maisa mitzvah of Limud HaTorah, you could learn a piece of Agadah, so you've also connected to Torah. So that will help you in your Yediyas HaTorah as well. Even if you learn this Gemara a few times over, it'll connect you to the Torah. And you haven't been over on Pen Yasuru, therefore you're maintaining all the Yediyas of halachas that you know already, you won't lose them. So you're helping the mitzvah of knowing Kol HaTorah Kula. But something b'negea to Kabbalas HaTorah, we have to, avadu we mekabel Taryag mitzvahs, and we mekabel mitzvahs Talmud Torah, but we have to have an asoga. What are we being mekabel here? The chiyuv of Talmud Torah is not just you've got to make sure you go to your shia every day, or to learn all your storim every day. The chiyuv Talmud Torah is to know Kol HaTorah Kula, and that's what we mekabel. If we mekabel Taryag mitzvahs, including mitzvahs Talmud Torah and Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam, and a Ben Torah is concentrating probably more on the chiyuv Talmud Torah they will mekabel than on the mitzvahs. Avada medafton alle mitzvahs. Gedol Torah which is maybe lidei ma'aser. But there is in our hearts, there should be in our hearts a big concentration on being mekabel to do mitzvah Talmud Torah properly. So we need to know the mitzvah Talmud Torah includes, or maybe is based entirely on, as it seems from the Rambam, on knowing Kol HaTorah Kula, Aleph, and base are not being mevatel unnecessarily from Torah, because pen yasum elvavcho, you begin to forget, and the chiyuv of knowing kol ha-Torah kula is mechayiv you not to forget. So on the one hand, I might have expanded our Kabbalah, and it's a very serious Kabbalah. It's quite a daunting thought that I'm being Kabbalah myself to know kol ha-Torah kula with all the understanding of Torah, and not to do a bittul which is going to prevent me from keeping that Torah that I've learned already. And moyedika, all a very hard job, and maybe one might feel, well, it's impossible. It's for me to learn kol ha-Torah kula. How can I? And not to be mevatel unnecessarily so that I won't lose it again. How can I? The person could lose the whole seriousness of his Kabbalah because he's miyayish. I'd like to stel zu here in Parshas Bamidbar. We have Moshe Rabbeinu being told by the Rebbeinu Shalom, by Chamishi in Bamidbar. The Rebbeinu Shalom said to Moshe Rabbeinu, "B'koides b'nei Levi leveis avoysom," and you have to count them kol zochom ben chodesh v'ma lo tifkedem, from a month old. So Moshe Rabbeinu said to the Rebbeinu Shalom, "Oma Moshe l'fnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu," Rashi brings, "Heich ani nichnas l'toich oleihem." I'm going to go into all the tents, where the children are, in the bedrooms, with the mother's arms, wherever they are, to know how many little children they have. Oma le'HaKadosh Baruch Hu, some very, very important words. Asei ato sheloch v'ani ese sheli. You do your part and I'll do my part. The Rebbeinu says, I'm not mechayiv anybody to do what he can't do. You do your part and you'll see. I'll do the rest. Holach Moshe, v'omad al Pesach ha'ohel, and the Shechina got there first when he went to each front door of the Ohel. Mishtamai didn't even have to knock. As soon as he got there, Ubasko el yoytza mino Ohel, the Rebbeinu Shalom, the Shechina was kabyochel inside and already had done the counting up. The Rebbeinu Shalom doesn't need to count, but the coil came from inside the Ohel. V'yemeres kach v'kach tinokes yesh bo Ohel, there. V'kach nema al pi Hashem. It says, "Vayivkol oisa Moshe al pi Hashem kasher tzuvo." Al pi Hashem doesn't mean al pi the tzuvo, because that's what kasher tzuvo means. So Rashi says al pi Hashem means he counted al pi Hashem. He never counted the children. He added up. He got a total for each place. There's 6 in this one, and 5 in that one, and 10 in that one. And he added up those totals. He counted the totals. He did an exercise of numbers. He never even saw the children. He never even counted the children themselves. And nevertheless, the Pasuk says, "Vayivkol oisam Moshe al pi Hashem." That's how he counted. He did, and the Rebbeinu Shalom completed Asei ato sheloch and ani ese sheli, and it'll be done. There's another medrash in Parshas Pekudei that the Theological brings down the medrash and speaks about it very beautifully. It says there that the Rebbeinu Shalom told Moshe Rabbeinu on Rosh Chodesh Nisan, "Tokim es HaMishkan," you should set up the Mishkan. And it says later on that day, Hukam HaMishkan, it was set up. And then it says, "Vayokem Moshe es HaMishkan," and Moshe Rabbeinu set up the Mishkan. So the Kliyopis must be the Chazal here, as Moshe Rabbeinu tried to do it. He had a mitzvah, Tokim es HaMishkan, so he tried. He couldn't lift up it was much too difficult for one person to do. So he said to the Rebbeinu Shalom, "I can't do this mitzvah." Dr. Rebbeinu Shalom, "Asoik ato biyodcho," I think that was the Lashon. "Asoik, you be oisik biyodcho, with your hands, do what you can, and it'll be erected by itself." But the Medrash says, the Rebbeinu Shalom said to Moshe Rabbeinu, "You have to do what you have to do, and only then am I prepared to write Vayokem Moshe. If anybody else does it, I won't write Vayokem Moshe in the Torah of the Rebbeinu Shalom. If you write it, if you do it, I will write in the Torah Vayokem Moshe es HaMishkan." What's going on here? He didn't do it. He couldn't do it. He did the beginning. His Asei ato sheloch. He did the beginning, and the Rebbeinu Shalom did the rest. And it's called Vayokem Moshe. The Chazal are stressing. The word is nobody ever does anything by himself. Every time it says Vayas, and he did it. It's really a bit fooling oneself. He didn't do it. Chav said the only bechira he has is to want to do it, and he tries to do it, and the Rebbeinu Shalom makes it happen. and nevertheless Vayas. It's called Vayas, but you have to know what you mean. If somebody else says, I did it, Baruch Hashem, I did it, and he feels I did it. If I did it, that's not right. It's always the Rebbeinu Shalom who's doing it. Rav Shach Zechron Livrocha, I think it's brought down in Sefer Lulei Toroscho. He learned from the Indian in the Bamidbar, which I think is the same Indian as the one in Pekudei, where the Rebbeinu Shalom told Moshe Rabbeinu on both occasions, you do what your part, what you can do, and the Rebbeinu Shalom Kaviyachol says, I will finish it off, and that's all that's expected of the person. Rav Shach stellt zu two psukim for this. One posuk in Tehillim Nun Zayin, posuk Gimel, Ekro le'lekim elyoin, lokeil goymer oloi. I'll call out to the Rebbeinu Shalom, lokeil goymer oloi, the one who is goymer for me. He finishes off what I start. Rebbeinu Shalom finishes. Another posuk is Sof Kapitel Kuf Lamed Ches, Hashem Yigmor Badi, Hashem Chaz B'chol Oilom, Maaseh Yodecho Al Teref. Anybody who shares the name of Yosef with me will be saying that posuk every day. Hashem Yigmor Badi, the Rebbeinu Shalom will finish off for me. Hashem Chaz B'chol Oilom, Maaseh Yodecho Al Teref. Don't weaken me. You will complete what I start. Tafshach is up. You see that the chiyuv, the achrayus, the responsibility of a person is to start. Do what you can. Start, obviously, with the intention of completing it as much as you can. And then the Rebbeinu Shalom is the goymer. It was a case which was lemaisa. As far as I remember, it went like this. I'm not telling you this halacha lemaisa. I just want to see how far Rav Shach was prepared to go with this yesod, that the person's responsibility is just to do the maisa. There was a father came to Rav Shach with his child had suddenly become very ill with his eyes, Achmon Litzlon, and the doctor had said, you've got to do something very quickly. If you don't treat it straight away, he can lose his eyesight for good, Achmon Litzlon. So Rav Shach, he was connected. He knew who was the right doctor for this, the best surgeon or doctor, whatever it was, to do this sort of treatment. So he called up the office of that doctor and he said, I've got a very important case here. Can you please take care of it? So they said, we're sorry. I think it was 2 days later they could make an appointment, not before that. He said, it's very urgent. I'm sorry, we can't make the appointment until 2 days later. So Rav Shach came back to the father. He made the appointment for 2 days later. He came back to the father and said, can't we go and ask a different doctor? By then he could be blind already. So Rav Shach, we did what we had to do, and I take responsibility. He said, nothing is going to happen to this child. He's going to be all right, and wait till the date, the Tuesday, whatever it was, and it'll be fine. Rav Shach said it's going to be all right, so it was all right. A person has to do the haschola. He never completes it. His job is to do the haschola. You do as much as you can. If you can complete it, the Rebbeinu Shalom helps you complete it. Otherwise, you just do the haschola. And the Rebbeinu Shalom ekole lekim elyoin lokeil goymer olai. The Rebbeinu Shalom is the one who finishes it off. I did a reasonable, legitimate ishtadlus. I called the right doctor. The Rebbeinu Shalom will be goymer. I don't need to start again and do another haschola. I've done a haschola. That's the bitochen of a godel. In a posuk, in a yesod that we see in mitzvahs, and he applies the same thing in the achrayus of saving the child's life. It's the klal for everything. We have to want to do it. We have to be makabel to do it. We have to do the haschola, whatever we can do. Moshe Rabbeinu's haschola was to go towards the oil, or asoik ata biyodcho. Do something with your hands where it looks as if you're lifting it. You can't lift it, but show that you're trying to do it. And then the Rebbeinu Shalom is goymer, Hashem Yigmor Badi. So if we can be makabel safely, anything we want, anything which we're mechuyev to do, we can be makabel, because we know that the Rebbeinu Shalom doesn't always expect us to finish it on our own. If we start, the Rebbeinu Shalom will sadly. You can't learn Kol HaTorah. You start learning at the beginning. Start learning where you can, do what you can, and the Rebbeinu Shalom will be much more Torah. I'm not sure whether we will be gebenched in this life at 120 years to know Kol HaTorah Kula. Even if not, if we are makabel to learn Kol HaTorah Kula, and we make a serious effort, and we try our best not to be mafsik in times when we shouldn't be mafsik because of Penisur Milvavcho, we've done our haschola. Hashem Yigmor Badi, the Rebbeinu Shalom is ending it. Maybe it'll only be after 120 years when we'll have been zoiche to Kol HaTorah Kula. So even if it's a hard Kabbalah, it's a Kabbalah which is very worth it because there'll be big dividends. Hashem yigmai badi. Ma'as yadech al teich, the Rebbeinu Shalom won't weaken us. He'll strengthen us. He'll give us much more koyach than we thought we had. He'll give us all the siyat d'shmai that we can. And let me end the Netziv. Says on this Ma'aseh in Bamidbar, he says that how did Moshe Rabbeinu manage to count them? He doesn't bring the Chaval Ketzurosoi, that he went there and the Baskel announced it. Moshe Rabbeinu was given the mitzvah with Ruach HaKodesh. He was in direct contact with the Rebbeinu Shalom. He got it by Ruach HaKodesh. The Ruach HaKodesh didn't go away from him. The Rebbeinu Shalom gives a mitzvah. He doesn't walk away, Kabi Yochel. He doesn't just give a tzivui and then walk off and leave you to it. The Rebbeinu Shalom, the Ruach of the Rebbeinu Shalom is with him, and that Ruach, Dr. Nasiv, helped him afterwards to somehow complete the minyan. He doesn't go into the details, but it's because the Ruach HaKodesh continues to be with him. And later on, in the middle of counting, it says, the Pasuk says that this Shevet will be where they will encamp. That's the Rebbeinu Shalom's words. In the middle of Moshe's counting. So Dr. Nasiv, because the Rebbeinu Shalom is with him when he's doing it. The Rebbeinu Shalom is still there, and the Rebbeinu Shalom adds in the Chochmah, adds in an understanding, because the Ruach Hashem was still with him. I think what the Tzvi is teaching us is that on our Madrega as well, we don't have Ruach HaKodesh, I don't think, but Al Kaponim we do have a Siyati D'Shmai. The Rebbeinu Shalom tells us, B'chol Yom Yu B'nei Chadoshim, he gives us mitzvahs to do, and he stays with us. Dabor Echod L'Doyer means a leader. When the Rebbeinu Shalom is medaber to Klal Yisrael, I think the word state showing, it's not just speaking to Klal Yisrael and leaving them to it. The Rebbeinu Shalom leads us. He gives us a tzivui which leads us, and he continues to lead us to be able to do it. The Rebbeinu Shalom should lead us to be able to be mekayim the mitzvahs Talmud Torah, of Kol HaTorah Kulo, and all the other mitzvahs as well, versteht sich, and we will zoiche sein to a good Kabbalah HaTorah, and gewaltige Siyati D'Shmaya, Lokei HaGoymer Oloi, the Rebbeinu Shalom, through this year, the Rebbeinu Shalom will give us Siyati D'Shmaya to learn Kol HaTorah Kulo, mit Havona, and remembering it, and being able to Meitzi Dovo, Mitoich Dovo, and we'll zoiche sein to Besuras Trevis, and to the Gula Shleimo, Meheiro, B'Yomeinu, Amen.
Boker Tov, Erev Tov to everyone. Can people hear me? Somebody chat, give me a sign. Dad, you can hear me? I see thumbs up, okay. First of all, I just wanted to say that I placed myself in the program based on the slots that were available, and this was the slot that was available. After looking at the program, I saw that I'm speaking parallel to one of my Rebbeim, Rav Mendel Blachman Shlita, which is something that's inappropriate. I reached out to apologize and explain to him about how the scheduling was done. And I recommend to everyone here to go hear Rav Blachman speak, because I'm sure his words will be much more meaningful than my own. The second point I want to make is that I'd like to give a special thank you. I said it in the beginning of the night, but I'd like to reiterate it now, to the tens of people who've worked on this program and the other Vayichan program. First and foremost in this program, Rav Jesse Horn, who worked hand in hand with me on putting the program together and making sure that it would work so well. And second of all, Jonathan Kaslow, who coordinated the team of volunteers. And there were many, many areas where volunteers were needed. And the people streaming tonight, Jonathan Kaslow, Avery Amster, Jonathan Wenger, Yamin Klein, who maintained the website, Leah Rubin on the flyers, and Jesse Arbisfeld, who helped out speaker coordination, and really so many other people in this project, in the earlier project. And I think it's only fitting that a project that's meant to express the Achdut of Am Yisrael is a project that's put out by so many people from so many different places together. My sincere hope is that this Vayichan project, which the first installment of which began on Sunday and is ending today in preparation for Shavuot, will be the beginning, will be just the beginning of the movement of bringing and continuing to bring Am Yisrael together, and through that, in Mirz Hashem, bringing us back to our strong connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the Ir Shechubra La Yachtov, in the city that brings the Jews together and brings the Jews together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu together. And it's been a great zchut for Yeshivat Hakotel to be putting this program together, because it makes sense that the Jews of the world should be connected to this place, which is the heart not only of the Jewish world, but of the world as a whole. It's a fitting time to give summary for this project, because it's the last slot of shiurim now, and yeshkoach to the 150 world leaders. Well, not some people spoke twice, but the 130 plus world leaders, Rabbanim, Rosh Yeshiva, chief rabbis, leading mechanchim and educators who spoke and really brought something very special together. After those divrei psicha, I want to relate to the topic that I've chosen, and speaking in the last slot gives us the liberty of going a little bit late, so we won't speak in a rushed fashion. Today is the day before Shavuot, and obviously we have to think for ourselves, what should our avodah be on this day? And I think that this day has great significance to it, and you see the significance from a very interesting halacha, which expresses the need to fully maximize Erev Shavuot. What do I mean? Shulchan Aruch and Siman Taf Tzadi Dalet, and I understand that the Makoros are going to be posted here. They're posted here in the chat, so people can download them and see them. The Shulchan Aruch and Siman Taf Tzadi Dalet tells us, B'yom Chamishim l'Sfirat HaOmer hu Chag HaShavuos. The 50th day of Sfirat HaOmer is Chag HaShavuos. What's the halacha the Shulchan Aruch is trying to teach us? The Mishnah Berurah comments, U'me'achrin hitpalel arvit, and we delay the davening of arvit. Those who remember from shul every year on Shavuos, it's always late, and we finish mincha, and the Rav always gets up and gives a shir. And most people are like, come on, it's late, we want to go home, have a meal, come back and have tikkun l'shus. What do we need a sicha for now? And the answer is, because of this halacha, we don't take in Shavuos earlier. We're ma'achrin hitpalel. The Mishnah Berurah continues, Kedei sheyu yemei asfira mem tet yom tmimos. We need 49 full days, right? The source, the pasuk, Vayikra Perikov Gimel pasuk Tezvav, Sfart Muchanachat Shabbat Yom Vichem Adam Tzimfa Sheva Shabbatot Tmimot, complete. And even though the Iker Sfira is the Shavuos, Parshas Re'eh mentions only the weeks, the reason we have to count the days to their fullest is so that the Shavuot, the weeks, will be complete. And this is already a good point for us to make the point that Shavuot is an interesting name for the holiday. The holiday is named after the period during which we prepare for it. That's an interesting one. And obviously this connects to the importance of preparation, which culminates today. The Achronim found this halacha problematic for two reasons, halachically and ashkafically. Let's start halachically. We all know the Gemara in Yom Daf Pei Aleph Amid Beis, the chiyuv to be mosif ala kodesh. We always take in Shabbos and Yom Tov earlier. And it seems it's not just for technical reasons that we want to avoid Chilul Shabbos and Yom Tov, but it seems inherently we want to be Mosif Michal ala Kodesh with all of the significance of that. Why here are we not taking it in early? Interestingly, there seems to be a Maor in the Pasuk for this, which shows how far back this goes. But again, we still need to explain it. The Ramban comments on the fact that when the Torah describes Shavuos, it says, Perak Chav Gimel Pasuk Chav Aleph and Sefer Vayikra, Ukuratem be'etzem hayom hazeh mikra kodesh. Call out in the etzem hayom hazeh. That formulation appears only by Shavuos and by Yom Kippur, later in the same parak, where it appears 3 times. The Ramban points this out, and he says that Chazal learned from here that it's only from the night of Shavuos, from the night of Yom Kippur. You don't take it in early. Itzumo shel yom klomer me'etzeit kochavim ad seitam b'leil hamacharat. L'mayir hatosefet shelamdu l'hosef michol al kodesh. As opposed to Tosefet, which we don't add. I noticed that earlier tonight, the great Lubavitcher Rosh Hashiva of Kalmanson spoke about Tosefet Shabbos, Tosefet Yom Tov. The Rapport and I split the night. He took the first part and taking the second part, so I didn't get to hear the shir. But I wonder if he made this point about Shavuos being unique and different. The source for the Ramban is the Gemara in Yom B'daf Pei Aleph Amud Aleph, where the Gemara talks about how the onesh of kares for Yom Kippur you don't get on the time for Tosefes. The point here is that the same formulation appears by Shavuos, which would be a source for this halachic point, but still, we want to try and understand it. And by the way, we wouldn't daven early because, as Rashi explains in Shavuos Daf Yud Gimel, the brachos we say for Yom Tiv are how we're mekadesh the Yom Tiv. But there's also a hashkafic, machshava, philosophical issue with this as well. The Moreh Nevuchim explains what we're all familiar with, that the counting of Sfiras HaOmer is meant to express our yearning, our anticipation, our eagerness for Matan Torah. Yetziat Mitzrayim is the beginning of something and does not have its full meaning until we get to Matan Torah. So we're counting up to Matan Torah. The Chinuch explains this more broadly. Al derech hapshat, lefi shekol yikaran shel Yisrael einu ela haTorah, hu ikar hasiba sheniglu v'yatzim miMitzrayim kedei sheyikablu haTorah b'sim yikamua. And therefore we count laharos b'nafshenu hachefetz hagadol l'yom hanichbad hanichsav l'libenu ke'eved yishafzel v'yimne tamid matay yavo ha'et hanichsav elav sheyetzi l'cheres. The full cheres is only with Matan Torah. So even though we technically left Egypt, we're counting towards the completion of our cheres. So if we're counting towards it, why do we delay it? In fact, the Shibali Aleket even says that the Sfiras Omer finds its origins in the Jews who left Mitzrayim who were yearning for it. So if we're yearning for it, isn't it counterintuitive for us to delay when we take it in? So to summarize, you see the significance of Erev Shavuos from the fact that we want to maximize it fully, as opposed to the regular Erev Shabbos and Erev Yom Tov, which is just Erev Shabbos and Erev Yom Tov, and we want to bring in Shabbos and Yom Tov as soon as we can. Shavuos is not this way. And the question is why? Shouldn't halachically it be like the other Moadim, and shouldn't it hashkafically, even for itself, be something that we want to bring in as soon as possible? I believe the answer to this question connects to another interesting phenomenon about the Yom Tov of Shavuos. It's part of a much broader problem about the timing of the Yom Tov of Shavuos. Shavuos is the only Yom Tov in the Torah where we don't have a calendarical date. The date of Shavuos is unclear. And in fact, the Gemara in Rosh Hashanah Daf Vav tells us that because the date of Shavuos depends on the Sfira, it can come out to be the 5th, 6th, or 7th of Sivan, depending on whether Nisan and Iyar are Chaser or Shalem. So we don't have a definitive date, which is interesting, point number one. Number two, when we ask ourselves, so tachlis, is Shavuos on the day when the Torah was received? Well, we say Zman Matan Torah Seinu, but it's not at all clear that the day of Shavuos is when the Torah was given. For example, if we look at the days of Sfira, of course, Shavuos is always the 50th day of the Sfira, but it's clear that the Torah was given on the 51st day of the Omer. Seder Olam Rabbah, for example, tells us Yud Nisan was Shabbos, Tesvav Nisan that year was Thursday, and the Torah was given on Shabbos. So forgetting what day of the month it was, it's the 51st day that they left. So it isn't even on the day when it happened in Sfira. It isn't 51 days, it's 50 days. And as far as the calendar is concerned, the Gemara in Shabbos Daf Pei Vav Amud Bet quotes a machlokes between the Rabbanan and Rabbi Yossi about whether that year of Yetzias Mitzrayim Shavuos was on the 6th or the 7th of Sivan. The sheet of Rav Yossi is built on certain inyanim of Hilchos Taros. There are Rishonim who paskin like Rav Yossi in these inyanim of Hilchos Taros, and if so, Shavuos, the Matan Torah would have been the 7th day that year. Another interesting facet of the Gemara here is that the Gemara tells us that Rav Yossi held that the Torah really should have been given on the 6th day, but Yom Echad Hosif Moshe Midato. Moshe added a day. Now that is very interesting. Moshe added a day and delayed Matan Torah? What's pshat with that? How could he? Why would he? And how does that relate to what we have today? All this is the backdrop to the Kasha of the Magen Avraham on the bottom of page 3. Kasha li he'achanu omrim b'shvuas yom matan Torah seinu. How can we call Shavuos yom matan Torah seinu? It's not at all clear. Alokai milak Rabbi Yossi, he says. Maybe this is why we don't call it Yom Matan Torah Teinu, but we call it Zman Matan Torah Teinu. Is this an indication of the fact that we're not claiming that it's the actual day when the Torah was given? And if it isn't, why are we celebrating some other event and not the giving of the Torah? I believe, to move to the third part of the Shir, that all this is reflective of what we're meant to be celebrating on Shavuos. And to a large extent, we're not celebrating the giving of the Torah. We're celebrating what led up to it. And let me explain what I mean. Page 4, Ot Dalid, through the words of Tosas and Avodah Zarah Daf Gimel. There's a very famous drush of the Gemara there in Avodah Zarah. It's Rav Shimon ben Lakish. If you look throughout the creation story of Bereshis Perek Aleph, Vayerev Vayivoker Yom Echad, Yom Sheni, etc. Pasuk Lamed Aleph, Vayerev Vayivoker Yom Ha-Shishi. Why is the Hey used? So Reish Lakish tells us, Avodah Zarah Daf Gimel, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a condition with the world he was creating, that if the Jews accept the Torah, good, and if not, Hashem will return the world to Tov Vavom. Meaning, Yom HaShishi is a remez for the day when the Torah is given. Tosas asks the obvious kasha based upon what we just saw, Tema. According to Mandam Reb Yossi, that it was on Zion, Ma Yom HaShishi. This is a pretty basic kasha. V'yesh Lomer says Tosfos. Okay, it was delayed because the people were weak. Okay, what that means, we'll get back to. Inami says Tosfos, the Torah could have been given on the sixth day. As we know, Moshe added a day, was given on the seventh day. The Yom Tiv of Shavuos, the condition that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made with the world, it's not that the Torah would actually be given, but that the Torah could be given. That the Jews would be ro'ui for the Torah to be given. What does all this mean? I believe what it means is that what's important about Har Sinai is not just, or mainly, the giving of the Torah, but our readiness to receive the Torah. And the term that the Torah and Chazal used for this is the day when we stood before Har Sinai, when we stood in strong. Devarim Perek Daled Pasuk Tes, Raki Shamer Lecho Shmor Nafshcha Mo Ben Tishkach Et Advarim Asher Ru Einecha Ben Yisum Levavcha Kol Yimei Chayecha V'Yidatem Levanecha Levnei Vanecha. Only two things in the Torah grandparents are committed to pass on to their children. One, Yetzias Mitzrayim, beginning of Parshas Bo, Lamata Sapra Zeh Bincha Ben Bincha, and the second, Ma'amad Har Sinai. And how is it described here, Pasuk Yud? Yom Asher Amadeta. And it's repeated in Pasuk Yud Aleph, Vatikrivun Vatam Dun Tachas Zahor. When the Ramban counts this as a mitzvah, he claims this is one of the mitzvahs the Rambam, in quote, forgot. HaMitzvah Shniya Shenenenu Shelo Nishkach Ma'amad Har Sinai Lo Nasser V'Som Midatenu Ayu Einenu V'Libenu Sham Kol HaYamim. We should be focused on Ma'amad Har Sinai. Where does this phrase come from? Ma'amad Har Sinai. Yom Asher Amadeta Lefnei Hashem Lokecha B'Chorei. What we're talking about here is not just Matan Torah. We're talking about Ma'amad Har Sinai. And you see the significance of this also in the very beginning of the Yetzias Mitzrayim process. If we go back to Shmos Perek Gimel, we remember that Moshe said to Hashem after Hashem charged him with the mission, Mi anochi ki elech al Paro v'chi otzias b'nei Yisrael mi Mitzrayim. Who am I to go to Paro? God answered him in a way that seems non sequitur. Ki eyeh imach v'zelecha ot ki anochi shelachticha v'otziacha et ha'am mi Mitzrayim ta'avdun et Elokim al ha'ar hazeh. Moshe asked, who am I to go to Paro? And Hashem said, this is the sign that I sent you. The Jews will serve God on the mountain. What does it mean? Rashi says, Rashi says that Hashem realized that Moshe was asking about what zchuyos the Jews have. And this is the question Hashem was answering. Davar gadol yesh li al hotzah hazo, sharei atidim lekabel haTorah al ha'ar hazeh l'sof gimel chadash. This is the zchus, the Kabbalah HaTorah. Davar acher ki hayeh imach, right? Desh tatzliach. How do you know you'll be successful? Because there'll be Kabbalah HaTorah. How is this described? Ta'avdun et Elokim al ha'ar hazeh. The pasuk describes it not as receiving Torah, but as the avodas Hashem, as the schus, and of course that's the refrain of Moshe Rabbeinu throughout the process of going to Paro. Shalach et ami v'yavduni. Not just let my people go, but v'yavduni. And this is how many of the Rishonim explain the line we say in the Haggadah. Ilu kervanu lifnei har Sinai v'lo natan lanu et haTorah dayenu. What does this mean? What would the significance of having been drawn close to Har Sinai be? The Kolbo and the Avudraham both say the Toeles would have been that Pascha zu amasenu, our filth, the filth that Adam and Chava attained, were tainted by after the sin, the Chet HaKadmon. This filth was removed when the Jews arrived. The source of this is the Gemara in Shabbos, Daf Kuf Mem Hey Amud Beis, and the lashon of the Gemara is Yisrael she'amdu al Har Sinai Pascha zu amasam Ma'amad Har Sinai. The Jewish people standing in at Har Sinai, that removed the filth. And this is how the Medrash explains the timing of Shavuos, Oath Hey, page 6. As we saw before, the Psikta Zutra says, Zayom Chamishim, Zayom Amidas Yisrael Lifnei Har Sinai Lekabel HaTorah. Shavuos is not necessarily when the Torah is given. Shavuos is when the Jews stood in to receive it. And this is how the Maharsha explains why Shavuos is on the 50th and not the 51st day, because the 50th day is when we completed our process of preparation. And now we can understand beautifully the explanation of the Yerushalmi for the fact that by Shavuos, by the carbon chatas, the word chatas does not appear. We're familiar with the refrain by all the Yom Tovim, Si'iri zim echad l'chatat l'chaper alechem. By Shavuos it says, Si'iri zim echad l'chaper alechem. The Yerushalmi says, Mikevan shekibaltem alechem ol Torah. Ma lani alechem kilo lo chatasem miyamechem. It's not necessarily the giving and receiving of the Torah. It's the Kabbalas ol Torah. It's the commitment to receive the Torah. That is what we're celebrating on Shavuos. And just for us to fully appreciate that moment when we make that decision, the moment when we commit ourselves. I want to reference the Gemara in Baba Metzia, the very famous story of Rabbi Yochanan, who was swimming in the Jordan River, and he sees Reish Lakish, who at that point was a bandit. And Reish Lakish has this tremendous swimming ability. He can cross the river with one stroke. And Rabbi Yochanan says to him famously, Chelach le'oraisa, you should use your strength for Torah. Then Reish Lakish answers him, wherever he answers him, my beauty should be for the women. Rabbi Yochanan says, if you do tshuva, I'll give you my sister to marry. At that point, Reish Lakish is makabel on himself. And of course, the question is, what did Rabbi Yochanan say the second time as opposed to the first time? Parenthetically, I'll just say, Rabbi Yochanan, he said to him, you should use it for Torah. Very nice. Then Rabbi Yochanan said, if you'll do tshuva, I'll give you my sister. There's a difference between encouraging someone to do tshuva and showing your faith in them, that you want them to marry your own family member. And that's what convinced Reish Lakish that Rabbi Yochanan was serious. He says, you do tshuva, I want you in my family. In any case, the last line the Gemara says, Kabel alei. Reish Lakish was Kabel on himself. He wanted to swim back. He wanted to go back and get his clothing. He couldn't get back. He lost his strength. And Rashi says, as soon as he was makabel the old Torah, he got weak. I don't understand. He didn't learn anything. He didn't spend one night in the base medrash. There's power, there's significance to being makabel old Torah. When a person's energies are focused on that, he's no longer a swimming champion or whatever else a person was before. Now we can explain very well why the date is not kavua. It depends on us being ready. It depends on us setting the date. And that explains why Moshe could do what seems so strange to be Mosif Yom Echad Midato. It's fitting because Shavuos is a day about us being ready. The second thing understandable about the date is that the actual date that was set is the day before the Torah was given, because we're commemorating the readiness and not necessarily the Nesina. And that explains also, coming back and wrapping around to the beginning of this year, why we don't start Shavuos until we have 50 complete days of Sfiras HaOmer. We don't take it in early. We got to be ready. And therefore, the unique avoda of Erev Shavuos, I'm going to elaborate a little bit more and in detail now. The unique avoda is to make sure on this last day of preparation, as we move from 49 to 50, that we take full advantage of the full 49 days to make sure that we're 100% ready. And this is how the Alshich explains. Well, we'll get to Alshich in a second. This is how you can see it in the Midrashim and the Yalshich, the preparation for Har Sinai, both physically and spiritually. The Midrashim speak about how the Jewish people, when they left Mitzrayim, like an apple, they were still growing. The Medrash Rabbah, second source in Od Vav, says the Jews still, they were full of tit and levanim. You can understand this to be physical. Ein yecholim lekabel Torah miyad. The Alshich explains it though spiritually, and he compares it beautifully to the Tara process of a nida, which requires Shiva Nakiyim. We needed 7 times 7 of Shiva Nakiyim to purify ourselves from the 49th level of Tumah. This explains beautifully why we call the Yom Tif Shavuos, because it's a Yom Tif that is a direct outgrowth of the Shavuos preparation. So if we're talking here in broad terms about being ready, about the unique avodah of Erev Shavuos to be finishing the process of ensuring that we're completely ready, the question we want to talk about now in the last part of the shir is, what does it mean to be ready? What does it mean to be ready? And I want to speak about 2 different ideas that I think are important. The first is to be committed. To be committed. Sadly, we have so many things in our life that we're into and interested in and involved in that because of this, we find ourselves often scatterbrained. And we're not focused on the things we should be focused on 100% as focal points of our lives. It's sad but true. And even things that we're committed to, we're not really committed to. And that's a critical thing when we talk about the Ma'amad Har Sinai Yom Sha'amdu Lekabel Torah. And if we look back, of course, at the famous pasuk, Yikach Sefer Abrit V'Yikra Be'ez Ne'am V'Yomru Kol Asher Diber Hashem Na'aseh V'Nishma. Of course, in Perek Yutet, when this is mentioned, it says Vayan Kol Ha'am Kol Echad V'Yomru, right? Na'aseh, right? Kol Asher Na'aseh. That, of course, is one of the sources for the idea of Achdus by Ma'amad Har Sinai, that all the Jews had to answer in one voice. But let's talk about this pasuk where it says Na'aseh V'Nishma, and of course, we're all familiar with the Gemara in Shabbos Daf Chet Amud Aleph. The 60,000 angels who came to each Jew to put the 2 Ketarim on, where the Jews, we redefined ourselves. This is where we define ourselves, what we wear at the top of our crown. They had the crown of Torah. Rabbi Elazar said, the Baskel came out and said, who revealed this great secret to the Jewish people? And later on, the famous story where Rava is sitting on his fingers and they're getting red, and Tzduki says, what's wrong with you people? You rush to accept the Torah. And Rava said, Ananda Saginam B'Shnei Musa Ksiv Ben Tamut Yusharim Tan. Rashi says, Kederech Sha'osem Me'ava B'Tmimus. People who trust God, people who commit themselves to God. And a big part of the commitment to Torah is trust. People are afraid to commit. We live in a world where people want to pick and choose. So this halacha I identify with, this piece of Torah I identify with. Torah is about commitment before a person knows, because there's trust, because there's tmimus, because there's a real relationship. And this, of course, was how the Jewish people were different than the Umos Ha'olam. Shelo Paska Zuamasan, right? The Zuama is the Chet of Adam Arishon, where man wants to choose for himself. He wants to eat from and gain the Das, Tovara. He doesn't want to have to depend on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. V'yitem ke'elokim. The Paska Zuamasan is when this commitment is made, and we all know the famous Midrashim on V'zos HaBracha, Hashem Misinai Ba V'zarach Miseir Lamo, Ofia Mehar Paron V'yasam Rivos Kodesh. Where was Hashem coming to Sinai from? The Sifri tells us that God went to the other nations first, Bnei Esav, Bnei Ammon, Bnei Yishmael, offered them the Torah, and all of them said, well, what does it say? And when God saw that they were picking and choosing, he dafka said something to them that they wouldn't want to do. And indeed, they turned it down. The Medrash Rabbah on Eicha says, Yisrael. In the end, God went back to the Jews, V'kiblua without question. And maybe because we committed ourselves and accepted it without question, maybe that's why ever since Jews have had questions. And part of the avodah of Erev Shavuos is it's mutter to have questions. It's a chiyuv to have questions. You can't get answers if you don't have questions. But we have to work in making sure that the questions are not instead of a commitment, but that there's a base commitment before and as a basis for asking questions, not because we doubt, but because we want to better understand. The second point I want to make, and this is the last point, is the unique mitzvahs hasimcha of Shavuos that I believe we need to work in preparation for on Erev Shavuos. Shavuos is the only Yom Tov in the Torah, with the exception of Sukkot, where the mitzvah of simcha is mentioned. Not mentioned by Pesach, for sure not by Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, not by Rosh Chodesh, only Sukkot and Shavuos. V'samachta lefnei Hashem Elokecha. This could explain very well why the Gemara in Pesachim Daf Samach Chedem at Bet tells us that even though we have a chalukah between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua about the proper way of observing Yom Tov in general, to what extent physical, to what extent spiritual, Rabbi Elazar the Amora says, "Hakol modim be'atzeres, debinin nami lochem." Everyone agrees by Shavuos you need a physical celebration. My taima, Yom shenitna bo Torahu, because it's the day when the Torah was given. Now this seems strange because I would have thought the day when the Torah is given we should celebrate spiritually. Why are we celebrating physically? Rashi says, "V'ina nami lochem sheyismach bo b'machal v'mishtem." Haros shenoach u'mekubel yom zel Yisrael shenitna Torah bo. To show that we're comfortable with it. We're makabel it. If we celebrate it spiritually, that wouldn't be the way we show that we're comfortable with it. We celebrate physically to show the way we usually show celebration, how noach and makubel this day is for the Jewish people. And I think we can get a better, deeper understanding of this from later in that same Gemara. The Gemara tells the story of Rabbi Yosef, but Yom Sarta, he would tell the people in his home to please prepare him a special meat sandwich, which seems strange in light of our custom to have milchiks. And of course, the Ramah says that we have milchiks and fleishiks, not together, of course, separately. So we're required to have two separate breads. But in any case, Rav Yesheshis explained why he asked for this. He says, Chadoi nafshoi, I'm so happy with this Torah because he lav hayoma de kagarim. If not for what was caused by that day, Kama Yosef Ika B'Shuka. There's a lot of Joes out there. And I think there's a very deep idea here, which is the following. The Gemara says, Ilav hayoima. If not for that day, I would be a regular Joe. His name was Yosef. This is a very important idea. Many people mistakenly think that there are different ways people can distinguish themselves. And Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chayim. A person can be a star baseball player, can be Joe DiMaggio. A person can be a star football player, Joe Namath. A person can be a politician, Joe Biden. There's all kinds of ways. A person can be a professor. A person can distinguish themselves in many ways. The Gemara says, Ilav hayoma. If not for that day, Kama Yosef Ika B'Shuka. Why? Is it insignificant what other things people do in the world? There's a difference between what we do and who we are. There's a difference between what we've accomplished and who we are at our base. Torah is the only way for a person to build their base in a way that they themselves are truly distinguished, are truly different, are truly special. And this is so hard for us to internalize in the world we live in, where so many people are involved in so many different things. But it's critical for us to understand it. And if we look at Rashi on the Pasuk, he has a huge, huge chiddush, which I think can help us take our understanding of Shavuos to the next and last level. Ilav hayoma. What yom is Rav Yosef referring to? So I would say the day when the Torah was given. Ilav hayoma. The yom shenitna bo Torah. Rashi says, Ilav hayoma. Shelamadati Torah v'nitramanti. The day when the Torah was given does not change us. It just gives us an opportunity. What makes us truly different and special are the moments when we learn and grow. That's what Rabbi Yosef was celebrating on Shavuos. Obviously, the day is when the Torah was first given. Makes sense, that's the day when we celebrate. But what we're celebrating is who we've become. The Shalah says, we celebrate on Shavuos the fact that we can become muchtar beketer Torah, like the Gemara in Shabbat Daf Pechet with the Malachim. Ki hayom hazeh, hayom hakadosh hazeh, hu yom dedina for Torah. And the Shalah goes on to say that we're nidon bo ala Torah sheditna bo shebitlu atzma mimenu. We're nidon for the not taking advantage of the opportunity to grow in Torah because we don't appreciate. If we appreciated how much we grow through Torah, how much would we take advantage of? Shavuos is the day for us to celebrate the Torah we've learned and the people we've become, and every moment when we've learned, and to reflect based on this appreciation of how and who we can become and should become. This is a critical idea. And I'd like to connect the Rashi that we just saw, Shelamadati Torah v'nitromamti. I believe that word Rashi uses because of the Mishnah that we just read this past Shabbos in the 6th parak of Pirkei Avos, Ot Tet, the parak that was added to Pirkei Avos, which was originally 5 prakim. in order to be read on the 6th Shabbos between Pesach and Shavuos. Perek begins with Meir Omer Kol Osek B'Torah L'Shma Zochel L'Dvarim Harbe. You get so many things v'lo od el shekol holam kulo kedai, because the world was created to facilitate this noble mission. And the Mishnah lists all the wonderful things a person who learns Torah acquires, and then it ends. Umigadalto, umiromamto al kol ha'maasim. And it makes a person greater and higher than all of creation. Yom shelamadati Torah v'nitromanti. Do we truly appreciate how? When we learn Torah, we are doing something that the whole world is kedai for, that we become higher than the rest of the world. And the flip side of this, the Mishnah, second Mishnah, Mishnah Beis, Rabbi Shua ben Levi, Kol yom v'yom bas kol yotzeis mehar chorev, v'machrezes v'yomeres, oy lehem lebrios me'albona shel Torah, shekol misha eino osek v'Torah nikra nozov. The same Baskol that went out and said, "Mi gila raz sod zelabonai." Who taught this great secret of Na'aseh v'nishma to my children? The same Baskol says, "Woe to the people who insult Torah by not showing their appreciation for it, by taking advantage of the opportunity to learn." Bavitcher Rebbe said, clearly this doesn't refer to Goyim. They don't have the right to learn. Clearly this doesn't refer to non-religious Jews who don't know that they could or should be learning. It refers to people who learn. It refers to people who know what Torah is and yet don't take advantage of the opportunity. This is what we say in our tefillah and Mirza Shem tonight. Ata v'chartonu mikol ha'amim. Ahafto son of Eratzisa banu. V'romamtonu mikol ha'lashonos. V'romamtonu mikol ha'lashonos. You made us higher through the Nisim Torah. Whereas the Mishnah continues later in Mishnayos Vav and Zayin, Gedola Torah. Yosem min ha'kohuna min ha'malchus. What an unbelievable statement, and how we enrich ourselves through learning Mishnah Zayin. Gedola Torah she'ino tenet chayim la'oseha. And this doesn't just mean that a person lives a long life, but a person has a meaningful life. It gives meaning to our lives. And the same Rabbi Yosef, who we saw with the meat sandwich in Psachim, is the same one who says in Megillah Daf Tes Zayin, Gadol Talmud Torah, Yoter me'atalat nefashot. Gadol Talmud Torah, Yoter mi-binyan Beit HaMikdash. Gadol Talmud Torah, Yoter mi-kibud aveim, hayitochen. If a person is learning Torah, chas v'shalom, there's atzalas nefashos, of course he would stop to save the person's life. But the value of Talmud Torah is greater, is the greatest. How many of us daven for the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash? She'ibana Beis HaMikdash b'meira v'yameinu v'tein chalkeinu b'toratach. The ultimate is how we develop as people. To put this all together, the very famous words of the Arach Chaim that have been made into a song, V'samachta b'chol hatov dvarim perek chavav. Dam yirmoth b'mamer b'chol hatov al haTorah ka'amram zal v'ein tov al haTorah. She'im hayu b'nei adam margishim b'metikut v'arevut tov haTorah. If people would fully appreciate the sweetness, the beauty of the nature of Torah, of the goodness of Torah, hayu mishtagin u'mitlat nachareh, they would go crazy in their pursuit after it. Lo yichashev b'eineihem malei olam v'chesav ezav l'u'uma ki haTorah koleles kol hatov sheba'olam. Can't say it any better. What we've seen here today is that Shavuos is about the preparation for it. And the Yom Tov may even commemorate when we were ready. And we wait to bring it in to make sure we are ready. And being ready means being committed and being appreciative of the opportunity we have. We should celebrate on Shavuos the Torah we've learned and the people we've become through it. And we should think on Shavuos, the Yom Adin for Limud Torah, how this appreciation will help us take more advantage of the opportunity to learn more and to learn better in the coming year. So that next year, by Yamim Hahem, Azman Hazeh, we should have even more reason to celebrate, because we should have developed even further than where we are today. Ashreinu that we're entering Shavuos this year, over 100,000 Jews who've come together to learn together over the past week. Let's enter Shavuos with an appreciation of our joint shared Torah, its sweetness and goodness, and an appreciation of the fact that we share it together. It's not just the hundreds of people in our yeshiva or the thousands of people in the yeshivas like us. It's the tens of thousands, over 100,000, the hundreds of thousands of Bnei Yeshiva around the world, and the Over 1 million B'nai Torah in the world, as part of the Jewish people, coming to Shavuos together, saying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we're unified. We're the Am HaTorah as one. I may wear a kippas rugak, you may wear a black kippah, you may wear a Litvish kippah, you may wear a Chassidish kippah, you may speak with a Sephardic accent or an Ashkenazic accent, but we're all Makabel Torah together. Vayan kol ha'am, kol echad vayomar. Kol asher diber Hashem na'aseh. We began the beginning of this week, Vayichan Shem Yisrael neged Ahar. Been a powerful week with tens of thousands continuing to learn these shiurim. Let's come to HaKadosh Baruch Hu unified as one people, and through this bizoche to good health, the cessation of this pandemic, and from it, in Mir Tashem, the completion of the Geula Shlema. I wish everyone a Chag Sameach, a Shabbat Shalom, and it's been wonderful connecting with all of you over the past week. And I look forward to continuing to do meaningful programs, bringing Klal Yisrael together. Ki ish echad, b'lev echad. Chag Sameach and Shabbat Shalom.